Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, To Rent Danger.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. When in the editorial offices of the Cincinnati Gazette, the news was received that Killer Carter, the gang murderer, had escaped from the penitentiary in Columbus, and that he had been at large for 24 hours, it was decided that Danny Pearson, star reporter, was to be sent up to the Capitol to cover the manhunt that was sure to follow. Danny borrowed a car from Clem Tracy, the rewrite man, and headed north late on Friday afternoon. Car trouble held him up, and at 1 o'clock he was still far from his destination. He was getting too sleepy to drive, so when he saw the tourist sign in front of the lonely farmhouse, he made his decision. He'd stop, get a few hours of sleep, and continue into Columbus in the early hours of morning. He pulled in the lane, parked the car, and went up onto the porch. It took a few moments to rouse anyone, but finally the door opened, and there stood a woman.
What do you want?
Good evening. I was driving along the road looking for a place to stay for the night, and I saw your tourist sign out front, so I thought I'd stop and see if you had any room.
Why don't you drive on to the city?
Well, I'm too tired to drive that distance tonight. I'm afraid I'd fall asleep at the wheel. You do have a room, don't you?
I guess so. Cost you $2 in advance.
Oh, that's all right.
And I don't serve any meals here.
Well, I'm not hungry, and I'll be leaving in the morning before breakfast.
All right, come in.
Is it okay to leave my car in the driveway here?
It'll be safe there. Nobody will steal it. Come in.
She certainly isn't very friendly, Danny, is she? But a room is a room, and it'll be nice and quiet here for the night. The house is large and dingy and eerily quiet. Almost too quiet.
Here it is. You'll find everything neat and clean. There's a bathroom to the right of the bed and plenty of towels and soap.
Oh, thank you. Looks fine.
Did you leave your luggage in the car?
No, I don't have any luggage with me. I'm traveling light.
Well, I guess anyone who drives an expensive car like yours can do anything he likes. I'm going to bed myself right away, so if there's anything else you want, you'd better think of it now.
Well, thanks, but there's nothing else I need. Good night, Mrs.
Good night.
Oh, fine.
Your hostess is hospitable, isn't she? But don't worry about it. People are sometimes like that on the farm, not used to talking much. They prefer action because actions speak louder and longer than words. And the bed is soft and comfortable. That's the main thing. Just made for your night's rest.
Who's there? I said, who's there?
Just me.
Oh, hello. Who are you?
My name is Claire Monroe.
Well, Claire, do you make a habit of walking into strange men's rooms in the middle of the night?
I want to talk to you.
Huh? What are you so nervous about?
I'm afraid she'll find me in here.
She?
The lady who showed you the room.
Then why don't you leave?
Because I have to talk with you.
Okay, go ahead, talk.
I don't know where to start.
Just tell me that you're lonesome. You don't have any excitement on the farm. You're looking for something to do. It's an old routine.
Oh, it's nothing like that. I know you're going to think I'm crazy, but I've got to ask you. Will you take me away with you when you go?
Me? Why should I?
Because I have to get away from here. I never want to see this house again as long as I live.
Why don't you just run away? You don't need me.
Because I don't have a car and I don't have any money. My mother would have me picked up by the police. She'd tell them I wasn't of age.
Well, are you?
I'm 23 years old, but I can't prove it.
Why not?
Because I'm an adopted child and I don't know where I was born. And my mother... Call that lady my mother. She'd lie about my age just to keep me from going away.
Well, how do I know you're of age?
Look at me. Do I look 17?
No, I'll have to admit you don't.
I know I'm 23 years old, but she won't let me go.
Well, why do you want to run away?
Because that lady, my foster mother, last night, she murdered my foster father.
Whistler fans, we members of the cast certainly owe you a great big thanks tonight. In fact, 2 of them. 2 weeks ago, you'll recall, we asked a favor of you, asked if you'd be kind enough to drop in on the folks who are bringing you the Whistler, your Signal gasoline dealer, and tell him how you like this program. Well, since then, Signal gasoline dealers all the way from Canada to Mexico have been telling us how many of you stopped at their station and expressed enthusiasm for the Whistler. So, naturally, we of the cast are mighty happy and mighty grateful to you. Oh, but that's only the half of it. You see, during the past month, the popularity of the Whistler has continued to increase so much that now, according to the latest radio popularity survey, more people listen to the Whistler than to any other West Coast program. Yes, the Whistler is now way out in front. So, for your loyalty, thanks again to all of you from all of us. And now, back to the Whistler.
Danny Pearson had driven up from Cincinnati looking for a murderer, but he hadn't expected to find one so soon, nor to find another one than the one he was looking for. But you never know what you'll find when you stop at a lonely farmhouse where they take in tourists, Danny. You lie there in your bed as a good-looking young girl asks your protection from her murdering foster mother. If this is a gag, it's a pretty rugged one.
Look, baby, let's break this up. I don't feel like playing games. I got to get some sleep.
You don't believe me, but I'm telling you the truth. Ever since they adopted me, they've done nothing but fight with one another. You've seen my mother. You can tell how cold and strong she is. Well, my father was just as weak as she is strong. She bullied him for years, mostly because he didn't make a lot of money. All she cares about is money. And because we never had any, she hates everything and everybody, especially my father.
But how do you know she killed him? Did you see her?
No, she threatened more than once to kill him, though. Last night I was in bed and I heard a shot. I wasn't sure whether or not I dreamed it, so I didn't get up to see. But when I came down this morning, she said that he had left and wasn't coming back. That he'd gone out west somewhere. That didn't sound like him because he was born and brought up in this part of the country and he wouldn't leave it for anything.
Well, how in the world do you know he's dead? You know, in law, you have to produce a body.
I haven't seen it, but I think I know where it is.
Oh? Where?
Today I was working out on the farm and I noticed a patch of grounds up in the edge of the woods that was recently dug up. And when she saw me out there, she got very angry. Ordered me into the house. I'm positive she killed him and buried him there. Oh,
What are you doing in this man's room?
I was just talking to him, that's all.
Up to your father's tricks, weren't you? You're just like
She
him.
was just talking to...
Stealing from the guests, sneaking in to rob them or worse.
No, I only wanted to talk. He was just telling me about the shows and things in the city.
Get back to your room and stay there. Get. If I catch you in here again, you'll wish you had stayed there. And as for you, young man, you'd better watch your step or you'll be in trouble.
Oh, now, look. Wait, Justice.
Well, Danny, cozy little situation you stepped into, isn't it? A girl, pretty but strange, who accuses her foster mother of being a murderess. Mrs. Monroe, in turn, accuses the daughter of being like her father, who evidently made a habit of robbing his tourist guests in their sleep. And how about that, Danny? She did sneak into your room. Did she come to talk, as she said? Or to rob you, And what's it all about, anyway? Who can you believe? But there is one thing you know. You're going to get up, get dressed, and get out of this place as fast as you can. That drive into town doesn't look half as far now. But just as you're about to leave, you see something slip under your door. A piece of paper, a note. Go on, Danny. Pick it up and read it.
Please, you've got to believe me. I need your help. My room's across the hall. Claire. Oh, nuts.
That's right. Crumple it up and throw it away, Danny. But wait a minute. Suppose she is telling the truth. Suppose she is in danger. You couldn't go off and leave her like this. Especially not as pretty a girl as Claire.
Claire? Claire?
Yes,
It's me, Danny Pearson. Don't put on a light. Get dressed and come on with me.
I am dressed.
Oh, come on.
Where are we going?
You're going to show me where you think your father was buried.
So the two of you move cautiously out of the house into the darkness of the outside night. You pick up a shovel at the barn and start up the path through a field of sharp, tough hay. You keep looking over your shoulder, afraid that she might see you and come out of the house after you. Why should you be afraid of her? Well, if she killed a man once, she could do it again. Finally, you reach the woods, and Claire points out the patch of ground she thinks her mother made into a graveyard.
This is it, right here.
I wish we could see a little better.
We'll see too well, I'm afraid.
This ground isn't very hard. The shovel sinks right into it.
Told you it would.
If the boss could see me now. Why I'm doing it, I'll never know.
Maybe it's because you like me.
Well, what makes you think that?
Because you'd have run away or gone back to sleep after she took me away.
Back to sleep. Hey, tell me. Is what she said about your foster father true?
You mean about him stealing from the guests? Yes. She hounded him about money so that he finally took to that to satisfy her. When tourists came, he'd wait till they were asleep and then slip in and rob them.
Yeah, but didn't anybody ever catch him?
Not that we ever knew of. He only took part of their money, not all of it. So they didn't miss it until they'd left. And then they had no proof.
It's a sweet little racket. Maybe somebody caught on, and that's why he went out west.
I don't think so. Because we didn't have any tourists here last night. At least not that I know of.
It's possible, though, isn't it? Could have taken somebody in after you were asleep.
Yes, it's possible.
Then he might have tried to rob them. And they caught him, and he had to leave hurriedly. That could account for his disappearance.
Yes, but...
Hey, I just hit something.
Oh, Danny.
I got hold of it. Here it comes.
It's his coat. My father's coat.
Yeah? Just when I had it figured out another way.
Danny, don't dig anymore. I'm getting scared. I couldn't stand to look at it. Don't dig anymore. Just fill it in. We found out what we wanted to find out. Please fill it in.
Take it easy, baby. I don't like this any more than you do. I'm just doing it because you wanted me to.
I couldn't bear to look at it. Don't dig anymore.
Okay, I'll fill it in. I guess we've seen enough to know you were right.
So you put the coat back where you found it, Danny, and fill in the hole again. You pat the dirt down again, just as you found it, and start back for the house. On the way back to the house, Claire holds your arm tightly, and you notice for the first time how soft and warm she is. Of course, she's trembling a little bit, but who wouldn't?
Danny, will you promise to take me away tomorrow? I couldn't stand another night here.
Where would I take you? What would I do with you when I got you there? I got enough to do without taking care of somebody else.
Take me to some place far away, some city. I'll get a job and take care of myself. Don't worry about that. Just get me away from here.
Your mother might accuse me of kidnapping.
Once she knew I wasn't ever coming back, I don't think she'd even care. Please, Danny, don't make me stay here. I'm afraid. She might even do something to me if she finds out I know what happened. You've got to help me.
All right, all right. I'm a sucker, but I'll do it. But remember this, once I get you out of here, you're strictly on your own. I got enough things to worry about without trying to take care of you.
Oh, thank you, Danny, thank you. We'll leave the first thing in the morning.
No, we'll leave tonight, right now.
That's awfully sudden.
Well, you wanted to get out of here, didn't you? I'm leaving right now. You can do what you want. Come or stay.
I'll go with you.
We're almost at the house. Don't even bother to go inside and get anything. She might hear you. Here's my car. We'll just jump in and beat it. You game?
Yes.
All right, now be quiet. We'll get in the car and let it roll backwards into the road.
Just a minute. Surprise? You didn't think I'd let you get away, did you?
Hey, put that shotgun down. It might go off.
It might if you start anything.
Now listen here, Mrs. Monroe.
You thought I was asleep, didn't you? I had better sense. I watched you leave the house together, and I had a pretty good idea you weren't coming back.
So what? What do you think you're doing with that gun?
Maybe I'm protecting my daughter from a fast-talking stranger.
I can take care of myself.
That remains to be seen. And as for you, young man, I want you to get back in your car, drive off, and never come around here again.
That's a very good idea. I'll buy that. Should have left here a long time ago.
I'm going with him.
You stay where you are.
I'm old enough to do what I want to do. I'm going to leave, and you can't stop me.
You don't think so?
You wouldn't dare pull that trigger.
Put your foot on that running board and try me.
Hey, now look, girls.
You
there's
keep out of this. Maybe I'm doing this as much to protect you from her.
I don't need any
Wait.
protection.
Wait.
Somebody's coming. It's a car.
Yeah. Hey, looks like they're turning into your lane.
Both of you get in the car, quick. Keep your lights out. Drive it in the barn. Show him where it is, Claire, and shut the door after you.
Pardon me, ma'am.
Yes?
I'm a police officer.
What can I do for you?
We're chasing a man. We think he came up this way. You seen any strangers around lately?
What did he do?
He escaped from the state penitentiary.
Is he dangerous?
He's a cold-blooded murderer. He escaped yesterday, and we've tracked him down to this vicinity. He's been driving stolen cars. Last we heard, he was driving a big, rich-looking convertible he'd picked up in Columbus. Have you seen him?
No. Nobody stopped here. Didn't even see anybody passing the road.
No. Well, he's in this neighborhood somewhere. But, say, didn't you know about this before? I mean, I thought you did when I saw you with your shotgun here.
Oh, no, I just saw you coming up the lane, and I like to be prepared for strangers this time of night.
Yeah, sure. It is pretty late. You ought to be in bed. Now, don't let this keep you up. You needn't worry about Carter. We'll get him.
I won't worry.
Oh, that's fine. Say, what are those tire tracks on the ground?
Where?
There, where my flashlight's pointing. They go toward the barn.
Those are tractor tire marks.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry that I bothered you, ma'am, but, well, we've got a job to do.
That's all right, mister. Wish I could have helped you some.
We'll keep looking. Good night, ma'am. Okay, Al, let's go.
Too bad you couldn't hear what was being said, Danny, waiting in the barn. But while the lady and the officer were talking, you had some things to say to Claire.
What are we going to do now?
Nothing. Just wait. You see who that is out there?
A man got out of a car, and he's talking to her.
Do you know who he is?
No, but he's got a flashlight. Wait a minute. Something on his coat lapel flashes. I think it's a badge. It must be the police. What are we going to do?
I told you, nothing. Murder is a matter of proof. Until we can prove that your mother murdered your father, we don't have a leg to stand on. Anyway, I told you I don't want to get mixed up in it. I got enough to worry about myself.
It's all right with me. All I want to do is get out of here.
Okay, well, just figure some way to get that gun away from your mother.
Danny, the men are leaving. They're driving down to the road. She's coming back to the barn.
All right, just sit tight and wait.
They're gone.
Also, they're gone. I suppose you're breathing easier now.
Maybe I am, and maybe I'm not.
Will you stop pointing that gun at us?
I will when I've finished what I'm going to do.
You won't get away with shooting anybody.
You ought to know. I don't intend to stand here talking all night. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want the both of you to get in that car and drive to Kingdom Come if you can. Never want to see either one of you again as long as I live.
You've changed your mind.
That suits me. Come on, Danny, let's get out of here while we've got the chance. Heaven knows what she might do.
Okay, let's go.
Just a minute.
What?
Before you go, Claire, I think there's something you ought to know about your fine new friend.
I know all I want to know about him.
Do you know what he really is? He's a murderer. He escaped from the state prison yesterday, and the police are looking for him. They'll get him sooner or later. They always do. What do you think of that?
I don't believe it. And even if it were true, I don't care.
Where did you pick up this routine about me being a murderer?
Don't listen to her, Danny. I believe you.
What if I was a murderer?
Wouldn't make the slightest difference in the world to me. Because, Danny, I'm in love with you.
Do you know what you're saying?
Yes, I know what I'm saying. Come on, let's get out of here. She gives me the jitters.
Don't I, though?
Okay, if that's the way everybody wants it, we'll go. I don't know what we'll do, but we'll figure out something.
You better think hard.
Hurry up, Danny.
Yes, hurry up. You'll get caught quicker that way.
All right, everybody stand where you are. Put that gun down, lady. Andy?
Yes?
You and Al go around the other side of the barn. All three of you stand over there. Dave, see if they have any guns.
No guns on that one. No guns, Sheriff.
No guns, huh? Good. Now, don't misunderstand me. There might not be anything wrong here, but I had to come back and take a look. It's pretty unusual for a woman to be walking around outside at 2 o'clock in the morning with a shotgun. Now, out with it. What's going on? What are you hiding in the barn for? Who's this car belong to? Come on, start talking, somebody.
Here's the murderer you're looking for. There he is, and there's the car.
Why didn't you tell me that when I was here before?
Because I thought there might be a reward for him, and I wanted to collect it myself.
She didn't because she was going to let him get away.
Who are you?
My daughter, Claire Monroe.
All right. Now, who are you?
Danny Pearson. Do you have to use that light?
Keep him covered, Dave. What are you doing here?
Stopped here for the night. They rent rooms to tourists. I don't recommend it.
Where do you live?
Cincinnati?
What do you do for a living?
Newspaper reporter. I was on my way here to cover the Carter break. Here's my press card.
Now, let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel J. Pearson, Cincinnati Gazette.
How are you?
All right, take it back. Where'd you get this car?
I borrowed it from another reporter in Cincinnati.
Okay.
I told you he was the man you're looking for. Don't let him fool you with a good story.
He's not fooling us, lady. He's not the man we're looking for. The guy we want is at least 45 years old. This fellow isn't even 30 yet. Well, I guess I made a mistake all around.
Just a minute. Sheriff, you looking for a murderer?
I'm always looking for a murderer.
All right, then. Go ahead, Claire. Tell her.
What? Oh, Danny,
Go ahead. Has to come out sooner or later.
Come on, young lady. If there's anything to tell, let's have it.
Well, that woman, my foster mother, murdered my father.
What? Are you crazy?
No. No, last night I heard a shot. And then this morning when I came down, she said he'd gone away, out west. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't.
But he did. I found the note he left on the old typewriter in the hall when I came down this morning.
Did you hear the shot, too?
I don't know. I thought I dreamed it.
She heard it all right. She killed him. Danny and I just found the body buried up in the woods.
What? Oh, no. No.
All right. Keep her covered, Al.
Wait a minute, officer. If this woman had murdered her husband, why did she take the chance of giving me a room tonight, knowing that I might learn something? Why wouldn't she have run away? Or killed the girl, too, to cover up?
But Danny...
On the other hand, Claire here never once mentioned going to the police about the murder. She was willing to run away with me a few minutes ago, even though she thought I was a murderer. And she knew exactly where the body was buried. She could have written the note to her mother.
Danny, you mean you think I...
Yes, I do. Officer, this is the woman you want. She murdered her foster father.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's tale. Meantime, because yesterday marked the opening of a 6 weeks drive to check auto brakes, sponsored by the International Association of Chiefs of Police, Signal Oil Company believes you'll want full information on just what this drive means to you. With today's cars averaging 7 years old, faulty brakes are threatening to increase America's already large number of traffic accidents, which kill over 20,000 men, women, and children per year, injure another 800,000, and cost $1.25 billion. What's more, when a car is damaged or wrecked in an accident today, parts are often not available to repair it, and there are no new cars to replace it. So it means an even further strain on the transportation America must have to see us through the war. That's why traffic officers in every state plan to check every car involved in a moving traffic violation or accident. So the time to have the safety of your brakes checked by a competent brake expert is now. Your cooperation in this brake drive may prevent an accident that could cost you your car or your life. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Danny turned out to be quite a detective, didn't he? He saw through Claire all the time and figured the whole thing out. But wait, did he? Well, not exactly. Because, you see, when they dug up the grave at the edge of the woods, they found Mr. Monroe's clothes, but the body was someone else's. In fact, when the police identified it, it was the body of Killer Carter. Yes, Killer Carter, escaped convict. And when they'd put out a dragnet and caught up with Claire's very much alive foster father, they got the whole story. Danny had figured it exactly right once. Killer Carter had stopped at the tourist home late that night. Neither Claire nor her foster mother knew about it. When the old man started to pull his usual robbery, Carter caught him. In the struggle, Carter was shot and killed in self-defense. But not knowing who his victim was, Mr. Monroe got scared, buried him after changing clothes with him, wrote the note to his wife, and took off in Carter's stolen car. Knowing nothing of Carter's presence in the house, Claire had suspected her mother, and Mrs. Monroe had suspected Claire of murdering a man who wasn't dead and was a fugitive from a crime that wasn't a crime in the police books, the killing of an escaped convict in self-defense.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with story by John Hayes, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting you let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Man on the Run.
It's night, but the usually quiet countryside near Connorsville is far from quiet. The man on the run could hear the sharp, baying cry of the dog as he pushed through the marsh waters and darted behind a protective growth, drew back into the shadows, panting and fighting for breath as he peered out, saw the unmistakable glint of moonlight on a sheriff's badge, and knew that only a few feet away from him, calling out orders, was an officer of the law, determined, persistent. You wonder if it's all over, don't you, Corey? If the dogs will somehow catch the scent, even though the marsh water has helped you so far. You'll be caught if the dogs change their course, and let the sheriff and his troopers know how very close they are. You wait, frenzied and afraid, and listen as someone approaches the sheriff.
What? Who's there?
Just me, Sheriff.
Oh.
I got the farm adjoining here. Wondered what's up.
Oh, robbery. Ainsford's place up on the hill.
Oh.
The old lady surprised the thief, tried to stop him. But he shot her down with her own gun.
She's dead? Old Mrs. Ainsford?
Well, she sure is. We'll get him. Got away into this marsh here.
You've got the dogs covering it?
Uh-huh. Servant there on the place saw him run in.
Dogs will have trouble, won't they? All this water.
Well, it's not making it any easier for them. But my men are fanning out, surrounding the swamp.
Poor old Miss Ainsford. Why, I was talking to her only the other day. Never could see why she didn't have her niece or somebody staying with her.
I know. Just the servant and the chauffeur.
The chauffeur was away, too, tonight?
Yeah, that's right.
And the servant, did he get a look at the man, Sheriff? A good look? So that you know who he is?
No, that's one thing against us. We don't know the killer, but we'll get him. I say, those dogs are working fine. This would happen in one of the few really heavy marsh areas in California.
And the woods adjoining. Won't be easy, Sheriff. Sure like to help.
Why, you knew Mrs. Ainsford pretty well?
Sure did. Sold her that house when she moved here. That's why you're facing this marsh problem right now. She liked it. Reminded her of the swamps down south.
Oh? Well, I'll settle for good solid ground, thank you. Especially when I'm conducting a manhunt. Guess I'd better get over there.
I'll go along if you don't mind.
All right, come ahead. Oh, but be careful. This man's desperate. He's dangerous.
Yes, Corey, you are desperate, aren't you? With the only relief you can feel resting in the sheriff's remark that they don't know who the killer is. They will know, won't they? And soon, you're certain of that. Yes. Just as soon as they begin to wonder where the chauffeur is. Search his room. Your room, Corey. They'll find the packed suitcase. Realize that you had to run when old Mrs. Ainsford interrupted your planned theft. They'll be able to put two and two together very quickly. And it will add up to Corey Evans, wanted for murder.
I've got to get away. I've got to get away. A train. can only make it.
Yes, Corey, it's a chance, your only chance. And you start off toward the railroad tracks, running, half stumbling through the trees and the brush. And then you break into the clear and hurry alongside of the tracks, praying that it's a freight train, that it's moving slowly enough. And then...
Hey, stop in the name of the law. Put your hands up, you.
I'll put him up all right. Oh, you don't...
All right, come on, get up. Get up, on your feet.
Sure.
Come on.
What's this all about?
Never mind, Doc. You ran out of the marsh, didn't you?
I thought I saw somebody looking for a killer, you know.
Sure are. You.
Well, wait a minute.
I suppose you weren't running. But you didn't try to knock me out. Come on, you might as well tell you're explaining to the sheriff.
Oh, you get away. I tell you, I did see somebody.
Listen, I wasn't born yesterday. You got any identification?
Sure. Oh, wait a minute. This has slipped out of my pocket here. Probably around the ground here.
You didn't drop anything, buddy. Come on, let's get going.
You look up at him, Corey. See the glaring light of the approaching southbound train. It is a freight. And the deputy looking toward it momentarily is blinded a little by the light. Quickly, your hand clutches at some sand and gravel, and you hurl it full into his face. The train starts past. You leap for the open door of a boxcar.
I made it. I made it.
Yes, Corey, you've made it. And luckily it's headed south toward Denton, the next town where your girlfriend lives. You're sure she'll help you. You'll have to drop off there anyway, won't you, Corey? Because even the darkness of this boxcar won't mean very much when that deputy gets a report back to the others and they phone ahead about you. You finally lean out, see that you're approaching the outskirts of Denton. You slip off the train, straighten your clothes as best you can, and calmly walk down the main street of the town to a movie theater and approach the ticket window.
Yes, sir. How many, please?
I wanted to talk to Jenny. How come she's not selling tickets?
Oh, Jenny wasn't feeling well. I sent her home.
Oh, I see. Yeah, thanks. Jenny. Jenny.
Yes?
Jenny, it's me. It's Corey.
Corey, what do you want?
Please, Jenny, let me in. I gotta talk to you.
Go away. You shouldn't have come here.
I said, now let me in.
I don't want to talk to you. I've heard all about it.
What'd you hear?
I heard it all just now on the radio. You killed her, didn't you? An old woman.
Quiet, will you? You don't understand. Jenny, we've meant a lot to each other. You gotta help me now.
I won't. You always said you'd take that money. Now you've done it. But you've also taken a life. Poor Mrs. Ainsford. She never hurt anybody.
You be quiet, Jenny.
Let go of me. Let go. I'm sick.
I didn't get any money, Jenny. She surprised me. I had to run.
So they said on the radio. You're a fugitive.
I need some money. Where's your purse?
I'm not giving you anything. I won't help a fugitive.
Give me that purse.
No.
Give it to me, I said. Keep quiet or you get worse. Nothing in here, huh?
I told you there's nothing. I'm glad.
Listen to me, Jenny. I'm not giving up. You are going to help. You got a telephone here, haven't you?
Yes, it's right over there, but...
Come on. I'm going to call the theater where you work.
Theater?
Get on the phone, Jenny. I'll tell you what to say. You're going to ask a little favor of your boss.
No.
You heard me. Go on. Get to that phone. Dial that number.
It won't do you any good. It won't, Corey.
Here. Dial.
Oh.
Tell him you need some money. A relative or somebody, a doctor bill to meet you. Want an advance on your salary down there. See?
Corey, you're a fool. He'll come here.
Tell him not to. Tell him you'll come after it.
But I'm sick, Corey. I can't. Hello, Mr. McLean? This is Jenny.
Good girl. Go on. Put the bite on him.
Oh, yes, I'm all right. Just a bad cold. What?
Sick relative. Tell him about the sick relative.
Well, Mr. McLean, I've got to ask a favor of you.
Yeah.
There's a relative of mine, my cousin. He needs some money for medical attention. Quite a bit of money.
That's it.
I was wondering if I could
get an advance on my salary. What? Well, I don't know.
$100, tell him.
Well, would $100 be too much to loan me? What? Yes, Mr. McLean. All right, I'll wait.
What is it? What's wrong?
He's just going to check, see how much he has on hand.
Okay. If it has to be less, that's all right, too, Jenny.
This is the last thing I'll ever do for you, Corey.
That's what you think. Maybe you might even come along with me when I leave this bird.
You'd have to drag me.
Yeah, I might even arrange that. What's keeping that guy?
I told you. He said he had to look in the safe and check the receipt.
Look, if either of you try to pull anything on
How
me,
can I do anything?
I don't know, but I don't... Hang up. Don't answer it.
Jenny? Oh, Jenny?
Who is it?
The landlady. Oh, it's no use, Corey.
Tell her to go away. Tell her you're sick. Go on!
Hi, I'm sick, Mrs. Jams. What do you want?
There's something wrong with most of the refrigerators, dear. I wondered if I could come in and take a look at yours.
No. Tell her to beat it. Come back in the morning. Tell her.
Could you come back in the morning, Mrs. Jams? I really don't want to get up.
Well, I suppose so. Very well, I'll come in tomorrow.
There's something fishy. Something wrong out there.
Corey, you might as well give up. You won't get away with it with killing somebody.
Shh. Come on, open up, young lady, right now. This is the police.
Announcers are always giving you good reasons for buying this or trying that. But tonight I'd like to suggest that you try something just for the fun of it. Try just one tankful of Signal Ethyl, just for the sheer fun it will put into your driving. Experience the fun of seeing how quickly Signal Ethyl makes even cold engines spring to life the instant you touch the starter. Feel the fun of having the back of your seat nudge you forward as Signal Ethyl's peppy pickup steps your car proudly out front. And hear the fun of hushed, obedient power as Signal Ethyl floats you in high over hills that used to call for shifting. Oh, sure, you can get along with less fun than you get from the premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline. But wouldn't you like to know just how smartly your car will perform on the super fuel that's engineered to get the best out of any car of any age? In short, wouldn't you, just for fun, like to fill up next at a Signal station with Signal Ethyl?
It's a dread, frightening moment, isn't it, Corey? After killing old Mrs. Ainsford, your employer, in an unsuccessful attempt to rob her, now with the police pounding on the door of your girlfriend's room, you wonder if your frenzied flight has been to no avail, if they'll break in, drag you off to jail and certain death. It's been a terrible few hours, hasn't it, Corey? The chase through the swamp near Connorsville, the struggle with the sheriff's deputy, your train ride to Denton, and the argument with Ginny, your girlfriend. She doesn't want to help, does she? No one does. You're certain that the police are here because the manager of the theater recognized you when you asked for Ginny. After hearing the newscast, he must have informed the police. And now he's stalled Ginny on the telephone, giving the police time to get here. And it all means something else, doesn't it, Corey? Yes. It means that your description and identity are well known by now. Corey Evans, the man wanted for murder. But there's still a chance, isn't there, Corey? The window and the fire escape. Only you can get another start on it.
Open up, lady. We'll break in if you don't.
Stall him, Jenny, please.
You're low and contemptible. I won't help you anymore.
Okay, Jenny, don't help me. But I haven't lost yet, not when there's a fire escape. So long, sweetheart.
You move to the window, raise it higher, and step out. At the second floor level, you stop short. See a police car parked on the other side of the street. You're trapped, aren't you, Corey? Suddenly, you hear a voice coming through the half-open window at your elbow. You look inside the lighted room. It's empty. As you drop inside the bedroom, you can hear the sound of an electric razor close by. You catch a glimpse of a man standing before the bathroom mirror. Close the window. Your eyes wander around the room and finally settle on the wallet lying on the night table.
10, 15, 25, 30, 40 bucks. That'll do just fine.
The phone startles you, doesn't it, Corey? You jump back, step quickly into a closet, and leave the door slightly ajar.
Hello? Oh, yeah, Betty, yeah. Well, I tried to reach you earlier, but... Huh? No, I won't be able to make it tonight, honey. Business. Look, I gotta think of the airline. Okay, so I just got one beat-up C-47 to my name. But to me, it's an airline. Or at least the start of one. Oh, I gotta fly down to San Diego. I'm leaving in another hour. Oh, I can't put it off, Betty. A contract's a contract. Yeah, Benson and Hewitt Company, flying some new equipment for 'em. Well, you know, old man Benson, he wouldn't hold still for... Oh, but... Yeah, but look, baby, I... Hello? Hello? Okay, get so. What a day.
You can't help smiling, can you, Corey? As you watch him walk back to the bathroom, mumbling to himself. Then, with his wallet safely tucked away in your pocket, you tiptoe across the room, slip out the apartment door, hurry downstairs, step into an empty linen room, wait until you're certain the police have left, and then walk quickly to the bus depot.
When's the next bus due in?
Well, that depends on which way you're heading, mister.
South.
Well, let me see. There's a bus due in 10 minutes. Farmington, Delhaven.
Delhaven, yeah.
Okay. Yep, here you are. That'll be $1.20. Hey, mister.
Never mind. Forget it.
The police car pulling up in front of the bus station starts you on the run again, doesn't it, Corey? You slip out the side door, spring down the darkened street, and finally blocks away, stop long enough to catch your breath. It's not going to be easy getting out of Denton, is it? The police are watching the bus station. They'll be at the train depot, too. You're certain of that. And then an idea hits you. You pull the wallet from your pocket. The wallet you picked up in the apartment earlier. The identification shows that it belonged to Charles Trent. Charlie, who told his girlfriend that he was flying down to San Diego. Yes. You recall that it was for the Benson Hewitt Company. It's a chance, isn't it, Corey? You'll have to use another name, any name. But other than that, it will just take a phone call, won't it?
Charles Trent?
Yeah, that's right.
This is Mr. Cartwright, J.B. Cartwright. I'm with the Benson Hewitt Company.
Oh, yes, Mr.
Cartwright.
Cartwright, yeah.
Just got through talking with Benson. He wants me back in San Diego right away.
Oh, is that so?
Mr. Benson said since you're flying down there tonight, I might...
Come along with me? Well, sure thing, Mr. Cartwright.
Good. Let me see. You're leaving at 11, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Of course, I don't have to leave right on the dot.
Mm-hmm. 10:40 now. How long is it going to take me to get out to the field?
Are you calling from town?
Yeah, the corner of Center and Pringle.
Oh. Well, it shouldn't take you more than 20 minutes or so. Just turn off the main highway 3 miles past Denton at the signal service station.
Yeah, I know. See you at 11, Charlie.
You know the place, don't you, Corey? Yes, Groves Field. A small private airport just a few miles away. perfect, isn't it? And you're sure the police won't be watching there. You enter a sandwich shop, order, and as you sip your coffee, you can't help overhearing the conversation of the waitress and the truck driver sitting next to you.
Yeah, well, that's what Gus said. I don't know. He ran into a roadblock on the way in, a few miles back at the top of the grade.
That's so? Who are the cops looking for?
Some guy who knocked off an old lady over in Cornersville, but they really got a dragnet up for him. I'd say he ain't got a chance.
Why'd he knock off the old dame? Dough?
What else? Only he almost got grabbed. Had to skip out without getting a dime.
Yeah, I hope they get him.
Oh, don't worry, they will, sooner or later. More coffee?
Yeah, half a cup. I gotta shove off in a few minutes.
Okay.
The cops hold me up for any time at that roadblock, I'm gonna have trouble keeping on schedule.
How about you, mister? More coffee?
No, thanks. I'm in a hurry. I take care of the coffee.
Yeah, it sure does, mister.
A roadblock, Corey. It complicates things, doesn't it? But you've got to get through somehow and reach the airfield. Then a solution hits you. The truck driver. You hurry out to his truck, unfasten the rear canvas, slip inside, and wait. In a minute, the truck is racing south along the highway. And then as it starts up the grade, you know the roadblock is not far ahead. As the truck slows down for the climb, you let yourself off. Start running across the open field to avoid the patrolman. A few minutes before 11, you arrive at the airport. Find a man in coveralls tinkering with one of the engines of a tired-looking C-47.
Hello there.
Oh, howdy.
Charlie Trent around?
Nope. Can I help you? I'm his partner.
My name is Cartwright. I'm with Benson Hewitt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, glad to know you. Anything I can do for you, Mr. Cartwright?
No. See, I'm making the trip, too.
Oh? Charlie didn't say nothing about any passengers.
I told him just a while ago. Mr. Benson suggested it.
Oh, I didn't mean it wasn't okay with me, Mr. Cartwright. Only if I'd known, I'd have fixed up a seat for you. Not much room in there with the cargo we're hauling.
That's all right. I'll manage.
Yeah, not much of a trip down to San Diego anyway. Over before you know it.
Sure.
You been working for Benson Hewitt very long?
No.
We think old Mr. Benson's quite a guy.
Yeah, I think he's fine. Good man to work for.
Yeah, and a good man to do business with. You're a salesman, that it?
Well, I'm more of a field representative.
All right. I guess you do business all over the state of California.
That's right, yeah. What do you do for excitement around here? It's pretty quiet.
Yeah, sure is. Charlie makes out. Kind of a Romeo, he thinks.
Yeah?
Me? I'm getting old. I just listen to the radio.
Oh?
News, mostly. Been too busy loading the plane tonight, though. What's the word today?
Same old stuff. Higher taxes again.
Well, guess I better get up front, warm up the ship. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah. You think Charlie will be along soon?
Sure. Any minute now.
You stand by, watch the mechanic as he climbs aboard the plane, warms up the engines. The minutes drag by, and the nervousness within you mounts. You're anxious to get away, aren't you, Corey? Yes. And you keep glancing at your watch. 11:15. 11:20. And no sign of Charlie Trent.
Can't understand what's holding him up, Mr. Cartwright. He's generally right on time.
Maybe if you phone his apartment.
Nah, he wouldn't be there now. I got a hunch.
Yeah?
Maybe I do know what's keeping him.
Oh?
Dame. His girlfriend.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Charlie had a date with her tonight. I know he was kind of worried about breaking it. Oh, here he comes now.
What?
That convertible coming across the strip. That's Charlie's car.
Oh, at last, huh?
Okay, Mr. Cartwright, let's hop aboard. We'll be airborne before you know it.
Fine. That's just fine.
Assuming that the tires on your car are guaranteed, let me ask you a question. In case of tire failure, where would you have to go to get an adjustment on that guarantee? Would you have to go back to the same store where you bought the tire? or to a limited number of outlets in a limited number of cities, open perhaps only during daytime business hours? Not so if your tires are Lee tires. No, indeed. Regardless of where you buy Lee tires, you can drive into any signal station throughout the 7 Pacific Coast states from Canada to Mexico, and they'll cheerfully make good on the Lee guarantee. Or if you're traveling east, you can stop at any of 19,000 Lee tire dealers throughout the entire country, and they'll honor the famous double guarantee on Lee Super Deluxe passenger tires. Guaranteed 15 months against all road hazards, guaranteed for life against defects in workmanship and materials. Well, friends, I don't need to tell you what a satisfaction it is to know your tires are backed by such a generous guarantee that follows you wherever you drive. And this extra satisfaction can be yours at no extra cost if you'll just make sure your next tires are Lee tires, bought from any Lee tire dealer or Signal service station.
You congratulate yourself, don't you, Cora, as you follow the mechanic aboard the plane. Settle yourself as comfortably as you can. In almost no time, you're certain you'll be in San Diego, where you can use the wallet you stole from Charlie Trent to establish a new identification. You can use the money, too, after you've escaped the police dragnet. Suddenly, the plane's engines are turned off. A few moments later, Charlie Trent comes aboard, followed by an officer in uniform.
Hello, Mr. Cartwright.
Hello. You must be Charlie Trent.
That's right. And this is Sergeant Stratton, Highway Patrol. Oh, Sergeant, this man fits the description of that killer Corey Evans pretty well, doesn't he?
May I see your identification, Mr. Cartwright?
Identification?
Maybe you don't have any, huh?
Well, now, see here. What's the meaning of
all right, hold it, you two. Your identification, Mr. Cartwright.
Well, you see, officer,
Oh, save it, Evans. We just talked to Mr. Benson on the phone in the airport office. He never heard of Mr. Cartwright.
You called Benson?
I had to get him to identify me.
Identify you?
Yeah. You know, you almost got away with this. I never would have called Benson, but when the police stopped me at the roadblock back there and asked to see my identification, well, I didn't have any. You see, somebody stole my wallet.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you, the USO, which serves as a home away from home for our boys in uniform, is one of the many worthy services you'll be helping this year when you contribute to the current Community Chest campaign. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Lamont Johnson, Gigi Pearson, Bill Boucher, Larry Dobkin, Joe Gilbert, Herbert Litton, and Britt Wood. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Adrian John Doe, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday, when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler, entitled 3 minus 1 equals Murder, in which an excitingly beautiful young woman turns an accidental meeting into the prelude for a bold murder scheme. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, The Whistler's strange story, Murder in Haste.
Elbert Taylor was 2 people. To the Cafe Society crowd in Miami, he was the charming young husband of a silver fortune from Denver, aged 45, amply mature and a little crotchety. To his wife, Helen, the silver fortune, he was something else again, an unpleasant little boy whose unpleasantness had to be bought off with $100 bills instead of chewing gum. This made for friction, of course. After 3 years of marriage, Helen was heartily sick of both Alberts and more careful with the $100 bills. And Albert, too, had reached the saturation point. As a matter of fact, the unpleasant little boy was on the verge of a tantrum.
Albert, is that you?
Yeah?
Albert, I'm awfully upset.
Oh, what now?
My bracelet, the diamond and emerald one. I put it in the drawer of my vanity last night, after the party.
Well, what about it?
It's gone. I've questioned the servants, and they don't...
Did you, call the police?
No.
Good.
What do you mean?
I told you I'd get money somewhere, Helen.
You took it.
Of course I took it.
I see. And what did you do with it?
I sold it, of course.
Oh!
What did you expect? Think I'm going to sit up and beg you for every time I need $5?
Oh!
Sure, that's what you want, isn't it? Come on, come all. Watch Albert, the trained terrier. Eats, sleeps, walks, talks, thinks like a human being.
That's enough, Albert.
You bet it's enough. I'm sick of it. I'm through being your favorite charity.
You don't know how right you are.
Well, what does that mean?
It's very simple. I'm going to call the police and tell them you've stolen my bracelet.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't be ridiculous.
Get away from me.
Give me that phone.
Let go of my hand.
Why, you nagging, Mr. Disagreeable.
Albert! Albert! I'm sorry.
You want to watch me jump, don't you? You want to crack the whip and watch me jump.
Albert! You're hurting me.
Yes.
Let go, please.
I'll hurt you, all right.
Oh, Albert!
I'd like to shake you until... I'd like to shake you until your teeth fall out, you... There!
Well, Albert, why don't you do something? Why don't you go over there to the hearth and help her up? Or perhaps you're not as dazed as you look, standing there in the middle of the room. Maybe even now you realize Helen isn't going to get up because she struck her temple on the andiron when you hurled her across the room. Yes, Albert, she's lying there so very still because she's dead.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Murder in Haste, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. When you see those big new Signal billboards that say, "Go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline,"
Remember, it's power that puts more mileage into new Signal gasoline. Amazingly increased power that chemists created by actually rearranging the atoms in gasoline molecules. You'll notice Signal's power first in the way your motor springs to life the instant you touch the starter. You'll notice Signal's power again in the way your car steps ahead in traffic with pickup that makes you proud. And you'll notice it in the knock-free purr of your motor on hills, steep ones that you'll breeze up in high. Yes, new Signal gasoline is packed with the kind of performance that makes even old cars feel young again. But while you're enjoying this performance, don't forget the amazing power in new Signal gasoline that makes this performance possible also makes new Signal, more than ever, the Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to every lubrication point on your car and specifies which of Signal's the Whistler. 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have for long, trouble-free service. But they don't even stop there, no sir. Just to make doubly sure, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double Check Lubrication. That's the kind of service you want these days, when your car has to last until who knows when. And that's the kind of service you'll get from your friendly neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Albert, for the first time since that awful night in Miami. Yes, you feel relaxed. It's over now, isn't it? The hound, Albert. There'll be no more ugly squabbles over money. No the fear, the dagger hanging over your head. They're gone. No more jumping through hoops for Helen. Because the last argument was now. You said final, wasn't it? So final that Helen lies dead in front of the hearth. A minute later, down in a chair by the sergeant's desk, later, you've decided on the only course of action can start to tell him the whole impossible. You leave her in her thing.
And then I wandered
to the bedroom and locked the door. The servants in their separate quarters are used to you
around the streets all night.
For arguments and probably have paid no...
I thought about running away again.
No attention.
And then it all seemed so useless.
2 hours and 20 minutes later, you're standing on the observation platform.
So you came into the station and spilled it, huh?
Of the limited express bound for Jackson.
Aren't you going over there?
We've been there. Found her an hour.
Jacksonville and points north.
You did it.
I see. You made...
Nice night.
Oh, as well know that she's not my wife.
Yeah, we know that, Mr.
I didn't hear you come up.
Sorry. I said it was a nice night.
Yeah.
I saw you running for the train when we...
Jameson, she was your assistant in Buenos Aires.
What?
You were pulling out. Just made it, didn't you?
Yeah, it's kind of close, all right.
You say she was shaking you down, huh?
You been in Miami long?
No.
What'd she have on you?
My assistant. No, been fishing off the Keys just a week or so.
I see.
Oh, that's right, your assistant. Have you,
My name's Ricketts.
Glad to know you. I'm, Brown, Richard...
had a lapse of memory or something, Jameson?
The assistant? Brown.
Uh-huh. You going up to New York, Brown?
Yes, I
Now,
remember.
tell me, Jameson, what was she threatening to take to the police?
That's right. Well,
Police. Okay.
I guess I'll be getting in...
Hey, but a 3-year-old would have known it was a bluff.
Side, Ricketts.
Good idea. I'll go with you.
That's the last thing in the world she would have done.
No, you don't know her. She would have done anything.
Not if it meant her neck, pal.
Huh?
You knew it the minute he opened his mouth.
You have got a bum memory, Jameson. It was all over Buenos Aires 6 months ago. She's wanted down there. For murder.
Didn't you, Albert? Ricketts is a plainclothes cop. And there can be only one reason why he's so interested in you. He's right behind you as you walk back through the train to your seat. And you're wondering if he'll sit beside you when you stop there. Then when you're 10 feet from it, it hits you. You realize why he's following you. Your luggage with your initials E.T. on it is in the baggage rack over the seat, and Ricketts is just waiting.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler
For you to stop there, you hold your breath and keep on
will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast
going.
Brown?
Yeah?
Isn't this yours?
for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal Gate,
Why, no. I have a compartment up ahead.
gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories.
Oh, I see. Well, good night, Brown.
Good night.
And by your neighborhood signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Eleanor Beeson, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
There's only one place to go, the club car and the bar, where you can sit for a minute and think.
Yes, sir? Make it a Manhattan, dry.
Dry? Manhattan. Right, sir.
Thank you. Oh, is this your magazine here?
That whistle.
What? Oh, no.
May I look at it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar
You going to New York?
Yes.
yellow and black circle signs
Well, it'll be cold up there this time of year.
that identify those popular Signal Oil stations
A lot of snow and all that.
in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I suppose so.
You know, I'm as excited as a kid. I haven't seen snow for an age. Matter of fact, I haven't set foot in America for, well, 5 years. Oh, it's great to be back. I get a kick out of just talking to Americans again.
Yeah.
I was sitting in my compartment a few minutes ago and
You
thinking
have a compartment?
Oh, yeah, a couple of cars ahead.
My name's Brown, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson.
Jameson? Wait a minute, you're not the mystery writer.
I'm afraid I am, yes.
Here you are, sir. Dry Manhattan.
Oh, thank you. Well, here's to you, Mr.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Say, Jameson, why don't we go to your compartment? Be quieter there. We could have the drinks sent
Why,
in.
of course, if you'd like.
Yes, Albert, the compartment would be quieter. And you'd feel a little more comfortable, particularly since you noticed your friend Mr. Ricketts stroll into the bar and sit down, still hunting for the occupant of your seat, no doubt. Mr. Jameson finds the compartment pleasanter, too.
Well, a man can't stay forever in Buenos Aires and continue to write for the American public. Has to keep in touch, you know. Don't you think so?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. So you say you left Buenos Aires, huh?
Yes, planned to anyway, but made it a little earlier on account of that nasty business with my assistant.
Oh, yes, I see.
Oh, I'll probably go back in a year or so. Did you ever read anything of mine, Brown?
I can't say I've done much reading in the detective storyline. You have a serial running in one of the magazines right now, haven't you?
Yes. Murder in Haste. I don't suppose you're reading it.
no, I'm sorry. If I'd known I was going to meet the author, I'd have boned up on it.
Oh, don't apologize, Brown. Well, how about a nightcap before we turn in, eh?
Oh, it's early yet, Jameson. Surely you're not going to give up the ship so soon.
Well, I've got to confess I'm a little bush. I've been rattling on like a magpie all evening. Yeah, there you are.
Oh, thanks. Wow, that's beautiful brandy.
None better. Well, Brown, what'll we drink to?
Oh.
I have it. It's a crime, Brown. Mighty profitable business, for me at least. Yeah, here's to crime. You know, that's odd. Murder is my business, and yet I've never in my life seen a murdered man.
Fact?
No, never been in a police court. Hardly ever known a policeman.
What?
I'm really sort of a phony when you get right down to it. Well, Brown, it's been great talking to you, but
Tell me more about your agent. You were saying you've never met him personally?
Oh, Farrell. Well, he's a great agent. I've often wondered what he looks like. Sometimes I think he must be a magician with a long beard, the way he pulls royalties out of a hat. Sold my leading character to a radio series.
Well, you've never even been to New York?
Never. Probably the only man in the business who can say that. Well, Brown, it's close to midnight,
look, Jameson, what about this serial you're running? Maybe you could bring me up to date on it. And
I'll tell you about it tomorrow, Brown. Right now, I'm awfully tired.
Oh, it's early yet.
Now, see here, I don't want to be rude, but I'll have to ask you to... Good Lord, what's that?
They're trying to stop it.
Stop the train!
Back up!
An open switch, a signal down, and the southbound local is suddenly there on the same track without warning. It's over in a split second, and then you open your eyes, Albert. You're all right, miraculously safe, in the tangled network of steel and splintered wood that used to be a Pullman car. And there's Leslie Jameson. He wasn't so lucky, Albert. There's nothing you can do for him now. The other end of the coach is in flames, and they're moving toward you. Finally, you manage to get out.
I gotta get out. Through this window. What's this glass?
Here, let me help you.
Oh.
Give me a hand.
That's it. Oh, thanks.
You all right?
I think so. I'm a little dizzy.
Oh, sure. Oh, it's you, Mr. Brown.
Oh, Ricketts.
Yeah, you're lucky. This coach got it worst of all. Look at that fire.
Yeah, got out just in time.
Hey, that fellow you were drinking with at the bar went to your compartment with you. He's still in there?
My compartment?
Pretty sure he's Albert E. Taylor, murdered his wife in Miami. Is he still there?
No. No, he left a few minutes before the crash.
Well, you better get on ahead, Mr. Brown. I gotta give him a hand here. Can you make it up to the crossing?
Yeah.
There's a highway restaurant up there.
Sure. I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay, Brown. Take it easy.
Oh, well.
Well, Albert, you stand there dazed for a minute, watching the fire move closer. Then you decide to take a chance. Crawl back to Leslie Jameson's body, take his wallet, his ring and watch, exchange them for your ring and watch, engraved, "To Albert with all my love, Helen." Then as the flames move close, you find his briefcase and bag and crawl out with him. 10 minutes later, you stagger into the highway restaurant at the grade crossing.
Say, wonder if you fellas can help me.
Hurt, mister? We got the doc in the back room. Come on.
No, I'm all right. I just want to get out of here. I thought I could hire a car or get a bus to New York.
You were in the wreck?
Yeah.
Say, I'm the AP correspondent here. Could you give me your name?
I'm Leslie Jameson.
Leslie Say, aren't you the fellow who writes those murder mysteries?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if that ain't a coincidence, Frank. Only last night you and me made that bet.
Yeah, now we can settle it once and for all.
Yeah, we was betting which one would turn out to be the murder in that serial you're running in the Post.
Oh, well, that's very flattering. Now, I wonder if you could help me about the bus,
Say, Mr. Jameson, could you give us an advance tip on the murderer?
Yeah, then we won't have to wait for the magazine to come out tomorrow.
Who was it, Mr. Jameson?
Who?
Well, I don't think that would be... fast cup of coffee, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, Ricketts.
Oh, pretty rough out there. 3 cars gone. What are you guys standing around here for? You been out there and looked at it?
Well, I gotta stand by the
I'm
counter.
a reporter, pal, and I'm getting a story. Or I was until
Skip
you...
it. How do you feel, Brown?
Brown? That's Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Huh? I thought your name was Brown.
Well, of course Well, you know how it is.
Here's your coffee.
Thanks. No, Mr. Brown, I don't know how it is. How is it?
Leslie Jameson, famous mystery story writer.
Well?
Traveling incognito,
Well,
narrowly escaped death.
You see, Ricketts, I didn't want to... Oh, I get it.
We've been reading Mr. Jameson's serial in the Post, Murder in Haste. Had a little bet with Frank here on who the murderer was.
Oh, I can tell you that. I read the last installment last night.
Hey, yeah?
Sure. Got it at a newsstand in Miami.
Well, we ain't got it here yet. Well, Mr. Jameson, who done it?
Well, I don't want to spoil the story for you. You ought to finish.
Afraid we won't buy another copy of the magazine?
Yeah, come on, Jameson.
Well, it's a matter of ethics. A writer
What do you
can-
mean, ethics? I know how it ends.
Sure, Jameson. I can tell the boys I got it straight from the author's mouth. Come on, now, what goes?
Well, I don't want...
I got you a car, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. I'll be right with you. Hey, you guys know anyone who wants to go to New York? I got a car and I want someone to share the driving.
Well, Jameson here
Sure,
wants
you
to
said
go.
you were going to New York, didn't you, Jameson?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Well, you can come with me, huh? Give me a hand with the driving. Come on.
All right.
Oh, but first, give him a break. Tell him who the murderer was.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's against my principles.
Well, it's your business. Come on. Hey, it was the old lady did it. You got hotel space in New York, Jameson?
No, not yet. I thought I'd arrange that when I arrived.
You haven't been around much lately, I see. Probably isn't a room to be had.
That bad?
Worse. But I think I might be able to fix you up at the Midtown. I know the manager there.
No, I couldn't possibly.
Oh, forget it, Jameson. Glad to help you out. Can you fix him up, Walter?
Oh, I think so. Just sign the register, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Look, I don't want to put you out.
Oh, nonsense. We're honored, Mr. Jameson. I'm a mystery fan myself. I want to tell you that Murder in Haste has me fooled right up to the last page. Oh, Peters.
Yes, sir?
This is Mr. Leslie Jameson. Now, get the boys over. I want to take a few pictures.
Pictures? No, wait a minute. I don't want any pictures.
Oh, nothing to it, Mr. Jameson. Just a couple of the boys from the Star Express. I know you're tired, but it won't take long. And, Peters.
Yes?
Have some flowers sent up to Mr. Jameson's room. We'll have the pictures taken there. Peters is our press agent, Mr. Jameson. He'll take care of you.
Oh, certainly will, Mr. Jameson. Right this way.
Say, look here, Peters. You look like a reasonable man. I never have my picture taken, and I don't intend to stand for it now.
You just don't know New York newspaper photographers, Mr. Jameson. It's much easier if you give in.
What'll happen if I refuse?
You'll find out. And you did find out, didn't you, Albert? You were helpless. There was nothing you could do. They came, they saw, they took pictures, and all you could do was rage and try to keep your face covered. And that only made a better story for them. They were delighted, Albert. The next day, there are pictures of you in the tabloids, hiding your face under the caption, Leslie Jameson, mystery author, stages publicity scene in room at Midtown Hotel. And to complete the success of your change of identity, the second page of the same paper carries the news that you, Albert Taylor, wanted for the murder of his wife in Miami, perished in the train wreck. You're all mixed up now, aren't you, Albert? But you almost wish Helen was with you again to make the decisions for you like she used to. And then suddenly there's nothing for you to do. The decision is all made.
Yes?
Mr. Jameson?
Yes?
Mrs. Jameson is on her way up.
What?
Your wife. I assumed it would be all right to tell her that,
Never mind.
Hello, Leslie.
Oh, what are you...
Maybe I'd better come in. Well?
Well, what? All right, what you going to do about it?
You're an awfully simple sort, aren't you, Mr. Whatever your name is?
All right, I suppose I am.
How did you expect to get away with it after all the publicity? All right, where is he? What have you done to him?
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Jameson. I can explain.
Maybe you'd better.
Your husband was killed in that train wreck in Florida. I had reasons for wanting to disappear, so I took his identity. I never meant to keep it up. Now, if you'll just...
Just what?
Now, look, there's nothing we can do for your husband. Now he was killed. You believe that, don't you?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to leave town. Now, all I ask is that you forget you ever saw me.
I see.
What are you going to do?
I could go to the police,
No,
of course.
Wait a minute. Wait. I I can make it worth your while to...
Oh, stop simpering. Does anyone know you here in New York?
No.
Well, that's very fortunate. You see, Leslie and I, we didn't get along. As a matter of fact, we'd been separated for some time. He said he was cutting me out of his will. So, with Leslie dead, I don't get anything at all. But with Leslie alive...
Wait a minute. You wouldn't...
Why not? He could retire right now and live off his royalties without doing another lick.
You want me to keep this up?
Of course.
Don't be ridiculous. There are a dozen reasons why I can't. They'll discover it in a week.
You have his baggage?
Yes.
And I know his signature. I can imitate it perfectly. I know his background like a book. You may as well get used to it, Mr. Jameson.
Oh, I tell you, I won't do it. It's the most fantastic thing I ever heard
There's
of.
a Lieutenant Ricketts down in the lobby. You know, he seemed quite interested in our relationship. Of course, if you like, I'll bring him up to date.
All right, Mrs. Jameson.
Oh, darling. Just call me Ruth. Mm-hmm. Ah, there's a dear.
Ruth.
Yes, what is it?
I tell you, this can't go on. You're spending money like a child. $28,000 in 3 months besides the deposits I made to your account. Why, we're behind in the rent. The maid hasn't been paid. Just look at these bills. Look at them. I haven't got a penny.
Are you all through? You know, there's your quarterly royalty check due tomorrow.
That'll only pay part of the bills.
It's not paying any of them, darling. It's going into my account.
Oh, I see. Maybe you've got a fast way of getting out from under these bills?
That's your worry, dear, not mine.
32.
Having trouble.
Oh, nothing at all, sweetheart. It's just that my account's overdrawn by $500.
Of course, you could finish your book, dear.
Sure. Finish the book. Write a Leslie Jameson mystery novel.
Well, then I suppose you'll just have to think of something else.
Ruth, be honest with me. Actually, how long do you intend to carry on with this?
Indefinitely, dear. You know, I know when I have a good thing.
You mean then there's no end?
Oh, there is if you want one. There are always the police, of course.
Will you quit throwing that up to me? You could be decent about it, you know. There could have been plenty without you bleeding me to death.
I think I've been pretty fair
6
with
months
you.
now. No sleep. Hounded day and night. I can't eat.
This isn't getting us anywhere.
Trying to dodge my shadow. I'm getting nowhere. Afraid all the time. This dagger hanging over my head.
Albert, what's happened to you? Albert, get a hold of yourself.
No way out, is there? I'm trapped. Yeah, I run into a corner. There's no way to turn.
Albert, stay
There's no
away
way
from
to
me.
turn, is there?
What are you doing?
No way to turn.
Yes, sir.
You're the desk sergeant?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Well, you can take this down.
What's the matter, pal?
I've just killed my wife.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a word about that extra something you get when you have your car serviced at independently operated Signal gasoline stations. I'm talking about that feeling of confidence and well-being you have as you drive out, knowing that your car has been thoroughly and conscientiously taken care of. You see, Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, do go out of their way to give you the kind of job they're proud to stand back of. When they lubricate your car, for instance, here's what Signal dealers do to make sure not a single point is overlooked. Instead of relying on memory, they check each point against Signal's lubrication chart, which shows every lubrication point on your car and specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have for long, trouble-free service. But they don't even stop there, no, sir. Just to make doubly sure, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double Check Lubrication. That's the kind of service you want these days, when your car has to last until who knows when. And that's the kind of service you'll get from your friendly neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Albert, for the first time since that awful night in Miami, you feel relaxed. It's over now, isn't it? The hounding, the fear, the dagger hanging over your head. They're gone now. You sit down in a chair by the sergeant's desk and start to tell him the whole thing.
And then I wandered around the streets all night. I thought about running away again. And then it all seemed so useless.
So you came into the station and spilled it, huh?
Aren't you going over there?
We've been there. Found her an hour after you did it.
I see. You may as well know that she's not my wife.
Yeah, we know that, Mr. Jameson. She was your assistant in Buenos Aires.
What?
You say she was shaking you down, huh? What'd she have on you?
My assistant.
Oh, that's right, your assistant. Have you, had a lapse of memory or something, Jameson?
The assistant? Yes, I
Now,
remember.
tell me, Jameson, what was she threatening to take to the police? Okay, but a 3-year-old would have known it was a bluff. That's the last thing in the world she would have done.
No, you don't know her. She would have done anything.
Not if it meant her neck, pal.
Huh?
You have got a bum memory, Jameson. It was all over Buenos Aires 6 months ago. She's wanted down there for murder.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Eleanor Beeson, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now for the radio program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. And I'll tell you why. It's because you know who's guilty. You see his every move. You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts. Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's the Whistler for the tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. A question of murder.
The terrible truth underlying it all didn't come to Carol Randolph as a bolt out of the blue. Rather, it came slowly, like the gathering of a summer storm. In the beginning, there was only a gentle rustling, like the movement of the leaves before a wind, more to be sensed than actually seen. Later, there were other signs more threatening, more violent, and at last the storm broke in all its fury. But that was later. It began that first day after the honeymoon when they came back to the old house that held so many memories for Ted. Carol paused, smiling at the threshold, wondering if he would observe the sentimental custom of carrying her across. And he did.
Oh, darling.
But when he'd set her down again, somehow she realized that it had been a mistake.
Ted, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up memories.
No. Forget it, Carol.
Well, we can't entirely, Ted. But she'll never stand in our way, darling. I promise.
I said forget it. I mean, she's dead and gone. And if anything about this house makes you unhappy, I'll tear it down brick by brick.
Yes, in the beginning, it was only something to be sensed. And Carol did try to forget it. But there was no denying that the house seemed to change Ted somehow. The house and the people in it. Even old Mrs. Carter, who had been with Ted's family for so many years, seemed to have a strange reserve about her, a veil something behind the surface of cordiality.
It's a pleasure to welcome you here, Carol. I'm sure Ted will be happier now.
Thank you. He's told me so much about you, Mrs. Carter.
I practically raised him. Then, after his father died and he and Francis came here... Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right, Mrs. Carter. I don't mind talking about Francis, if you want to.
Oh, but I don't. It would be best if...
Mrs. Carter.
Oh, hello, Ted. We were just getting acquainted.
Hello, darling.
I thought maybe you might want to look around the grounds, Carol.
I'd love to. You'll excuse us, Mrs. Carter?
Of course. I've got my work to do. Oh, did Gillis unpack your things?
Gillis? But I told...
Oh, I meant to talk to you about that, Ted. Later?
Yes, of course, Carol. Come along, please, Carol. Now, how about the rose garden first, huh?
Fine. Ted.
Yes, darling?
What was that about Gillis?
Oh, why, nothing, Carol. Nothing for you to worry about. Now, let's look at the ground, shall we?
Oh. Yes, darling, of course.
Good evening, madame.
Oh, hello. You must be Gillis.
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to thank you for putting everything away for me. I appreciate it, Gillis.
It's what I'm supposed to do, madame. Do you want both windows open, madame?
Just that one is fine. Gillis. That's an unusual name.
My name is really Marie, madame. She always called me Gillis. Said it sounded more continental-like.
The first Mrs. Randolph?
That's right. Oh, I'm sorry, madame. I didn't
Gillis,
mean...
let's understand each other. I'm not sensitive about Ted's having been married before. You don't have to feel strange around me. I'm sure we're going to get along just fine.
Oh, then you've spoken to Mr. Randolph about me?
Spoken to him?
Yes. You see, he said that I should be let go.
Oh?
Mrs. Carter says it's because I talk too much. I don't mean to. Words don't come too easy for me, madame. The right ones, I mean. And when they asked me all those questions at the inquest, Mr. Randolph didn't like...
Inquest? Gillis, you don't mean inquest. They only hold an inquest when there's something strange about a death.
I know, madame. And there certainly was something strange about...
Gillis.
Yes, madame?
You may go now. I won't need anything further.
Yes, madame.
Yes, Carol, it all began slowly. But as you watch Gillis shuffle off down the hall, you're conscious of a chill in the air, and in spite of yourself, you shudder slightly before you're able to push it out of your mind and go downstairs to join Ted. But by the following evening, the whole incident is forgotten, as you and Ted entertain Dave Arnold, one of his oldest
I never
friends.
forget that one.
Oh, you two must really have had good times together.
Good and bad, eh, Ted?
Oh, that's right. So I must say you've always managed to get the things you wanted from life. That's a compliment, Carol, from an envious, dyed-in-the-wool bachelor.
Oh, you shouldn't complain, Dave. There's certainly something you can do about that.
No. Too busy with my career.
Oh? Well, Ted's in the district attorney's office, and he found time for marriage.
That's just it. Then mine wants to get in. And you know, when these political machines get entrenched, they can get away with murder.
You make it sound horrible. No defense, darling?
Oh, we don't need one. We put our case up to the voters, remember?
I certainly do. What we need is a Ted Randolph to run our campaign. I couldn't swing you over to our side, could I, Ted? We can promise big things, too.
No, I'm afraid not, Dave. Oh, I'll admit your candidate's all right, but I think our man's a little better.
Well, nothing to do then but dig up some dirt in your past and smear you.
Dave.
No, I'm joking, Carol. Deadly business politics. Oh, say, I've got to run. Big day for me tomorrow.
Well, nice to have you again, Dave.
Yes, and make it more often in the future,
You've got a great deal. The dinner was wonderful. Good night, Ted. Carol.
Good night.
Thanks again.
Good night.
Anytime, Dave. Good night. Was everything all right?
Oh, yes, sure. It's perfect.
You know, I like him.
Dave? Oh, he's all right.
All right. I think he's charming. And he likes you. The way he hangs on every word when you're talking.
Oh, yes. Just waiting for me to make a slip.
A slip? Oh, Ted.
Why, does that surprise you?
Surprise? Well, it shocks me. You're not serious.
Look, darling, I love you, but sometimes you're a little naive. Why, Dave's an old friend, yes, but he's in the opposite political camp. Don't forget that. Why, he'd use anything to get us out of office. And he wasn't kidding when he said he'd smear me if he could.
Ted, you must be exaggerating. Besides, what could he possibly find out about you?
Carol, I've got some work to do. Would you excuse me for a while?
Ted, wait.
Yes?
I've been wanting to talk to you. Tell me, how did you and Francis get along?
Why, we quarreled.
Is that all?
No, once upon a New Year's, there was a girl I met on a trip to St. Louis. Girl I'd known for a long time. After Francis died, I married her. And I love her very much. That's all that's important.
Oh, Ted. Ted, you didn't ever quarrel with Francis about me.
Is that what's worrying you? Why, of course not, darling. Now, forget it, please.
After that, you do try to forget, don't you, Carol? But it isn't that easy. When you go upstairs to your room, Gillis is there. You discover that she's not only talkative, but inquisitive, too. Worst of all, she asks a question that you can't answer. A startling question.
Excuse me, madame. Will Mr. Ben ever come back?
Who's Mr. Ben?
Why, Mr. Randolph's brother. Madame, you've never met him?
Oh, yes, Ted's brother.
I wondered if they had ever patched things up. It was a terrible argument they had, you know, the day Mrs. Randolph died. I'll never forget that shocking way to start a new year.
New Year?
Yeah, it was just a few days after. I remember Mr. Randolph had just come back from a trip from St. Louis. Oh, it was terrible, madame. They had a regular knockdown and drag-out. She came screaming for a divorce.
Divorce?
That's what they quarreled about. Mrs. Randolph said she should rather be dead than go on things being like they were. Poor woman. Little did she know that in less than 12 hours from then, she would be dead.
What did you say, Gillis? When did she die?
The very next morning. Early. Didn't you know, madame? It was an accident. She started to fix her bath and slipped somehow. Tried to grab something to keep from falling and caught a loose wire from the electric heater.
Oh, no.
Yes. And I never have been able to understand how a bare wire could have come loose that way. Oh, it was terrible, madame. She was electrocuted on the spot.
With the prologue of A Question of Murder, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Did you know that contract bridge has become such a popular game it's now played by almost half of the adults in America? Well, that's why Signal Oil Company decided that something should be done for this important group of our listeners. So they had a series of 6 lessons prepared by none other than that famous bridge expert, Robert Lee Johnson, of whom Ely Culbertson says, "No one is better qualified to prepare a course of bridge lessons than Robert Lee Johnson. I recommend these Signal bridge lessons to all who are interested in learning bridge or improving their game." After hearing such praise from Ely Culbertson, you've no doubt like to know where you can get copies of these Signal bridge lessons. The answer is right down at your neighborhood Signal dealers. Each week, a new lesson in this series of 6 is yours for the asking. So be sure to drop by your Signal dealers at least once each week so you won't miss a single one in Signal's series of Contract Bridge in 6 easy lessons. And now back to the Whistler.
The gathering storm is closing in, isn't it, Carol? Like dark, warning clouds before the storm. You're sure now that Ted lied about the argument with Frances, his first wife. He told you it was nothing serious, didn't concern you. But from what Gillis has told you, you're certain the quarrel was over you, and that shortly afterwards, Frances was dead. It's a terrible knowledge you possess, isn't it? Because you don't know what to do about it. The next morning you spend walking around the grounds, going over the whole nightmare in your mind. And then as you start back across the terrace to the house...
Well, hello.
Oh,
You must be the new Mrs. Randolph, huh?
I'm sorry. I don't believe we...
No, my dear, we haven't met. We're going to be real friends. I'm Ben, Ted's brother. Oh, I'm sure he's told you all about Brother Ben.
Oh, yes, certainly. Ted's spoken of you so often, I did wonder when I was going to have the pleasure.
Nice work, Mrs. Randolph. Shall we go in the house? Carol?
Oh, you have talked to Ted about me.
Oh, frankly, no. I simply read the papers. I was going to run down here sooner, but I allowed time for you two to get back from the honeymoon. A few days to get settled. Well, after you, Carol. That's it. My. Place has been all redone, huh? Your ideas?
Why, no. It was like this when I...
Mrs. Carter, I'll bet. Thinks of everything, that woman. Ted's always been a favorite.
Yes, I know. Well, I'm sure you'll want to say hello to Mrs. Carter. She's in the hall. Oh, Mrs.
Oh, don't
Carter.
bother if she's busy. I really don't.
Yes, Carol?
I really wanted a few moments to talk to you. Yes, it's me. The prodigal, the black sheep.
I'm sorry, Mr. Randolph. You can't stay.
Mrs. Carter.
I have my orders.
But why? I'm the...
Oh, so you haven't told her about me, Mrs. Carter. What a rascal I am, a stealer.
Please, Mr. Randolph, don't make it unpleasant for me. I'm hired to do exactly...
No, old girl. Don't get the blood temperature up. I'm not staying. I have a perfectly satisfactory place to stay in town, the Marlborough. Nothing but the best. However, Mrs. Carter.
Yes?
Tell Ted I'll be dropping in, huh? Have to see him. Perhaps tomorrow night?
I'll tell him.
I intend to speak to Ted, too, Ben. You may come tonight if you wish.
Oh, no. Always like to forewarn my brother. He's a planner, you know, Carol. He likes to know just what's going on. Exactly where he's going, dates, times, places. You gotta let him think he's in the driver's seat. Haven't you found it so?
I'm discovering things that I didn't know.
Oh, and your discoveries will be endless. I got to admire the boy, though. You'd think he was the senior, huh? He's a regular little Napoleon Teddy boy. The way he makes circumstances. Brilliant.
Makes the circumstance?
Yeah, you know. Plans. Fixes things. Even covers things up. Eh, Mrs. Carter?
I'll show you out.
No, wait. Just a minute, Ben. Did Ted cover something up?
Oh. He hasn't told you about the unusual circumstances of Francis's accident, huh? I guess he wouldn't. Well, tomorrow night. Get me in his date book, Mrs. Carter.
I'll show you to the door.
Don't bother. Good afternoon, all.
Oh, the nerve.
Just a minute, Mrs. Carter.
Yes, Carol?
Mrs. Carter, I found you very kind, very considerate since I came here. But I think I have a right to...
I'm sorry, Carol, really. But about Ben. Well, Ben isn't a nice person. He upsets Ted, all of us. Please, why not forget what happened? Enjoy your husband, Carol, your beautiful home. Just don't puzzle and fret over things that are dead and gone.
I wish it were that simple, Mrs. Carter.
Marlborough Hotel.
Mr. Ben Randolph, please.
Thank you.
Yes?
Ben, this is Carol.
Oh, yes. How sweet of you, Carol, to call me.
Ben, I can't talk very long. I want to see you. Right away.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carol. I have an appointment.
But it's important, Ben. It's terribly important. There's something I have to know about Francis' accident.
Oh. So that's it, huh? All right, Carol. I have a delightful cocktail bar here. I'll meet you in, say, half an hour. That is, if you're sure you want to come.
I am sure, Ben. Thank you.
You are sure, aren't you, Carol? The time has passed when you can push your doubts away in a corner of your mind. You must know all the facts, and Ted's brother Ben seems to be the only one you can turn to. 20 minutes later, you start across the lobby to the cocktail lounge.
Carol, wait.
Ted!
Yes. Mrs. Carter called me. I'm sorry, Carol, but you mustn't meet him.
She told you. She was spying on me. She heard me ask about Francis.
No, you're wrong. She just happened to hear you mention Ben's name, that's all. I guessed the rest. Carol, I don't want you to see him.
And is there some reason why I shouldn't?
No, Carol, only that it won't do you any good. I'll have to ask you to go home. I'll deal with my brother, Ben.
You turn and hurry away from Ted. Driving home, your hands tremble holding the wheel. By the time you reach the house and start inside, a terrible sick feeling sweeps over you. Your brain seems to pound miserably. And as you start up the stairs, your legs grow weaker and weaker until they give way beneath you. When you awake, you find yourself in bed. Mrs. Carter is looking down at you, smiling her quiet, assured smile.
Feeling better, Carol?
Better? Why... Oh, I feel fine. Why did you put me to bed?
I fainted going up the stairs. I told Ted when he came home. He agrees with me that you should stay in bed for a while. Is there anything you want me to bring you?
No. Oh, nothing. Just leave me alone.
It's a breathless moment now, isn't it, Carol? The quiet before the storm. You fight against the feeling that perhaps you're to be held prisoner. But as you hear Mrs. Carter's footsteps going down the stairs, you know you have to find out. You cross to the door, find it unlocked, and then tiptoe to the head of the stairs. And then you stop, frozen in your tracks, as Ted's voice drifts up from the study.
Dave Arnold, huh? Well, we expected him to do some snooping. Yeah, that's right. He was here to dinner, but I know I didn't let anything slip. Well, Chief, if anything I've done should prevent you from being reelected... Carol? No. All she knows is that Francis's death was an accident. I'm sure of it. I haven't told her anything else, and I don't intend to. And besides, Chief, she won't be leaving the house for some time. She isn't feeling very well.
Yes, the storm is broken now, hasn't it, Carol? And the meaning of everything that's happened is clear to you. The man Ted was talking to was the district attorney, He knows the truth about Francis's death and is helping to cover it up. And then you remember what Dave Arnold said about entrenched political machines, that they can get away with murder. And from what Ted said on the phone, you know you're being held prisoner. But it's more than just you now, Carol. More than your happiness or your safety. There's a principle involved, a principle that affects thousands of people. And suddenly you realize only one man you know can do anything about it. Your husband's political enemy, Dave Arnold. You go back to your room, take a piece of paper from the desk and scrawl a hurried note. Then a few minutes later...
You rang for me, madame?
Yes, Gillis, here. I've written a letter. I want you to take it and mail it.
A letter? Yes, madame.
And, Gillis, it must be done right away. Don't let anything stop you.
I won't, madame.
Hide it, Gillis. Hide the letter.
Oh, Gillis, I didn't know you were in here.
She was just leaving, Mrs. Carter. Thanks for looking in, Gillis, but I don't need anything. You may go.
Yes, madame.
Is there anything I can do for you, Carol?
No, Mrs. Carter. There's nothing anyone can do for me. Right now.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. But first, a message, especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal Oil Company brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, a new type lubricant especially created to give modern motors this extra protection. Of course, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base. But in addition, scientific new compounds have been added. As a result, tests prove that this new type Signal oil actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Now get that. Motors actually stay 6 times cleaner, and cylinder wear is reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. So if you want to keep the performance of your car young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal oil. That's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. And now back to the Whistler.
You can't fight the storm anymore, Carol. You're weary of it, of thinking about Ted and the way Frances, his first wife, died. It was shortly after he saw you in St. Louis that she refused him a divorce. And it's all too clear to you what happened to her. It's an hour now since you gave Gillis the note for Dave, explaining everything. Suddenly you realize that you can't face Ted when it's over. You want to get away, take a train for another city and try somehow to forget. Put this terrible nightmare behind you. You dress quickly, slip out into the hall, and tiptoe down the stairs. You wait until you can hear Mrs. Carter in another part of the house, and then run for the door. You're hurrying down the drive to the garage where your car is parked when...
Well, we meet again, Carol. And just where I ran into you before.
Ben.
Oh, don't let me alarm you. Ted's furious enough with me as it is. I came to apologize.
Talk to you about me?
Oh, he certainly did. Poor old Ted. His women give him a lot of trouble. Frances certainly led him a merry chase. In another direction, of course.
Frances?
Yeah. First she tried spending his money, and when that got boring, she started spending some of it on me. Well, that was pleasant for a while.
You mean Frances was interested in you?
Interested? Well, that's one way of putting it, yes.
Tell me about her, Ben.
All right. Well, she wanted to marry me. It scared me silly when I found out. Oh, we had our laughs together, sure, but marriage? Well, that's a little bit more than stealing your brother's slingshot, huh?
You and Frances. That's why Ted asked her for a divorce. It wasn't me at all.
What? Oh, he didn't ask her for a divorce, Carol. She asked him. Oh, they had a terrible row about it. But you know, Ted, He clings to that for better or worse idea. And then, too, there's his position, the election and all. They decided it wasn't the sort of thing to let that Dave Arnold crowd find out about and twist all out of shape.
Her accident, Ben. What did happen?
Well, don't say you got this from me now. But it's simple enough. Frances tried to kill Ted, Carol. She smeared the bathtub with soap, ran the electric heater wire along in the back of the towel rack. What? Yeah. She had it all set up for Ted. She hadn't planned on slipping, and instead of Ted grabbing it, she got it herself. Really an accident, huh?
Oh, and Ted protected her, kept it quiet.
Well, it was as much for his boss as for her. The district attorney couldn't get any place with rumors floating around that one of his boys was...
Carol! Carol! Ted's voice calling from the house seems to bring your heart up into your throat. You move slowly along the drive, almost stumbling, the tears starting as you realize what you've done. That note you sent to Dave. It will ruin Ted, the district attorney, everything. You reach the terrace, stop, unable to go any farther.
Carol? Mrs. Carter.
You're feeling better, aren't you, dear?
Mrs. Carter, I can't see Ted now.
Yes, you can. Here. Please forgive a meddling old lady, Carol, but I took this letter from Gillis. You didn't really want it mailed, did you?
The letter. Oh, Mrs. Carter.
Carol! Where are you, Carol?
Your husband is calling, Mrs. Randolph. I think you should go to him. I have my work to do.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Lorette Philbrandt, Joseph Kearns, and Gerald Moore. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Beth Barnes and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at this same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Those in distress and helps the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Appointment with Death.
Number 2214, Warden.
Oh, yes. Come in, Blackie. All right, Joe, you can go.
Yes, sir.
Well, Blackie, how does your new suit fit?
Okay. Better than what I've been wearing.
Here's your railroad fare and the money you've earned since you've been here in prison. Not a bad little sum. Ought to help you over the first bumps. Blackie, you've been in this institution for 5 years. That in itself should prove to you that crime doesn't pay. Now, you've paid your debt to society, the slate's clean. Now, it's up to you to go out, get yourself a job, and live within the law.
I'm free now, Warden, right?
Yes, Blackie, you're no longer a number.
And I can say what I want.
Yes, that's right.
Well, then can that line of gab you handed me. I served my 5 years, yeah. Well, now I'm going out in the world, but I ain't going out to live within the law.
You're a fool if you don't, Blackie.
That's what you say.
I've seen men with your attitude go out of here before, and I've seen them come back. Some of them to sit in the electric chair.
Well, maybe I'll be back to sit in the chair, and maybe not. But I'm going to get the guy that put me in here.
Nobody put you here but yourself.
Can that wouldn't. Sounds all right from your side of the fence, but you ain't talking my language. All the years I've been here, night and day, in my cell, in the workshop, in the recreation yard, I thought of one thing. Get the guy that put me in here.
Well, who is this fellow you think you're going to get?
He's a guy they call the Shadow. And I don't just think I'm going to get him, Warden. I know it. I'm going to crush him just as I crushed this $50 with my fist.
By George. Bend almost double.
All right. There's no two ways about it. You guys have got to go along with me. You're the big shots of every racket in this town. This Shadow is as much an enemy of yours as he is of mine. If you don't get him, sooner or later he'll get you. Well, what do you say?
Well, how do you figure you're going to get this Shadow, Blackie?
I'll tell you that later. First, I want to know if you're going along with me.
Sure, we'd do anything to get this guy, but how do we know you can do it?
I spent 5 years figuring that one out. I got it all set up perfect.
Well, can't you give us some idea how you're going to do it?
All right. First, I'm going to get the guy on my trail.
Yeah, how?
I'm going to lay a trail of robbery and murder across the city that'll shake the whole country. I'm going to lead him right to my door. But this time, I'm going to be all set for him.
But you can't see this guy, Blackie.
Yeah, I know. He hypnotizes you, but he's no further away than his voice. He can be gotten. And I figured out just the way to do it.
Well, okay, Blackie. I don't know how you're going to work this out, but we're your friends for life if you do. What do you want us to do?
Nothing more than lay out some dough. I want you to buy me an island.
An island? What are you talking about?
There's a little patch of land no bigger than half a city block. It sits right in the middle of White Lake, right outside of town. There's a shack on it. That's going to be my hideout. That's where I'm going to lead the Shadow. And that's where I'm going to knock him off.
Well, if you're sure you can do this, I want to be in on the kill.
All right, Frank, I'll need company. You're in.
Okay, Blackie, the island's yours.
Thanks. You're getting a swell bargain. The Shadow for a piece of dirt.
Here you are, sir. 5 gallons, 95 cents.
95 cents? All right. Here you are.
Good night, sir.
All right.
Here, little man. You travel back to the car and sit with Mother till I lock up the gas station. Oh, you want Daddy to carry you back, huh? Lost your tongue? All right, then. Come on now. Up you go.
Are you about ready to go, John?
Yes, Mary. Won't take me more than a few minutes now. Pretty late to have this little man out.
It's so lonesome down at the house, I thought we'd come out and drive you home.
Oh, that was nice of you, Mary, and I certainly appreciate it. Here now, son. In the car with you. There you are. Oh, what's this? Another customer? Gosh, business is picking up. I'll take care of this one in a hurry, Mary. Be right back. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Fill her up. Make it snappy.
Yes, sir. Would you cut your motor, please?
Cut my motor? What for?
Well, it's pretty dangerous putting gasoline in a car with a motor running.
All right, never mind the gas. Let's take a walk into that shanty of yours.
Hey, what is this? A stick-up?
Your dope's right, brother. Get going. This gun talks loud.
John!
Pipe down, lady, if you know what's good for you.
Wait a minute, buddy. You've come to the wrong place. I've got exactly $9 in my till. That's my receipts for the whole day, and it's bread and butter for that woman and child in the car over there. And I'm not giving it away.
Never mind the long-winded story. I'm here for business. Now step on it.
Yeah? I'll step on it, all right.
Tough guy, huh? Now your wife and kid can use that $9 to buy you a funeral wreath.
Special extra, wife and child witness murder. Extra, wanton killer loose in the city. Read all about it.
Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking. Who? Daily Express. No, there's no new developments in that killing yet. Well, give us a chance. We've just gotten started. I know it was a horrible crime, and I'm more anxious than you are to clear it up. Okay, I'll let you know as soon as there's a break. This phone will drive me crazy. It hasn't stopped ringing since that gas station man was murdered. Go ahead, Cardona. Finish your report. What did you find?
Well, I found a man who was driving along just as the killer pulled out of the gas station. He trailed the murder car for a while, but he lost it near White Lake.
Did he get a license number?
No, he couldn't get close enough.
We're certainly up against a tough one this time. The town's up in arms. We gotta crack this case somehow. There goes that phone again. Just a minute, Cardona. Hello? Who's this?
Shadow.
Oh, you? Well, what do you want? I suppose you're calling up about that gas station murder.
Quite right, Commissioner. Are you making any progress?
Very little. The case is worse than a jigsaw puzzle with nearly all the parts missing.
It was a particularly vicious crime, Commissioner, and I want to assist in any way possible to bring about the capture of the murderer.
Well, the case has got me. I'm willing to accept help from anybody. Got any dope at all, Shadow?
First, let me ask you if you have any theory.
Simple enough. Robbery was the motive.
Are you sure about that, Commissioner?
Positive. The man resisted and was shot. That's simple enough.
I'm afraid it's not as simple as that, Commissioner. Isn't it strange that the killer passed many a prosperous, large gas station? Yet he picked out this obviously poverty-stricken one?
I haven't got any answer for that, except most crooks are dumb.
No, Commissioner. I feel certain the killer deliberately planned his crime so that it would shock and outrage the community. That's why he picked on that poor gas station man.
That sounds a little bit involved to me. Maybe you're right, but just a minute, Shadow. There's a teletype message coming in. May have some bearing on this case. Let's see what it is, Cardona.
Right, Commissioner. Hey, Commissioner, get this.
What is it, Cardona?
Listen. Mystery gunman robbed and killed restaurant owner at Huster Point near midnight tonight. Crime of the same character and undoubtedly committed by man who killed gas station owner.
Good Lord.
What is it, Commissioner? What's the matter?
Another killing at Huster Point.
I expected something like this.
Shadow, we're dealing with a madman. We've got to get him at once.
You'll excuse me now, Commissioner. There's work to be done, and quickly.
Wait. Tell me what you're going to do.
I don't know exactly. But one thing is certain. I won't rest until the man responsible for these crimes is brought to justice.
Extra, extra! Couple robbed on Lonely Road. Mystery gunman terrorizing city. Read all about it. Extra, extra! Home of Judge Bomb. Special extra. Judge's home completely destroyed. Extra special. Read all about it. Mystery gunman robbed post office. Get your special extra. Mystery gunman robbed post office.
Lamont, this gunman seems to have an insatiable thirst for crime. He's held up over 10 places in the last 24 hours.
He's a shrewd and dangerous man, Margot. It'll not be easy to capture him.
It seems so utterly hopeless. The chance of even finding out who he is.
Margot, criminals all make mistakes. And this killer has already made one. The one that may trip him.
Have you an idea who he is?
Do you remember the description of the killer that young woman gave us?
You mean the wife of the murdered gas station man?
Yes.
Yes, I remember, but the description made no particular impression on me.
I think I know the man she described.
You do? Who is he?
Do you remember Blackie Carmichael?
Oh, I'll never forget him. He's the one who swore in court that he would get the shadow when he got out of prison.
That's right. Well, Blackie Carmichael is out of prison.
You think he's the man responsible for all these killings?
I'm not certain, Margot. But there's one significant fact. The murders have all been committed since Blackie got out.
This is a very dangerous case, Lamont. Dangerous for you, I mean. Don't forget that Carmichael swore to get the shadow.
Forget? Hardly. I'm well aware of his threat. And I know he's not likely to forget it either. This case will mean the end of Blackie Carmichael, or the end of the shadow.
Well, Blackie, did you see anything?
No, Frank, nothing. I don't expect to see the guy I'm after.
You sure got me stumped. I can't figure how you're going to get a guy you can't see.
Well, just wait. You'll be in on it when it happens. You can tell your grandchildren you saw Blackie Carmichael strangle the Shadow with his own 2 hands.
Well, that'd be something to talk about, all right, but... Listen, Blackie. If you want to lead the Shadow here to this island, why do you cover up every time you knock somebody off?
Because I don't want the cops to get wise first. I'm making it tough for them.
You may be making it tough for the Shadow, too.
No. He's a smart egg. He got me the last time when I was well out to sea on the cleanest getaway a guy ever planned.
And you're throwing out enough bait. He ought to bite soon if he's ever gonna.
Frankie, the biggest fish is a sucker for the right kind of bait.
You sure raised an awful rumpus, all right. 10 stick-ups in 24 hours. Boy, that's knocking him off.
You think that's something? Why, I'm just starting. I'm going to keep pegging them until I wear calluses on my trigger finger.
Drive a little further down the lakeshore, Mongo. We'll be able to see the island just around this next bend.
What do you expect to find there, Lamont?
I don't know. But I've noticed that in nearly every one of these robberies, the hold-up car was seen in this vicinity. Here we are, Mongo. Pull up right here.
All right.
Yeah. Look. There's the island I've been telling you about. Out there in the middle of the lake.
But I understand that island's deserted. Nobody's lived there for years.
I'm not so sure about that, Margot. That's one of the points I must be satisfied about.
You mean you're going out there to investigate?
Yes, Margot. At least, the Shadow is.
Well, how are you going to do it?
I'm going to swim out.
Swim? Way out there? Why not see if we can just find a boat or something?
Why, no. That wouldn't do, Margot. The Shadow can make himself invisible, but if there's anybody out there, they'd certainly be suspicious if they saw a boat approach, rowed by unseen hands.
Oh, yes, of course.
But I must be going. Don't forget my instructions, Margot.
Yes, I've got them well in mind. I'm to wait here for an hour. If you're not back in that time, it'll be a signal you found somebody or something on the island. In that case, I'm to phone Commissioner Weston and have him surround the island.
Correct, Margot. Now, what time is it?
Exactly 11:50.
Good. I'll be on my way. But don't forget, Margot, at 12:50, you have a date with the Shadow.
This is getting me, I tell you, Blackie. I can't stand it anymore.
Well, go on in the shack and take a sleep.
No, I'm getting off this island.
Who said you was?
I say so. I'm going nuts waiting while you keep staring at that water.
You close that trap of yours or you'll be carried off this island.
Oh, now, Blackie, be reasonable, will you? This is a screwy idea. We can't wait around here for a guy that may never show up. I got things to do.
You're in on this, see?
Oh!
And you're staying into the finish. You get me?
Yeah, for Pete's sake, Blackie, let go. You break my arm.
Are you doing as I say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't want to hear no more squawking.
You got a grip like nothing human. My arm felt like it was in a steel vise.
Pipe down. Quiet.
Oh, what's up? What's the matter?
Look. Right along where I'm pointing. Where the moon hits the water.
Yeah?
You see anything?
Just a ripple in the water, that's all I see.
Some ripple. It's the one I've been looking for every night since I'm here.
What do you think it is?
It's a man swimming.
You're nuts. I don't see no man. Maybe it's just a fish.
Fish is good. The fish I've been putting my bait out for.
What? Say, Blackie, you don't figure that's the Shadow, do you?
That's my dope. I'm willing to lay a bet on it.
I get it now. This is the way you've been planning it all the time. That guy can hide himself, but he can't hide the ripple in the water.
That's what I've been figuring for 5 years. I know this Shadow can hypnotize you so you can't see him, but he's a body just the same. So I doped out this idea. If I could get him into water, I still wouldn't be able to see him. But I could see where he rippled the water. Then I could grab.
Blackie, that's a smart idea.
And simple. So simple I was scared some other guy'd beat me to it.
That ripple is moving this way. What are you going to do now, Blackie?
I'm going out to meet him just as soon as he gets far enough in for me to fetch underwater. Then I'm going to grab him and strangle him with these two hands.
He ought to be a cinch for a guy as strong as you at any time. But now, after he swam that distance, he's ducked.
It's time to go, Frank. Here. Grab my duds. Take it.
Okay, Blackie. You better make it snappy. He's almost out of deep water.
He's paddling in his own grave right now. Here goes. Keep your eye on the water, Frank. And watch the fun.
Okay, Blackie. I'll doze on you. Don't disappoint us.
I got you, Shadow. I can't see you, but I can feel my hands on your throat. Yeah. Let go. Let go of me. No, I won't. I waited too many years to get my hands on you. Who are you? I can't see you, but I know you can see me. So take a good look. Do you recognize me? Blackie Carmichael. That's right. Blackie Carmichael, the guy you sent to prison for 5 years. You deserve what you got, Blackie. Good boy. Now let me go. Sure, I'll let go of you after I strangle the life out of you. I know. You're joking. You're finished, Shadow. This is the end of you. Now I'm going to hold your head underwater and drown you. Let go of me. That's done. Frank! Frank! I done it! I killed him! I killed the Shadow! Confound it, who can that be at this hour of the night? Hello?
Is this Commissioner Weston?
Yes, who's this?
There's no time for introductions, Commissioner. I've got some information I must give you in a hurry. Get all the men you can spare, go out and surround the island in White Lake.
The island in White Lake? Well, that place has been deserted for years. What's out there?
I can't give you details, Commissioner, but I urge you to act at once and use extreme care. There may be great danger.
I can't be going out in the middle of the night on crazy calls like this. You got to give me some definite information.
All right, Commissioner. You want to stop this epidemic of murders and robberies, don't you?
Of course, but what has that island got to do with it?
That you'll find out when you get there.
Oh? Hello? Hello?
Hey, Blackie, you'll be the biggest guy in the rackets after this. You done something that every guy in the underworld wanted to do. You killed the Shadow.
Got the gab, and let's get going.
All right, I'm all set.
We better bind this shack down. We don't want to leave any fingerprints, any evidence for the cops.
No use taking any chances now.
Get that can of kerosene.
Right, Blackie. Okay, I got it.
All right. Pour it all over the joint.
Boy, wait till the gang hears about this. It'll knock them all for a twister.
Okay, that's enough. Get over here by the door.
Okay.
Now chuck some matches on it and let it go.
Right, Blackie. This'll cover us completely. Well, there she goes.
Come on, scram out of here. This shack will go up like paper.
Boy, look at it burn, huh?
Never mind that. Load the 2 machine guns in the boat.
They're in already.
All right, then, come on.
I thought we'd never get off this island. It's worse than doing a stretch in jail. What are you going to do when you get back to town, Blackie?
I've been getting chicken feed so far. And now I'm going out after the real big dough. I ain't going to be too particular about how I get it.
Okay, here we are. All right, now get a hold of the other end of the boat and we'll slide her into the water.
Okay. There we go.
Hey, Blackie, wait.
What's the matter?
Look. There's a boat out there.
What?
Hey, there's another one.
2 more over there.
We're surrounded, Blackie. Must be the cops. What are we going to do?
Give me a hand with this machine gun.
And you going to make a break for it?
Yeah, after I knock off enough cops and open up a big enough space for us to get through. Set that gun up here. Leave the other one in the boat. We'll need it going across.
We better make a break for it, Blackie. That fire's getting awful
Do
hot.
as I tell you and shut up.
All right, all right.
Yeah, it's the cops, all right. I can see them now in the light from the fire. You got the gun loaded?
Yeah, she's all set.
All right. I've got a bead on one of them 2 boats right in front. Take the one to your right first. Let's go when I tell you. Then we'll knock off the other one.
All right. They're a perfect target now.
Let him get closer.
Let's go, Blackie. They'll be on top of us in another minute.
You let go and I tell you that before. All right. Get ready. There, you sap. You knocked the gun over.
I didn't knock it over.
What are you trying to hand me?
Honest, Blackie, I didn't. I tell you.
Who else could have done it?
I don't know.
I could, Blackie. And I did.
What? Hey, Blackie, who's that? Who's talking?
The Shadow.
Blackie, you hear that? It's the Shadow. I thought you killed that guy.
I did. I'm sure I did.
Oh, no, you didn't, Blackie. I'm very much alive.
You can't be. I held you under. I pumped you down.
I simply played good water polo, Blackie. Taking punishment underwater and holding the breath for sustained periods is a requirement of the game. I let you believe you had an easy victim. You know better now.
Come on, run for it, Blackie. Into the water where you still got a chance.
Right,
come
back here, you yellow rat. Come on and find it out.
Your little playmate is gone, Blackie. The police have shot him. There's no chance for you to escape.
Yeah, that's what you think. You ain't railroading me that easy.
You better give up, Blackie.
Well, I guess this round's yours, but the game ain't over yet. Put up your hands, Joe. Okay. Take it easy, officer. Tell your man to put away them captives.
What are you doing here?
It is Blackie Carmichael, Commissioner.
Oh, Shadow, you're here too.
This is the man you've been looking for, Commissioner. The killer of the gas station man and the others.
Well, he's a prize package. Nice piece of work, Shadow. On you.
All right. You got me now, but I'll get out again just as I did before. And the next time, Shadow, I'm gonna get you. Remember that, I'm gonna get you.
Say, Joe.
Yes, Mr. Morton.
Get Blackie Carmichael's record card out of the big file.
Yes, sir.
Pedro, Harlan. Yes, here we are, Carmichael. Albert Carmichael, alias Blackie. Here you are, Mr. Warden.
All right, stamp it and put it in the small file.
Yes, sir. There you are, sir.
Just a minute, let me look at it. That's right, Joe. Albert Blackie Carmichael. Discharged by execution.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Again, Blue Coal Dealers present radio's strangest adventurer, The Shadow. Mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, Blue Coal brings you The Shadow's latest adventure, The Bride of Death. The Shadow begins his exciting adventure in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to make a suggestion to all you homeowners. To protect your family's health and save real money in the bargain, burn Blue Coal. For Blue Coal gives you uniform, healthful, economical heat all winter long. Its harmless blue coloring is your guarantee of better heat at less cost. So when you're buying fuel, insist on Blue Coal. It's Pennsylvania's finest hard coal. Order a trial ton from your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow.
Claudio, a few want to count the money at this hour of the night.
May I come in?
Oh, all right.
I'm the Reverend Colby from the fishing village below. I want to see Mrs. Ackley.
She has retired. Come tomorrow.
I must see her tonight.
Why?
My daughter Isabel is here. She's Mrs. Ackley's companion, but I've come to take her home.
Ah, the girl Isabel. She does not wish to leave.
I've come to fetch her. I'm a man of the cloth, a man of peace, but I will not leave without her. Let me by.
Parker, Matar, visitor, stop him.
Yes, master, as you command. Let go of me. Take your hands off me, you heathen devils.
Put him out. Keep him out.
Wait.
Mrs. Ackley.
I will see him. How dare you break into my house this way, Reverend Colby?
Because I will not have my daughter stay in a house that harbors evildoers, Mrs. Ackley. There's talk in the village of heathen rites performed by this man who calls himself Prophet of the Ancient One. This man you've brought to a Christian place from some Asiatic sinkhole of the godless.
Be careful how you speak in the presence of the prophet.
You mean that man there?
Yes, Minister. I am the prophet.
Prophet, where is my daughter Isabel? She is leaving this house on the cliff tonight.
Tell Reverend Colby she does not wish to go. Tell him, Mrs. Ackley.
Your daughter Isabel does not wish to go. Good night, Reverend Colby.
I do not believe you. Let me see her. Let her tell me herself.
She does not wish to see you. Get beyond the iron gates quickly, for in 5 minutes my servants will release my trained guardians.
I'm not afraid of that unholy pack of Black Panthers of yours.
They are dangerous, Minister. Trained in my native land. Trained to hunt and kill animals or men. Go now.
Very well. I'm going, but I'll be back. I'll be back.
Prophet, why did the panthers scream?
It is an omen of death.
Whose death? Tell me. The future is so plain to you. Tell me who is going to die.
I see the minister, Reverend Colby, standing in the pulpit of his church, turning the simple fishing folks against you, Mrs. Ackley.
Reverend Colby is going to die. But how?
The wrath of the Ancient One will strike him down with the voice of thunder and the tongue of fire.
3 days ago this night, I went to Mrs. Ackley's house on the cliff to bring my own daughter, Isabel Colby, home. But I could not see her, could not speak to her. She is lost to me, and therefore let my own sorrow be a warning to those of you in this village whose sons and daughters may go to that house of the devil, to this man who dares desecrate the name of prophet. Now, let us offer a prayer for the mistress of Casamane. Though rich in worldly goods and worldly knowledge, and so long one of us, kindly and generous until of late, and now ailing in mind and spirit, who hath turned from God to follow the pathway of a disciple of Satan. Let us pray. We beseech thee, have mercy on this poor lost one who has strayed from the fold.
And so in the midst of those who perished with him and whom he loved so well, we return the body of our beloved minister, Reverend Colby. Return him to the earth, ashes unto ashes, dust unto dust.
Here we are, Margot.
Yes, but where, Lamont? The fog's so thick I can't see a thing.
This is the little village where the Reverend Colby and 10 of his parishioners were killed by a mysterious explosion in his church.
Oh, that was horrible. But, Lamont, it happened days ago. What can we do?
Murder's been committed, Margot. Wholesale murder, and the killer or killers are still at large.
But according to the newspaper report...
Yes, I know. The paper said the authorities have been unable to uncover a possible motive. Investigation is hampered by the refusal of the fisher folk of this quaint little village to cooperate.
Perhaps they're afraid to talk, Lamont.
It's surprising what superstition can do.
What about this rich Mrs. Ackley you were talking about, Lamont? Where does she fit into the picture?
I don't know, Margot. All I know is that about 3 months ago she returned from the Far East with a man who calls himself the Prophet. This man claims to be the leader of a cult worshipping a deity known as the Ancient One.
Is there such a cult?
There was, but it was stamped out nearly 5 centuries ago because its ceremonies and rituals included human sacrifice.
Human sacrifice?
Yes.
Oh, how horrible. Then you think there is a connection between this so-called prophet, the destruction of this Christian church, and the murder of Reverend Colby?
Margot, I don't know. I'm going into that cottage down the road. I want to ask some questions.
I'll wait in the car. Oh, that awful foghorn. It gives me the creeps.
You'll be safe here, Margot, but don't get out of the car.
All right.
Now, Lamont Cranston and the Shadow are going to find out something more about this mystery of the house on the cliff.
Someone's at the door. Don't answer.
And why not, Marthy? You think it's a ghost from the marshes or that devil from the cliff house? Who's there?
Don't open the door, sir.
Stranger, I've lost my way in the fog.
Well, tell him there's but one road back to the mainland.
Leave this to me, Marthy. Where are you heading for, stranger?
Can you tell me how to get to Mrs. Ackley's place, Casa Mane?
Yes, I could, but I won't.
Wait, don't close the door. I'd like to ask a few questions.
Questions, huh? Well, ask him, but I'll not warrant an answer to anybody going to that house.
You needn't be afraid of me.
I am Captain Seth. 50 years I've sailed before the mast, and I'm not afeard of man, devil of the sea. Who be you?
I'll tell you this much, Captain Seth. I'm here to put an end to the thing that made your wife afraid to let you open this door.
I can't see you out there in the dark, but...
Seth.
Huh?
Those panthers. They've come down to the village again.
What? Panthers? Whose are they?
The prophets. Step into the house, stranger. They'll tear a man to pieces. Well, what ails you, Marthy?
The blue light. It's him coming in the gate. He always carries it. It's him, the one that calls himself the prophet.
Well, let him come. Get in the house, stranger. Well, Marthy, there's nobody here. Where is that fellow gone? He was here a second ago.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he run for it. Seth, what do you suppose that prophet fellow wants of us?
Get away from the door, Marthy. I'll deal with him.
Good evening, my good captain.
Stop where you be. I'll not have the likes of you in my house.
A stranger came here. His car is down the road. The spirit of the Ancient One told me of his coming. Who was the stranger? Where has he gone?
To all your questions, I'll give you one answer. Get your howling beasts and your heathen godless self back to the house on the cliff, or I'll blow you to the very door of Hades.
No man threatens the prophet and lives.
Get out!
Very well, Captain. Since you will not tell me, I will find him. My servants are watching his car. We will find him.
He'll need all the unearthly powers you claim to find a man in this fog. Good night.
I'll find him. He can't be far away.
No. Not far away, but close to you. In the dark shadows and the swirling mist.
Who speaks?
I am looking for a man with blood on his hands. The blood of a minister and 10 innocent people he murdered.
Are you a man hiding in the fog?
Do not try so hard to pierce the fog. You cannot see me, for I am the shadow.
The shadow. A voice without physical presence. Only a voice. No, my friend. In my native India, such things are known. But not here.
The powers of mesmerism have spread beyond the gray monastic walls of the yogi priests. Modern science has advanced their ancient art.
Perhaps. But I am still stronger than you. Strong enough to do what I have set out to do.
And what is that?
I will not tell you, Shadow. And no Not even you with your borrowed powers shall stand in my way, for I am the prophet. Prophet of the Ancient One.
Master, the stranger, he does not return to the automobile, but the young woman is there waiting for him.
So, could it be, Shadow, that you are the stranger we seek, that your companion waits for you? Aka.
Yes, Master.
How quickly I will follow. Seize the girl. She will be useful to us. Very useful. If I cannot reach the Shadow, I can reach his companion.
Yes, Master. Matau and the Panthers watch her. She will not escape.
Do you hear, Shadow?
Yes, I hear.
Save her if you can. You say you are a man. If that is true, then my Panthers will smell you out whether they can see you or not. There's the car. Aka, seize the girl.
Matau with the girl. Matau,
Cover him up, you fools. Take her to the house on the cliff. We will keep her with Isabel Colby. She shall be tortured until she tells us what she knows.
At the beginning of this program, I made you a suggestion. To protect your family's health and save real money in the bargain, burn blue coal. Now, here's the reason for blue coal's superiority. This fine home fuel is selected Pennsylvania anthracite, an American product mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company. And anthracite supplies clean, uniform, healthful heat from cellar to attic, burned steadily, completely, down to a fine, powdery ash. So you see, anthracite combines all of the essentials necessary for perfect heating results. What's more, anthracite is the fuel that furnaces, parlor stoves, and cooking ranges in this part of the country were especially designed to burn. And the cream of all anthracite is blue coal. No wonder it is the largest selling brand of solid fuel in America. No wonder blue coal sales in Auburn, New York this winter show a 15% increase over sales for the same period a year ago. Blue coal is especially prepared for home use. Every carload is laboratory tested for purity and uniform size before shipment from the mine. And every piece of blue coal is trademarked with an unmistakable blue tint so that you can identify it at a glance. So when you're buying fuel, take a tip from Auburn, New York homeowners. Ask for blue coal by name. You can get it in 4 popular home sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, and pea. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. You'll find him listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Prophet servants bring you here to Mrs. Ashley's house?
I don't know. But who are you, and why are they keeping you locked up in this room?
Oh, I'm Isabel Colby. My father was Reverend Colby, the minister of the little fishing village down the coast. He's dead. They've murdered him.
Yes, I know. But you, why are you here?
I used to be Mrs. Ashley's companion and secretary before she brought this man, the prophet, to the house. But now, that Hindu has some sort of hold over her mind. He calls her a high priestess. And she let him lock me up in here.
Oh, how terrible, Miss Colby. What is happening in this house to Mrs. Ashley and to you?
I don't know. It has something to do with a ceremony that the prophet says he and Mrs. Ashley must perform. The climax of some strange religious ritual they go through day after day in Mrs. Ashley's private chapel. He's changed it into a place he calls the Temple of the Ancient One. This morning, he came here and said, I am to be what he calls the bride of death. They're going to take me to that temple tonight.
Do you know why?
Yes, to kill me.
Oh, no.
Mrs. Ashley, as the high priestess, is going to sacrifice me to that horrible deity they worship.
Don't give up hope, Isabel. There's still a chance we'll get out of this place, both of us. Oh, Lamont, why don't you come before it's too late? Maybe this is...
Aka, unlock the door.
Don't let them take me. Don't.
Isabel Colby, the time has come. The high priestess is waiting to perform her ceremony in the Temple of the Ancient.
No.
Matawa. Yes, master. Take the girl Isabel to the shrine. Tell the high priestess to prepare the girl and herself for the wedding of death.
Come. My master commands.
No. I won't get your hand off, Colby.
See the strange girl.
Yes, master. I kill her now.
No. Matawa. Take the girl Isabel to the shrine. Wait there for me. Prepare the sacred fires. Purify the sword of the Ancient One. The sacrificial altar is ready. And death is waiting for his bride. Yes, master.
No, you're going to murder me like you murdered my father.
Now, strange girl, I will deal with you.
No, Prophet. You will deal with me. The Shadow.
Oh, thank heaven you've come.
You, the Shadow here? How? There are panthers chained at every door.
It was easy, Prophet.
Oh, I knew the Shadow would come. I knew he couldn't be far away.
Oh, you do know the Shadow. This slinking coward who fears to show himself, who hides himself in the shadows.
Shadow, the prophet is going to kill Reverend Colby's daughter. He's going to make Mrs. Ackley kill her in some fantastic ceremony.
Yes. In a few minutes you will be dead and you cannot stop it.
Clever scheme. You've numbed the failing mind of Mrs. Ackley with drugs. Made her do your will, sign a fortune over to you.
Your knowledge will not help you now, Shadow.
You plan to have Mrs. Ackley commit murder, turn her over to the police, blame her for the death of Reverend Colby, and with a fortune in your hands, discard your role of prophet and disappear.
You are clever, Shadow. Yes, that is my plan. It is a pity such a mind as yours will soon be lost to the world. Within an hour, after Mrs. Ackley has obligingly murdered the girl Isabel, this house will burn. A tank of gasoline in the cellar will explode. And this will be the funeral pyre of the Shadow and his beautiful young companion. But I must go now. They are waiting for me.
You are not going through that door. It is locked.
You lie. It is. Akka!
They cannot hear you. They're waiting for you in the temple, and I have the key to the door.
You are not too clever, Shadow. Give me the key to the door or I shoot this girl.
Take that gun away from her head.
Throw the key upon that table quick.
Don't give him the key. I'm not afraid of him.
I shall count to 3, Shadow. If I don't get the key, it's a pity. But this beautiful girl shall die. 1.
You wouldn't.
2. 3. Ah. You are wise, Shadow.
You fiendish devil. I'll show you the Shadow can do more than warn. Threaten. Take that.
Ah.
Oh, Lamont. Oh, Lamont, are you all right?
Yes, but I'm afraid I knocked the prophet out cold. Margot, take that key. Get out of here. Down the hall. There's a door. Take the prophet's gun. Drive to that cottage I visited tonight. Get Captain Zest to call the villagers. Tell them they can help to avenge the murder of their friend.
What are you going to do? They may kill Isabel before I can get help.
Never mind. You hurry and get help.
All right, I'll go out. I'll get Captain Zest to round up the people of the village, and then I'll come back.
Very well, Margot. I may need your help. Come back to this room.
I'll be back in a few minutes. Lamont?
Yes, Margot?
I saw Captain Zest. The people of the village are coming. He's calling them together.
You can't wait for him, Margot. Beyond that door, at the head of the stairs, Death is waiting for Isabel Colby. The prophet's followers are there awaiting his appearance.
But the prophet's still lying here, unconscious on the floor.
Nevertheless, he will not disappoint them.
Lamont, I don't understand.
Margot, I'm going to ask you to do a very dangerous thing. I want you to put on the prophet's robe, cover your face with a hood, and walk in there as the prophet.
Very well. I'll do anything I can. You know that.
Do not show your face till you reach the altar. Don't speak. Keep close to Isabel Colby. Watch Mrs. Ackley and leave the rest to me.
Yes, Lamont. I understand. I'm ready.
Metanalo, etilasi calavara, metanalo, sadamos. O ancient one, vision of eternal life, before thy altar the youthful maiden waits. Thy ancient sword, her spirit, to release unto thine own. Her blood is pledged, her soul is thine. Metanalo etilasi, calavara sadamort. All is in readiness, master. Metawa, look. The hood covers the master's face. The hour has come for the ritual to begin. See, master. The girl Isabel is lashed to the altar of the Ancient One. The sacred fires burn in the jeweled torches. All is in readiness, master. All as you have commanded. Metawa, bring Mrs. Ackley. prepare her to make the sacrifice.
I am ready. Ready to do the will of the prophet. To plunge this sword into the girl's heart. But I am afraid. Help me. Give me the sacred drug to give me strength. The will to do the things you have told me I must do. If I am to be high priestess to the Ancient One.
Look, Matawa. It is strange. The master does not speak. Does not answer us. He goes to the shrine alone. Wait. He turns. He is lifting the hood of his robes. Akka, look. It is not the prophet. It is a beautiful girl. It is a strange girl. The one the master stayed below to question about the shadow. What has happened to our master? Why do you wear the robes of the prophet?
Akka, Matawa, you have been tricked. The man you serve as a god is a rogue, a charlatan, a fake.
That voice, Matawa. That is not the voice of the prophet. It is not the strange girl speaking. See, her lips have not moved.
No. It is the voice of the shadow.
The shadow. The master warned us to beware of the shadow, Akka. Matawa. The master must be dead. The shadow has killed him.
Prophet, the time has come. I must drive this sword into the heart of the bride of death. I will not fail.
Don't do it. They're tricking you, making you murder me. And they'll kill you.
No.
They'll kill you.
No, I shall be a high priestess. I shall live forever like the prophet, like the Ancient One.
Mrs. Ackley. Mrs. Ackley. Drop that sword. Drop that sword, Mrs. Ackley. Drop it, I say.
Drop the sword. Yes, drop the sword.
Oh, Akka, look. This shadow has broken the master's power over this woman.
I am free now. Free the spell. Oh, what have I done?
He is stronger than the master. We must escape. We must get away.
You will never get away. Never leave this house.
Akka, Matawa, the prophet. The girl is in my room. Throw your knives. Kill her. Kill her, I command you. No. No, prophet. We obey you no more. Obey me. You take us, make us kill. Say you are the true prophet of the Ancient One. You defy me. Stop. Drop the knife. See, the blood runs in his veins. He tells us he cannot die. No, we shall see.
You fools. Now the shadow will destroy you.
He is dead. The shadow spoke the truth, Matawa. He was not the true prophet. The true prophet of the Ancient One was blessed with life. Everlasting.
You are right, Akka.
Quick, we must get away. Away from this shadow.
You cannot escape for long. Your sins will find you out.
Oh,
Isabel!
Oh,
You'll be your
you're
safe.
safe. Oh, thank you. Won't you tell me who you are?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I must remain anonymous until my work is finished. I will have to continue being known only as the shadow.
You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious, and their similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for...
The shadow knows.
Again, Blue Coal dealers present radio's strangest adventurer, the Shadow. Mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, Blue Coal brings you the Shadow's latest adventure, The Silent Avenger. The Shadow's exciting adventure begins in just a moment. But first, I'd like to remind you homeowners that right now, when winter is changing into spring, is the most treacherous time of all the year. But you can protect your family's health and save valuable dollars by burning Blue Coal. It's Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Order a trial ton from your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. And if you want to read the adventures of the Shadow in complete novel form, in addition to numerous detective stories, crime problems, and features, simply write us for your copy of the Shadow magazine absolutely free. Remember, all you have to do is mail a penny postcard to Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or to Blue Coal in care of this station. Send for your free copy of the Shadow magazine tonight.
Joseph Brecker, you have been duly tried by a jury and found guilty of murder in the first degree. You now appear in this court that sentence may be passed upon you. But before I pronounce sentence, have you anything to say?
Yeah, I have. Before you pass sentence on me, I'm going to pass sentence on you. You, Judge Wilson, on Sloan, the prosecuting attorney. On those 12 good and true saps on the jury. And on one more, maybe. The guy that really trapped me in the first place. The only guy smart enough to get me. The Shadow.
Order in the court! That will do, Joseph Brecker. You have nothing to say in your own behalf.
This is in my own behalf, and you'd better listen, all of you. I know I'm on my way to the death house, to the chair. But I'm warning you. For every day I sit in the death house, one of you will be killed. Starting with the foreman of the jury. He'll die the day I burn.
Order in the court! Joseph Brecker, by the power vested in me by the people of this state, I hereby order you to be taken to the state penitentiary, there to be delivered over to the warden, by whom on a certain day determined by this court, he shall in the manner prescribed by law put you to death. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Orders adjourned. All right, come on, clear the court. Outside.
Well, it's a sheer bluff, I tell you. How can Brecker kill a whole jury? The DA, Judge Wilson, even the governor. I tell you, he's crazy.
Still, I'm glad I wasn't on that jury.
Yeah, you bet. Sounding on his gang wife now.
Brecker's gang are all dead or in jail.
I know, but you can't get that crack about the Shadow. Nobody's ever seen the Shadow. He could appear right in this courtroom and not be seen. I'd hate to have anybody like that.
Well, Margot, let's get out of here.
It must be very flattering to inspire such awe and fear, Lamont.
It has its disadvantage, Margot. Unfortunately, the mystery surrounding the Shadow inspires fear and terror in the innocent as well as the guilty. The unknown is so often associated with evil. There's no help for it. The Shadow must remain a shadow.
Lamont, what do you make of Brecker's threat? Do you think it's just bluff?
I wish I did, Margot.
Meaning
Lamont Cranston is going to don the Shadow's cloak and call on Joe Brecker in prison.
Brother to see you, Brecker.
Okay. Hello, Danny.
Hello, Joe.
You got 5 minutes. Better make the most of it. Deputies are here from the state plan to take you bye-bye to the big house. I'll be back.
All right. Come on in, Danny. Sit on a bunk. I want to talk to you. There ain't much time.
Hey, it's like a cage where they keep animals, huh, Joe?
Lay off that, Danny.
Okay, don't get sore.
Sit down here and listen to what I got to say.
Are they gonna kill you, Joe?
Yeah, but they're going to pay for it, every last one of them. You know who they are, don't you? I've told you over and over again.
Yeah, Joe, you told me.
And you know what you're to do. You remember everything I told you. Don't you, Danny?
Yeah, Joe, I remember. I won't forget. When the newspapers say they put you in a death house, I killed one of them.
That's right, Danny. And don't forget, these people I told you about, the judge, the jury, that prosecuting attorney, are the same ones that drafted you into the army, sent you over to France, let you get shell-shocked so it's hard for you to remember things.
Sure. I won't forget. Hey,
Will it hurt much when they kill you, Joe?
Stop that, will you?
Okay. I just want to know.
You just keep your mind on the jury and Judge Wilson. Maybe even the governor. You'll get them all, eh, Danny?
Yeah, Joe. They won't know what hit them.
That's the stuff, Danny. And now, just one more thing. There's a guy that may get after you. He's smarter than the cops. He's the one that really got me. You gotta keep away from him. Don't give him a chance to find you.
How can I do that?
You gotta keep away from home. Don't go near the flat of the old lady.
But Ma will worry if I don't come home now.
No, she won't, Danny. She'll know you got things to do.
All right, Joe. What about the fella I can't see? Is he dead? Like all my buddies in the war? The ones that talk to me in the dark?
No, Danny. This guy's different. He ain't dead, he's alive. You can hear his voice, only you can't see him. But if you ever hear his voice, you'll know he's near you. Somewhere in the shadows.
Yeah? If he talks to me, I'll fix him, Joe.
Sure, but not the way you're going to get the others, Danny. Because you can't see him, see? Now, look. You know those old hand grenades you have at home?
Yeah?
Well, I want you to carry a couple with you. If this guy ever finds you, if he tries to stop you paying him off for killing me, you just pull the pin of a hand grenade and throw it where you think his voice is coming from. That'll get him.
All right, Joe. But how will I know when it's him?
You'll know all right, Danny. He has a queer kind of laugh. And he calls himself the Shadow.
All right, Breaker. Time's up. Come on, you.
Okay. So long, Danny. Don't you forget anything.
So long, Joe. I wouldn't forget. I wouldn't forget nothing you told me.
Come on, you. Out this way. Take it up.
The poor dope. He'll do it all right. He'll fix him. Every last one of them if I burn. Who's that? I heard somebody, but there's nobody there. Hey, guard!
Are you surprised to find me here, Joe Brecker?
Shadow.
So you weren't expecting me. And yet prisons are filled with shadows. Shadows in the minds of men walking in the shadow of death itself.
What do you want? You put me here, sent me to the chair. Why can't you let me alone?
Because your career of murder is not over. Because I know you mean to carry out the threat you made in court.
Yeah, and you can't stop me, Shadow.
I can. Because you're going to tell me how the jury, the prosecuting attorney, and Judge Wilson are going to be killed.
You're crazy. I'm not telling you anything, Shadow. I'm not afraid of you anymore. I got nothing to lose.
You are telling me, Brecker.
Yeah?
You see, I can read your mind. One thought is racing through your mind now. It's mirrored in your eyes, etched on your brain.
You're lying, trying to trick me into telling you.
All right, I'll tell you what you're thinking about. You're thinking of a man. He acts strangely. That's it. He's shell-shocked.
No.
Am I right?
No, stop it.
This man is very close to you. I've got it. He's your brother. His name is... Danny, isn't it?
No, go away. Leave me alone.
Thinking that even now your brother, Danny, is hurrying home to get a high-powered rifle out of a trunk.
That's true.
A rifle equipped with telescopic sights and a silencer. You're thinking of Danny's medals for marksmanship, his decorations for valor as a sniper. A sniper so cunning he could hide in an open battlefield.
It's a lie.
Pick his enemies off at long range and not be seen. That's all I need to know, Brecker. All I need to know.
No, you're crazy. You're just guessing. All right, suppose he is. You won't find him. You won't stop him, Shadow.
Shut up, Brecker. What's eating you?
Hey, shut up, Brecker. What's the matter with you? Who do you think you're talking to?
It's a Shadow. He's here in the prison.
Well, don't let that worry you, Brecker. There's plenty of shadows where you're going. Come on. Deputies are waiting, and you're heading for the last mile. Look, Mr. Hanson, every one of you jurors are in danger. You shouldn't be here on the street. This death threat may seem like a lot of hooey to you, but I've been assigned to guard you.
If anything happens, they'll send me back to pounding a beat.
Well, I'm sorry, Inspector, but I've got my business to attend to, and I can't hide in my office.
Hanson, what's the matter, man?
Oh, that man, look at him. He's fallen down.
What's the matter with that man? What's going on here? Keep back, get back. Who are you? Greg, homicide squad. This man's been shot.
You're crazy. I didn't have no shot.
Neither did I. But just the same, he's got a bullet right between the eyes. Looks like Joe Brecker is keeping his word.
Lamont, can't you do something? Can't you find Danny Brecker?
No, Margot. He got away. He hasn't been near his mother's home since his brother Joe went to the death house. I've got to find Danny Brecker. He's somewhere. Hiding somewhere. Waiting to strike again. I've got to find him.
Good morning, Mr. O'Hara. I'd like some oranges and potatoes.
Good heavens, Mrs. Adams. What are you doing out in the street? I thought the police had detectives watching every one of you jurors that was on the Brecker case.
Oh, they've got a detective staying at my house, but I had to have some things for dinner, and I slipped out. Mother, can I have some candy? Yes, dear, of course you can. You just... Oh, Mother. Mother, what's the matter? Why don't you answer me?
Sam! Quick, phone the police. Get a doctor. Mrs. Adams has been shot.
Oh, I'm afraid she's dead.
Yes, the killer has struck again.
Judge Wilson.
Yes, Harvey?
Judge, don't you think it'd be, well, safer with a killer still at large if you had those window curtains closed?
Oh, that's not necessary. This apartment's on the 20th floor.
Yeah, I know, Your Honor, but just the same, I'll answer it, sir.
Thank you.
Hello? Yes, Judge Wilson is right here, Your Excellency. Oh, the governor's on the wire, sir.
Here you are. Hello? Yes, Governor. Yes, of course you couldn't commute Joe Brecker's sentence. If you did a thing like that, even to save the rest of the jury, there'd be no more law and order. But look, Governor, don't you think it'd be wise for you to cancel your engagement to ride in the parade tomorrow? You'd be in an open car and a perfect target for any...
Judge Wilson! Governor! Judge Wilson has just been shot. He's dead.
The Shadow will continue with his adventure in just a moment. In the meantime, here is a message of particular importance to families throughout this area who supply their own heat. We are now in a period of the year when all fuels are put to their severest test. However, homeowners who use blue coal have nothing to worry about, because blue coal, which is especially prepared for home use, is better qualified to meet sudden changes of weather than other fuels. During mild weather, blue coal banks for long periods with little attention. Then blue coal immediately responds with minimum draft, sending a uniform supply of heat throughout the living quarters of the home. Because blue coal burns down to a fine powdery ash, it is not only an economical fuel, but a particularly clean fuel as well. Furthermore, blue coal is an American product, mined in Pennsylvania by the Glen Alden Coal Company. Unlike a good many other fuels sold in this area, blue coal is prepared exclusively for home use. So that you can be sure of getting more uniform, more economical heat, blue coal is act color, so that you can identify it at a glance. There has been a big swing this winter to blue coal throughout this territory. Sales of blue coal this winter in the Middle Atlantic and New England states show an increase of 10.4% over sales for the same period a year ago. So take a tip from these blue coal families. For better, more economical heat, switch to blue coal tomorrow. Ask for it by name. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer, whose name will be found in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Good work, Margot.
Hello, Lamont.
It'll take you long to get here. Let me help you out of the car.
I was waiting for your call, Lamont. As a matter of fact, I've been waiting for days. Where have you been? What are you doing?
The same thing the entire police force of this city's been doing, Margot. Chasing a will-o'-the-wisp.
Are you sure it's Joe Brecker's brother, Danny?
Yes, there doesn't seem to be any doubt of it, but the police can't find him, and I haven't a single clue to go on.
What do you know about him?
I looked up his record. He was shell-shocked during the war in France. He was an expert marksman, a sniper. Society trained him to kill men. They told him they were enemies, that he should kill them off. And now, with a shell-shocked mind, he's remembering what society taught him. To kill.
Yes.
And another thing. For the people who've been through that experience, life is cheap.
Yes, but these poor people he shot and killed, the jurors and the judge, they were only doing their duty. They're innocent.
Yes, individually they're innocent, Margot. Individually we're all innocent, and yet all guilty. Because this Danny, Joe Brecker's brother, is a product of our own folly. Teaching men to kill in time of war, and yet expecting them to respect life in time of peace.
Lamont, why did you want me to meet you here?
Oh, I want you to do something for me, Margot. I want you to go into that brownstone house right over there. Joe Brecker's mother lives in the basement.
Yes.
Joe is scheduled to die at 5 o'clock. It's exactly 10 minutes from now.
All right, Lamont. I'll do it. Where will you be?
I'll be with you, Margot, as the shadow. I have a feeling Danny may come to his mother tonight, either just before or just after his brother dies. Hurry, I've less than 10 minutes. Here's the house. I'll ring the bell.
Lamont, what shall I tell her? That I'm a reporter?
Yes, but don't try to make her answer questions.
I hear someone coming.
Yes? What do you want?
Mrs. Brecker, I'd like to speak to you. May I come in?
I don't care. You can come in if you want to. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. Nothing will ever matter again.
I know you've been through a terrible ordeal these past days, Mrs. Brecker.
How could you know what I've been through? How could anyone know? My one son a murderer, and the other one, goodness only knows what or where.
Oh, I'm very sorry. If there's anything I can do.
In 3 minutes, they'll be killing my son, Joe. There's nothing anyone can do. It's his brother Danny. Oh, I'm so worried about him. Why doesn't he come? Oh, why doesn't he come home?
Ma.
Oh, Danny.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'd come. Joe said I shouldn't, but I had to come. I knew you'd want me home tonight.
Danny, where have you been? What's Joe been making you do?
I've just been doing what Joe told me to do for him. Ma, who's that girl there? What's she doing here?
Why, she's just a friend, Danny. Just a friend. Come to sit with me.
She won't tell nobody you've been here, will she?
Oh, no, Danny. She won't tell anyone.
Ma, they're gonna kill Joe in a few minutes. 5 o'clock. And then I gotta go out and do one more thing for Joe. Look, it's almost time.
Oh, no. No, Danny, no. You can't. I won't let you.
Let go of me, Ma.
No.
Let go of me.
Danny.
I gotta do what Joe told me. I gotta keep my word to Joe.
No, Danny, listen to me. I know who's been killing those people, shooting them. Oh, you've got to give yourself up, Danny. They won't hurt you. They didn't know. You didn't know what you were doing. 5 o'clock.
It's time. It's time. 5 o'clock. Joe's dead. Now I gotta go back to the tower and do the last thing Joe wanted me to do for him.
Danny, don't. You've done enough harm.
You keep out of this. Joe told me to do this. I gotta. I can still hear a voice telling me to do it.
Now you hear a voice telling you not to, Danny.
Voice? I know. You're the shadow.
Yes, Danny. And for your own sake, your mother's sake, Danny,
Joe told me what to do with you. He knew you'd find me. That's why I got this hand grenade.
Oh, Danny, don't.
I got my hand on the firing pin. I'm going to pull it out.
Stop, Danny, I'm warning you.
The voice came from there, in the corner. Joe told me to throw the grenade. Oh, my shadow.
What happened?
It's all right. I managed to pick up the grenade and throw it through the window into the court before it exploded.
Oh, thank heaven.
I don't mind saying that's the closest call the shadow ever had.
Lamont, how long have you been here in your office? What's happened? Were you able to trail Danny to his hiding place?
No, by the time I got to the street after that hand grenade episode, he disappeared.
But haven't you any idea where he went? Where that tower you mentioned might be?
No, I've been working on this enlarged map of the Midtown section, trying to find some tall building, some tower Danny Brecker could use to hide, to pick off the governor.
Danny said something about a tower. It must be somewhere along the line of march of today's parade, Lamont.
Margot, that's the Wardman Tower.
But it isn't finished. They stopped work on it. It's nothing but a steel frame.
What could be a better place for a sharpshooter like Danny Brecker? There's no work going on there, just a watchman down on the street level. Margot, it's a long chance, but it may be the answer. Come on, there's a minute to lose.
My car's downstairs, Lamont. I'll drive you over there. But what if he isn't there? What if he's somewhere else, waiting to strike?
In that case, Margot, I'm afraid we'll have a new governor of this state.
Just a couple of minutes now, Joe. Just a couple of minutes, and the governor's car will come along. And then I'll do the last thing you asked me to do, Joe. Wind velocity 0. Range 300 yards. He'll die quick, Joe. Like you died. Yeah. The governor's coming now, Joe. That's his automobile with all the flags on it. That's him sitting in the back with all those fellas around him. But I can pick them out. I won't miss, Joe.
Danny Brecker, listen to me.
What was that? Who said that? Who laughed like that?
Don't you recognize the shadow, Danny?
But Joe said... He said the hand grenade would fix you.
You see, Danny, your brother was wrong. Put down that rifle, Danny Brecker.
How did you find me way up here? How did you know I was hiding up here among these steel girders? Just like I used to hide in the trees in the war.
That doesn't matter, Danny Brecker. All that matters is that you must not kill any more people.
But I got to. Just one more, Shadow. Just one more. The governor. Down there in that car. I promised Joe.
No, Danny. You will never keep that promise. Put down that rifle. Put it down, Danny. Lay it down on that steel girder and crawl back to the catwalk.
All right. All right. I'll put it down. I'll put it down. Where are you, Shadow? I still got another grenade. Talk to me, Shadow. Say something so I can tell where you are.
Crawl back to the catwalk, Danny. Crawl back to the catwalk, I say.
No. No, I won't. I won't. You can't make me. Come here and get me if you want me, Shadow.
I don't want to have to do that, Danny.
Don't you come near me, Shadow. Don't you touch me. If you do, I'll drop this hand grenade. I'll throw it down here among all those people. I'll kill dozens of them. There. I'll pull the pin. I'll throw it.
Danny, listen to me. Hold that hand grenade, Danny. Hold it tight, Danny Brecker. See your fingers tighten about it. Your mind obeys mine. Do you hear me, Danny? Danny, hold it. Don't throw that hand grenade.
Hold it. Hold it tight. Don't throw it.
Don't drop it. Don't drop it, Danny.
Don't drop it, Danny. Don't drop it, Danny. Don't drop it.
Yes, Commissioner Weston. A high-powered rifle fell into the street, fell right in front of the governor's car.
I'm glad no one was hurt.
Mm-hmm. This is the 30th floor. This is where the bomb went off. Blew the guy to pieces.
Good heavens, he must have had a time bomb that went off too quick. Any idea who it was?
Yep. They found an identification card and some newspaper clippings in his pocket, and what was left of them. It was Danny Brecker, Joe Becker's brother.
Ah. Well, I guess that's that. Don't suppose we'll ever know what really happened. Anyway, there's one consolation. Looks as if the shadow fell down on this case just as badly as we did.
Not quite, Commissioner Weston.
Oh, so you got here in time to take credit for this, eh, Shadow?
There is no credit. No glory in the death of Danny Brecker, Commissioner Weston. He was a victim. A human instrument of destruction. Fashioned by mankind. That teaches men to kill their enemies in time of war, yet expects them to forget their murderous art in time of peace. Danny Brecker was an enemy of society. A killer. But only because you and I and countless thousands made him one. No, Commissioner. There is no glory in this for you, or the Shadow, or for any man.
You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, again presents another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort. This is the Mutual Broadcasting.
And now, stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, The House on Hainsley Boulevard.
The old Hackett place on Hainsley Boulevard was a monument to the past, built by the very first of the Hacketts to arrive in California a good many years before. It clung now to its former grandeur with a sort of quiet, determined tenacity. But one evening shortly after midnight, the quiet of the neighborhood was suddenly shattered, the air torn with a startling cry. Fire! Fire! Yes, the cry of fire knifing through the stillness of tree-lined Hainsley Boulevard. The old house threatened as flames leaped to envelop it, and immediately the street was alive with activity. And miraculously, coming swiftly to the rescue, a fire engine, its crew working skillfully, fighting off the threat of destruction. And then out of the crowd, a man appeared.
Mr. Hackett, the house is safe.
Yeah, I see.
No one in there, is there, Mr. Hackett? Your Aunt Leona away?
Oh, she's away, thank heaven. Spending the night in Glendale. How did it happen, Lieutenant Mullen? How did you start?
I don't know. I went past about half an hour ago, going on duty.
I know. Aunt Leona will be grateful to you, Lieutenant.
No, forget it. Funny thing, though, Mr. Hackett. Thought I saw somebody running away from the place.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'll see you later, Mr. Hackett.
Sure. And thanks, Mullen.
I'd have been sick if anything had happened to the old place.
You are sick inside, aren't you, Frank? Because your plan failed so completely. And even as you thank Police Lieutenant Mullen for his swift action, you inwardly curse yourself, forgetting that he passes this way regularly, and that only a matter of a half an hour destroyed your timing. And you have to have money soon. $5,000 to clear your gambling debt with Dino DaCosta, or the payoff will be your life. Even with the damage very slight, the scene with Aunt Leona the next morning is an unpleasant one, as she surveys the scorched section at the rear of the old place.
Disgraceful.
Oh, there's very little damage, Aunt Leona.
It isn't the extent of the damage. It's your carelessness that disturbs me. I've left you everything I have in my will, and all I ask in return is that you assume some responsibility and make things easier for me while I'm still here.
Look, Aunt Leona, it could have been much worse. You worry yourself sick over this house.
It's my home, isn't it?
It's my home, too, Aunt Leona. Half mine, half yours, according to Cappy's will.
And it'll be all yours when I die, along with everything else I have. But I'm not dead yet, Frank.
Just the same, we ought to accept Mr. Fleming's offer to buy, if you ask me.
No one's asking you.
The old argument sounds even more hollow than usual, doesn't it, Frank? You're not getting anywhere with Aunt Leona, and you wish she were out of your way. You can't help thinking how pleasant your situation would be if something happened to her. You'd have everything you wanted. You could square yourself with Dino and have all you'd ever need besides. And there isn't much time, is there, Frank? Dino's given you 10 days. You can't stall much longer. Later that day, you seek out the only solace these last few months have offered. Adele Richards. Lovely, beautiful. You could marry her if you could support her. Couldn't you, Frank?
She's a stubborn old woman. Fleming's outfit has bought up most of the other houses along the street, but she won't sell. She's going to put up an office building eventually.
Probably want to sell then.
Sure, when it's too late. Old Cappy had the right idea.
Cappy?
Captain Hackett, Aunt Leona's husband.
Oh.
He up and left about 8 years ago. Went out one night for some pipe tobacco. So he said. Never came back. I don't blame him. But then he had some money. He could afford to run. I can't.
You want to run, Frank?
From her and from that infernal old house, yes. From you, darling, never.
Oh, Frank.
Oh, great. Don't answer it.
It's silly. I have to.
Hello? Oh, yes. Yes, he's here. I'll call him. It's for you, Frank. It's Dino DaCosta. He knows you're here.
Okay. Hello, Dino.
I thought I might catch you at your girlfriend's. I was reading the papers, Frank. That was a dumb thing to do.
What was?
Setting fire to your house. You're nuts.
No, Dino, you're wrong. I didn't do it.
Sure you did, and it didn't work. Just wanted you to know that's a bum angle, Frank. I don't like it.
What difference does it make to you what I do to settle with you?
I don't like strings on anything that's mine. That $5,000 you owe me. I want it on time, but I want it clean. Remember that, Frank.
Hello? Hello?
Frank, what is it?
Nothing.
Frank.
I'm sorry, honey. I've got a lot on my mind.
Something to do with gambling and Dino DaCosta, that's obvious. What is it?
It's... Well, might as well know. I'm into Dino for $5,000.
Frank.
I've got to get hold of the money some way.
Well, Frank, why don't you go to your aunt? Tell her everything.
She'll blow her stack. You don't know Aunt Leona, Adele. If I did that, she'd cut me out of her will, everything. No. I'll have to get the money for Dino some other way.
Yes, Frank, some other way. And the time is short, very short. It's ironic, isn't it? Old Hackett House isn't worth much to anybody except Aunt Leona and Mr. Fleming, who wants very much to buy it. You could settle your debt with Dino if she'd agree to take Mr. Fleming's offer. That night, after Leona retires, you're groping for a solution when the phone rings.
Hello.
Mr. Hackett, John Fleming.
Oh, yes, Mr. Fleming.
Hope it's not too late to bother you, but about the house, have you talked it out with your aunt?
Why, no. That is, I have talked to her, Mr. Fleming, and, well, she's weakening, but...
Nothing definite yet, though. Nothing settled, eh?
Well, no. Well, you know how it is. Living there so long, she's pretty attached to the place.
I know, but we can't stall this thing indefinitely. I wish you'd get a decision soon.
Oh, I will, sir. Very soon. And it's going to be a favorable one, I'm sure. She is weakening.
Good. We'll talk again soon then, eh?
You wish it were true, don't you, Frank? That there was even a slight sign of Aunt Leona weakening in her stand against selling the house. The next morning, you decide to bring the subject up once more, when, as you step out into the yard, you hear voices raised angrily. Aunt Leona's voice, and the voice of old Bosun Pete, an old friend, former shipmate of Captain Hackett, who now does odd jobs about the place.
This mess, my rose bed, my favorite rose bed. And what do? Neglect it? Ignore it?
Oh, the soil's been worked to death there, Miss Hackett. Best thing to do is rip all them prickly old scrags out of there.
Don't you dare talk that way about my roses.
Your roses, your house. Don't you ever think anything of anybody else's? Like my patience? It wears mighty thin around you, miss. I want to tell you right here.
Now, look here, Bosun. If you don't enjoy the way I do things, you don't have to stay around, you know.
All right. I will quit, and with pleasure. Goodbye to you, Miss Leone.
Old fool.
Aunt Leona.
Oh, Frank. Well, I suppose you heard.
Who didn't? Well, the neighbors must have heard you, too. Aunt Leona, you can't send that old gent away.
Can't I?
Cap Hackett said he was to have a place here as long as he wished it.
Captain Hackett's been gone over 7 years, Frank. I'd say that makes him legally dead. And dead people don't dictate to me. Nor live ones either.
Something in Aunt Leona's manner has suddenly set you to wondering if the rose bed might hold a grim secret of your aunt's, perhaps even the secret of her husband's strange disappearance, and you determine to find out. At dinner that night, you ask her an important question.
This weekend, Aunt Leona. Going to Glendale as usual? Cousin Ellie's?
Thought I might. Why?
Well, nothing. Just wondered.
Oh. If I do go, I hope I can trust you to remain in the premises and look after the place better than last time.
Oh, of course you can, Aunt Leona. I'll look after the place very well this time.
Tonight, I'm predicting again. This time, a sight you're going to see oftener and oftener as the days grow warmer. Overheated cars parked at the side of the road to let their steaming radiators cool off. To make sure this annoying occurrence doesn't mar your summer driving fun, Signal service stations are now ready to serve you with these useful little items to rejuvenate your cooling system. Radiator cleaner to remove clogging scale, sludge, and rust. Rust preventive to protect radiators of old cars or new ones from further corrosion. Radiator sealer that stops small leaks in a jiffy. Plus new fan belts and radiator hose in case yours need replacing. And these, mind you, are just 5 items from your Signal dealer's complete line of recognized quality motoring needs, which include Lee tires, nationally advertised brands of spark plugs and windshield wiper blades, plus many others. So when you drive into a Signal dealer's to fill up with the famous Go Farther gasoline, remember he's also headquarters for a complete line of fine accessories and services to help your car run better, look better, and last longer.
It's a hunch, isn't it, Frank? A growing belief. And quite possibly something that will help you considerably in your contest with Aunt Leona. It's far more than a test of individual wills, isn't it, Frank? The days are slipping by, and Dino DaCosta will collect your gambling debt with him one way or another. And now, with your aunt spending the weekend in Glendale, giving you some time alone on the premises, another more promising thought has entered your head. That's why you set to work as soon as she's gone. Set to work digging into the rose bed. Digging deep. But all your efforts avail you exactly nothing. Only a ruined flower bed. And at work the following Monday, you get the angry phone call you expected.
Frank? Frank, how could you? How could you allow that terrible man to take his revenge this way?
Terrible man?
Bosun Pete. He's dug up my rose bed, ruined it for good. And you let him do it, you, when you said you'd watch the place.
Well, I'm sorry, Aunt Leona. I only left for a short time. I had no idea the bosun would do such a thing.
I'm going to get the police on him. Lieutenant Mullen. I'll report him to Lieutenant
Mullen. That evening, as you sit on the front porch of Hackett House with Aunt Leona, you're a little hesitant to bring up the matter of Mr. Fleming's offer, aren't you, Frank? Yes, because you know she's still upset about the rose beds. You're sitting back, puffing on a cigarette, trying to think of some way you can ease into the subject when...
Someone's coming up the path, Frank.
Oh, yeah. Looks like Bosun.
Bosun? Well, I've got something to say to him.
Now, take it easy, Aunt Leona. I'd say from the looks of that walk, he's had a few beers.
Yeah, hello, Frank. Miss Leone.
Well, you have a nerve coming back, showing your face around here after what you've done.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your tearing up my rose beds.
Me? I didn't have nothing to do with them rose beds. I just come for my money.
Your money? What money?
You know what money. Long before Cappy went away, he said I should have part of his money when he died.
Oh? Did he tell you that?
He told you, too, and you know it.
Really? I don't seem to recall.
Listen, Miss Leone, I'm warning you. I better get my money or you'll be sorry.
Are you threatening me?
Well, call it what you want. I'll get my money if I have to choke it out of you.
Come on, Bosun. Let's take a walk.
Now, let go, Frank. I ain't finished here yet.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Come on.
You lead him away, Frank, the bosun shouting threats. Walk him down the street for several blocks to calm him down. Then you leave him. You feel sorry for the bosun, don't you? But as you turn, start back for the house, he's quickly forgotten. You have other things on your mind. Dino, Aunt Leona, Adele. You haven't seen her in days, have you? Then as you reach the crest of the hill, sight Hackett House silhouetted against the sky, you stop. Suddenly an idea hits you.
Wait a minute. Sure. Why didn't I think of that before? Aunt Leona! Aunt Leona?
In the kitchen, Frank.
Oh.
I was fixing a cup of tea. Would you care for
No,
one?
no, thanks. Look, I just got an idea, Aunt Leona. Cappy left you several lots up in Glendale, didn't he? Not far from Cousin Ellie's place?
Yes, that's right.
Aunt Leona, why couldn't we have the house moved there? Just have it picked up, hauled away.
Move?
To the lots in Glendale. Why not, Aunt Leona? Why not?
Why not, indeed? It'd be nice being close to Ellie.
Sure it would.
But wait, wouldn't it cost a bit of money?
Oh, I don't know. Look, let me talk to Fleming.
Now, don't rush me into this, Frank. I want some time to think it over.
Okay, you think it over. But I've got another idea, and I'm going to see Fleming about it first thing in the morning. Aunt Leona, I talked to Mr. Fleming this morning, and he called me back a few minutes ago. His company is willing to move the house for us, stand all the expense.
Oh, really, Frank?
How about it? Do I tell him it's a deal?
Well, all right, Frank. All right.
Good. Now, listen, they're anxious to get on this thing right away, so you'd better scout around, see if you can find us another place to live for the time being.
There's a cottage just round the corner from here and up the street. It's for rent. I saw it this morning.
Check on it right away. I'll see you tonight, Aunt Leona.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Well, Frank, where on earth have you been?
Well, it's a long story, but I'll be...
You're through talking, Frank.
Well, go on, darling. But you'll fall.
You hear me? Hang up.
I'll call you later, Adele.
But Frank!
Later, Adele. All right. What's the idea, Dino?
I came to call, that's the idea. Was in your neighborhood, as the saying goes, and decided to drop in.
You're not the social type, Dino.
No, I ain't. So we won't visit very long. 5 more days, Frank. Or are you keeping score, too?
I know. And it looks good, Dino.
I'm not so sure. 5 days, Frank. That's all the time you got. I need to do myself, bad. 5 days. It's gotta be.
I'll try, Dino, but I can't...
I'd do that, Frank, if I were you. Just as if your life depended on it.
Dino means business, doesn't he, Frank? 5 more days, and that's all. Somehow you managed to move yourself and Aunt Leona to the little cottage not far from Hackett House in 2 days' time. And then you go to Mr. Fleming's office to press for payment for your property.
So, any time your company wants to start moving the house is fine with us.
Good, my boy, good. I'll file for the moving permit right away. Sometimes there are little delays in getting it, and sometimes not. But we'll move the house as soon as we get the permit.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Fleming, when you move the house is of no importance to me. I don't even want to hear about Hackett House until it's safely planted on those lots in Glendale. Well, about the money for the property. Since Aunt Leona and I own the property jointly, can we each receive a check for half the total amount?
Perfectly agreeable with us, and I should say, if there's some rush about it, our accounting department could get the checks out for you right away.
Oh, fine, Mr. Fleming, fine. There is some rush about it.
It's a relief, isn't it, Frank? You leave Fleming's office fortified with 2 checks. One made out to Aunt Leona for her half. The other to you for exactly the amount you must pay Dino da Costa. $5,000, your half. All for Dino. You're glad you have the money for Dino. But after you pay him, you'll be no better off than you were before. And now you know you'll never be. Unless something happens to your Aunt Leona. As you walk along the busy downtown street, you suddenly see an old friend right in front of you.
Well, Bolson, how are you?
Oh, hello, Frank. Well, look, I've been wanting to get in touch with you. I wanted to, ask Miss Leone to forgive me for the other night.
Oh, forget it.
I didn't mean to say all those things, but, I kind of needed the money.
Oh? Things pretty tough?
Yeah, pretty tough.
Well, I'll see what I can do, Bolson.
Oh, would you, Frank? You know I didn't mean to harm her or nothing like that.
Where are you staying?
At Seaman's Hotel.
I'll get in touch.
You watch Bosun as he turns away, disappears into the noonday crowd. Now you know what you're going to do, don't you, Frank? The Bosun is your answer. Soon you'll have everything you want, including Adele. Yes, Bosun Pete has given the solution, hasn't he? That night, a little after midnight, you make it a point to run into another old friend, Lieutenant Mullen of the police department, on his way to work. And as the two of you stand and chat on the street corner, you manage to steer the conversation in the direction you want it to go.
Yeah, I was beginning to wonder about Bosun. Haven't seen him in the neighborhood for some time.
Well, he's living downtown now, I understand.
Heard he had a run-in with your aunt, is that right? About the rose beds?
Yeah. What a session it was. He'd been drinking. Well, I really don't think he meant what he said. Threatening her, you know.
Really?
Still, you can't be too sure. He's got quite a temper. And a gun.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
But I don't think you have to worry too much about the Bosun. Oh, here comes my streetcar. I'll see you later, Mr. Hackett. Good night.
Night, Lieutenant.
You're pleased, aren't you, Frank? Satisfied with your meeting with Lieutenant Mullen. The following afternoon, you phone the Seaman's Hotel. Ask Bosun to pick you up that night, drive you out to the cottage. You've made a decision, haven't you, Frank? Set your plan into motion. Your debt with Dino will be settled. And when it's all over, you won't have to share the money from the sale of Hackett House with anyone. And you'll have all your Aunt Leona's money besides. Late that night, you're waiting on a quiet side street for Bosun to pick you up. And finally, he rounds the corner and pulls up at the curb.
Hello, Frank.
Right on time, Bosun.
Yeah.
Shouldn't want to keep Leona waiting, you know.
Sure she'll be up this late? Seems like a funny time of night.
Oh, you're wrong, Bosun. The time's perfect. Just perfect for this.
10 minutes later, you're parked in front of the cottage, and you're wearing Bosun's pea jacket and cap. Bosun is out of sight, slumped down on the seat beside you, still unconscious. You glance at your watch, then slip out of the car and hurry quietly up to the porch of the cottage to wait. It'll all be over soon, won't it, Frank? Once you get away, you'll wreck the car. Bosun will be killed, and the murder weapon will be found in his pocket. You'll glance at your watch again, a little after 12, and down the street. And you see him approaching right on schedule. It's Lieutenant Mullen.
Yes? Who is it?
It's Frank.
Well, Frank, did you forget your keys? What in the world are you doing in the bosun's cap? What?
As your Aunt Leona slumps to the floor, you whirl, run back to the car, jump inside. Through the rear-view mirror, you can see Lieutenant Mullen running towards you. And as you put the car in gear, you let the bosun's cap fall to the street.
Bye-bye, Lieutenant. And thanks. Thanks for being right on time.
Like a spare tire without air. That's just how much good an oil filter does your car when the filter cartridge inside is filled up with sludge and goo. It can no longer do the job it was put there to do. And what is that job? Well, for every 1 gallon of gasoline an engine uses, it sucks in up to 9,000 gallons of air. And air carries gritty dust which gets into the oil and has to be strained out by the oil filter. Also, tiny metal particles wearing off engine parts must be trapped by the oil filter, so they won't act as an abrasive on other costly parts. In recognition of the importance of oil filters, signal dealers are this month joining in the national program of the Purolator Company to check the condition of oil filters. If he finds your filter cartridge too clogged to give your motor proper protection, your signal dealer can replace it with a genuine Purolator filter cartridge. After all, the best two ways we know to prevent engine wear are 1, a good, clean oil filter, and 2, a change to new Signal Premium, the heavy-duty type oil that reduces engine wear due to lubrication 50%.
A crowd had gathered in the usually quiet side street on the fringe of downtown Los Angeles. Spoke in excited whispers, stared at the body on the sidewalk. A few feet away, Lieutenant Mullen stood by, puffing slowly on a cigarette, and his face wore a puzzled frown. Then another officer pushed his way through the crowd and joined him.
This one dead, Lieutenant?
Yeah. Name's Frank Hackett.
You killed the old lady back there at the cottage?
Uh-huh. Tried to make it look like Bosun did it.
Bosun?
The man over there in the Essex. How's he doing?
Oh, he's finally coming around. How'd you nail this Hackett fella?
Saw him run out of the cottage his aunt had rented after I heard the shots. Thought at first it was Bosun the way he was dressed. I took off after him. I never caught him either, except that after he turned the corner, he had to abandon the car and go out on foot. That's when my bullet nailed him.
Something go wrong with his car?
No, the street was blocked.
Blocked?
Yeah. The movers were hauling a house away. It blocked the whole street. Hackett here couldn't drive the car around it. Funny thing, too. It was his home they were moving. Hackett House.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. And before you start your vacation trip, be sure to ask your Signal dealer for a free copy of Lane's Guide, a booklet prepared by an independent travel organization to help you find good eating and lodging places. While no pocket-sized booklet can include all the good hotels, motels, and dining places, Lane's Guide covers a representative selection in hundreds of cities and towns, and a copy of this handy publication is yours free at Signal stations. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, John Stevenson, Norma Varden, Gene Bates, Cliff Arquette, Herbert Rawlinson, Frank Richards, and Charles Seal. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Adrian John Doe, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Once again, we bring you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man of our town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learnt a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today we feature the Shadow in an adventure out of this world. Early morning. The scene, Lamont Cranston's flat.
It's all right, I hear you. I'm coming.
Commissioner Weston.
Good morning, Cranston.
Come in.
Thanks.
What are you doing here this hour of the morning?
I was investigating a case in this building. Just dropped in for some coffee.
All right, come into the kitchen.
Thanks, sir.
What case, Commissioner?
Well, it's a strange business, Cranston. There's been a wave of assassinations hit this city that's got me confused. I don't know where I stand.
Assassination? I haven't heard about any murders lately.
Well, we've been keeping them hushed up. We've found 5 men murdered in the last 2 weeks. Each murder looks exactly like suicide. Except for one thing.
What?
On the palm of each dead man, we found a curious mark. A circle with a small cross under it, in some kind of purple ink. Oh, by the way, do you know a Lester Smith on the 5th floor? He's the latest victim.
No, I don't. Circle and cross.
Where's the cup?
Oh, in the cupboard over there.
Oh, thanks. Almost been driving me to drink. And, where's the milk?
Just open the service door there. Those are morning papers are left outside.
Good. Hey, Cranston, What kind of paper do you subscribe to, anyway?
The Globe? Why?
No, not the Globe, this other one. The one printed in purple ink on grey paper. I thought it was an advertising circular at first.
Grey paper? Here, let me have a look at that.
Yeah, it was lying underneath the Globe.
I've never subscribed to anything like this, Commissioner.
Well, I've never seen a paper like that before.
Seems to be called the Rune.
Exactly. And do you notice the date on top of it? 33rd lustrum in the 9th sequence of the 6th epoch. What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. The turbitality enemy of Arch Ascension Master, the known as Fraser Blackburn, was yesterday aided to new life.
Is that English?
The kind of English. The kind futuristic writers claim our descendants will speak in a few centuries.
Well, if this isn't the weirdest thing I've ever come across...
Moment, Commissioner.
Huh?
Oh, good morning, my dear Mr. Cranston. Oh, good morning. Apparently you know my name.
Why, yes, Mr. Cranston. I like to know my neighbors. My name is Bland. I am very much afraid you have my morning paper there, Mr. Cranston.
Is this your paper? Look here, Mr. Bland, what's it all about? We're trying to make sense out of it.
It's really quite a simple matter. I happen to belong to a lodge. This is our news bulletin. We write in such odd fashion merely to be different.
I see. Hey, well, here's your paper, Mr. Bland, only I don't see how anybody can understand it.
Oh, it makes a great deal of sense for those who know how to read. Good morning, gentlemen.
Commissioner, did you happen to see inside his flat?
No, I was concentrating on the paper.
It was weird. From what I could see, the furniture and decorations were something definitely not of this world.
Now, Cranston,
I tell you, I caught a glimpse of photographs on the wall.
Hey, look out, the coffee's boiling.
And those photographs could not have been taken anywhere on this earth.
Now, forget about it, Cranston.
And you heard that music, didn't you? That weird, unearthly, inhuman music.
Oh, that's probably all something to do with his lodge, Cranston. Now, don't let your imagination run away with you. There's your phone. It's all right, I'll answer. It's probably the department. They know I'm here.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
Hello, this is Weston. What? Not again. All right, I'll be right over there. You want to exercise your imagination on something real, Cranston? Well, get your clothes on and come with me. There's just been another of those assassinations. Okay, this is it. Room 824.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Hello, Shaughnessy. Where's the body?
Right here, sir.
All right, let's have a look at it. Just like all the rest. Seems like a bona fide suicide, doesn't it?
Yes, it certainly does, Commissioner. Pistol in the right hand, wound in the right temple. Powder burns and everything.
Well, I'd believe it was suicide, O'Shaughnessy, if it wasn't for that mark on his palm. Here. You see, Cranston?
Yes. The circle with a small red cross under it.
Commissioner, I was thinking. Perhaps all those other men and Mr. Blackburn here belong to a suicide club or something.
Oh, wait a minute. What did you say his name was?
Blackburn. Fraser Blackburn.
Fraser Blackburn.
What's wrong with you?
Commissioner, don't you remember? In Bland's paper this morning?
Oh, that mumbo-jumbo rag? Well, what about it?
That item about Fraser Blackburn being aided to a new life.
Oh, yes, I say that's right.
This is something we've got to find out about, Commissioner.
No, wait a minute, Cranston. Now, don't go off on a tangent. That item might have meant that Fraser Blackburn was promoted to a fancy rank in his lodge.
Perhaps it could, but then again, perhaps it meant murder.
But, Lamont, why the hurry?
I'm trying to beat Weston to the punch. I want to ask Bland a few questions before Weston sees him.
Why did you bring me back with you?
First, tell me what you think of my story, Margot.
It's too fantastic, Lamont. Commissioner Weston was right. You are going off into a tangent. There must be some rational explanation.
I hope so. And that's what I'm going to find out.
Well, how?
I want you to ring Bland's doorbell. When he opens the door, pretend you're looking for me.
But you'll be with me.
The shadow will be with you, Margot. I'll go into that flat with Bland. You go back to my place and wait for me.
Oh, all right, Lamont.
Yes. This is it. Go ahead. Yes. What is it, please?
Oh, excuse me. Is Mr. Cranston here?
I'm very sorry. You had the wrong place. Mr. Cranston lives next door.
Oh, thank you.
Not at all, my dear. Good morning. Very strange. I have not... Who's in here? Pull out.
It is the Shadow, Bland.
The Shadow? Oh, yes, I've heard of you. They say no man can see you. Evidently, that is true. I've been expecting you.
What are you doing at that instrument panel?
You shall soon see, Shadow. We can discuss your visit while my machines operate.
Operate?
I must have data on you, my dear Shadow. I cannot permit your invisibility to handicap me. I must know with whom I am dealing.
No man knows the Shadow.
But my machines will. And they will tell me. Listen.
Position of subject north 2509. Biometric. Height of subject. Third group. Weight in seconds. Calibration. Anatomic analysis shows you the lateral development to the right. Variation in bone and muscle in proportion of 1 to 1.003.
Magnificent, eh? In another 2 minutes, we'll have you indexed, x-rayed, and photographed.
Subject human. Temperature Fahrenheit 78.6.
Exit the Shadow. Yes, it's perfectly true, Margot. When Bland's machine started operation, the Shadow fled like a thief.
But why, Lamont?
Bland may have been bluffing or telling the truth. I don't know. But I can't risk the Shadow's identity being known until I find out more about what we're fighting.
Lamont, I just can't believe all the fantastic things you're implying about Bland. They just can't be.
Perhaps, Margot, but then... Wait. Mr. Cranston, greetings. May I enter, please? Yes, come in, Bland. We were just talking about you. How very odd. I was just talking about you, Mr. Cranston. I had very bad news for you and the young lady. Our chief is displeased with you.
What do you mean?
Our chief is quite angry. Jupiter, I have never heard him so angry. The young lady should never have brought the Shadow into my house. What's that? We know you and the young lady, Miss Blaine, is it not? Are friends of the Shadow. Analysis of our historical tabulators has shown you have invariably brought the Shadow into cases in which you are involved. Go on. It was a serious mistake so far as we're concerned, Mr. Cranston. We don't like it.
Who are you?
I see no harm in telling you in view of what will shortly take place. Listen carefully, my friends, and try to understand. We are not of your world. Where we are from does not matter. We are not of your world. We look human. We play the role of humans, but we are not of your breed. You sound like some kind of organization. How many are you? Perhaps 3 million to date. Yes, we are an organization. A secret one, you might say, but we have discovered the best way to keep a secret is not to have one. We come out into the open, my friends. We live with you and work with you. While you ignore us with frank, smug innocence, we, who appear to be your friends, your brothers, your fellow men, are preparing to take your world away from you. And those assassinations? You deduce that from our paper, eh? Most unfortunate that it fell into your hands. Unfortunate for you. Yes. As the years pass, too many humans like you begin to ask embarrassing questions. Some we put off with reasonable explanations. Others, like yourself, must be answered more strictly. Like Fraser Blackburn. And you're so sure of yourself that you're warning me. Merely so that you will accept your fate gracefully, my friends. So that you will not put us to the bother of pursuing you. You are surrounded by us. You do not know which of your friends, your enemies, your acquaintances, your neighbors may be one of us. The chief is displeased and instructs me to end your curiosity. That means, as sure as this earth of yours will be ours, you will be dead in 1 hour.
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. But first, your announcer with a message. And now, back to the shadow. Lamont and Margot have just come out of his apartment building. A taxi is cruising past, and Lamont calls...
Taxi? Hey, taxi, over here.
Lamont, why are you rushing out of your flat like this? I feel like a fugitive.
Get in, Margot. That's exactly what you are. 125 Park Road, driver. I'm taking you home right now.
You don't believe that fantastic story Bland told us?
I don't want to.
But you do. Oh, Lamont.
I've seen his flat, his fantastic scientific equipment. I'm confused, Margot. I don't know what to believe.
What are you going to do?
Fight.
Millions of men?
You may have been lying about that. I don't know. All I know is you don't have to fight an army. You'll fight its generals. If I can get Bland, we won't have to worry about his organization.
How are you going to do it?
The first thing is to get you home where you'll be safe. We'll work out a code signal so we can phone each other and be sure to whom we're talking.
All right, people. Out you get.
So soon? Hey, just a minute. You've made a mistake.
There's no mistake.
I said 125 Park Road. You've taken us to the middle of the park.
And it's starting to rain. I don't want to take a walk in this weather, driver.
This isn't any mistake, Mr. Cranston. Get out.
Lamont.
You mean you?
That's right. The boss has ordered your execution. So get out. Both of you. You got 2 minutes to say goodbye. Don't try any tricks. I'm pretty quick with a gun.
Lamont, what are we going to do?
Take it easy, Margot.
LCO9 to center.
Check. Go ahead.
Have Cranston and Lane.
Carry out operation.
Hey, did Bland instruct for Mark on Palms?
We'll check.
Well, Harry, I'm in the middle of the park. Won't be interrupted.
No instructions on Brand. Carry on.
Acknowledge. All right, people. Here's where you get it. The lady first?
The gentleman first.
All right. Pity you got too curious. That's a dangerous decision.
Come on! Get out of the way, Margot. You'll never get away with it, you fool!
I'll get away with a lot more before I finish. Stop that gun. Drop it.
Come on, watch out, there's a car coming.
Let me get just one punch and let...
Lamont!
Quick, Margot.
Lamont, he's been run down.
Quickly, let's get out of here. There may be more of Bland's people. Now run. Here's police headquarters now. We'll be safe inside here quickly. This is much better.
Oh, I'll stay best of all in Commissioner Weston's office.
Mr. Cranston! Hey, Mr. Cranston!
Oh, Lamont.
I'm Halliday of the Globe. Don't you live in the building where they found that assassination case this morning?
Oh.
Well, what about it?
Oh, can't you give us some information? Did you know the dead man? Ever visit him? Know anything about his family? How is he off financially?
Now, look here, Halliday. I'm busy right now. Can't just wait until later.
Oh, give me a break, Mr. Cranston. You know me from way back. I've got to get some information on this case.
Later, I tell you. Come on, Margot. Margot! Margot!
Honey, she just vanished in the crowd.
It was a trap. You arranged this, you and Bland.
Mr. Cranston, what's the matter?
I've known you for years, and you turn out to be one of them. Go back to Bland. Tell him I'll find Margot, and I'll find him, too. Margot! Margot! Margot!
Hey, what in blazes do you... Oh, it's you, Cranston.
Has Margot been in here?
Miss Lane? No. What's up, Cranston?
Bland's got hold of her.
Bland? You mean that hocus-pocus character?
He's something a lot worse than that. Come along, Commissioner. We've got to get to his flat.
First, now, for the love of heaven, wait a minute.
There's a chance Margot may be there.
Cranston, please don't rush me this way. What on earth has got you so excited?
Nothing much. Nothing but kidnapping, mass murder, invasion, death and destruction. Hardly anything at all. Come along, Commissioner. I'll explain on the way to Bland.
Cranston, this is simply fantastic. Am I supposed to believe your story?
Why not? No one really knows what goes on in the world around them. They think they do. They make assumptions. Just because a house looks like a house, they believe ordinary people live in it. But how do they know for sure? Well, here's Bland's flat. Inside quickly. The door's open.
Oh, I don't like this.
No, neither do I.
Hey. This place has been stripped bare.
Just an empty flat. Bland flown the coop. I was afraid of this.
I tell you honestly, Cranston, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
All right. Come along, Commissioner.
Where to?
We've got one last chance of locating Margot and Bland. They're probably at the headquarters.
But how do we know that? What's your idea?
We'll pick up that taxi driver's cab, the one who attacked us in the park.
All right, then what?
I start driving it across town and try and contact their headquarters in the car radio.
But how's that going to help?
If I can keep the taxi and the dialogue going long enough, your police radio direction finders may be able to get a line on the source of their broadcast. It's a long chance, but it's the only way to find Margot, if she's still alive.
All right, Cranston, I've got you a police escort. I'm going to let this cab fly out, rain and all.
Direction finders ready?
Yep. Go ahead with the radio.
Pray for me.
I'm too busy worrying about my own skin. These streets are like glass.
Chelsea 09 reporting.
Continue.
Reporting on death of Cranston and Lane.
Report 1 hour late. Explanation.
Cranston put up a fight.
Continue.
I got them first.
1 moment. Chelsea 09 reported killed in car accident 1 hour ago. Explanation.
That's impossible.
Margot Lane reported brought to headquarters half an hour ago. Explanation.
I tell you, you've made some...
Mr. Cranston, but not quite clear enough.
Bland.
You'll be interested to know we're going to use Miss Lane as a bargaining point for the shadow, since she seems to know that elusive person.
Bland, listen to me.
You'll also be interested to know you've forced us out into the open, Mr. Cranston. Your rash interference has precipitated our attack. It will begin very shortly. I am happy to say you will be one of the first victims of your breed.
Switched off. Do you think the direction people had enough time, Commissioner?
I'll stop the car. We'll find out from the direction patrol. They're right behind us. Come on. Well, how about this, O'Shaughnessy? Any luck?
Yes, sir. We've veered just enough to make a location, Commissioner. The broadcast seemed to come from a spot on the coast. The old Venus Island Carnival.
Venus Island Carnival? Come along, Commissioner. This looks like it.
Cranston! Hey, Cranston!
Over here.
Where? Oh. Well, did you find anything?
No, not yet.
This storm's getting worse.
It's exposed out here.
An empty summer carnival doesn't offer too much cover.
Wait, Commissioner.
Well, let's stop this wild goose chase. The direction squad must have miscalculated. Yet I didn't order the special riot detachment down here.
It's not a wild goose chase. You'd better get to a phone and call your patrol cars.
What do you mean?
Look down towards the shore. That old freak exhibit. The men from Venus. You see it?
Yes. And that mark on the sign, it's a circle with a cross under it.
Yes. That's the astrological symbol of the planet Venus.
It's the mark we found on the palms of those dead men.
Send out that call for your cars, Commissioner. This is what we're looking for. You can see fresh tracks in the muddy ground leading into the place.
All right, you wait here, Cranston. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
I'm afraid I can't, Commissioner. Because in 1 minute, Mr. Bland and Company is going to receive a visit from the Shadow. Yes, Miss Lane. That room is our headquarters. The nerve center of our organization. This room we're in now is our brain.
Please, Mr. Bland.
Oh, it will interest you, I'm sure. Over here are our files, the records of our members, their names, addresses, and achievements.
And those switchboards?
They are our communication trunks. All over your world, our members are calling in, reporting, receiving new orders, instructions. Second by second, our work goes on in its minute detail, and second by second, the end of your world draws closer, closer, closer.
I don't believe it. I won't.
That does not matter. It is a fact. It will be.
I don't believe you say what you are. From another world, you're private criminals masquerading as aliens.
And what if we are, Miss Lane? What is the difference? You will lose your Earth, and we shall gain it. Who's that?
We've met before, Bland.
A shadow?
Yes, my friend. It is the Shadow, laughing at you. Laughing at the insane grandeur of your plans that will come to nothing.
The Shadow in here? Impossible.
The Shadow is here, Bland. There is no secret that can be kept safe from the shadow.
No, this is impossible.
Deep underground in this hideaway, under tons of sand with the naked sea pounding against the walls of your cabin, you've hoped to bury your secret trade of murder. But the shadow has ferreted you out planned. The shadow, no.
It won't help you. It won't help your brain.
Your trap plan. Listen. Faintly you can hear the scream of police sirens surrounding the entrance to this place. In minutes they will descend to wring you out like a sponge, every secret, every name, every plan.
The police? No!
Don't move, Bland.
I have moved as far as I need. You see this switch, Shadow? Look well with your invisible eyes. There are explosives set in the outer walls that keep back the sea. When those walls are broken, the sea will come in here. You will learn nothing from us, nothing.
You would murder all those people or beings in the other room?
Why not? They are merely pawns. I have my own way out of here. And once I am out, I can build another organization.
Get away from that switchboard.
Too late. I have thrown the switch. Listen. There go the charges in the outer walls. The sea will be in here soon.
Oh.
Quick, Margot. Out. Take my hand.
Yes.
Run, Margot, run!
You have won for the moment, Shadow, but it is only a delay. We will be back.
How you ever got out of that place with Miss Lane is a miracle to me, Cranston.
No, not a miracle, Commissioner, but certainly a close call.
And you say everything down there was destroyed?
Yes. Equipment, records, all those people. Everything is lost in a morass of sand 100 feet beneath the ocean.
Everything but Bland. He said he had a way out.
That's all right. We've got men posted all over the place.
Commissioner, look! Over there's someone running.
It's Bland. He did get out. Stop him! As soon as he gets the men after him. He's down. Come on. This way. Yes,
That's the end of Bland. No matter what he was, he died like a man.
But Lamont, which was he? A man or was he claimed?
Margot, I really don't know. We have no way of disproving anything he said.
But if he was telling the truth, there are many more like him still on Earth.
It doesn't matter. Without leadership, they'll collapse. Just a little vigilance will be enough to keep them in check. But we've got to be vigilant. We've got to walk with care, act with caution. Death may lurk just around the corner for us, and we'll never know.
In a moment, I'll return with further news of the shadow. But first, your announcer. You have been listening to the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, one man's relentless fight against the forces of evil. This feature was devised to demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
The Shadow was produced by Red Johnston of Grace Gibson Radio Productions, a masterpiece of suspense.
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. Two Smart People.
The story of the two people sitting quietly together over their cocktails in a hotel suite in San Francisco began weeks before on a speeding transcontinental train. The two people were not sitting together. Corinne Sloane, as a matter of fact, was paying very little attention to the man sitting across the car. On the other hand, she was paying a great deal of attention to the things being said to her by one Mr. Kuvar, a stoutish gentleman who seemed anxious to impress his beauteous listener.
Importing is a highly fascinating business, Miss Sloane. It takes years to know your way around in it.
Exporting and importing. Why, the very words conjure excitement, Mr. Kuvar. And you must make a great deal of money.
Let me order you another drink, Miss Sloane.
Oh, no, I still haven't finished this one.
Been talking so much here, I've scarcely touched mine.
Oh, well, it's also very interesting. This is a business trip, too?
Yes. I would say that this little scrap of paper, this bill of lading, my dear, is an open sesame to quite a sum.
Bill of lading? I don't even know what one is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Too much talk about business anyway. Just a paper covering an import shipment, that's all.
And that's why you're going west?
To San Francisco, yes.
Oh.
Interesting place. Always enjoy visiting it. I remember a time when I arrived there on a trip to the...
You continue to look at him, don't you, Corinne? But you've stopped listening, because Mr. Kuvar has said the magic words you've been waiting for since nearly a week ago when you chanced to overhear him in a mysteriously furtive telephone conversation from a Chicago hotel room adjoining your own. Those words come back to you now exactly as they did through the open windows of the hotel room. At that time, while he didn't realize it, Mr. Kuvar was standing only the width of a wall away from you and saying,
My shipment is due to arrive in San Francisco Saturday. Huh? Yes, I understand. How will I make delivery? Huh? The Mid-City Hotel. What name? You'll be registered there? Good. I'll have what you want. And the payment to me, it will be in cash, $50,000, and I'll never be mentioned in connection with the transaction? Good. I'm leaving Friday to pick up the goods. I understand. Goodbye.
That short conversation you overheard is what brought you on this train, isn't it, Corinne? Caused your accidental meeting and conversations with Mr. Kuvar. And now you're well prepared for your next move. The tiny white tablet hidden in your glove. You glance around the car. There's only you, Kuvar, and the man sitting across the way. Your gloved hand darts out swiftly, passing over Kuvar's unfinished cocktail. And then you sit back, wait, and appear interested in his rambling story.
The captain himself said he'd never brought his ship through a worse fog, when suddenly we passed through the Golden Gate, and the fog parted, and there in all its splendor was this beautiful city in the hills. Magnificent, my dear. I'll never forget it. Never.
My, you tell it so graphically, I can almost see it in your words. Mr. Kuvar, you still haven't finished your drink.
Huh? Oh, so I haven't.
That's what you need after all that storytelling.
No, I think I've had enough. If you'll excuse me, Miss Sloane, I'm going back and rest a bit before dinner.
Oh, but you can't do that.
What? Huh?
Oh, how dreadful of me after you've entertained me so. Perhaps I'll see you at dinner, Mr. Kuvar.
Oh, indeed you will. My pleasure. And now you will excuse me until, say, 7 o'clock.
Of course.
He walks away without touching his drink. A moment later, the man across from you gets up and leaves the car, too. Sitting there alone, you wonder what your next step will be. Decide that you'll wait until after 7. Search Kuvar's compartment while he's waiting for you in the dining car. The time passes slowly. Then at 1:15, you try the door, look inside.
Mr. Kuvar. Mr. Kuvar, what's happened? Did you fall? What?
You stop, almost ready to step out, call the conductor. When you think of something else, quickly you search the unconscious man for the precious bill of lading. You look in his wallet, briefcase, search the room and his luggage. But it isn't anywhere to be found. Is it, Corinne?
Someone else. Someone else got it. I better get out of here.
Back in the club car, you sit down, dazed, wondering.
Excuse me.
Then realize that someone is speaking. The man who was sitting across from you and Kuvar earlier.
Excuse me, but are you all right, Miss Sloan?
Oh, certainly.
Well, you didn't seem to hear me when I spoke.
Well, it's nothing. So you know my name?
Oh, I heard the gentleman you were talking with a little while ago call you Miss Sloan. Did you by any chance lose something?
Lose something? Like what?
Like this glove. I saw it near the chair when you were sitting with the stout gentleman.
Oh, yes, it is mine, thank you.
Oh, not at all, Miss Sloan. Say, the train's slowing down. I didn't think we stopped here.
Where are we?
I'm sure I don't know. Oh, Porter.
Yes, sir?
Why are we stopping?
They're getting an ambulance, sir. A gentleman in car 79's injured.
Is it anything serious?
Oh, no, ma'am, but we'd never stop here ordinarily. They're going to take him to the nearest hospital.
Oh, I see.
Oh, the poor chap.
I think I'll go ask the conductor if there's anything I can do, even though I just met him.
Met who, Miss Sloan? I don't believe I heard the injured man's name mentioned.
Sorry, I'm confused. Excuse me.
Certainly. No, I'm going to offer to help, too.
It was a terrible slip of the tongue, wasn't it, Corinne? Indicating to the strange young man that you knew who was injured before anyone had even mentioned his name. Oddly, he didn't seem too surprised, but you feel that he believed your quick explanation, that you were confused. You hurry from the lounge car, and then, a moment or two later, you see him again in the small crowd that gathers near the steps as Mr. Kuvar's unconscious form is carried off the train.
Going to be all right?
Yes. Just give us room here, folks. Please, give us room. Let the doctor through. Now, lady,
Mother?
would you finish what you were just telling me?
I don't know if it'll be of much help, Conductor, but it does seem as if this might be more than an accident.
Well, this chap you saw entering Mr. Kuvar's compartment, what part of the train did he come from?
The forward cars from the direction of the club car.
Mm-hmm. You mean he could have stepped in there, struck the gentleman?
You look up, Corinne, just in time to catch the expression on the face of the man who sat across from you, handed your glove back just a little while ago. You see him flinch slightly, and suddenly you're certain about him. So certain that you detach yourself from the crowd on the station platform and board the train unnoticed.
Porter?
Yes, ma'am?
That gentleman I was talking to a moment ago, he's in my car, isn't he?
No, ma'am. He's in car 52, bedroom C. But, ma'am, I think he's out there on the platform with the others.
I know, but I have a surprise for him. We're old friends, you see.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
You hurry through the cars to 52, room C, praying that he won't wonder about you and follow. Inside the room, you search swiftly, methodically. Find what you're looking for in the simplest of places, his briefcase. Quickly, you'll go back to your own room, call the porter for your luggage, and walk forward to explain to the conductor.
Oh, you're getting off here, miss?
Yes, I didn't realize who it was that was injured.
Mr. Kuvar's a friend of yours?
Well, we have mutual friends and interests. I'm going to stay here overnight, notify his friends, and visit him at the hospital in the morning. Would you fix up my ticket?
The agent in the station moved you into another train.
Well, what's this? You leaving us?
Well, the lady is a friend of the injured gentleman.
Oh, really? Well, now, I think you're doing a very nice thing.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you approve.
Oh, I do, really. Such genuine interest on such a short acquaintance. Mr. Kuvar must have something.
So thank you for returning my lost property, Mr.
Burton, Larry Burton. You mean your glove?
Yes, my glove.
Your baggage is off, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Porter.
Well, Goodbye, Miss Snow.
Goodbye, Mr. Burton. I hope you have a very enjoyable trip. And again, thanks for everything.
The high-compression motors of many of today's newer cars are designed and built to perform best on a premium quality gasoline, such as Signal Ethyl. But if you're driving an older model, maybe you think you wouldn't notice any difference in Signal Ethyl. Well, you'd change your mind if you just see some of the vintage models that fill up at the Signal Ethyl pump and hear the enthusiasm of their drivers. For instance, a chap who lives up in a hilly section was telling me, "You should hear some cars clatter and struggle when they try to pull my hill. But with Signal Ethyl, my 41 model walks right up in high." Another driver of a 39 model remarked, "On cool mornings, I hear some of my friends complaining about hard starting. But with Signal Ethyl, my car starts quick as a rabbit." Yes, folks say mighty nice things about Signal Ethyl because this premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline is a real super fuel, scientifically engineered to bring out the best in any car of any age. For proof, just treat your car to a tank full of Signal Ethyl. Then see if you don't feel a difference, a wonderful difference, in Signal Ethyl.
It was almost amusing, wasn't it, Corinne? The swift exchange on the train with Kuvar and Larry Burton. First, Kuvar's failure to drink the cocktail into which Larry must have been very confident that you didn't suspect him to let you out of his sight without checking the contents of his briefcase. He'll be confused and angry when he discovers that the precious little slip of paper, which seems to be worth so much, is missing. It's safe in your purse, isn't it, Corinne, as you board the next airplane west. At San Francisco, you check into a hotel, hurry to the steamer docks and the freight offices of the American-Italian Steamship Company.
This shipment will arrive on the SS Allegretti, miss. Docks tomorrow, 4 p.m.
Tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Do you know what the delivery charges will be? I mean, from the dock to my hotel.
You staying in the city?
At the Bayview, yes.
Let's see. Charge won't be much.
Well, I wanted to pay now and have the shipment sent there.
All right, ma'am. I'll freak it for you. No trouble at all.
You take a taxi back to the center of town, spend a couple of hours window shopping, stroll through some of the stores, then return to your hotel suite, confident, pleased with the way things have turned out. But the moment you step inside your bedroom, you know something is wrong, don't you, Corinne? Your suitcase on the floor, open, your things scattered about. As you reach out for the phone on the bedside table, the closet door suddenly swings open.
Hello.
You.
Larry Burton's the name, sweetheart. Remember?
How did you...
I got off the train to stop after you did. Hopped the plane, and here I am.
But how did you know where...
Finding you was easy. Just a couple of phone calls. You shouldn't have registered under your own name. And now you better give me what I came for.
What are you talking about?
That little item you took from my briefcase on the train. I want it.
I don't know what you mean.
Sure you do, honey. Sure you do. Now, look, why don't you be a good girl and hand it over?
I told you to leave here. This is my room.
Now, look, sweetheart, I don't want any trouble.
Well, you'll have more than you can handle if you don't leave. The bellboy's on his way up. I asked him to bring me a paper.
Oh, sure.
Will you leave?
After you've given me that bill of lading, yeah.
And if I don't?
You better play it smarter.
Now, will you leave, Mr. Burton? Just a moment, please. Well,
okay. Like I said, I don't want any trouble. But I'll be around, sweetheart. I think I'll just get myself a room right here in your hotel so I can be real close to you. See you later.
It was a shock, wasn't it, Corinne, finding Larry Burton in your hotel suite, when all the time you thought he was still on the train. Long after he's gone, you pace the floor, wondering what you must do, how you can outsmart him. Finally, you pick up the phone, call the steamship company, and ask them to have the shipment delivered to another hotel, the Carson House. Late that afternoon, you leave your rooms. And as you step out onto the street...
Hello again.
Why don't you leave me alone?
You mind if I walk with you?
I do mind, yes.
Well, I don't seem to be doing so well. Where are we heading? The Carson house?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. But I just couldn't help overhearing your telephone conversation this afternoon. In fact, I'd been right outside for an hour hoping I would hear it. Open transom, you know. Should watch those things.
Thanks for the advice.
You're welcome. And I've got lots more advice for you, sweetheart.
I'm not interested.
Now, look. I've got a proposition for you.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. You know, Corinne, we'd make a great team, the two of us.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I knew it from the time I saw you on the train. When you dropped that tablet in Kuvar's cocktail. There I said to myself, there is a girl after my own heart.
Do go on, Mr. Burton.
You know, you could be accused of attempted murder.
What I put in Mr. Kuvar's drink was not poison, merely a sleeping tablet. But speaking of murder, have you read the afternoon paper?
Afraid not.
Mr. Kuvar is dead.
Well, that's too bad, isn't it?
I could tell the police what I know.
But you won't.
What makes you think so?
Oh, look, Corinne, you're fumbling around in the dark. You don't know what you're mixed up in. This shipment of Mr. Kuvar's, it's very unusual.
And worth a lot of money.
True, but when you get the stuff, where do you deliver it? Who makes the payoff? How?
I'll find out.
No, never. You couldn't, unless you followed Mr. Kuvar around for weeks the way I did.
You're suggesting, then...
That we work together on this. Well?
I'll have to think it over.
Well, all right. And while you're doing that, why don't we have dinner together?
All right, Mr. Burton. Why don't we?
It's the smart thing to do, isn't it, Corinne? Yes, to play along with Larry Burton, get the information you need, and then arrange to get him out of the way and collect the payoff money alone. Dinner with Larry at one of the big hotels is a most enjoyable affair, isn't it? He's properly amusing, very attentive, and finally, you have to admit to yourself, quite handsome. And then later, as the two of you are dancing...
Having fun, Corinne?
Of course I am. Dinner was superb. The music's just the way I like it. And you're an awfully good dancer.
Ooh. Thanks. You've been rather quiet all evening. I was just wondering if...
No, I'm sorry. Just that I have something on my mind. Remember?
You reached a decision yet?
Yes.
Well?
All right, Larry. We're a team.
You sure?
Of course.
You wouldn't be figuring on a double cross?
No, Larry. The way I feel, I couldn't double-cross you.
Oh, that's what I've been waiting to hear, sweetheart. Come here.
Larry, please, not here on the dance floor.
Who cares, honey? Who cares?
All right. Who cares?
The soft lights, the music, Larry holding you close in his arms and then kissing you, Corinne. For a moment, you almost forgot all the plans you'd made, didn't you? Yes, but only for a moment. When you return to your hotel, you drop into Larry's room for a nightcap.
Now, just make yourself comfortable, sweetheart.
Thanks.
Now, what'll it be? Scotch or bourbon?
Scotch, darling.
All right, check.
One thing.
Huh?
Who are we dealing with, anyway?
You mean on the payoff?
That's all right. As your partner, shouldn't I know?
Well, I guess you should, sweetheart. Okay, it's a fellow named Arlington. J. Arlington.
Staying at the Mid-City Hotel, isn't he?
Yeah. Right again. Well, here's your drink.
To Mr. J. Arlington. Salute.
You have all the parts now, haven't you, Corinne? All the parts to the jigsaw puzzle for the highest stakes you've ever dreamed of. An hour or so later, that same night, back in your own suite, you put through a call to Mr. J. Arlington.
Hello?
Mr. Arlington?
Yes.
This is Corinne Sloane, a friend of Kuvar's.
He's dead.
And so I read in the papers. Shame. I was very fond of him.
That's so?
We worked together.
I see. What's on your mind?
Well, he was supposed to call you about the shipment.
That's right.
So I'm calling you instead.
Got the stuff?
I will have tomorrow afternoon.
All right. Have it delivered to me here at the hotel.
You'll have the money.
Yes.
Good. See you tomorrow, Mr. Arlington.
It's done, isn't it, Corinne? You've established contact with a man who is going to pay you $50,000. You should be pleased, shouldn't you? But something's troubling you. It's Larry, isn't it? The following afternoon, the shipment is delivered to your hotel suite. Heavy wooden box. You're puzzled, wonder what it is. Whether to call a bellboy to help you open it. Then, as you're fixing a drink, Larry arrives unexpectedly, and the two of you open the box and examine the contents.
Rugs. Just some Italian rugs. Larry, who'd want to pay $50,000 for these?
I told you this was a very unusual shipment.
What's this all about?
Here. Here. Take a look at this rug. This label here, sewed in the corner.
Oh? What about it? It just gives the rug size, value, pattern number, materials used, date of manufacture. Well, just things like that.
Yeah, that's what you think.
I don't get you.
It's a code, sweetheart.
What?
Those value figures, pattern numbers, and dates are code words.
But what? Who?
You remember that $250,000 Pemberthy payroll robbery last year?
Oh, yes. The money was never recovered, was it?
No. But the words and numbers on this label tell somebody where to find that $250,000.
Arlington?
Right.
$250,000. Too bad we can't decipher this.
Well, I'll settle for the $50,000.
Oh, so will I. Do you know who sent these rugs and this code?
You've heard of a gent named Despegos, haven't you?
Chris Despegos, the racketeer? He was deported, wasn't he?
Yeah, sure. But now he wants some of that dough.
Oh, I see, but why didn't
Uncle
he just...
Sam watches people who get mail from certain countries, especially cables and code. So he sends his instructions this way.
Rather neat, I'd say.
Neat and worth $50,000.
And that's where we come in, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, sweetheart.
50-50?
50-50.
That calls for a toast, darling.
Sure, Corinne. I was going to make the same suggestion.
We'll drink a toast to the future, Larry. To us.
If you've ever tried to drive your car with even one spark plug missing, you know what a big difference some little things can make. That's why the quality accessories which signal dealers carry can be mighty important to your car's performance. For instance, if it has been 10,000 miles since your spark plugs were replaced, a new set installed by your signal dealer will not only increase pep and power, but save up to 10% on gasoline, too. Another item which should be checked periodically is your oil filter. If the filter cartridge is dangerously clogged, your signal dealer can install a new one. Likewise, if your windshield wiper is leaving blinding streaks across your vision, your signal dealer can install a new blade while you wait. And other quality accessories he carries include guaranteed signal batteries, fan belts, radiator hose, light bulbs, polishes, and nationally advertised Lee tires. So remember, in addition to being headquarters for the famous Go Farther gasoline, signal dealers carry most everything you need in the way of accessories to make your car run better, look better, and last longer.
The story of the two people sitting together quietly over cocktails came to an end there in Corinne Sloane's hotel suite in San Francisco. Homicide Lieutenant Davidson, still investigating this strange double tragedy, hours after its discovery, could fit only a few pieces of the puzzle together, answer but a few questions put to him by members of the local press.
Who found him, Lieutenant? The maid. Came in to fix the rooms, discovered the two of them sitting there, both dead.
I heard the name Arlington mentioned. How does he fit into the picture?
Wish I knew. According to papers found on both Larry Burton and the Sloan girl, they each had an appointment to meet Arlington at the Mid-City Hotel.
Both of them?
Yeah. And we checked with the Mid-City Hotel. Found out that Burton himself had checked in there as Arlington.
You mean Burton and Arlington were one and the same guy?
Mm-hmm. They said at the hotel he'd stayed there only long enough to get a phone call from some woman.
The late Corinne Sloan, here.
Could be.
Well, who do you figure poisoned the two cocktails? Corinne Sloan or Burton?
It's hard to say. Looks to me like each of them poisoned the other. Just two smart people who outsmarted each other.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Meanwhile, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember. Regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life. Possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Betty Lou Gerson, Wally Mayer, Herb Butterfield, Herbert Litton, and Bill Boucher. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday, when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for the Horace Height Show, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network. The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
So look for the signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Grave Secret.
From the parlor window, Harriet Eldridge watched the postman wheel his bicycle down the tree-shaded street, saw him turn into the driveway and approach the house. She stepped out into the hallway and stopped for a moment to rearrange a bowl of dahlias on the table, then hurried to the door, a faint smile on her lips. The letters had become very important to Harriet Eldridge. Yes, very important. And she was pleased that they were arriving with such regularity.
Morning, Miss Harriet.
Good morning, Henry.
Here's another one from Australia.
Oh, from Mr. Pettis. How nice.
Sure is having a big vacation for himself, ain't he? I wish I could retire, go gallivanting all over the world. Only I wouldn't go off visiting relatives.
Mr. Pettis has no living relatives, Henry. He's just visiting friends.
I got relatives back in Sioux City. If I never see 'em again, it's okay with me.
Mm-hmm. But, I'm sorry, Henry. What did you say? I was reading Mr. Pettis' letter.
No, nothing. Are those photographs?
Oh, yes. You know Mr. Pettis and his camera. Here, let's see. Something written on the back of this one. View of Queen Street, main thoroughfare of Brisbane. Isn't that nice, Henry?
The old boy sure is getting round, ain't he? Must be having a great time. They say them Australian women are real pretty.
Now, Henry.
Don't see why Mr. Pettis has to go chasing off to Australia when he's got the best-looking housekeeper right here in Santa Rosa, USA.
Oh, thank you, Henry, but...
It looks like you got company. In a taxi, too. Say, that's your brother Melvin, ain't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Well, I'll be going along now, Miss Harriet. Bye.
What? Oh, yes. Goodbye, Henry.
You smile at Henry, watch him for a moment as he turns and walks away. Then your eyes swing back to the man who has just stepped out of the taxi, and a frown crosses your face. Moments later, he steps into the hallway, closes the door, and sets his suitcase on the floor.
Hello, Harriet.
I wasn't expecting you back so soon, Melvin.
I know.
Did everything go well?
Yes, everything went well. I did exactly as you said.
How did you like Australia?
Well, it was all right, Harriet.
Have you had your lunch? There's some cold ham, potato salad from last night. Would you like that, Melvin?
Yes, I suppose so.
Did you get seasick at all?
Oh, no, I didn't. Harriet.
Yes?
Harriet, did everything go all right here? I mean...
Oh, yes.
When did you do it?
The day you left. He was dead before you stepped on the boat in San Francisco.
Harriet.
Yes?
What did you do with Mr. Pettis? I mean, where did you...
Do you want tea or coffee, Melvin?
Tea.
For a moment, he stares at you, then turns and looks out the window. His eyes blink nervously. His fingers fumble at his tie. You know what he's thinking about, don't you, Harriet? He wants to know what you've done with the body of Mr. Pettis. Exactly what happened on the night he left for San Francisco. Yes, he wants all the details. But you decided long ago, the less Melvin knows about the affair, the better it will be. He stays in his room the greater part of the day and evening. And then shortly after 8 o'clock that night, the front doorbell rings.
Good evening. You must be Miss Eldridge.
Why, yes.
Well, I'm Valerie Hinton, a friend of Mr. Pettis. Is he in?
No, Mr. Pettis is away. In Australia.
Oh, I see he hasn't notified you. He's back.
He's back?
Why, yes, his boat docked in San Francisco a week ago. Well, I know. I was on it, too. Strange. He didn't let you know. Or is he usually that way about things?
No, he isn't.
Well, I'll be in town for several days. I'm staying at the inn. Would you tell him when he arrives?
Of course, Miss Hinton. I'll tell him.
Good night.
Melvin.
Oh, yes, come in, Harry.
Melvin, why didn't you tell me you'd arrived in San Francisco a week ago?
Oh, well,
And who is this Valerie Hinton?
Valerie? How did you know?
She was here a moment ago asking for you.
Here?
Why did you have to tell her you were Albert Pettis?
Harriet, I was only doing what you said. You told me to use the name to establish his presence in Australia.
You met this woman in Australia?
Yes, I did.
I see. And this week you spent in San Francisco, was that devoted to Miss Hinton?
Well, at first I saw no harm in it, Harriet. She's a wonderful person.
Did you have to tell her you lived in Santa Rosa?
I didn't. Oh, she must have seen the Santa Rosa postmark on the letters you sent me in Australia. Oh, believe me, Harriet, when I ran out on her in San Francisco, I never thought I'd see her again.
You ran out on her?
Well, yes, I realized it would be dangerous. What with everything that's happened here.
So she followed you. Oh, Melvin, don't tell me she's in love with you.
Oh, I don't know.
Are you in love with her?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Melvin. You'll have to get rid of her.
Get rid of her?
First thing in the morning, you're going down to the inn to see her. Tell her this great love of yours is no more. Tell her you're already married, or tell her anything, but I want her to leave town. Do you understand?
Oh, all right. There must be some way.
Get rid of her. She's dangerous. She can upset our entire plan.
But Harriet, it's... What was that? Did you hear that?
Oh, yes, it's the shutters downstairs. The wind's come up.
But are you sure?
Well, what else could it be?
Well, I don't know.
Did you think it was Mr. Pettis back from the dead? Oh, really now, Melvin?
Harriet?
Yes?
Where is Mr. Pettis? What did you do with his body? Why won't you tell me?
You needn't concern yourself about that, Melvin. I've taken care of everything. Now, good night. And don't forget what I said. I don't want the Hinton woman hanging around town.
The following morning, you're alone in the big house. Melvin has gone down to the inn. He's promised to send Valerie Hinton away. But you wonder if he really has the courage to face her, to go through with it. The hours go by, and Melvin doesn't return. And finally...
Good morning, Miss Eldridge.
Oh, good morning.
Has Mr. Pettis arrived yet?
Why, yes, I gave him your message. He left hours ago on his way to see you.
Well, that's strange. I just came from the inn. Well, I suppose he stopped somewhere on the way. May I come in?
Oh, yes, of course.
Ah, you've kept the place so attractive. It's charming. I suppose you've grown to care for this house as though it were your own.
Yes, Mr. Pettis has always made me feel at home here. Won't you sit down, Miss Hinton?
Thank you. You know, Miss Eldridge, I feel as though I'd known you for a long time. Mr. Pettis has spoken so much of you.
Oh?
Yes. I don't suppose he's told you about the way we met?
No, he hasn't.
It was in Melbourne. I happened to be glancing through the newspaper. I noticed a list in the shipping news, a list of new arrivals, and there it was. Mr. Albert Pettis.
Oh?
Well, of course, I dashed right over to his hotel. And imagine my surprise when I discovered that Mr. Albert Pettis wasn't Mr. Pettis at all.
What do you mean?
Not my Mr. Pettis, that is. My Uncle Albert. It was quite a shock. I suppose I should have realized there'd probably be more than one Albert Pettis in the whole world.
Oh, yes, of course.
So you see, it was just an accident. My meeting your Mr. Pettis. A lucky accident. Wouldn't you say, Miss Eldridge?
With the prologue of Grave Secret, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. If you like avocados, you'll probably be as surprised as I was to learn that in parts of Mexico, avocados were once used to lubricate the axles of wagons. Does that sound primitive and old-fashioned to you? Well, then just remember this. It's almost as old-fashioned today to lubricate automobile motors with plain motor oil. What I mean is, now scientific compounds have been developed which protect motors in many ways that oil alone cannot do. That's why Signal brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, which combines 100% pure paraffin base with these scientific new compounds. And just what do these compounds do? Well, one compound in Signal Premium actually cleans your motor of harmful carbon, gum, and varnish. A second compound protects costly bearings from corrosion. And still other compounds in Signal Premium help in additional ways to keep wear down and performance up. So if you want a sweeter running motor, make your next oil change a change from old-fashioned regular motor oil. Stop at a Signal station for the improved type motor oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil.
It frightens you, doesn't it, Harriet? The knowledge that Valerie Hinton, the woman your brother Melvin met in Australia while he was posing as Albert Pettis, is actually the niece of the man you murdered. You wonder if their meeting was really accidental. Wonder if she suspects the truth. 1,000 confused thoughts race through your mind. You were so sure Albert Pettis had no living relatives, that there would be no one to spoil your little plan. Yet here she is, sitting in the parlor of the big house, chatting gaily about her meeting with your Mr. Pettis. And then suddenly something she says stirs a flicker of hope within you.
Oh, no, I haven't seen Uncle Albert in years. Lost track of him completely. Not his fault, of course. After all, I'm supposed to be dead.
Dead? I don't understand.
During the war, I was a writer living in Java. There were several bombing raids. In the confusion, I was reported missing and given up as dead. I suppose Uncle Albert was notified.
I see.
When I got out of the hospital a year ago, I tried to find some trace of Uncle Albert, but I wasn't successful. Well, I had to earn a living, you know, so I went on to Australia. Then one day I ran across his name in the shipping list, and, well, you know the rest. I met your Mr. Pettis instead.
And you have no idea where your uncle is?
None at all. Maybe dead, for all I know. I've about given up finding him. I'm devoting all my time to writing now. That's why I've come back to the States. To try my luck here.
Oh, Harriet, Albert.
Hello, Albert. Oh, Albert.
You watch Valerie rush across the room, throw her arms around Melvin. He stares back at you over her shoulder, a bewildered, hopeless look in his eyes. You turn, hurry away. Moments later, you're upstairs in Mr. Pettis' room, searching through the closet. Then you find what you want. You take the photo album, sit on the window seat, and start turning the pages. A half hour later, you hear the front door close, and then Melvin's footsteps approaching your door.
Harriet?
Yes? Is she gone?
Yes. She won't be back.
What'd you tell her?
What difference does it make what I told her? She won't be back. What are you doing?
Just looking through the old album. I found what I wanted.
What?
Never mind. Come along, Melvin. It's almost time for your lunch.
Yes. You found what you were looking for, haven't you, Harriet? A faded photograph, a young girl, and you're certain it's Valerie Hinton. She's really his niece, isn't she? At least that much of her story is the truth. But you're still a little afraid. And you know that you'll be afraid until the girl herself has left town. Late that afternoon, you step out on the front porch and wait while Melvin drives the car out of the garage. Then a taxi pulls into the driveway. And then, despite the recent assurances of your weakling brother Melvin that she wouldn't be back, Valerie Hinton steps out. The shopping list drops from your hand and your eyes are fixed on the suitcase she carries.
Hello, Miss Eldridge.
Oh, Miss Hinton, you're leaving. You've come to say goodbye.
On the contrary, Harriet, I'm moving in.
Moving in? Here?
Why not? I've a perfect right to, you know. After all, it's my uncle's house, isn't it?
Harriet,
Yes, Melvin?
what are we going to do about Valerie?
There's only one thing to do. We're not going to stand by and let her ruin everything. Are we?
Send her away, she'll go to the police.
We're not going to send her away.
But, Harriet, Harriet, no. You can't do that again.
Have you another solution?
But, I'll have to think about it, but you must forget what you're thinking, Harriet. I won't have it that way. Do you understand? I won't have it.
Watch the road, Melvin.
You hear me, Harriet? One murder is enough.
Still in love with her, aren't you? Well, perhaps you're right, Melvin. Perhaps the whole matter can be solved some other way.
Oh, yes. Yes, Harriet. We'll find a way.
I'm sure we will.
The whole plan is in danger, isn't it, Harriet? Melvin is still in love with her, and you know that he can be very weak. That you alone must provide the strength to carry things through. Late that evening, after Melvin has gone to bed, you and Valerie are left alone in the library.
I was looking through some things, Valerie. Papers and newspaper clippings that belong to Mr. Pettis.
Oh?
I found this.
How interesting.
A full account of your death in Java during the war. Your name was Valerie Pettis then.
Yes, it was.
I was wondering if you'd taken any steps to rectify this impression that you're no longer among the living.
Of course not. You've read this article, haven't you?
Yes. Before her death, Valerie Pettis was wanted by the police.
That's right. So you see, we're in very much the same position, aren't we? Neither of us can go to the police, or anyone, about the little secrets we've both discovered.
You're quite confident?
No. Just very observant, Harriet. I know exactly what's going on here.
So?
So? That's sufficient reason why you'll keep your secret as long as I keep mine.
I see.
Now, there's something else, Harriet. Uncle Albert's money.
Money?
Yes, I know about that, too. Uncle Albert received a lot of money in jewels several years ago, an inheritance. And if I know dear Uncle Albert, he's kept it right here in his house. I'm one who believes in sharing the wealth, Harriet. The money, the jewels, and this house.
You intend to remain here?
Yes. I like Santa Rosa. It's charming, quiet, and safe. Besides, I've grown very fond of Melvin. I know he's quite fond of me. So I wouldn't try anything, Harriet, dear. Melvin might not like it. Good night.
Well, Harriet, it's out in the open, isn't it? The contest between you and Valerie. And it's a contest you can't afford to lose. You must get Valerie out of your way. And you know how to begin, don't you? With Melvin. You must turn him against her. And the very next day you start working on him systematically, using his love for Valerie as a wedge. Each day you have something to drop in his ear. If Valerie goes for a long walk or to the public library, you manage to suggest to Melvin that she's keeping a rendezvous somewhere with another man. Slowly but surely he begins to break down, to draw away from the girl, sometimes even getting up from the dinner table and leaving her in the middle of a conversation.
What's the matter with him?
Melvin?
Yes, why did he walk out of the room like that?
Well, I'm sure I don't know. Perhaps he's tired.
Tired of me, you hope?
I didn't say that. As a matter of fact, Valerie, I've come to grow quite fond of you.
I'm not foolish enough to believe that.
On the contrary, you're foolish not to. Now, where are you going?
Out.
Isn't it rather late?
I don't care. I've got to get outside, walk somewhere, any place. Somewhere I can think.
I understand. I'll tell Melvin that you went for a walk.
And you do tell Melvin, don't you, Harriet? Only in your own way. The way you've told him many times before.
I don't believe you, Harriet. I don't believe you at all.
I'm sorry, Melvin. I know what it must do to your pride, but there isn't any doubt. She's admitted the whole thing to me.
She told you there's someone else?
Yes. There's been another man all along. You know I wouldn't lie to you, dear.
She's made a fool of me. A fool!
Forget it, Melvin. You've got to.
Stop telling me to forget it. That's all you do. You don't want me to know anything. Or think about anything.
Oh, Melvin, where are you going?
Out!
You smile. Congratulate yourself, don't you, Harriet? Because you know you've won. That Melvin will do anything you want him to, like a man who's been hypnotized. You're certain now he won't interfere with your little plan to get rid of Valerie. Yes, you're quite pleased with the way you've handled things, aren't you? Moments later, you turn out the lights in the library and go up to your room to bed. You lie awake for a long time, waiting for Melvin to come home. Finally, you hear the front door close. You hear his footsteps on the stairs. And then, just before you drop off to sleep, you wonder why Valerie hasn't returned home.
Yes?
Good morning, Miss Eldridge. This is Sheriff McQuaid. Sorry to be calling at this early hour.
Something wrong?
There's been a young woman staying at your house.
Miss Hinton, yes. Yes, what about her?
We found her in the woods beyond your place half-hour ago.
You found her?
She was dead, strangled to death, apparently with a rope.
Oh, no, the poor child. She'd gone out for a walk last night, Sheriff. You haven't any idea who
No,
could...
sorry, we haven't. Could you come down to make the identification?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
There isn't any doubt, actually. It will only be routine, just routine.
I understand. We'll be right down, Sheriff. Oh, my slippers. Now, where did I... Oh, Melvin.
Hello. Who was it, Harry?
The sheriff. They found her, Valerie.
You won't be bothering us anymore. You're not angry with me, are you, Harry?
Did anyone see you?
No.
Are you certain? There was a bright moon last night.
No one saw me.
What about the rope or whatever you used?
No one will ever find it. I hid it.
All right.
Harry.
No. I'm not angry with you. Now we better get dressed and go downtown with me. And don't worry, Melvin. Everything will be all right.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a question. Have you ever had the experience of coming upon a lot of people who were all staring in the same direction? Well, let's face it, it's only human nature to want to stop and see what's attracting them. Well, by the same token, I should think that most anyone with a car would want to see what it is that has attracted so many drivers to Signal gasoline. In the beginning, you know, Signal gasoline was sold by only a handful of stations in Southern California. Today, however, you'll find Signal dealers throughout 6 western states, from Canada to Mexico. Such growth must mean that more and more drivers are finding they prefer Signal gasoline. And what is it they prefer about Signal? Well, for one thing, mileage that has made Signal famous as the Go Farther gasoline. And for another thing, performance, which puts more pleasure into driving. But for the complete story, you've got to let a full tankfuls of Signal speak for itself. I promise you the performance of your own car will tell you much better than any words of mine why more and more drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
At the coroner's office is just as the sheriff said. It's simply a matter of routine, isn't it, Harriet? The two of you. Melvin's stony-eyed silence easily mistaken for the shocked grief that he appears to feel. And your own nervousness in answering the question. It's something the sheriff seems to have witnessed many times before. Finally, the identification is over, and they lead you out to another room.
Oh, Sheriff, It's almost too much to believe.
I know. Best thing is try to forget it, Miss Eldridge.
Yes, just forget it. That's what we have to do, Harriet. Forget it.
Come along. I'll drive the two of you back to the house.
Well, thank you, Sheriff. That won't be necessary.
No. I insist. Bring my car around front.
Yes.
Tell me, Miss Eldridge, have you heard from Mr. Pettis lately? Still in Australia?
Oh, yes. Yes, he is. I get an occasional letter.
Mm-hmm. Fine man, that Mr. Pettis. They all miss him, you know.
Sheriff, you needn't bother driving us home. It's not far.
No trouble at all. I've got to go out there anyway. Something I have to check on. I've already sent some of my boys on ahead.
What?
Well, we got a call from one of your neighbors. Might give us a lead.
I don't understand.
Your neighbor, Mrs. Enfield, tried to call you this morning, but it was while you were on your way down here. When she couldn't get any answers, she thought we'd better investigate.
Investigate what?
It seems late last night she saw someone doing some digging out in back of your house.
Digging?
Yeah. Well, it might not be anything. But then again, it might have been the killer burying the rope on his way back to the highway. Valerie Hinton was strangled, you know.
Burying the rope, but where, Sheriff?
Your neighbor says he was digging in the dahlia bed. We thought we might do a little digging there ourselves, if you don't mind.
The dahlia bed. Oh, no.
What is it, Miss Eldridge?
Harriet, you never told me. Is that where you...
Yes, Melvin. Now you know. Mr. Pettis was always so fond of dahlias, I thought it would be appropriate.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Sarah Selby, Howard McNair, and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. All characters portrayed in the Whistler program are fictional. Any similarity in names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Death Walks a Tight Wire.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
But first, Signal Oil Company has an urgent message from your government. It's really a message from about 11 million friends of yours in uniform. If they could take time out tonight from the smoke and hell of battle, they'd say to you, It takes more than our hands alone to fight Japs and Nazis face to face. It takes guns and tanks and ships and planes. And it takes your bonds to buy them. Yes, we know how expensive war is. A lot of us in uniform are giving what we'll never get back. An arm, a leg, a life. But you'll get back the money you put into bonds with good interest. So back us up. Buy another bond, the biggest one you can. By keeping the weapons flowing to us on the fighting front, you're helping us get the war over the earliest possible minute. And in this bloody business, minutes mean lives. And now, the Whistler.
The corrosive emotion of hatred seeks its effect in strange places. For instance, you'd think there would be no place for it among the spangles, the gaiety of the big top, where heavily painted faces wear perpetual smiles, and the band is raucous in its 4/4 happiness. Here, laughter reigns supreme. But have you ever seen the circus as the late evening breeze whips up the dust of the old county fairground? As the last customers straggle across the track to the waiting cars, and the big top begins to come down. The air is thick with dust churned from the feet of straining men and animals. The air is blue with the shouts of sweating men working feverishly. The circus is moving on.
Come on, you roustabout. Hey, get those wagons rolling. We got a long jump to Mercersburg in the morning. Come on, get them rolling. Check the animals, Lefty. Okay, Mort.
Hello, Michael. Better hurry up. We're pulling out in a hurry.
Okay, Mr. Morgan. How was the show tonight?
Good audience. If we just keep this up, we got nothing to worry about. Oh, by the way, your act was good. Getting better all the time.
Thanks, Mr. Morgan. Well, wait till you see our new routine. Marie's going to be sensational.
Good. Will you have it ready for Dalton?
Gee, I don't know. Well, that's only 3 days away.
Yeah, I know, but that's our most important show. We always try to do our best there.
Okay, we'll try it. I'll get her up on the wire first thing in the morning.
Good. Hey, look at that sky. I hope this weather holds out for another 3 days. Well, hurry up, Michael. Get ready to roll.
Right, Mr. Morgan. Good night.
See you later.
Yes, another stand is played and the circus is starting to roll. Everything's going fine. There's a smile of satisfaction on the face of Mr. Morgan as he glances over the night's box office report in his little private wagon. Everything's going well. Maybe too well, Morgan. Maybe right at this moment, a shadow is creeping over the big top. A menacing shadow of hate.
Who's there? Well, who is it? Who is it? What do you want?
Hello, Morgan.
Who? Enrico! I didn't recognize you. The light. Come in, my friend.
Thank you, Morgan. I am happy that you remember me.
Remember you? My glory, man, how could I forget you? Enrico, the greatest tight wire artist in the business.
That was long ago.
Yes, but, man, where have you been for the last 10 years? Why, I've looked for you. Ask everyone. Advertised in the billboard. Well, you disappeared right off the face of the earth.
Yes, I have been away. I have worked at many things, my friend, with my hands. Worked at any job I could find where I could grip hard with my hands.
Grip? Hard?
A complex, no doubt. A desire to hang on to something. Perhaps to steady myself in a world that has turned upside down for me.
You've had a bad time. Why did you disappear so none of us could find you? We wanted you to
I know, Morgan, I know. But perhaps you do not remember what happened 10 years ago.
You mean... Oh, yes. Tony, your son.
Yes. Tony, my only son. Tony was killed just 10 years ago last month.
Yes, of course. I remember now. He was working on the high trapeze with Savini.
Yes, with Savini. The great Savini.
An unfortunate accident. All at one time, the greatest trapeze artist of them all and the most promising youngster. It was a blow to the circus and, of course, to you.
Yes.
But then, those things happen in our business, Enrico. You can't let them get you down. The show must go on, in spite of accidents.
Accidents. Everybody always says accident. But that was no accident.
Enrico, what do you mean?
My son's death was no accident. It was murder.
How can you say that, Enrico? I saw it myself. So did you. They were trying a very difficult trick. It missed. They both fell. How could it have been murder?
Because it was Savini's fault. His egotism. Always trying those impossible tricks. Tony worshipped Savini. Would do anything he asked. If Savini wanted to kill himself, that was all right. But he killed my only son, too.
But, Enrico...
If he hadn't died himself, I would have killed him with my bare hands. That's why I've been gripping these last few years, working with my hands, gripping Savini's throat.
Enrico, get hold of yourself. You can't let such thoughts get you. It was unfortunate, but Tony's dead, and so is Savini. The whole thing is over, done with, closed. You've got to forget and go on.
Yes. I suppose you are right.
And if I can help, you know all you have to do is ask me.
Thank you, Morgan. And perhaps I will.
Just name it.
I want a job with the circus.
With the circus?
Oh, no. Not on the high wire, of course. I've lost that long ago. But any job. Just a helper, a roustabout, just to feel the circus in my blood again.
Well, of course, Enrico, if you really want it. You can sleep here in my wagon tonight, and tomorrow morning I'll introduce you to the foreman.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you. Oh, you do not know what you have done for me.
I wonder if Mr. Morgan caught the look in Enrico's eye when he said that. I wonder if he felt the gnawing hatred in the tortured face. I wonder if he felt that menacing shadow grow larger and spread across the circus. No, I suppose he didn't. Nobody felt it yet, except Enrico. Next day, he took up his new duties, but once the big top was up and he had a chance to look around, he headed for the performer's tent. There was purpose in his walk, and his hands gripped tightly into a fist. Into the tent he went, his eyes darting at the familiar sight. Makeup tables, mirror, grease paint, the heavy chests in which performers kept their belongings, their names painted on the sides. He scanned each one anxiously, intently. There was a frown on his face until, suddenly, off in a corner, he saw it. Just another chest, but it was the one he was looking for. Yes, there it was. The name he'd thought he'd heard yesterday at the show. The name on the chest was Marie Savini.
Hey there. What are you doing in here? Don't you know it's against the rules?
I was just looking for someone.
Oh? Who?
Marie Savini.
Oh. Well, you'll find her out in the ring. She and her partner are rehearsing a new act.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Marie Savini, the child of the great Savini. That's what brought you back to the circus, isn't it, Enrico? The child of the man who killed your son. And now you're standing in the shadow and watching her. A beautiful young girl, graceful and agile, just like her father. And your hands are working convulsively. Marie Savini. Savini, even the name you hate.
All right. Try it again. Steady. Steady. Go. Steady. Careful.
Oh, darn. I don't know what's the matter with me, Michael.
If you just relax.
I can't. I don't know what it is, Michael, but I feel so funny. As if someone was staring at me. It's making me uncomfortable.
Nonsense. There's no one in the tent. That's funny.
What?
There is someone over there, standing in the shadow, watching. I didn't notice him before.
Who is it?
I don't know. Oh, yes, it's that new man, Enrico. The man the manager was telling us about this morning.
Oh.
He used to be a great wire walker himself. Remember?
Oh, yes. No wonder I was nervous with him looking on.
Oh, but he hasn't done anything for years. We don't have to be nervous about him. Come on.
Oh, but Michael, the way he was staring, Let's go for a walk and then come back. Perhaps he'll be gone.
Now, Marie, what's the matter? We have to keep practicing, especially if you expect to get this backward somersault perfected in time to do it in Dalton.
I can't help it, Mike. I don't want him staring at me. It may be my imagination, but there's something about him that scares me.
Yes, Marie, now you feel it too. The hatred reaching out like a shadow to engulf you. But it's only a shadow, and you can shake it off. You've almost forgotten the incident by that night. And now you're sitting in your compartment on the circus train, getting sleep when...
Who's there? Michael? Oh.
I hope I have not frightened you, Miss Salvini. I knew you were busy all day, and I thought it would be better to visit you here tonight.
What do you want?
I just want to talk to you. You must not be frightened of me. My name is Enrico. I was a tight wire walker once, and I was very impressed with your ability today.
Oh, thank you.
The backward somersault on the high wire was my specialty.
Oh?
And I was surprised to see such a young girl performing it, and so well.
Oh, thank you, sir. We're practicing so hard because we want to try it in Dalton. And only 2 more days.
I see. That is time enough, I'm sure.
Do you really think so?
Oh, I do. With the proper help. Oh, tell me, you have no people with you who could help you?
No, I'm alone.
Oh.
Except for my partner, of course. I have no family. I've had to learn for myself.
I see. Well, would you allow me to help you? It would give me great pleasure to see you perform such a difficult trick on the high wire. It would be a little like doing it myself once again.
Oh, it'd be wonderful to have your help.
Oh, good. Then we will begin tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you. It's so funny.
What?
Well, I had the strangest feeling about you, but... Oh, it was nothing. And now you're very nice.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
I hope that I shall be a good pupil.
Oh, I am sure you will, Marie. I'm sure that I will accomplish what I wish. Good night.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Well, it would seem that Marie Savini should choose her teachers more carefully, especially since the trick she's trying to learn is one of the most difficult of all on the high wire. The next morning, with everything ready, Enrico starts Marie on her lessons.
Good morning, Enrico.
Oh, there you are, Marie. I was afraid this would prove too early for you.
Oh, no.
I had the men rig up the high wire. I was hoping we could get started before anybody else was around.
But the high wire... Do you really think I'm ready for it, Enrico? Don't you think I should practice on the low one for a while yet?
You have only 2 days to perfect it. I'm sure you can do it now. You are not afraid, are you, Marie?
Oh, of course not, Enrico. If you think I'm ready, I'll try it. I'll probably fall into the net the first few times.
That is the only way you will learn.
Yes.
Now, come, let's hurry. I will give you a boost to the ladder.
But, I feel nervous, Enrico. Perhaps I shouldn't go up right now.
Nonsense. By the time you reach the wire, you will be over it, Marie. I will watch you from down here.
Oh, all right.
There she goes, Enrico. Up to that dizzy height from which your son fell. Marie Savini. As you watch her, the tent spins in your eyes. She's there now, limbering up, walking out on the wire, unsteadily, nervously.
You had better walk the wire a few times just to limber up. Hold yourself steady. That is fine. Now, come back once more, and we will try the somersault. Good, good. Are you ready now?
I guess so.
All right. Go to the middle of the wire. Relax yourself. All right? Now.
I can't, Enrico. I can't do it. I never realized how it'd be to do it from up here.
Go ahead, Marie. You cannot stop now. You want to be a great star, do you not? You must try it now. Jump.
Enrico,
Hello there. What are you doing, Marie?
Oh, hello, Michael. I'm sorry, Enrico. I'll try it again.
That is quite all right.
What's the matter, Marie?
Enrico's helping me with my backward somersault, but I'm afraid I'm not such a good pupil.
Marie, you've got to come down now.
What?
The manager wants to talk to you right away. He's at the ticket wagon.
All right.
Come on down. I will hold the rope.
Thank you. Here I come.
I've heard a lot about you, Enrico. Marie is fortunate to have you to help her.
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks, Enrico. I'll be right back. I promise not to fail again.
Do not worry about it. I will wait for you here.
Will you wait too, Michael?
Sure, Marie. Hurry.
Marie is going to be a great star someday, son.
I hope so, Enrico.
You are very fond of her, are you not, Michael?
Yes, I am. She and I grew up together in the circus. One of these days, we're going to be married.
Oh, I did not know that. Congratulations. I'm...
Enrico! Look!
What is it?
The net. Look at it. Every rope on that end is untied and hanging loosely. Good heavens! If Marie had fallen, she would have been killed instantly.
Oh, I should have checked it. Those stupid riggers. Oh, Michael, do not tell Marie about this. She might lose her nerve and never want to go up again.
Yes, you're right, Enrico. Hurry, we've got to fix it before she comes back. Oh, thank heaven she didn't try the somersault.
Yes. It is fortunate, is it not?
Yes, it is fortunate, is it not? There might have been a very regrettable accident, mightn't there, Enrico? Did I say accident? Well, who knows? Those things do happen in a circus, but it was avoided, thank goodness. And the next morning, Michael is there to see that it doesn't happen again. And so now Marie is ready for her debut as a star.
Enrico, I want to apologize for the way I almost failed you yesterday. I hope you'll forgive me.
Oh, of course I do, Marie. I understand just how you felt up there. The important thing is the fact that you came back again and did it perfectly.
Oh.
And this morning, you performed like a veteran. I admire your courage.
It was all because of you, Enrico. This means so much to me. I've always looked forward to the day when I'd be a featured star in the circus.
Oh, you will be the star of the show tomorrow, Marie. I can just see you on the high wire. The ringmaster will introduce you, and then you will climb to the platform confidently, knowing that you will be doing one of the greatest tricks on the high wire. I remember saying all this to my son.
Your son, Enrico?
Yes, my son, Tony. He was killed while working on a trapeze 10 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the trapeze, but I thought you said he worked the high wire.
Someone else persuaded him to give it up and become a trapeze performer. That's when he was killed.
How terrible, Enrico. Didn't he use a net?
A great artist does not use a net, Marie. It is a sign of utmost confidence in oneself, the thing that makes people admire a performer even more. Someday, you will work without a net, Marie. And then you will be truly a great performer.
After today, Enrico, I could never be afraid of anything. I know I could perform without a net tomorrow if you wanted me to.
No, my dear. You could not do that. It is extremely dangerous. But of course, it would give you great prestige if you performed without a net in Dalton. you would indeed be acclaimed as a great tight-wire artist.
I'm going to do it, Enrico.
No, but Marie, you cannot.
Enrico,
No,
I
no.
know you want to help me, but I can't help feeling that you still think I'm a coward.
Oh, no, Maria, do not.
Tomorrow, when I perform the backward somersault without a net, I'll prove to you that I'm not afraid.
You are very wrong, Marie. But I admire your spirit. If you are determined to do this, I know I cannot stop you. I shall be at your side when you go up. I know you will be successful.
And now the shadow of hatred engulfs the circus. The day has come, and if you'd watched closely, you'd see Enrico's hands working convulsively, gripping hard on a dead throat. Marie Savini is going onto the high wire today to do a backward somersault without a net.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness a performance of great daring. Marie Savini is going to attempt a backward somersault down the high wire above. This will be the first time that this feat has ever been attempted by a woman. To add to the already present danger, Miss Savini is going to perform right before your eyes without the aid of a life-saving net. Presenting Marie Savini.
Now, Enrico. Now watch, Enrico. Stand there in the shadow you brought and watch.
Miss Savini is approaching the center of the wire. She's ready now. Her body is poised for the spring that will spell success or doom. She's about to jump. She does.
Good Lord, the wire broke!
Can't believe it. I can't. Marie, dead.
Buck up, son. These accidents happen sometime.
I'm afraid this was no accident, Mr. Morgan.
What do you mean?
I just examined the wire. It didn't just break, it was filed halfway through.
No. You sure, Johnson?
Yeah, you can see for yourself.
Oh, no. Who would want to kill Marie Savini? Good heavens, I never thought of that.
What's the matter, Mr. Morgan?
Who checked this wire before Marie went up?
Well, I usually do, but Enrico said he'd do it.
That's what I thought.
Enrico! He's the one who persuaded her to go up without a net.
Yes, he is. And he checked the wire.
You mean... Wait. Yes. Something else happened, too. The other day, I discovered the net was untied while Marie was practicing. Enrico blamed it on the hands who put it up.
That's not true. I supervised that myself. It was all tied perfectly. But Enrico ordered us out. He said he'd check everything himself.
And then he untied the net. Mr. Morgan!
Come on. Let's find Enrico. Enrico, we want to... Enrico, what's the matter?
Nothing, my friend. Everything is all right now.
Enrico, you killed her.
When I was a little boy, Morgan, a priest once told me that revenge brought no satisfaction. But it does, Morgan. It does. That's why you find me smiling, laughing, yes. Yes, Morgan. I killed Marie Savini as I could not kill her father. And now my son's death is avenged.
The Whistler will be back with a strange ending of tonight's tale in just a moment. Meantime, here's a timely reminder about two important parts on your car, your transmission and differential. Because these gears need their lubricant changed only once every 5,000 miles, they're often forgotten. And then here's what happens. Tiny bits of metal are pulverized by the tremendous pressure of the gears, and the lubricant gradually becomes a gritty, grinding abrasive that can cause costly damage. That's why now, when you take your car to your Signal gasoline dealer to have him lubricated for winter protection, it's a good time to also have him change the transmission and differential lubricant. His famous safety signal chart shows the exact type of Signal lubricant the maker of your car prescribed to give your expensive gears maximum protection. Incidentally, if your old windshield wiper is leaving blurring streaks on your windshield, your Signal gasoline dealer has just received a fresh stock of the famous Rainmaster blades that will keep your vision clear through the rainy season. Helping you to go safely is just another way your Signal gasoline dealer is prepared to help you go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Enrico had his revenge. He killed Marie Savini. At last, the hated name was wiped from the pages of the living. But wait, Enrico. What does this mean? The expression on the face of your friend Morgan.
Good Lord, Enrico, you don't know what you've done.
I've done what I had to do.
But you don't understand, Enrico. Savini never had a daughter.
What? What do you mean?
His child was a son. There never was a Marie Savini. I gave Marie that name.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Hal Wexler and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil Program. The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Friends, here's some exciting news. The latest Hooper ratings show that in the last 2 months, the listening audience of The Whistler has increased by more than 50%. Yes, sir, 50%. And even before this increase, The Whistler was rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. What do we at Signal Oil think about this? Well, naturally, we think it's wonderful. And we want to say thanks to our regular audience And welcome to all you new listeners. And remember, friends, Signal gasoline is tops, too. And now, the Whistler's strange story. Last Curtain.
The company's engagement at the Opera House in Los Angeles had 2 weeks to run. But Oriane Donati, whose beautiful voice was largely responsible for the success of the tour, had other things on her mind. Oriane was no longer thrilled by the curtain going up. She was not new to the music world, and moreover, when she allowed herself, she could feel the years inside. She didn't allow this often, of course, and certainly it was not being displayed at the moment. With Charles beside her, quietly reassuring them, Oriane found it a simple matter to face the anger of the impresario, Giulio Cassini.
Have you lost your mind, Oriane? You cannot just tear up a contract. I'm protected by the law.
Law. There is only one law I recognize. I do as I please, and I will not desert my Charles.
And why should you, my dear? Do marry Charles, but remain with us for the season at least. Please, cara
It
mia.
is impossible. Charles will not hear of it. We are both desperately in love. Am I right, my darling?
Yes, you're quite right, Oriane.
Oriane, please,
Sorry,
reconsider.
Julio, my mind is quite made up. Come, Charles. Let's go someplace where we can be alone.
By all means.
All right, play your games, but if you want my advice,
It was rather unpleasant, dear.
Julio, he only thinks of the money he will lose. Enough of him, though. Do you really love me?
Don't you know?
Yes, I suppose I do. That was nice, darling. Now I must go to my dressing room. Can you amuse yourself for a little while?
Yes, but do hurry back.
Yes, Oriane. At this point in your career, in your life, the most important thing is Charles and your love for him. You're thinking about this, aren't you, as you sit down before the mirror in your dressing room?
Mama.
What? Mama? Oh, Felice. How often have I told you not to call me Mama?
Oh, Mama.
What am I going to do with you? Oh, tell me. How are you coming along with your voice?
Very well. Professor Gresby is pleased with my progress.
What are you up to now?
I've just finished Faust. Time to take up Martha next.
Oh, Martha, lovely. You know, Mr. Cassini has a great hope for your future. Do you enjoy your work in the chorus, darling?
Very much. But, Mama, how long must this pretense go on?
Now, Felice, my baby, it will be over sooner than you think. I am going to be married.
Married?
Yes, cara mia, to a very fine, handsome, rich man. We shall all three of us be very happy.
Oh, Mama, when?
Soon, Felice. Very soon. Now, child. Yes?
8,000 pardons, my lady, but if you have the time, I should like a word with you.
I am very busy, Peppo. But, young lady, you run along now. I hope the advice I have given you will help you to amount to something.
Oh, it will, Madame Donati. And thank you.
Well, what is it, Peppo?
Please, Madonna, is it true what they are all saying? That you are leaving us? Being married?
Yes, it's true.
Oh, no, my lady, no. You must remain. The opera needs you.
The opera? Go away, old man. Go to your world of props where you belong. You fatigue me.
Oh, you grieve me, Madonna. True, I am without physical grace and beauty, but, oh, please, in my heart there is love.
Love? Love, indeed. Go away, buffo. Go down to your room where you belong and stay out of my life. Stay out of what does not concern you.
Peppo doesn't really annoy you, does he, Oriane? He only amuses you. But you're genuinely disturbed about your daughter Felice, because you haven't mentioned her to Charles, have you? Somehow the opportunity has never been right. But you know there'll be plenty of time for that after you're married. And his love for you will make him understand anything. The following morning, Giulio sends for you and he seems in a strangely happy mood when you enter his office.
Orion, come in, come in.
Where are the papers? Canceling my contract?
On the desk, my dear. There's 6 copies. The sooner you sign them, the sooner you can start preparing for the great day.
You do not want me to perform tomorrow night?
Oh, not necessary at all, Carmi. Now, if you just sign the papers...
Julio.
Yes?
Tell me, how is it that this morning you seem so agreeable? Only yesterday you were tearing out your hair, shouting you were ruined.
I have had a change of heart. I know about love. I know it cannot wait. I thought it over. After all, who am I to oppose Cupid, huh?
Julio, you are lying. What has happened?
All right, you ask. This morning, Madame Brock signed with us.
Kitty Brock? You signed her before you cancel my contract?
Yes, now here are the papers, 6 copies, sign at the bottom.
I sign nothing. Good day, Julio.
Wait, Orion, we must discuss this, please.
There is nothing to discuss.
The thought that Julio has taken you at your word about leaving the company infuriates you, doesn't it, Orion? That he would sign someone else before you've even given the final release on your contract. And of all people for him to choose, Kitty Brock, a woman you've never liked. Since you refused to cancel your contract, you continue to sing your roles. Then a few days later, you learn even more about Kitty. It's during a lull in the rehearsal while you're standing in the wings that Peppo, the property man of the company, whispers the unpleasant news in your ear.
My lady.
Huh? You? What are you doing sneaking about?
I would like to tell you how pleased I am that you remain with the opera after all.
Oh, go away, Peppo.
No, it is a wise decision you make, Madonna. That Porco, he's not worthy of you.
Porco? How dare you speak of my beloved in that manner? Go about your business, wretch. I must sing in a moment.
Yes, my lady, sing. Give your love to music. Do not waste it on him who deceives.
Deceives?
I speak the truth, my lady. It is him whom you would call husband that deceives you. He has been seeing her these past weeks. I know. I followed them.
Her? Who? Speak up.
It is the other. The one with the voice of a goat.
Kitty? Oh, no. Peppo, if you speak falsely, I kill you.
No. I speak the truth. Please. Even now, this very moment. Look. The 3rd box to the left. They're together.
Oh!
Do you see, Madonna? They are not looking down at the opera. No, indeed. They look into each other's eyes.
No.
They are in love.
Oh, is it her design to make me out a fool? To take all that is mine? No. Oh, no, I shall not let her do that.
With the prologue of Last Curtain, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But just for a moment, let's suppose this were a quiz show, and you were asked, what gasoline is known as the Go Farther gasoline? What would your answer be? Well, if you've lived out west any length of time, you know that from Canada to Mexico, Signal is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of Signal's good mileage, but even more so, we're proud of what makes such mileage possible. The extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline coaxes from your motor. Because when your motor runs more efficiently, you also enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother power. The things that make driving more fun. That's why folks who want superior performance, as well as those who insist on mileage, are both switching to Signal. They've discovered that to get the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
The worst has happened, hasn't it, Oriane? Charles and Kitty. The shock of it keeps you confined to your hotel rooms all the next day, and the evening's performance goes badly. And the day after that brings angry words between you and Julio when he tells you that Kitty Brock is going to sing your role tonight, regardless of your contract. Later, the odd, strangely devoted little Peppo comes to your dressing room.
My lady.
Peppo, please, let me be.
Madonna, I beg of you, listen to what I have to say.
Oh.
Look, after tonight, Madame Brock will bother you no longer.
What are you saying, Peppo?
In the room where I keep my props, there is a mirror. A mirror especially created for the use of Madame Cazzana.
A mirror?
Yes, but such a mirror. And so practical. You see, it was purchased for Madame Cazzana nearly 20 years ago by a man who was madly in love with her and very jealous.
Oh, come now. You're speaking in riddles, old man. Explain yourself.
Well, the mirror, the glass, was treated in such a way that a high-pitched trill or vibrato would instantly explode it in one's face. A just reward for vanity, Madonna, would you not agree?
Eh?
Especially if one is accustomed to singing into one's mirror, like the good Faust Margherita.
How is that you have come to possess this mirror?
Madame Cazzana was in love with another, so she gave the mirror to me.
You're dreaming, old man. If you were telling me the truth, you could not know of the mirror's treatment. Cazzana herself did not know.
But I do know. The jealous lover told me. When Cazzana sang Margherita and the mirror did not explode, the man came to see why. When I told him I had the mirror, he begged me to give it back for fear some innocent one would be hurt.
But you kept the mirror?
Yes. I was certain that someday it would serve its purpose.
Oh, get out of here, Peppo.
So, this, then, is my reward for offering you happiness.
I told you to leave, Peppo.
Very well, my fine lady. But the next time, you will come to me.
Really?
You think no, Madonna? I shall be waiting for you downstairs in my room with my props where I belong, where all the ugly things are kept.
You know in your heart there is only hatred for Kitty Brock, don't you, Oriane? And you wonder why you failed to take advantage of Peppo's offer. The more you think about it, the more you're certain Peppo told you the truth. The principle of shattering glass by vibration has been known for more than a century. And now you've sent him away, the only one who could help you. As you leave your dressing room and start down the circular stairway...
Oriane!
Oh, Charles.
Oriane, where have you been? I've tried to reach you.
Charles, you have to excuse me now. I must see Julio.
Oh, wait, it's important. I have something to say to you.
Well, all right, but do hurry.
I hardly know how to begin. It's rather difficult to...
Charles, what is it?
Oriane, I must ask you to release me from my promise.
Release you?
Oriane, please don't hate me.
So it's true. The Brock woman, is it?
Yes, it happened all at once. It was sudden, overwhelming. Neither of us could help it.
Oh, Charles, you fool!
Wait.
It's finally happened, hasn't it, Oriane? You've lost everything. Though you're still under contract, Julio has replaced you in the company. And now Charles has rejected you. You walk backstage behind the lofty proscenium as though lost in a dream. As the hours pass, you can concentrate on only one thing, one person, Kitty Brock. She's the cause of it all, isn't she? Then in the distance, you hear the chorus rehearsing for tonight's performance of Faust. Concealed behind a flat, you watch your daughter Felice as she sings, so young, so alive. Then another voice becomes audible. Kitty Brock rehearsing your role, the role of Margherita. Her voice taunts you, doesn't it, Oriane? You begin to tremble with rage, and then a thought flickers through your mind.
Jewel thumb. Margherita gazes into a mirror. A mirror.
The hatred you feel for Kitty Brock swells within you. You turn, rush downstairs to the property room. It's the first time you've been below the opera house. You find the air damp, faded. And as you walk along the dark corridor, you see a dim light at the far end, and you hear Peppo.
Peppo! Peppo!
Oh. It is the fine lady come to visit Peppo, huh? What an honor you accord me.
Peppo, I am in need of your help. I have no time to lose. I must have the mirror. Peppo, please give it to me.
A moment. For what reason do you want it?
For what reason do you think? The Brock woman. She has robbed me of my fiancé, my position, everything.
Everything, my lady? Or is it just that she has robbed you of your lover?
Are you going to give me the mirror?
Yes, I will give you the mirror. Take it.
Thank you. And then now, Peppo.
Yes?
You leave the building. And stay away until after the performance tonight.
Oh, but Madonna, Mr. Cassini, what will he say? When he asks me, what shall I say?
You were called away suddenly. Somebody in the family was ill. Anything, I don't care. It will be safer. If you are not here, they cannot blame you. An accident. Someone picked up the wrong mirror by mistake.
Yes, I understand. Yes, I will go immediately.
You watch Peppo back out of the room, twisting the tattered cap in his hands. The moment he's gone, you pick up the mirror. Quickly, you slip it under your wrap and hurry to your dressing room. You put in a call to Union Station, reserve a compartment on the late train to New York. Moments later, you're backstage, to the left wing, where the garden sequence paraphernalia is set and waiting. You hurry to the jewel box on the table. Quickly, you remove the mirror from the box. Replace it with the deadly one you got from Peppo. Yes, Oriane. In a fraction of a second, the deed is accomplished. Back at your apartment, you spend the rest of the afternoon packing for your trip to New York. Then shortly before 6 that evening, you hurry from the building. Your train doesn't leave till 9:40, and you decide to have dinner at a quaint little Italian restaurant not far from Union Station. As you approach the waiting cab, the driver opens the door for you.
Oriane, wait! Wait!
You turn and see Giulio Cassini hurrying down the street toward you.
Hurry, driver. The Fior d'Italia restaurant, Commercial Street.
Oriane, wait! Wait, Oriane!
You're relaxed, aren't you, Oriane? Hours later, as the train pulls out of the station, you lean back in your chair, give yourself up to the slow, hypnotic rhythm of the wheels on the track. Wheels that every moment take you further away from the opera house, where the performance is now in progress. Suddenly, a picture flashes through your mind. The opera. Kitty Brock and the Jewel Song. You can see her now, can't you? Singing into the mirror. You can almost hear the high-pitched trill and then the glass shattering.
It is too bad, Madame Brock, that your first performance with this company shall be your last.
About 10 o'clock, you step out of your compartment, start down the narrow corridor toward the club car. And then suddenly your ears become alert. Your brain starts spinning wildly as two voices emerge from a compartment up ahead.
Oh, come along, darling.
That's Kitty Brock's voice. What is she doing on this train?
A moment later, you see her step into the corridor, followed by Charles. You stand there dumbfounded, unable to move, unable to think.
Kitty, don't you think we ought to wire Giulio?
When we arrive in New York, we'll be soon enough.
Do you think he'll be mad because we eloped? Missing the performance tonight, I mean.
He'll be furious, of course. But who cares?
I doubt very much if Oriane will ever sing for Cassini again.
That's true, I suppose. Well, it's Felice. She's quite good, you know.
Felice? Who is...
Oriane's daughter. You didn't know.
Felice. Felice? Oh, no.
Oh, but Felice will have to sing. She's the only one left who knows the rules.
Conductor! Conductor!
Yes, ma'am?
I must get off the train immediately. You must stop.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I've got to get back to Los Angeles.
Well, we'll be in Pasadena in a few minutes. You can get off there, take a cab.
What time is it now?
10 minutes after 10, ma'am.
All right. I get off at Pasadena. CR1794. Busy. Oh, no. It can't be. It can't. Try operator. Oh. Who was keeping the operator? Operator, I'm trying to reach Creston 1794, but I keep getting busy signal. Will you check that for me, please?
That is a toll call, madam.
Oh, hurry, it's important.
The number is Creston 1794.
Yes, do hurry.
1 moment, please.
Oh. Really? Was taking her so long? Operator! I've got to reach Felice.
Hello?
Yes, operator.
Creston 1794 has been reported out of order.
Out of order?
I'm sorry if you'll place your call later.
But it's important. I must get through somehow. Please, is there anything you can do?
I'm sorry, the line is out of order.
Oh! Taxi!
Yes, ma'am.
The Opera House in Los Angeles. Can you make it in 20 minutes? I've got to be backstage before 10:40.
20 minutes? Well, that's pretty quick, Lenny.
Make it quicker if you can. Don't worry about traffic fines. I pay for everything. Please hurry. It's a matter of life and death.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a brief weather forecast. No, I'm not going to predict just how cold it's going to be or how often. But this much I do know. The kind of weather we're likely to have during the next couple of months is tough on car batteries. And you can never tell how suddenly you may need a new one. That's why it'll pay every driver to keep these facts in mind about the new Signal Deluxe battery. Unlike ordinary batteries, which may be guaranteed for 12 or 18 months, Signal Deluxe batteries are guaranteed for a full 30 months on a service basis. The secret of this extra long life in Signal Deluxe batteries is their superior construction, which includes improved type rubber separators and a new design all-rubber case, which requires water less often. As a result, Signal Deluxe batteries deliver up to 35% more power for quick, dependable starting. So before you buy any battery, stop by your Signal service station. Find out the liberal trade-in your Signal dealer will offer you on today's finer, longer life battery, a new Signal Deluxe battery. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's a race against time, isn't it, Oriane? The minutes tick away, precious minutes. And finally, your cab roars into downtown Los Angeles. You must reach the opera before the jewel song begins, before your daughter Felice, as Margarita, sings into the deadly mirror you had hoped would shatter in Kitty Brock's face. Then, as you're within half a block of the opera house...
Driver, what's the matter? Why are you stopping?
Sorry, lady, I can't run over the car in front of me.
Can't you go around there?
Sorry again, that's impossible.
All right. Here's your fare. Keep the change. I run the rest of the way. I must get backstage before 10:40.
Well, lady, you can't get out here. Be careful.
A small crowd had gathered near the opera house, stunned by the news of the tragedy. They saw Giulio Cassini slip out the side entrance with Felice Donati, They watched the sobbing girl, a handkerchief covering her face, being assisted toward the waiting ambulance.
Now, my dear, everything will be all right. Please, let us through. Here, let me help you, please. Please.
Julia.
Take it easy, Felice. Now, we're all right. Please.
Hours later, in the hospital waiting room, Giulio Cassini, hands clasped behind his back, stood by the window staring out into the night. The room was quiet except for the gentle sobbing of the woman who sat nearby. Giulio turned, placed his hand on her shoulder, and then a door opened softly. A white-clad figure stepped out into the hall and approached them.
Doctor? Doctor, how is she?
Mr. Giulio Cassini?
Yes. Will she be all right?
Well, she'll pull through okay. But her face was cut quite badly by the glass.
Oh, may we see her now, Doctor?
This is Felice, Doctor, the injured lady's daughter. May we go in?
For a moment, yes. Come along.
Oh, thank you. Come along, Felice.
Mr. Cassini.
Yes?
Do you know how this accident happened?
Well, according to the cab driver, Orion jumped from her taxi, started to run toward the opera house, saying she had to get there before 10:40. She did not see the car approaching.
10:40?
Yes, that is just the time when the jewel song starts.
And that's when Beppo rushed onto the stage, stopped the show. He grabbed the mirror from me and broke it into 1,000 pieces.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Jeanette Nolan and Mary Kroger. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Frank DeFelitta and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. All characters portrayed on the Whistler program are fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the mystery man who strikes terror in the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, when you hear the Shadow's blood-curdling laugh, you can be sure that exciting entertainment will follow. And here's something else that you can be sure of. When you buy Blue Coal, you're getting the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. The harmless blue coloring that identifies Blue Coal is your guarantee of clean, even, safe, dependable heat all winter long. So don't take chances. Insist on Blue Coal. Ask for it by name. Phone your order to your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. And be sure to hold on for John Barclay's important message at the end of this program. The plot murder announced for today has been postponed. Today, the Circle of Death.
Oh,
Oh, Jack, what a delightful show. What a wonderful way to start our honeymoon.
Darling, when it comes to shows and girls, I'm a swell picker. Now watch me pick a nightclub. Oh, taxi! Hey, taxi!
Darling, I think you're wonderful. I've never had such a marvelous time in my life.
Hop in, honey.
Well, things are pretty quiet around the theater district tonight, Bill.
Yeah, pretty thin crowd.
I don't blame folks for staying away. After those 3 bombings and 15 people being blown to pieces, I wouldn't be here myself if it wasn't the commissioner's orders.
Same here. Boy, has this town got the jitters.
Commissioner Weston's hopping around like a cat on a hot stove.
I hear the Midtown Association is going to ask for his resignation if he don't catch the nut that's scattering bombs around here like confetti on New Year's Eve.
The guy that's pulling these jobs sure must have it in for a lot of people.
Yeah, he's a real screwball if you ask me. Look at the way he's always sending warnings to the newspapers before he blows another batch of pedestrians to Hades.
Yeah, and have you noticed? He always ends his notes by saying, I hate crowds.
Yeah. Well, this is the time that crazy goof warned he'd set off another blast.
Maybe his watch is slow.
Things are going to pop if he pulls another job and kills any more people.
Well, maybe all the cops have him scared off.
Maybe.
Maybe not. Bill, look at that car. Blown to smithereens.
Mass killer strikes again. 5 more dead. Get your paper here, pay. Read all about the mad maniac Slater's squad.
It's horrible, Lamont, horrible.
It's senseless and insane, Margot. Crimes like this always are. Turn on the radio. It's time for a news bulletin. There's a switch on the dashboard.
All right, Lamont.
Turning the attack upon the inefficiency of the police department. Tonight at Midtown Hall, a meeting of businessmen of the entertainment world and property owners is in progress. Police Commissioner Weston has been asked to defend his department and produce results or resign.
That's enough, Margaret.
Washington, D.C.
Now listen carefully.
Yes, Lamont.
I want you to go to that protest meeting right over there at Midtown Hall. Commissioner Weston is speaking, and the crowd is pretty certain to heckle his explanation of the failure of his department to catch this fiend.
I'm sure of it.
Now, here's what I want you to do. Keep quiet and watch your chance. Then I want you to cry out that Shadow could solve this crime without half trying.
Aren't you flattering yourself?
Never mind that, Margot. I have a very definite reason for doing this. A lot depends on your getting the crowd to take up your suggestion.
I'll do my best, Lamont. But where are you going?
I won't be far away. Hand me that leather case on the floor.
Right. Here you are. Am I permitted enough womanly curiosity to ask what's in it?
Just a little wiretapping device.
Telephone?
No. No, Commissioner Weston will be talking over the loudspeaker system in Midtown Hall. Don't be surprised if the Shadow interrupts his speech. Now remember, Margot, cry out at the psychological moment. Hundreds of lives depend on it.
We don't want alibis, Commissioner. We want action, Weston. Crazy man's making a fool of you, Weston.
Gentlemen, as I have explained to you, every available resource of the police department has been thrown into catching this fiend. Our bomb squads have combed the city. Every known criminal with psychopathic tendencies has been rounded up and questioned. Not one fragment of a bomb has been found. No buildings have been damaged. No one person has been singled out for death. This is not an ordinary crime. We are not dealing with an ordinary criminal.
Alibis! Alibis! We've had enough. 15 people dead. 50 injured, and you talk! Talk! Business is at a standstill. We're being ruined. The whole city's in a panic. Get this killer or resign, Weston. Get out and let the mayor appoint somebody with brains enough to catch this maniac. Before he strikes again. Yes.
The Shadow could solve this crime without half trying.
There's an idea. The Shadow. Yes, the Shadow would get him. He's cracked cases for you before, Weston. Why don't you call him in? He wouldn't have to do much to do a better job of it than the police have. Get the Shadow, Weston. What about it, Commissioner? You've done nothing in 2 weeks. You're late.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What makes you think this man who calls himself the Shadow is interested in law and order?
He's helped to crack plenty of criminals, hasn't he?
Yes, he's tipped us off occasionally, but it may have been to get rid of rivals. We have no assurance he isn't a criminal himself.
What of it? A thief can catch a thief.
I don't run my department that way.
You're not running it at all.
That's a matter of opinion.
You're not running it.
I was asked here to tell you what we've been doing. You seem to think my department works with the shadow. We don't. We never have. And as for the shadow, and you reporters can spread it all over the front pages, I challenge him to uncover one single scrap of evidence that my men have overlooked. I challenge the shadow to find this maniac.
Wait a minute. I am the shadow. I accept that challenge, Commissioner Weston. I am working on the case. Gentlemen of the press, it will not be necessary for you to print the Commissioner's challenge, but you can print this challenge to the arch-fiend behind this reign of terror. Print this, gentlemen. The shadow will trap the mass killer if he dares walk through the Central Arcade during the rush hour between 5 and 6 tomorrow night. Remember, the Central Arcade between 5 and 6 tomorrow night. I dare him to come to walk through the Central Arcade.
Boy, you here. Give me a paper.
That's 2 cents, mister.
Here's your 2 cents.
Well, thanks. Here's the paper.
No, not that one on top. Crowds have seen it.
Well, so what? They're all the same.
No. Give me that one underneath.
Okay, the customer's always right.
Hey, you mass murderer challenged by the shadow. That's your extra paper.
The Central Arcade tomorrow. So he's daring me, this shadow fellow. He knows I hate crowds, and people pushing and getting in my way, voices talking and shouting. I hate them. And I'll show them. I'll show the shadow fella, too. I'll fool all of them. I'll accept his challenge. I'll be there at the Central Arcade. And the shadow fella will know I was there. The whole world will know. After I've gone.
Your orders have been carried out, Commissioner Weston.
Good. There'd better not be any slip-ups.
200 patrolmen are stationed in the neighborhood of the Central Arcade. 50 picked men of the plainclothes and bomb squad will be in the crowd. If there is a crowd.
There'll be a mob after all the publicity. If I could get my hands on the shadow, I'd wring his neck for this. What time is it?
A little after 4, sir.
We better get down there pretty soon.
Yes, sir. Shall I take that call, sir?
No. I've been waiting for this. And if it's who I think it is... Hello. Listen to me, Shadow.
No, Commissioner Weston. You listen to me.
I'm listening.
Quick, Collars, trace this call. Yes, sir.
Don't bother, Commissioner. You can't trace this call. I've tapped a line. Just as I tapped the Midtown loudspeaker system last night.
So that's how you pulled that crazy stunt. You're a fool, Shadow. Don't you realize you've endangered the lives of thousands of people?
Nothing will happen if you do not interfere.
I don't take my orders from you, Shadow. You're not running the police department.
I'm not giving orders, but I need your help. Just do one thing for me, and you and not the Shadow will get the credit for the capture of the mass killer.
Oh, yes? Well, what do you want?
Just keep the crowd moving through the narrow arcade. Just keep them moving. Keep them moving. Everything depends on that.
What are you trying to do, Shadow?
To find a needle in a haystack. A man in a million.
You haven't a chance. The maniac won't come.
You overlook the fact that a dare is a powerful psychological magnet that no egotistical, crazed mind can resist. Just keep that crowd moving, Commissioner. Keep them moving.
When you start figuring ways and means to save money for Christmas gifts, fuel is probably the last thing that comes to mind. Naturally, you don't want to jeopardize the health and comfort of your family. But did you know that you can actually have better heat for less money simply by burning blue coal? Here's why. Blue coal is a rich Pennsylvania anthracite. The fuel that furnaces, space heaters, and cooking ranges in this part of the country were especially designed to burn. And while other fuel prices are advancing, the cost of anthracite is not. No wonder thousands of homeowners are switching back to anthracite. No wonder anthracite is the fuel that is used for cooking purposes on the nation's crack passenger trains. They've tested all kinds of fuel and found that anthracite is far more economical because it burns long, steadily, evenly, with minimum drafts and less attention. Now, the cream of all Pennsylvania anthracite is blue coal. It comes from the mines of the famous Glen Alden Coal Company. It's tested and retested for purity and uniform sizing. Blue coal is prepared especially for home use, and it comes in all domestic sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, and pea. So if you want clean, even, dependable heat at lowest cost, always order blue coal. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Quit blocking the arcade. Keep moving. Well, the time's almost up, Commissioner Weston.
Yes. 2 minutes to 6. Oh, this is the longest hour I've ever spent in my life.
Can you beat it the way people have flocked here on the chance of seeing somebody else blown to bits by this maniac?
Looks like the shadow was right. The way they've been swarming through this arcade.
Yeah, and watching each other like a bunch of wild animals. You see what happened to that poor guy with the Christmas box? I nearly killed him before we got him out. All he had was a doll for his kid.
I saw it.
Well, the time's up, Commissioner.
Yes. Thank heavens.
Any orders, sir?
Just keep the men on duty till this crowd thins out. They'll be going home now.
Commissioner Weston, look.
What is it?
The maniac. He's been here. Look at this piece of paper.
Where'd you get it?
In the arcade. He must have dropped it.
Oh, what's it say, Commissioner?
Tell that shadow fellow I'll kill me a lot more people at 11 o'clock tonight.
Lamont, I was afraid something had happened to him.
Something has. I found the maniac.
Thank heavens. Have you notified the police?
Margot, this man is a fiend. If I notified the police and they bungle things, he might kill hundreds of people. This is a job that the Shadow must handle alone.
But Lamont, he's dangerous. You might fail. He might kill you.
The Shadow won't fail, Margot. But if he should, it's far better that one die than hundreds.
Oh, Lamont, please. There must be a safer way.
Perhaps, Margot, but this is the only sure way to end the career of this mass killer. Goodbye, my dear.
Lamont. Oh, Lamont.
Lively, Connors. Here comes the headquarters car. Yeah, it's Commissioner Weston's car. He's plenty worried about this maniac threatening to kill another batch of people at 11 tonight.
Well, he'll sure have to go out of the theater area to kill him. They won't let anybody in the district here without a police permit.
Wait a minute. Here comes a guy. Hey, you! You!
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Where do you think you're going?
Me? I'm going to work. That's where I'm going.
Got a permit?
Got a badge. See? Says I'm a night watchman. I got to go to work.
What do you watch? Where do you work?
I watch things in the ground. Down there.
Down where?
Down under the street. Down under the planks.
Oh, I get it, Bill. He's a night watchman down on the new subway they're building.
Yes, that's it. I go down them steps. Every night I go down them steps and watch.
Well, why did you say so? Get on with you. Get to your watching.
Thank you. Joe Tonetti is waiting for me so he can go home. Every night at 10:30, I take from him the job of watching.
Now, that's a job I wouldn't want any part of.
Me neither. I'll pound my feet on the street.
Oh, Joey Tonetti. Joey, you can go home now. I'm here to watch.
Hey, what's the matter? You're half a big speakerback fella. You're 5 minutes late. I want to go home. Here's the keys to everything now. You watch out.
don't you go to sleep.
The police don't want to let me come to work, but I show them the badge. You can go home now, Joey. I'll watch everything.
Okay. See you in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, those people. So many people always pushing me. But I'll show him. I'll fix them good. I'll kill him. That shadow fella, I'll show him too. Now I'm alone. All alone.
Not quite, Anton Spivak. You are not quite alone. I am with you.
Huh?
Do you hear my voice, Anton?
Sure. I always hear voices. In the dark, on the street, and here under the street where I watch every night.
Yes, Anton. But you've never heard my voice before, have you?
Well, maybe. I don't think so. What's different about your voice?
It's the voice of the shadow.
Oh, you're a pretty smart voice. How'd you find me? Where's that shadow fella the newspapers talk about?
I am more than just a voice, Anton Spivak. I am the shadow.
You're the shadow?
Yes.
Where are you hiding?
I am hiding under the cloak of invisibility. You cannot see me because I have clouded your mind, so you cannot see that which is here.
How did you get down here in this subway excavation?
I followed you down the steps.
How'd you know where to find me?
I picked you out of the crowd in the central arcade.
How did you know I was the one?
Your eyes showed me. I knew then how much you hate crowds.
My eyes show you?
Yes. You passed close to me as I stood in the shadows.
Huh?
The arcade is narrow. You didn't see me. No one saw me. But I saw you.
How'd you find out my name?
I followed you to the place where you live. I found out you work here. In the tunnels.
Then you followed me here from my home tonight?
Yes, Anton Spivak. All the way.
Good. You're a very clever shadow. But you must go now and let me do my work. My work. I ain't got much time. Now go quick before I get mad. You're plenty smart. I'm glad to know you, Mr. Shadow, but now you have to go.
Yes, I'm smart. But you're smarter.
You bet.
Let me stay. I want to learn. You can teach me things. Then maybe we can work together.
You hate people, too?
Yes. I hate crowds. Let me watch you and learn.
All right. I'll let you watch.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, you just watch.
What's in this shed?
You see? Dynamite. Sticks and sticks of dynamite.
Is this what you use to kill people with?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My precious dynamite. They kill the crowds I hate, see? Now, look here. Here's a stick of dynamite already fused. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 sticks of dynamite to go with it. Now, you watch. See, Shadow, I tie them in a bundle.
But how do you take that dynamite to the place where you killed all those people? It's a block away. How do you carry it?
That's where I'm smarter than you, Mr. Shadow.
Show me.
I'll show you. Now, look, see, it's almost 11 o'clock. Now, here. You see this little hook? I hooked the dynamite to it.
Then what, Anton?
Wait, you hear that car overhead on the boards?
Yes.
Well, if the light is red, it will stop right over our heads. Now listen. There, you see? The light is red. Now I take this crowbar. And I go up this ladder. Come on, you come with me.
Yes, I am still here. Although you cannot see me.
Now you watch. I pry the end of this plank back. See? And I hook the dynamite on the brake rods. I strike a match. And I light the fuse. And when the light changes, the car takes the dynamite with it. And when the dynamite explodes a block away, I'm still here. While the... Oh, no. You put out the fuse. You've tricked me.
And here is the dynamite.
No. You took it off the car. It's gone without the dynamite. And I promised I'd kill a lot of people tonight. Now I have to wait. Tomorrow the crowds will be still pushing me. Scaring me. You tricked me. That's what you did. You tricked me. Where are you, Shadow? Shadow. Come here, Shadow. Nice, Shadow. Nice, Shadow.
I'm here, Anton Spivak.
Yes, I hear you. Nice, Shadow. Come close to me.
Put down that dynamite, Anton.
No, Shadow. I light another match.
If you touch that match to the fuse, you'll die too.
But I'll kill you. And I don't care. You wouldn't let me kill people. And I don't want to live. I want to die. I want you to die too, Shadow.
Wait, Anton.
No. You blow out my match.
Yes, I have a plan. Those thousands of people waiting up the street.
Yes?
You can kill all those people. Wouldn't that be better than just killing the two of us?
How? Tell me how.
Take your dynamite and come with me. Up the steps. Up to the street.
Oh, no. There's policemen out there. I saw them.
But they won't see you any more than you can see me.
No. They will see me.
Hypnotize them.
Huh?
Hypnotize them. Look straight at them. Stare at them. And then they won't be able to see you.
No, I'm afraid.
Think of all those people waiting to be killed. Come. Just a few more steps. I am with you. You'll be safe.
I'll try. All those people waiting to be killed. I'll try it. But don't you leave me, Shadow, or I'll light the fuse.
I'm here, Anton Spivak. Look, there are the two policemen. Just stare at them hard as you pass, and they won't see you.
All right, I'll try.
Well, it's past 7, Congress.
Looks like a false alarm this time. Hey, wait a minute. Here's that night watchman.
Yeah, what's the matter with him? What's he staring at?
Look what he's carrying.
You can't see me.
Dynamite. Grab him.
No.
Take it away from him.
Let me go. Hold it. No, I said no.
I got him. It's a masked killer.
No. Oh, he lied. He fooled me. He said you couldn't see me. No. Give me my dynamite. I want to kill all those people.
Hold him.
No.
Here's Commissioner Weston.
I
got him. We got him. We got the maniac, Chief.
Good work. Here, let me look at him.
No. He tricked me. He said you couldn't see me.
Where'd he come from?
About a subway excavation, Commissioner. He's a night watchman.
No. He tricked me. The Shadow tricked me.
Oh.
It was the Shadow.
Yes, Commissioner Weston. The Shadow. I found the killer, but the glory is all yours.
Before we tell you of the Shadow's next exciting adventure, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's famous heating expert, with an important message I promised you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Friends, there are just 2 more days left in November. That means that homeowners have only 2 more days in which to phone their Blue Coal dealers and get the full details on how they may have a Blue Coal heat regulator installed in their homes for a free trial period of 2 weeks. To me, this is the most unusual offer ever made. The free use of a Blue Coal heat regulator for 2 whole weeks without any obligation on your part to buy. Believe me, friends, until you've used one of these marvelous thermostats, You don't know what real comfort is. Imagine having your home warm and cozy from morning till night without once having to make a trip down to the furnace. And that's not all. You'll find you burn far less coal with this regulator, too. But don't take my word for it. See for yourself. Phone your blue coal dealer tomorrow. I thank you.
Friends, for your own sake, do as Mr. Barclay suggests. Phone your blue coal dealer tomorrow and get full details of this amazing free trial offer. Prove to yourself what thousands of satisfied owners already know, that with a blue coal heat regulator, you get more uniform heat, more economical heat than the most expensive oil burner can give you. But don't wait. Phone your blue coal dealer tomorrow. The story you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters in this story are entirely fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Murder over Burma.
Cliff Benton wore the oppressive heat of the Burmese night like a thick coat over his makeshift flying uniform of the Far East Importing Company. He walked slowly, deliberately through the streets of Dinjan, his face furrowed with anxiety, accented with fear. For Cliff knew what the summons from Burma Charlie meant, and he knew that there was no escape. Reluctantly, he directed his steps along the familiar narrow road that led to Burma Charlie's gambling casino. A few steps from Burma Charlie's office door, a man slid out of the shadows.
What do you want, Benton? Oh, Charlie wants to see me. Just a minute. Oh. Hey, boss, the guy Benton's out here wants to see you.
Send him in.
The boss.
I heard him.
Sit down, my boy.
Okay. Now, look, Charlie,
Do you know what these are, my friend?
Yes, I know what they are. They're my IOUs.
Exactly. They make a neat little stack, don't they? About $5,000 worth.
But I told you I'd pay you as soon as I got the money.
I have a record of that, too. You said that exactly 1 month ago. You will find I run a very efficient business, Cliff.
I'm sure you do. Now, look, Charlie, I've always paid you before. You know that. Now, all of a sudden, my credit's no good. Why don't you level with me?
My dear young friend, I am leveling with you. I want the $5,000 you owe me.
But that's not the main thing, is it, Charlie? You want me to quit seeing Lila. That's why we're having this little chat, isn't it?
Lila? Have you really been seeing the featured vocalist at my little casino? I had no idea.
Oh, Chuck.
You see, Cliff, I am so busy with the business end that I...
Lila is your business, Charlie. Everyone in Dinjan knows that. I'm the only one who ever dared pay any attention to her. She liked it, Charlie, and you know it. That's why you're pulling the big foreclosing act.
That will be all, Cliff. $5,000 you owe me. I want it in 3 days.
3 days? You know I can't...
I want your $5,000 on my desk in 3 days, Cliff. If it is not here... Oh, but you will see that it is, I am sure. For tragedy to touch one so young would be, well, tragic.
You know I can't get that kind of money in 3 days.
All I know is that you had better.
Now, wait a minute, Charlie, wait a minute. Look, I got a proposition. I'm making a flight tomorrow to deliver a load of machinery.
That is a particularly uninspired bit of information.
Now, listen to me, listen. I got connections that have been trying to get me to fly contraband. They've promised me $5,000 a trip for every shipment I deliver. Now, give me a few extra days, and I'll guarantee you'll have your dough. If that's what you really want.
I really want to clear my books of you, Cliff. I want you to pay up and get out. From now on, Boma Charlie's casino is off limits for you.
Oh, Lila again, huh?
You persist in that delusion, Cliff, and I do not care to discuss it. Now, where did you say you are supposed to pick up this merchandise?
Right here in Dinjan. Then fly it to Hong Kong, and they pay me on delivery. I don't get back here for 5 days after I leave. Give me 5 days, Charlie. What do you say?
Guards, come in here.
Now, look, Charlie, all I'm asking...
For me, boss? Yes, come in. I have a little job for you.
Okay.
Gus, take a good look at this man. He is going to fly a load of machinery out of here tomorrow. I want you to meet him at Hong Kong when he arrives and stay with him until he gives you $5,000 for me.
Gotcha, boss.
There is a commercial airliner leaving at 10 tonight. Be on it. If for any reason the money is not forthcoming, take care of him. Understand?
Right, Charlie. I understand. Perfectly.
Does this arrangement meet with your approval, Cliff?
You're not taking any chances, are you?
No. Oh, one more thing. When you leave the casino, there will be a man assigned to follow you. He will not let you out of his sight until you take off in the morning. Good night.
One small request, Charlie?
Yes?
I'd like to have a farewell drink with Lila before I leave the building. I just have the feeling that I might not be seeing much more of her. And since our little arrangement has nothing at all to do with Lila, you couldn't really object. Could you now, Charlie?
10 minutes. Only 10 minutes. Gus will be there to remind you when your time is up.
The 5-day reprieve Burma Charlie has granted you doesn't mean much, does it, Cliff? Because there is no connection in Dinjan, is there? No $5,000 for flying contraband. And now, with 2 of Burma Charlie's men assigned to watch you, there's no chance of sneaking out of Burma without paying your debts. Lila has just finished her song as you walk into the dining room. You catch her eye, and she joins you in the bar. When you finish telling her about your meeting with Burma Charlie, her lovely face is drawn and scored with fear.
I've been afraid all along that something like this would happen.
Well, I guess Charlie figures he owns you, or at least has controlling interest. And maybe he does.
I think you know better than that, Cliff.
Maybe. But does Charlie know better?
Cliff, I don't know what to do. I've got to get away from here. Please help me.
I don't know what I can do, Lila.
You can take me with you tomorrow morning.
Yes, sure. But what about the hired hand Charlie's got following me? And suppose we could shake him. What about that killer he's got waiting for me in Hong Kong? No, honey. No, I'm afraid he's got us whipped.
There's got to be a way out of here.
Wait a minute. Maybe there is.
What is it?
Dave.
Who?
Dave Cummings, my co-pilot. I just thought of him. Listen, honey, in the 4 years since he came to work for Far East, he hasn't spent a dime he didn't have to. Why, that money belt of his is so loaded, I don't know how he gets off the ground with it. He must have at least $6 or $7 grand in it.
What's that got to do with us?
Just this. I'll borrow all I can, a few hundred more than 5,000 if I can get it. We'll pay Charlie off, and before Gus takes off for Hong Kong, that'll get the two thugs off my trail.
Oh, Cliff.
Then tomorrow morning, you take off with Dave and me, and when we get to Hong Kong, we just leave the plane, Dave, and Burma, and head for the States.
What about Dave? When do we pay him back?
We don't, honey. Maybe that'll teach him to trust banks. Now, look, don't forget, we take off at 7 in the morning.
All
and
right. Time's up, Benton. Do you go, or do I have to help you?
Well, Pilot, it's been fun. Take care of yourself, honey. And who knows, maybe I'll be seeing you again one of these nice mornings.
Wish there was some way to help you, Cliff, but I just can't. Like I say, this is my last trip, and I'm not going to take a chance on losing all my dough.
But, Dave, I told you I'll mail it to you within a week.
Honest, Cliff, I'm sorry, but watching this little bundle grow is what's kept me from getting the Burma Jollies. I just can't loan it out, especially since tomorrow's my last trip. Now, look, be a good guy, Cliff, and hit the road, will you? I got a lot of packing to do. Look, Cliff, really, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
Okay.
No hard feelings.
No, of course not. Well, oh, look, Dave, look, you know I'm good for it. Are you sure you won't change your mind?
I know I won't, Cliff. I'm hanging on to this dough. And if anybody wants even a dime of it, he'll have to get it over my dead body.
Signal's new baby that was announced only last Sunday has already been adopted by thousands of motorists throughout Signal's 7 western states, from Canada to Mexico. I'm referring to the amazing new motor oil that reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. New Signal Premium Motor Oil. And no wonder car owners are enthusiastic. After all, when you cut engine wear in half, you multiply performance and carefree driving pleasure. For instance, if your car is not already consuming oil, new Signal Premium will not only double the period during which you'll continue to enjoy low oil consumption, it will also keep that like-new pep and power in your car twice as long. Best of all, new Signal Premium Motor Oil gives you these and many other benefits at no increase in price. So why gamble with the most important, the most expensive part of your car? Your motor may be wearing out twice as fast as necessary if you haven't switched to the amazing new Signal Oil that cuts in half engine wear due to lubrication. New Signal Premium Motor Oil.
It's not going well, is it, Cliff? You still owe Burma Charlie $5,000. And Dave Cummings, your co-pilot, has refused to lend you the money. You know that Burma Charlie means business. If you don't deliver the $5,000, he'll kill you. Then you recall Dave's last words, that whoever wanted his money had to get it over his dead body. That gives you the idea, a plan to pay off Burma Charlie and perhaps have a little money left for yourself. You hurry to your car and drive out to the airfield. Go straight to your plane, climb aboard, and then go forward. You take a pair of pliers out of the toolkit, reach down behind the bulkhead, and put a crimp in the line to Dave's oxygen supply. You know that your plan would never work if it weren't for the fact that the two oxygen systems operate independently of each other. You know, too, that men have been known to do strange things when they couldn't get enough oxygen at high altitude. The job completed, you replace the pliers. Take a final look at Dave's oxygen line. You're sure no one would notice anything was wrong. You smile in satisfaction, then leave the plane. As you start for your car, a figure steps out of the shadows.
You go somewhere?
Who are you?
I am a friend of Burma Charlie. He informed you tonight that there was man assigned to follow you until tomorrow morning. This man are myself.
Oh? Well, you can go home now. I'm not going anywhere. And you can tell Charlie that he'll get his dough.
Forgive me for not delivering message, but I am forced to accompany you to ensure you against become lonesome and possible seeking company of midnight train. Where we go now? Home?
Yeah. We go home, Mr. Moto. As you drive towards your apartment, your heart slowly resumes its normal pace. That was too close, wasn't it? Then as you come within sight of your destination, a thought suddenly intrudes itself. Lila, you can't take her with you tomorrow, can you? There's too much of a risk involved. The man assigned to follow you takes up a position on your doorstep as you enter your apartment. Lila, what are you doing here? Don't you know that...
Cliff, I'm glad you're back. For a while, I was afraid you might have... Oh, Cliff, you don't know what it's been like these past few hours since you left Charlie's place.
What happened?
Charlie called me into his office after you left. He told me that from now on, I was his exclusive property. And that he'd kill any man I so much as looked at.
How did you get here?
He climbed out of the window in my dressing room. He'll kill me if he finds me. I can't go back. Oh, Cliff, let me stay here until the morning. And then we can go to the airport tomorrow.
No. No, Lila, it's too risky. It's no good. We can't take the chance. It might ruin everything.
Cliff, if I didn't know better, I'd think that maybe you didn't want me to go.
I can't help it. I've had to change my plans.
Then you don't want me to go.
That's right. I don't want you to go.
But...
Look, baby, I might as well tell it to you straight. I've changed my mind about taking you with me to the States.
Cliff, why? Why?
It's very simple, Lila. I'm playing this hand by myself. Now, don't worry. You won't have any trouble finding yourself another boy.
Another boy? Cliff, you said...
Look, baby, I don't owe you a thing. If I promise to take you with me, that's my business. And if I've decided to break my promise, that's also my business. You were Burma Charlie's private property before I came around. Now, there's no reason why I should break up such a cozy little arrangement like that.
That's not true. Besides, you told me...
Sure, I told you a lot of things. But you don't go with me tomorrow. However, if you're real anxious for a change, there's the midnight train you can catch. Now, go on home.
I've met some pretty low people in my life, Cliff. But I don't think I ever have or ever will meet anyone quite as low as you.
This is the way out, honey. I'm sorry you have to leave so soon. Give Burma Charlie my love.
Did you say that train leaves at midnight?
Yeah. Oh, if you need a couple of
Never
dollars...
mind, I always pay my own way. And I always pay my debts. Here's the first installment. You're getting off easy.
Burma Charlie speaking.
Charlie, this is Cliff.
Oh, yes, Cliff. Did you suddenly find $5,000?
No. I just wanted to tell you that Lila left my apartment not more than 5 minutes ago.
Oh, but I know that, Cliff.
Huh?
Ling telephoned the information to me as soon as she left.
Oh.
Now tell me something I don't know. Why are you telling me this?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that you knew this meeting with Lila wasn't my idea. And that I'm sticking to the terms of our bargain.
I believe you, Cliff. I know you're that smart, at least.
Even the weather has worked out perfectly for your plan, hasn't it, Cliff? When you reach the airport, you find just enough turbulence in the ballet to enable you to convince the chief of operations that a flight over the mountains is the wiser course. Dave should be along soon, and you hope he doesn't decide to come in and check the weather. After last night, he might grow suspicious if you were to change your flight plan on such a flimsy pretext. You whirl as you hear the door open behind you.
Hiya, Cliff. Everything all set?
Yeah, I'm getting the route forecast now.
How does it look?
Oh, not bad, but there's some stuff in the valley that I'm not too sure of, so I'm routing over the mountains.
Oh, no, do we have to?
Why? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing, only I'm I'm not too eager about dragging on oxygen for 2-3 hours. Kind of hope my last ride might be an easy one. Let me see the report, huh? Here. Doesn't look too bad. I don't see what you're so worried about.
Wait a minute. Let me do the figuring, will you?
Okay. Don't get yourself in an uproar.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. I guess I'm a little upset about this being your last flight today.
Sure, Cliff. I'll wait for you out at the ship. See you in a little while.
You watch Dave as he leaves the operations office and goes out to the ship. You light a cigarette, drag deeply, and turn back to your paperwork. You wonder if he suspects anything. But then you're sure he can't, aren't you? When you've completed the paperwork, you relax a while to calm your nerves. Then go out to the flight line. Dave is in the cockpit, looking over an old Los Angeles newspaper. For a moment, you're tempted to ask him once more for the loan. But you're sure he hasn't changed his mind since last night. People like Dave never do. So you take off, certain that in a little while now it will all be taken care of. As you approach the mountains, you know it's time to put your plan into effect.
Dave? Yeah, what is it? The controls feel a little sloppy. Go on back and check the cargo, will you? I think it shifted when we hit that bump a while back.
Oh, I don't think so. Still flying straight and level.
Well, it feels a little left wing heavy. Be a good guy and check it for me, will you? It'll relieve my mind.
Okay. Only I think you're being overcautious.
No, Cliff, you're not being overcautious, are you? You've got to check that oxygen line again. As Dave closes the bulkhead door, you get out of your seat and check the crimp you made in his oxygen line last night. You make certain that it's not cut off entirely, because then Dave might notice that there wasn't any oxygen coming through the gauge on the instrument panel. It had to be crimped just so, just enough so that Dave wouldn't notice anything was wrong, until it was too late. You're sure this method is foolproof, that no one will ever be able to prove you had anything to do with Dave's death. You get back in your seat as Dave returns.
Told you it was okay back there. You couldn't shift that cargo if you did a barrel roll.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, that's all. You know how it is.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, let's start climbing, huh? The mountains are only about 50 miles away.
Right.
Check oxygen.
Oxygen check.
Increase the revolutions to 2,300. Manifold pressure to 39. Set turbos.
Roger.
The ship climbs slowly, doesn't it, Cliff? Seems like hours before you reach 10,000 feet. You both put on your oxygen masks. Then the altimeter inches up slowly to 15,000 feet. At 18,000 feet, you steal a glance at Dave. Little beads of sweat fleck his forehead, and his fingernails begin to turn blue. As his eyelids grow heavy, he fumbles for his gloves. As he fumbles, you know that he's on his way out. Anoxia, the Army called it. Nobody ever knew they were suffering from oxygen starvation until just before they passed out. Then it was too late. Well, Dave is on his way out now. He fumbles and fumbles, trying to get his gloves on. Then settles in his seat, his head slumped forward on his chest. You wait 5 minutes, and then call him on the intercom.
Dave. Dave. I made it. He's dead. I made it.
You have to work fast now. You turn the ship around, then put it into a dive. You must descend to 10,000 feet before you can take your oxygen mask off and finish the business at hand. At 10,000 feet, you level off and engage the automatic pilot. Then you unbuckle your safety belt and drag Dave to the rear of the cargo compartment. There, you rip open his shirt, transfer his money belt to your own waist, and open the hatch.
Sorry, Dave. You had your chance last night.
While the radio warms up, you open the toolbox and very carefully remove the crimp in Dave's oxygen line. And then...
Far East, Flight 4, calling Dinjan Tower. Far East, Flight 4, calling Dinjan Tower. Over.
Dinjan Tower to Far East 4. Go ahead.
This is Benton. Co-pilot Cummings, victim of anoxia. Bailed out. Tried to stop him. Couldn't do. Coming back to field. Over.
Are you all right?
A little groggy, but I think I can make it. Have everything ready for report.
Will do. I say, take it easy. Everything will be all right. Over and out.
Everything is all right, buddy. Burma Charlie, here I come. You're gonna get your dough.
If you really want to baby your car, then the motor oil for you is Signal's amazing new motor oil that reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. Consider just 4 of the important extra ways new Signal Premium Motor Oil helps to keep your car young for additional tens of thousands of happy miles. 1, keeps oil rings clean and free. 2, controls and reduces such harmful engine deposits as carbon, gum, and varnish. 3, prevents sticking of hydraulic valve lifters. And 4, stops acid corrosion and rust. Result, maintenance costs are kept down, down, down. The average car should actually drive twice as far before needing an overhaul due to engine wear. So save money while you save your car. If you're still using lazy old-fashioned oil, ask your nearest Signal dealer to drain it out now and refill with the new hard-working Signal oil that reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. New Signal Premium Motor Oil.
Well, Cliff, it's all over, isn't it? Your co-pilot, Dave Cummings, is dead. And you're sure that the treacherous heights of mountain range will be a safe guardian of your secret. You smile as you point the ship back in the direction of Dinjan. Dave's money belt, now strapped securely around your waist, contains enough money to pay off your IOUs to Burma Charlie, and you'll have some left over to enjoy. In the office of the chief of police, you have no trouble convincing them that Dave, apparently a victim of anoxia because of defective oxygen apparatus, had gone berserk, and despite your heroic efforts to control him, had broken away and leaked to his death.
I kept my eyes on him as long as I could, sir. I never did see his chute open. Then I started to get groggy, so I stumbled back to the cockpit and switched from portable to main oxygen supply.
Have you any idea as to why his oxygen supply was cut off?
No, sir. That is, I don't think so, sir. The only clue I could possibly give you is that I noticed ice crystals in the intake valve of my mask.
Mm-hmm.
That sometimes happens at extreme altitudes. Maybe Dave's mask accumulated too many crystals. Of course, that's only a guess, sir.
Yes, of course. Well, I don't see any reason why you should have to stick around here any longer. Oh, excuse me. Yes? Oh. Are you sure? Yes, he's here. Yes, by all means, right away. Thanks. Mr. Benton, I'm afraid I'll have to detain you a while after all.
What? Why? Well, what for, sir? Lila.
Yes, Cliff.
But the midnight train, you said...
Yes, I said I might take the midnight train. But when I left your place, I knew I'd been spotted by the man in front of your house. So I went out to the airport and hid in your plane.
In my plane?
This young lady claims to be a witness to your co-pilot's death, Mr. Benton.
Oh, Lila, you couldn't have. Dave checked the plane before the takeoff.
Checked the plane and found me, Cliff. He even set up an oxygen supply for me because he knew you were going over the mountain. I saw you throw Dave out of that plane.
Wait a minute, Captain. Wait a minute. It's her word against mine. Why, how do we even know she was on the plane? She can't prove it.
Oh, but I can, Cliff. Before you threw Dave out of the plane, I saw you take off his money belt.
What?
It's strapped around your waist right now. Go on, Cliff. Deny that.
What?
Well, Mr. Benton, can you deny it?
Lila.
Like I told you, Cliff, I always pay my debts.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you this about the amazing new Signal Premium Motor Oil, which reduces by 50% engine wear due to lubrication. It's available only at independent Signal service stations from the same friendly dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Wally Mayer, Doris Singleton, Larry Dobkin, Marvin Miller, Ben Wright, and Jack Moyles. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Ross Murray, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Devil Takes a Wife. The swamp is the home of evil. In it are spawned all those creeping, misshapen things men hate and fear. And deep in its stagnant interior lie terror, madness, and death.
Dr. Ellis! Dr. Ellis!
I'm coming, Mrs. King. Jim, what is it?
My heart, Dr. Ellis. I can't breathe. Something squeeze. It's the swamp curse. Oh, no.
Mrs. King, my bag, quick. Wait.
Is he dead, Dr. Evans?
Just a moment. Yes, he's dead all right, Mrs. King.
Dead?
I've never believed in the supernatural before, Mrs. King, but I've fought this in every way possible, and it's beaten me in every possible way. I'm afraid this is something science can't handle.
You're giving up.
What difference does it make?
Very well. I'll do it. I'll write Margot Lane.
Who's she?
Someone I knew before I ever came to the swamps, Dr. Ellis. I worked for her family. And I've heard that she has a friend, a Mr. Cranston.
Father.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Kate.
Tell her she can't. Tell her she mustn't write anyone. If she does.
Yes, Miss Kate. If I do,
you'll regret it, Mrs. King. You'll regret it to the day you die.
telling you, Mr. Cranston, there's some mighty queer things in these here swamps. If I was you, I wouldn't stay 1 second longer.
Why, Charlie?
Charlie,
Yes'm?
has Dr. Ellis paid you for bringing Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston here to the houseboat?
Yes'm, he paid me, ma'am.
Then thank you. You'd better run along now.
Ain't Kate around?
No. She wouldn't see if she were.
Well, I don't see why not. I'm crazy about Kate, Mrs. King, and I sure admire to say how...
I told you she isn't here. Now, please run along.
Oh, I'm a-going. Yeah, but don't you forget what I said, Mr. Cranston. Mighty queer things in these here swamps. Mighty queer. So if I was you, I'd get out. And I'd get fast. Goodbye, all.
That idiot. I'd never have sent him for you, Mr. Cranston, if there'd been anybody else around with a motorboat this noon.
Well, that was all right.
I've been looking around, Mrs. King.
Hello.
So long since I've seen a houseboat, I'd almost forgotten a woman's life.
You like it?
Oh, yes. And I can see why it needs a housekeeper, too.
Oh, it keeps me busy enough, heaven knows.
But there aren't many places like this in the swamps, are there?
Well, a few. We have more people living here than outsiders realize.
Well, what do they do?
Oh, fish or trap, or hunt for game, or feathers, or shells. We even have pearling here.
Well, then they do have money.
Well, they did till that woman came, at any rate.
Well, I'd wondered about that. Your letter told us what she was doing, of course, but I couldn't understand her motive.
She's taken thousands of dollars from the swamp people this past year, Mr. Cranston.
But who on earth is she?
We don't know, Miss Lane. We're not even sure that we've ever seen her. The only reason we call her the devil's wife is because that's the way she signs her notes when she asks for money.
Well, how's that money paid?
It's left near Black Rock. That's a small rock formation just this side the quicksand.
No one's ever watched to see who takes it?
No one would dare, Mr. Cranston. The swamp people are superstitious. They've been afraid of that area ever since the old days when it was used as a hideout by outlaws. And now, of course, if they spied on her, they'd know what would happen.
What would happen?
The same as happens when they refuse to pay, Mr. Cranston. They die.
By means of what you call the swamp curse?
Yes.
Well, how does this swamp curse operate? What form does it take?
Well, you just die, that's all, Mr. Cranston. Now, you take Jeb, for instance. He was our handyman. First, he had what you might call a kind of stabbing pain in the heart.
Mrs. King, what is it?
I don't know. All of a sudden, that squeak.
Margot, get Dr. Ellis. He's in his room. Tell him to come here at once. How is she, Doctor?
Still unconscious, Mr. Cranston. It's too early to say yet whether she's going to live or not. Have you seen my daughter?
Kate?
Yes.
Well, she was in here long enough to introduce herself, but then she went out again. Why? Did you want her?
No, I only wanted to be sure she wasn't around to hear what I have to say.
What is it, Dr. Ellis?
I suppose you've guessed that Mrs. King is another victim of the swamp curse, haven't you?
Yes, we assume that.
Are you really here to help us?
Well, yes, of course we are.
And enough in earnest to risk your lives?
Well, what do you mean?
Just this, Mr. Cranston. This woman who calls herself the devil's wife has got to be destroyed. But there's only one way we can do it.
What way is that, Dr. Allen?
Hunt her out. Find her hiding place.
Where do you think that is?
In the quicksand, of course. It must be. It's the only place she could have hidden all this time. There's a trail through the quicksands, too, if we can only find it. It was used by outlaws once.
And if we'll go, you'll guide us there?
Certainly.
When will we leave?
Now, tonight. How'd we get there? We can go as far as Black Rock by launch. The rest of the way, we'll have to go on foot. Well, will you go?
How about it, Margot?
I think we should go, Lamont.
So do I. All right, Doctor, we'll be ready when you are.
Good. I'll get a neighbor to look after Mrs. King, and then I'll be right with you.
Lamont, wait a moment. I just thought of something.
Didn't Mrs. King say that everyone struck by the curse died?
Yes, I believe she did, Margot.
Then why hasn't she? Did she fake that attack? Was it all put on just for our benefit?
I don't know, Margot, but...
What?
Well, it's certainly worth some thought. Excuse me, darling.
What are you going to do,
I'm just going up front of the launch to speak to Dr. Ellis a moment. Ellis, want me to take the wheel for a while?
No, I'd better stay with it, Cranston. Unless you know them pretty well, these bayous are pretty tricky. It isn't far to Black Rock now, anyhow.
But it's still dark.
You made the trip faster than I expected.
What's the matter? Are you nervous about this?
Not exactly, but I've been thinking what's likely to happen if that woman learns what we're up to.
Well, how could she?
How could she do any of the other things that she's done? We're not the first to go after her, you know, Cranston. But if we get back, we'll be the first to return alive.
You are nervous tonight.
Can't help it. It's a feeling I've got. Not as if we're being watched exactly, but as if at any second something might happen. Oh, no use talking about it.
Think we'll have trouble finding the trails in the quicksand?
Won't be easy, I can tell you that. The swamp people would have found it long ago. And it's risky business. Anyway, through quicksand...
It must be firm land back in there. She couldn't use it for a hideout.
That's right, but
It's not enough.
I just don't know, but I've still got that queer feeling.
What's going on up here?
Nothing very much, darling.
Well, aren't we going pretty fast?
What is it?
The wheel. Something's wrong. I can't guide it.
Watch out those rods.
Well, here, cut the gas.
I can't. I've tried.
Get down, both of you. You're going to hit.
Hold on a minute. Hey!
Oh!
Did I scare you, Kate?
Charlie, what are you doing here?
I've been watching you, Kate. I've seen you fooling with your pa's launch. I seen that crash back there just now, too.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, now, Kate, you don't have to pretend with me. I'm crazy about you, and I always told you so.
Go.
Oh, now, honey.
Go, I said.
You shouldn't have hit me, Kate.
You filthy fool.
Didn't you know your pa and them two foreigners wasn't hurt any? Didn't you know they're going right on to the quicksands anyhow?
What do I care?
That's just what I'd like to know, Kate. That's just what I'd like to know.
Lamont, this is awful ground to work on.
Here, darling, let me give you a hand.
We're almost there, Miss Lane. That's Black Rock just ahead of us.
Good. Here we are, darling. Sit down, rest for a bit.
Oh, what a relief.
We have time, haven't we, Ellis?
Oh, yes. We can't try the quicksand, so we have some light to see by.
Well, it just seems to be getting darker. I can't even see my hands.
Something else. Haven't you noticed it?
What's that?
Listen. Do you hear anything?
No.
Did you hear anything?
No, that's just it. Shouldn't we hear something? Crickets or frogs, at least?
Wait a second. Say, that is odd. What do you suppose is the reason?
The slightest idea.
It's just as if...
What, darling?
As if the whole swamp were holding its breath and waiting, Lamont.
Yes. Never felt anything quite like this before, Margot. What was that?
Why, it was someone laughing.
It came from back in there. Listen. There it is again. Ellis, come on.
Wait, Lamont, I can't see.
Stay where you are, darling. Wait for us.
It must be her, the devil's wife. She's back in this bush.
She's over this way. Come on, hurry.
Watch out for this bush.
Where are we?
She's in a clearing. It must be where we heard her first.
Which way is she gone?
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to wait till we hear her again. And if she doesn't...
What? That's Margot. Come on, Ellis. Back to the rock. We've been tricked.
Brought to the swamp country by Mrs. King's letter, Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane have accompanied Mrs. King's employer, Dr. Ellis, to the edge of the quicksands, where a woman who calls herself the Devil's Wife is thought to have her hideout. Here, however, Lamont and Ellis were decoyed away by the sound of mysterious laughter, only to be called back again almost immediately by Margot's screams. Well, now, just a few minutes later.
Here's the rock again, Cranston. Here's where we left her.
Margot! Can you hear me, Margot? If only it wasn't so dark.
There's the sun. It'll be light soon.
Yes, but how soon? Margot! Margot!
She's gone, Cranston. No use calling to her.
We've been fools, Ellis. That woman drew us away on purpose. Come on.
Well, where are you going?
Aren't the quicksands this way?
Yes.
The odds are 10 to 1 this is the way Margot's been taken.
But we don't know the trail.
We meant to find it, didn't we?
Yes, of course.
Now we've got just twice as much reason as we had before.
Well, we'd better be careful. Quicksands must start somewhere right in here. Let's see. Yes, there they are. You can begin to see a little something now. We've got to do our best to read signs. Look for footprints or a place where they might have forced their way through this brush.
Here, what's this?
What?
Hey, look here.
What is it?
Piece of cloth. It's caught on that branch.
Do you think it might have been torn from Miss Lane's dress?
No.
Oh.
What's the matter? You recognize it?
No, certainly not. I was just thinking.
Yes?
Well, look, Cranston. If I say something, will you promise not to misunderstand?
I'll try not to. What is it?
Well, I wonder if we're doing the right thing.
You trying to say we should turn back?
Well,
and leave Margot?
Cranston, I feel as terrible about this as you do, but after all these deaths and the way our launch was wrecked and
you wouldn't have changed your mind because of this piece of cloth, would you?
Why should I? What's that got to do with it?
I've seen the dress this piece came from.
Where?
On your daughter.
Cranston,
No one's ever seen this woman, Ellis. Is she your daughter? Is that what you're afraid of? Is that why you want to turn back?
Cranston, Kate does have a dress like that.
I know she does.
But so does Mrs. King.
Oh, but we left Mrs. King at the houseboat ill.
How do we know she's ill? I examined her, yes. Couldn't she have taken something to simulate illness? Couldn't she have done this on purpose?
Yes, Margot suggested something like that. No, Ellis, in spite of what you say, if you refuse to go on now, it can only mean you really believe your daughter is guilty.
No, I don't.
Well?
All right, Cranston. You win.
Come on. We'll have to hurry.
It's getting worse, Cranston.
Just keep going.
But what if we make a mistake? What if the quicksand gets us?
Done all right so far.
Yes, but...
Keep going, Ellis. We don't turn back.
Cranston, we can't... I'm slipping.
I got you. Hold on.
Can't go on, Cranston. These quicksands...
Ellis.
What?
Keep going, do you hear? Keep going.
Cranston, I'm exhausted.
We've made it, Ellis.
Made it?
Yes. There's the hideout.
Alice, wait.
What? You want to be seen? Keep your head below the grass.
I don't think there's anybody here to see us.
No? Now look over there.
Where?
Beyond those cottonwoods near that cypress.
It's a hut.
Right. This is an island in the quicksands.
Maybe we've been seen already.
I don't know, but that's a chance we'll have to take.
What are we going to do?
Get as close to that hut as possible before announcing ourselves. Alice, what is it?
We've been seen, Cranston.
What?
Hard. Squeezing it. Can't breathe.
Let me help you. What can I do?
Only one thing can do, Cranston.
Yes, what is it?
Destroy that woman before she destroys us.
Miss Lane. Hey, ain't you ever gonna come to again? Hey, Miss Lane.
Huh? What? Oh, it's you, Charlie.
Gosh, I was beginning to think maybe you was done for.
Where am I? What am I doing in this hut?
I brought you here, ma'am. Here, take my hand. You better get up.
You brought me here?
Uh-huh. Right after I gave you that tap on the head.
But where am I?
Right plumb in the center of the quicksand, ma'am.
The quicksand? Then you must be the devil's wife. You've been posing as a woman.
Not me, ma'am.
No? Who then?
Look behind you.
Kate.
Yes.
You have been calling yourself the devil's wife.
Yes, I have.
What are you going to do with me?
I don't know. Can't let you leave here alive.
Better get rid of her and have it over with, Kate. Want I should take her to the quicksand?
No, Charlie. You leave this to me.
Hey, what's this?
Leave that box alone.
Money, by gosh.
I'll take that.
Hey, Kate, you holding out on me, are you? Ain't that the cash you've been collecting from the swamp folks?
That's my business.
Well, I'm making it mine. You're mighty pretty, Kate, but cash is a darn sight prettier.
Get back, Charlie.
You give me that.
Charlie, what you done?
Hey!
No, you don't. Raise your hands.
Mighty slick, Miss Lane. I should have kept my eyes on what you was doing.
You can raise your hands too, Miss Ellis. Turn around and walk forward, both of you.
All right, I'll turn around. Miss Lane!
Let me go!
Just take that gun back and get her. Hey! Who's got hold of me? Who grabbed that gun?
What's that? Who's that?
The shadow laugh, Miss Ellis.
The shadow. What's that?
I can't see you. Where are you?
No one sees the shadow, Miss Ellis.
I ain't done nothing, Shadow. She's the killer. Kate's the woman who's been calling herself the devil's wife.
You're wrong. She confessed to protect the killer.
What?
The shadow will show him to you. Right inside with you.
Father.
Hey, that's Dr. Ellis.
There's your killer.
You haven't got me yet, Shadow.
Stop him, he's getting away.
Oh, Father, come back.
Told you, get away, Shadow. Try to catch me now.
Watch out for the quicksand.
Look out, you fool.
Father. Oh, no. No.
Well, here we are, headed back to the city again, darling.
How glad I am of that. I've seen enough of swamps to last me the rest of my life.
Well, I just wish the shadow could have saved Ellis, even though he did deserve to die.
You tried to, darling. What did they say about Mrs. King when you brought her into town?
Oh, she'll recover all right. Ellis hadn't given her a lethal dose.
Was that how all those people died, Lamont? By poison?
Well, those who were supposed to have been struck down by that mythical curse, at any rate.
Oh, you know that Charlie really believed that Kate was the devil's wife, don't you?
Yes, of course. That's why he helped abduct you when Kate drew us away with that mysterious laughter. Poor Kate.
She did her best, I suppose, to keep us from finding out about her father.
And to keep her father from killing us.
That's why he took us out in the swamp in the first place. To leave us to die in the quicksand.
It was the easiest and safest way to get rid of us, wasn't it?
I suppose it was. But it wasn't just that told you he was guilty, was it?
No, I suspected him almost from the first. That curse sounded like poison to me, and only a doctor could administer poison without being suspected. I was pretty sure my suspicions were correct when he was able to find a way through the quicksand so easily.
Well, he was clever all the same.
Exactly, Margot. And clever people often get into trouble. But wise people? Never.
Friends, the Carrie Salt Company is giving away some beautiful prizes. Yes, sir, Carrie Salt is giving away 2 gorgeous $100 17-jewel Harman Gold wristwatches. One man's watch and one lady's watch every week. And you may win one of them just by writing an interesting letter. Listen to these easy rules. First, write 100 words or less describing some new and unusual way of using any Carrie Salt product. Second, print your name and address on your entry. Third, mail to Carrie's, C-A-R-E-Y-S, Carrie Salt in care of this station. That's all. Nothing to buy, no box tops to send in. You can write about deep penetrating Carrie's brown packaged table salt, or Carrie's mineral supplement salt, or Carrie's pickling or meat curing salt. Letters postmarked before midnight Friday will be judged in this week's contest, and winners announced 3 weeks from today. The judges' decisions are final. All letters become Carrie's property. In case of ties, duplicate prizes will be awarded. Remember, the man and woman who write the most interesting letters describing some new and unusual way of using any Carrie Salt product will each win a gorgeous $100 wristwatch. Send your letter to Carrie Salt in care of this station. Better jot down that address now. It's Carrie Salt in care of this station. Mail your letter today.
This story is copyrighted by Street & Smith, Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
Weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Carrie Salt Company brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Meanwhile, remember, there's a Carrie Salt for every farm and home use. Look for the package with the bright red band. And here's a reminder. Do you attend church regularly? There's a place for you and your talents in the church of your choice. Be a part of United Church Canvas.
this is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Curiosity killed a cat.
Two people sit on an old wharf piled high with lobster traps, wooden buoys, and fish nets. But the dark, half-puzzled eyes of the young man are not on those things, nor on the distant masts of the fishing smacks and draggers scuttling into the harbor. No, John Hawley sees only the sun-bleached prettiness of the woman opposite him and the sturdy lines of the trawler approaching the wharf. Both the woman and the boat belong to Captain Daniel Bailey. Yes, John. That's what you're thinking about, isn't it? Ever since you came home from the merchant marine to find your childhood sweetheart married to a miserly old man, you've thought how easy it should be to get Captain Bailey's trawler, his gear, his house, his money, and his wife. And taking a job with the captain was only your first step. Favoring your bandaged finger, you pick up a brush and paint a red stripe around the lobster buoy. The mark that tells the world it's not wise to tamper with anything that belongs to Captain Daniel Bailey. Carrie glances nervously toward the trawler and back.
Guess it'd look kind of funny me going back to house now, with the Nautilus just landing.
Daniel sees you, Carrie. So does old Matt Tuttle. He just waved.
Daniel took Matt along to haul traps in your place. Can't figure why they came back so early.
Weather, probably. Oh, I counted on crushing my finger to give us the whole day to get her, Carrie.
You think Daniel guessed you did it on purpose?
So I could stay ashore with his wife? Are you crazy?
I'm not crazy. But he has to live with my husband and know how suspicious and mean he can be.
I don't know. I remember when we were kids, we used to holler at him in the streets, call him a miser. And later I joined the merchant marine, and while I'm gone, you up and marry the old coot.
We're not kids any longer, John.
I know, but... Why did you do it, Carrie?
I never had a house of my own. I never had anything. Money or clothes.
Oh, that's a good one. He hooked you and never even lost his bait. Captain Daniel never spent a dime on you.
No, he hasn't.
Yet everybody knows he's been salting it away for years. Carrie, don't you know where?
No. But I told you, he doesn't believe in banks.
If we knew where to lay our hands on that dough.
Well?
I've been going out to haul lobster pots with him ever since he sprained his back, haven't I? Accidents happen pretty easy at sea.
Daniel's a violent man, John. He won't sit by.
Listen, Carrie, the day we find out where his money is, you can get out your Sunday go to meeting dress. You always did look pretty in black.
Give your bar line to me, Matt.
Here she comes, John.
Okay. These are off now. Hi there, Captain Dan. Good haul today?
Fair. No thanks to you, John. Get that stern line out, Matt, and hop to it. Nice of you to come down to meet me, Carrie.
I was mending nets while John painted the buoy.
Kinda figured you would. Suppose you get back to the house now and see to supper. We got company. Figure I owe it to Matt for helping me out.
It's one way of getting out of paying him.
Matt's a friend of mine. Something you wouldn't understand, John. Think maybe we should invite John to supper, too, Carrie?
Whatever you say, Daniel.
Seems like he needs somebody to help him nurse that crushed finger back to health. Right now, if you don't mind, I got to borrow John to help us sort lobsters. Oh, I'll bring him home to supper. Well, you look right nice, Carrie. Quite a spell since you fixed yourself up like this.
Quite a spell since we had company. Where do you think you're off to now?
Want to go up to the attic for a minute?
The supper's ready, Dan. Matt and John are all ready to sit down. It seems to me every time I call you for supper, you decide to go to the attic.
Yeah, Daniel likes to look at that old sea chest he's got up there. Leastwise, what's in it. Maybe put a little more in it, eh, Daniel?
Seems like Matt's let the cat out of the bag about your private bank, Captain Dan.
All right, suppose I have got some money tucked away. Hard work's just as important as ever, John. And that's what you're afraid of.
Yeah, like all young people today, want to start at the top.
I don't see where scrimping and slaving have got you, Matt. Up at 4:30 in bed at 8 all your life. I'd like to have some fun before I die.
You never used to complain about your lot, Carrie. Anything special on your mind?
I get fed up sometimes. Well, I'll put the things on. You men sit down at the table.
Well, there's the horn starting. Guess I sniffed out the weather all right, eh, Matt?
Yeah, Daniel. Sure glad we aren't aboard the Nautilus now.
Why not? She's got a good compass. You know these waters as well as the rest of us, Matt.
Yeah, maybe so, John, but too many men have piled up on the inner reef just the same.
Not if you know where you're going and how to get there.
Never heard you sound so almighty sure of yourself, John.
Well, it's a question of knowing all there is to know about a subject, Captain Daniel. Navigation or anything else. Like maybe there's just one thing holding you up, and you find the answer to what you didn't know, and you're all set.
I don't know as I exactly get the drift of all that, John. You understand him, Carrie?
I think so, Daniel.
Daniel's mind is on putting all that folding money in his sea chest.
No, I'm thinking more of the fog closing in, Matt.
Can't very well forget it with that foghorn sounding like it was calling the body to his doom. Know what the foghorn always makes me think of?
Sure, Matt. Makes you think of death.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it does it that. How'd you know, John?
Oh. I guess you might say it makes me think of the same thing.
At this point in the Whistler, I usually bring you a message about Signal products. But tonight, at this season of goodwill toward men, I'd like to reserve these valuable seconds for a little later in the program, in order to have time to bring you a message about one of your neighbors, a message which I hope will serve to further strengthen the bond of understanding and friendship between you and him.
Well, John, it was quite a shock coming home from several years in the Merchant Marine to find your childhood sweetheart married to Captain Daniel Bailey, wasn't it? But you're certain Carrie still loves you, aren't you? And you tell yourself that things will soon be much different, especially now that you've made sure where the old miser keeps all his money. In an old iron sea chest in the attic. It's a cold and black Monday morning, 2 hours before dawn, as you walk into the cheerful beam of light coming from the Bailey kitchen window. Carrie's there getting her husband's breakfast. And you know she's thinking the same thing you are. How easy it is for accidents to happen at sea, especially when there's a reason and a will to help them along. Then, as you open the back door, you stumble over the sea chest.
Oh, I hope you didn't hurt your toe on that chest, John. Be too bad if it kept you on land, too, like that crushed finger did.
It's your fault for leaving it there, Daniel. I can't see why you brought it down in the first place.
I figure on stowing it aboard the boat. Get your mug up, John. Let's cast off.
You know, Captain, it's your wife's coffee, not your $25 a week that gets me up at this unholy hour to go out and haul traps with you.
You know, I guess there was something about Carrie that interested you. Her coffee, huh? Consider that a flattering remark, Carrie?
I'm considering the work I got ahead of me, Daniel. Sooner you two get yourselves and that chest out of my kitchen, the happier I'll be.
Well, that chest looks good and solid, Captain Daniel.
Yeah. They made things to last in my father's day. I always thought a lot of that chest.
Well, do you really think it'll be safe on the boat, Daniel?
Well, an old sea chest? Why not, Carrie? I got a feeling it's better stowed away in a locker where I can keep my eye on it.
Good sturdy lock there. Fine workmanship.
Hey, put that chest down.
It was only hefting it, Daniel.
Well, I was figuring on carrying it to the boat for you, Captain.
Will you keep your hands off things that don't belong to you? Now you swig down that coffee while I get a couple of lobster traps out of the shed if you're so anxious to carry something.
All right, Captain. You don't need to get sore.
You know, there's an old saying, John. Maybe you heard it. Curiosity killed a cat. Makes a lot of sense.
Know where he keeps the keys to that chest, Carrie?
On his keyring with the others in his jacket.
Hauling gets to be hot work. If he'd take his coat off before he went out in the door, he might have a chance.
Maybe he took the money out, hid it somewhere else.
Not from the way he's acting.
He suspects us, John. That's why he's moving the chest to the boat. Listen, the cabin's always locked except when he's on board. He keeps that key on his ring, too.
Don't you worry. When I'm ready, Carrie, Captain Daniel won't have things his way at all.
You wonder about Captain Daniel as he shoulders the chest and walks behind you down to the wharf where you board the Nautilus. It's interesting to see that he can't wait to get out of the harbor before locking the chest in the big locker on the starboard side, isn't it, John? Of course, it's probably coincidence that he suggests you both haul traps from the same dory when you reach the outer shoal, and that he never once takes his jacket off, even when pulling up the heavy crates. It makes you wonder if he knows you plan to kill him. But you've got to wait for the right moment, don't you? And 2 days later, you think that time has come, when Daniel's about to climb up over the side of the trawler from the dory riding below. As you stand over him on the deck...
Careful of your back, Captain. Let me give you a hand up.
No, not yet. Let me get the door a mite closer, John. Wouldn't want to fall between her and the Nautilus.
Well, come on, get a hold of my hand. I'll hang on to you.
Say, would you look who's coming into view? Ahoy there, Matt!
What's Matt's motorboat doing out here beyond the reef? I thought he stuck to shallower water.
He changed his lobster traps the day before yesterday.
That's funny. I wonder why.
Because I suggested it, John. Now you can give me a hand up.
That evening, when you explain to Carrie that you failed, there's something almost like contempt in her eyes, isn't there, John? So you make up your mind tomorrow will be the day, no matter what. And by noontime, it looks as though Matt Tuttle was a blessing in disguise at that. You finished your haul when Captain Daniel decides to give Matt a hand with his. You watch the captain set out alone in the dory. Then you go quickly below to the cabin, where you saw him throw his jacket on the bunk. When he comes back, you'll have the sea chest open and the money in your pocket. And there'll be no more hide and seek, no more waiting for the right setup. You'll kill him in the cabin, out of sight of Matthew's prying eyes. Later, there'll be ways of getting rid of the body. Eagerly, you pick up his jacket, and as your hand goes into the side pocket...
I'll take my jacket there, if you don't mind.
Captain Daniel, I noticed you forgot your jacket,
You
sir.
think so? Toss it here. Then take the Nautilus and head back to port. I'll be going back with Matt. He's expecting me, so I wouldn't try anything if I was you.
Why, of course not, Captain.
By the way, I won't be needing you anymore, John. I worked out a deal with Matt. He's going to help me.
Oh? You intend to pay me for a full week?
Not if you don't work it. Tomorrow's Friday. You want to make it your last day?
You think of any reason why I shouldn't?
Maybe. Now I got my keys, John. I'll be going. Just you better remember what I said about curiosity killing a cat.
You've failed again, haven't you, John? You tell yourself Captain Daniel wouldn't be alive now if he hadn't caught you by surprise. If it hadn't been that Matt was expecting him. The next morning, you skip your mug of strong black coffee in Carrie's kitchen and go directly to the trawler to wait for Captain Daniel. This is your last chance. and you're afraid to let Carrie see the little fears and doubts crawling in your desperate mind. When the captain arrives, his mood is as cold and heavy and silent as the fog which hangs over land and sea. But just as you're about to cast off...
Daniel!
Carrie, what do you want?
I've decided to go out with you today, Daniel. I'm coming aboard.
Well, I'm counting on stormy weather when the fog lifts, Carrie, but if you want, you're free to come aboard.
Breeze has sprung up, Daniel.
Barometer's falling, too. Well, it's time to make our haul anyway. We may catch it on the way back.
Want me to take the wheel, Captain?
No. The less you have to do with this boat, the better.
Oh, look, Captain, I know it looked bad yesterday, but when I picked up your jacket, it was natural.
Oh, I forgot all about that. I got other things on my mind. I reckon we all have.
You mean the storm, Daniel? There'll be danger, will there, coming back?
You know, you sound a mite worried, Carrie. Mind if I ask why?
No reason at all, Daniel.
Well, as long as I'm at the wheel, well, maybe she'd feel safer, Johnny, if you was to explain that you can navigate these waters as good as me.
Well, sure I can, Captain, but
Funny thing, you know.
Why wait till we reach the lobster grounds, John? Why not now?
These are fishing waters, Carrie. Don't you see those other boats off there? You think they're blind?
Still trying to put it off, aren't you?
Another half hour and we'll be there, Carrie.
If the weather turns bad, can we get back without him?
I've done it 100 times. I know these waters like the palm of my hand. Look, Carrie. When we're almost there, I'll slip up behind him while he's still got his attention on the wheel.
I'll be watching to see you do. This time. No mistakes. It's got to be over before Matt Tuttle's boat gets there.
For a half hour, there's no sound but the steady chugging of the engine. And then suddenly it stops. Dead ahead is the first of Captain Daniel's lobster boards. Carrie hands you the piece of lead pipe you dropped. There's no turning back now, is there, John? Holding the weapon in back of you, you silently open the cabin door and step inside. Captain Daniel isn't there. He's tied the wheel to a set course, and before you can turn...
You can drop that lead pipe, John. I wouldn't want to shoot a man in the back. Now, let's you and me step out on deck with Carrie.
Look, Captain, I don't know what you're thinking, but...
Thinking? For a whole week I've been trying to keep myself from being killed, and at the same time give you a chance to tip your hand. It would have been one or the other if you weren't so yellow.
That's why you let me come along today, Dano.
I wondered if you wouldn't take a hand sooner or later, Carrie. You came along to give this young feller some nerve.
What are you going to do?
Might kill you, John. Don't like that, eh? Well, I always been a law-abiding man. I figure the sheriff will know what to do about attempted murder.
And what about me, Dano?
You love this weak-kneed squirt, Carrie?
Yes, Daniel, I always have.
Then, by thunder, you can stand right alongside him in court. There's Matt's boat coming in. We'll take him aboard.
What does Matt Tuttle know about this, Daniel?
Nothing, up till now. I don't wash my dirty linen in public.
Not much you don't, you tight-fisted, penny-pinching old...
Old miser, huh? Maybe, John. But it appears to me your craving to get your hands on money beats mine all hollow.
What do you mean?
All you know. The way both of you perked up when Matt mentioned my old sea chest that night. Well, it was a sight to see. Right then's when I knew. Right then's when I decided to move it here on board.
A man as mean and suspicious as you would be hard to fool.
My money was the bait I hooked you two on. That sea chest was like a bait bag bulging with herring, and it pulled you into my trap like a couple of greedy lobsters.
So all the time you were...
Giving you a rope to hang yourself. And now let's have no more talk. We'll anchor and wait for Matt. You get up forward, John. Be ready to drop that anchor over the side. And I'll come along, just in hopes you'll give me cause to shoot you the way I'd like.
And so, John, with Captain Daniel's revolver pointed squarely at your back, you move carefully before him up onto the slippery bow. He keeps his distance. He's not giving you a chance to turn on him, is he, John? Balancing yourself, you squat over the heavy anchor and move the line toward the chop. Then you notice something. As old Daniel stops walking, watches for the right spot to drop anchor, he steps into a loop of the anchor rope. This gives you an opportunity you hadn't expected. With one move, you shove the anchor over. And the rope tightens around Daniel's leg, pulling him overboard and into the sea.
Now there, Carrie. John and me searched as long as we could. Daniel's gone. There's nothing more we can do.
Thank you, Matt. I just...
Don't try to say nothing now. And you, John, you better get out of those wet clothes. It was a mighty fine thing you did, going right over the side after him like that.
I couldn't reach him, Matt. I think he got untangled from the anchor line all right, but he must have been in bad shape. Probably hit his head as he went over.
Try not to think of it anymore. Lucky I happened along when I did, though.
Oh, you were a big help, Matt.
Ain't just what I mean, Carrie. There was something preying on Daniel's mind. Some said he was worried about you two.
Well, now look here, Matt.
I wasn't one of them, John. Jumping catfish, I've known you kid since you was knee-high to a grasshopper. But Daniel, rest his soul, he had one of them suspicious minds.
I don't think you should talk like that.
But there might have been, talk about his death, Carrie. Lucky my boat was close enough so as I can swear nobody was near him when he fell over. You got me to prove to folks it was an accident. Well, I gotta get back to my motorboat. She don't ride a storm like this boat, eh, John? Hey, here she comes. I'll close your cabin door tight.
By the time Matt gets through talking to folks, you'll be a hero, John.
What a break. Soon as he gets out of the way, we'll start back, eh? And then we'll get that sea chest out of the locker and have a look at it. He called it a bait bag, bulging with herring, Carrie.
To tempt a couple of greedy lobsters, John.
Only this time, baby. You and me are the ones that got away.
Now, friends, for that message I mentioned earlier. That message about one of your neighbors. This neighbor is someone who often doesn't get a chance to spend as much time as he'd like to getting acquainted with you, because he feels you'd rather have him concentrate on serving you promptly and efficiently, checking your tires, your radiator, your oil, your battery. He's your signal dealer, of course. But who is he, really? Well, as you know, signal dealers are independent dealers. That means each signal dealer has invested his own money in his own business. So naturally, being a small businessman, he knows what's made America great. He's a strong believer in America, the kind of citizen you can be proud to do business with. Secondly, before deciding to go into business for himself, he, like most signal dealers, probably had long experience servicing automobiles. Experience which can be valuable in making your car run better and last longer. Moreover, each signal dealer realizes that his income and success depend upon pleasing you so well you'll want to deal with him regularly. That's why your signal dealer tries to give such thorough, such conscientious service. If all this adds up to the kind of serviceman you'd like to have looking after your car, then here's a suggestion. Sometime soon, before Christmas, stop at the signal dealers nearest you and exchange some little friendly words, such as how you enjoy this radio program, or the chuckle you get out of the cartoons on signal billboards, or even the weather. You'll be making that dealer's Christmas a much, much merrier one. And you'll be getting even better acquainted with a good fellow American who is in business there to serve you.
It was easier than you had dared hope, wasn't it, John? Captain Daniel's foot caught in the anchor line that dragged him overboard to his death. And your diving in after him took care of the rest, didn't it? And you're perfectly safe because Matt Tuttle saw the accident. Will even swear you risked your life to rescue Captain Daniel. You head the Nautilus back toward port. Leave Carrie at the wheel. Get the captain's sea chest and rejoin Carrie. The storm is increasing in fury, so you place the chest on the chart stand by the compass and take the wheel. But soon your curiosity overcomes you. You turn the wheel over to Carrie again and start to open the chest.
Just a few twists of the blade and we... Carrie,
What, John?
that bell buoy sounds to port. You'll be to starboard.
Keeping the compass just like you said.
I see. Oh, well, when rain cuts your visibility, you get to imagining all sorts of things about
Yeah,
direction.
get on with the chest, why don't you?
Oh, the lock broke. Lid's kind of stiff, but I'm getting it. Carrie, give me that wheel.
What are you doing, John? You're turning us off our course.
You mean I'm trying to?
What are you talking about?
We're too close to that reef. The wind and current are against us. We're being pushed under the rocks. Any second, Carrie.
You said our course was north.
It was. When I put that iron chest on the chart stand, it affected our compass. We're headed right onto the inner reef. If I hadn't been so excited about the money, I'd have remembered that chest was made of iron.
Look, the chest is empty.
Empty?
Yes, except for a few old charts. Look for yourself.
Oh, that's what that scheming Captain Daniel was up to. He knew we were dying of curiosity about that old sea chest, and he knew it was empty.
But where is his money, John?
I don't know. Now we'll never know.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you. During this busy pre-holiday season, it's especially important to drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations, so that some avoidable accident doesn't mar your Merry Christmas. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Lamont Johnson, Peggy Weber, Griff Barnett, and Charles Seal. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Jack Kelsey, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler, entitled Christmas Gift, in which a nice girl pays a high price for a single mistake and then receives an unexpected Christmas gift. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the Whistler lately?
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, the Whistler's strange story, Last Request.
The group around Dr. Rourke's bed moved away as he beckoned with his last remaining strength, indicating that he wanted to be alone with his son. It was all right, the nurse decided, because his boy, James Rourke, was a doctor himself. He directed the others out, moved silently after them, and closed the door. James sat on the edge of the bed, listened at what his father had to say. It was an amazing story, something a dying man had to clear up. It wasn't really his own story, but that of one Tony Delgado, former public enemy number one. It was late, the steamer dock almost deserted, when the big car pulled up near the gangplank. And Tony Delgado stepped out and turned to the driver.
Salidi. Yeah, Tony? Not Tony, you fool. I'll be picked up before this tub even sails. Okay, not Tony. What you got on your passport? Tony Delgado is no more. Now, David Delmas. Delmas? Kind of close, ain't it? It's got to be close so I don't slip. Now, you see that you don't. You do any singing, Salidi. Even one little bit.
Why you always think I'm going to be the opera star? I don't sing to nobody.
You see that you don't.
Hey, you better go aboard, huh? And nice trip, Mr. Delmas.
Yeah, sure.
You got everything?
Everything. I'll make it. If you behave.
I always have. Well, so long, Chief. Don't take any lead slugs.
So long. And you be careful.
You watch from the rail as the lights from the Golden Gate fade into the distance. And you feel safe, secure, don't you, Tony? It's like the beginning of a new life. One that's free of the police. A new life under another name, David Delmas. You enjoy it even more only a few hours later at a cocktail party on board, when you manage a meeting with a very exciting girl, Sharon Phillips. You feel a sense of amusement inside as you introduce yourself in the ship's lounge.
Delmas. David Delmas.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Delmas.
Oh, thank you. You know, they say shipboard friendships sometimes lead to all kinds of things, so, so may I get you another cocktail?
If you like. A Manhattan, please.
Sure.
Oh, just a minute. I want you to meet someone, an old friend.
Oh?
Doctor? Oh, Dr. Rourke.
Dr. Rourke?
Over here, Doctor.
Oh, hello, Sharon. So you decided to take the trip after all.
Dr. Rourke, Mr. Delmas.
Happy
How
New
do you
Year.
do?
I'll get the drink for you, Sharon.
Oh, hurry back, won't you?
Yeah, sure.
It's a shock, isn't it, Tony, seeing Dr. Rourke? And you know that it surprised him, too. It's been a long time, hasn't it? And you know that you must talk to him alone and soon. He's gone when you return with Sharon Phillips' drink. But later, out on the deck, you see him standing by the aft rail, quietly smoking his pipe. You saunter over.
Well, we meet again, Dr. Rourke.
Oh, yes. I wondered when you'd be cornering me alone, Mr. Delgado.
Delmas. David Delmas.
I don't suppose I have to ask you why you're traveling under an assumed name. The police again.
The police again. But, Doc.
Yes?
You're going to keep my secret. Not say anything.
Am I?
Haven't said anything yet, have you?
No. No, I haven't.
Yeah, you're wise, Doc. You're very wise. I could mess up your life, too, you know.
In what way?
In what? Come on now, Doc. Where's your memory? The time you fixed up my shoulder after that hunting accident.
I remember.
Sure. And you remember that it wasn't a hunting accident at all.
I learned that later, Tony.
Make that day, will you?
Don't tell me what to make it. I'll say what I please, when and to whom. You can't threaten me, Delgado.
No, Doc, of course not. Your son, he's a doctor, too, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Wonder how his associates would feel if they heard that his old man Dr. Rourke Sr. He once helped a criminal, never said anything about it.
My son, you wouldn't...
I wouldn't? I would. You just forget about Tony Delgado. Or your son, young Dr. Rourke, would have his life messed up because of something his father did.
I see. You're running away, I suppose.
Yeah, you suppose good, Doc. And what are you doing here? One of your own prescriptions, huh? Little sea voyage?
I'm doing a favor for a friend.
Oh? You on board?
Yes.
Well, don't go getting any ideas you can tell him about me. I don't want anyone to know, Doc, till I'm free and clear. Then, of course, doesn't make any difference.
I understand.
You just skip mentioning anything to your friend. You understand that, too?
It would scarcely matter if I did.
Huh?
My friend is making a last voyage.
Oh?
His body is in a casket in the hold.
Oh.
I'm escorting him to his final resting place. His last request.
Well, okay, Doc. I guess you won't do any talking. So, I'll see you around.
Not if I can avoid it.
Oh, did I hurt your feelings, old man, huh? You forget about that, see? I'll call on you any time for anything. And you'll do whatever Tony Delgado says. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot my new name, Delmas, David Delmas. He speaks a little differently from Delgado. Delmas is going to be a real gent. But he's the same guy, Doc. The same guy.
Before continuing with Whistler's strange tale, here's a word from the people who are bringing it to you.
All of us are proud of our hometowns, and rightly so. In this brief moment before we continue with our program, we'd like to offer a salute to one of our hometowns in America, Cleveland, Ohio. The 7th largest city in the United States. Cleveland was founded in 1796 by General Moses Cleveland, chief surveyor for a land company. His employers bought 3 million acres in what is now northern Ohio, paying 40 cents an acre. Just by way of comparison, an acre in downtown Cleveland today would bring some $2 million. It is an important Great Lakes shipping point and the site of iron and steel manufacturing. Other Cleveland products include paints, varnishes, electrical appliances, chemicals, and automobile and airplane parts. It is well known for its cultural developments also. The city owns and operates its own dramatic theater, and the Cleveland Symphony Orchestra is widely acclaimed. In the Cleveland Cultural Gardens, a mile-long strip of park area, more than 30 nationality groups represented in Cleveland's population are creating gardens as memorials to peace. 120 years is a short time in the world's history, but during that time, Cleveland has taken its honored place in the building of America.
Now, back to the Whistler.
It's clear sailing again, isn't it, Tony? As David Delmas, you're safe on the ship. Not a worry. Dr. Rourke will say nothing, because he's afraid that his son, a young doctor with a bright future, will be hurt by the knowledge that his father once helped a criminal. He took a bullet out of your shoulder, didn't he, Tony, after a bank job? He said nothing then. And it's the same now after all these years. He'd be safe. You think very little about it the next few days. You're too busy with that girl, Sharon Phillips. She's exciting, isn't she, Tony? And seemingly very interested in you.
There it is.
Oh, you've won again, David. I'm afraid I'm no shuffleboard player.
David, I like you to call me that, Sharon.
Do you?
I'm no shuffleboard player either. Let's get away from here, huh? That's better.
David,
Hmm?
what do you do? Your work, I mean.
Why do you ask?
No reason, except that, well, we have been seeing a good deal of one another. I asked Dr. Rourke if he knew anything
What
about
did
it.
he say?
Nothing.
Hmm.
Nothing at all. That's why I asked you.
Uh-huh. Well, Sharon, I'm just a guy moving around. Seeking.
Seeking?
Yeah. Something. Someone like you.
David, the steward's coming. I don't think...
Oh, that fool. Yeah, what is it, steward?
Mr. Delmas, might I see you alone, sir?
Sure, we'll dance, huh? Twice around the main floor. What do you want?
Later then, sir. Alone.
Look, what is this?
Oh, I don't mind, David. I'll join you later. In the salon.
Yeah, well, not much later. About 10 minutes, Sharon. All right, now, boy.
Easy, Tony. I might not like that.
Tony, where'd you get
I've
that?
seen your picture.
So?
This, Delgado, this radiogram for Mr. David Delmas from San Francisco.
Give it here. Salidi's singing received well here. Anticipate big reception for you in Australia. Double-crossing little squealer.
Tipped off the police, eh?
If ever I get my hands...
Save your breath, Mr. Delgado. You could still lick him from here. You've got a Sunday punch.
I have?
Yes, your friend, Dr. Rourke.
What about Rourke?
He's escorting us stiff, ain't he?
So?
Lord love a duck, what's to prevent us from disposing of his quiet friend? You take his place in the casket, go ashore as nice as you please, and nobody's the wiser.
Huh. You're a bright boy. What's your end of it?
Just give me a bit of help, that's all.
Give you a bit of help?
Yes, sir. Maybe you could get a little package ashore for me.
What's in the package?
$1 million in diamonds, Mr. Delgado. You just take it with you. I'll pick it up after you're safely ashore. What do you say?
I'll think it over. I'll get in touch with you.
All right, sir. But remember, it's your only chance.
It's a way out, isn't it, Tony? But you're not certain you want to take it. You tell yourself there must be another way you can escape the police, who will be waiting for you when your boat docks at Sydney. In the days that follow, you search for the answer. Find yourself thinking more and more of the steward's plan. And then one evening, as you stroll along the half-deserted deck...
Good evening, Mr. Delmas. Beautiful night, isn't it?
Yes, it is, steward. Oh, do you happen to have a light?
Righto. Here you are, sir.
Oh, thank you.
It's been a pleasant voyage, wouldn't you say, sir? Too bad it'll all be over soon. Dock the day after tomorrow, you know.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, Mr. Delmas, Miss Phillips has been inquiring about you.
What?
Asked if I'd seen you. She's in the lounge.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Nice young lady, that Miss Phillips. Seems quite taken by you, if I may say so, sir.
Is that so?
Oh, yeah, have eyes, you know. Yes, very attractive woman. Lots of money, too, I hear. Too bad if anything happened to spoil your beautiful friendship, like the police. Eh, Mr. Delmas?
Yeah. Yeah, it would be too bad.
You been thinking any more about my proposition?
I'm sure I've been thinking about it.
It's a deal?
Yeah, it's a deal. Bring the package to my stateroom in 10 minutes.
Here's the package, sir. All wrapped up nice and proper like.
Yeah. Not a very big one, is it?
Not very. It's worth $1 million.
Hey, what's your cut of this?
$20,000 on delivery.
All right, beat it. I'll take care of things from now on.
Is Dr. Rourke in on it?
Not yet, but I can handle him.
You understand, sir. That pot's between you and the dog.
Yeah, sure.
Well, gotta get topside.
Hey, just a minute. Come here.
Yes.
How am I supposed to get this package to you after I'm ashore?
Don't worry, Tony. I'll be close by. All the time.
After he's left your cabin, your gaze wanders back to the small package lying on the desk. You stare at it for a moment, then quickly you walk over to it, rip it open. You're examining the contents of the package when quickly you close the box, slip it into the desk drawer.
All right, come in. Oh.
I was beginning to wonder where you disappeared to.
Oh, I was just on my way up to the lounge.
The Fenways have asked a few people to their stateroom. Want to go along?
Have I been invited?
Have you? Mrs. Fenway won't take no for an answer.
Oh? Well, what's the occasion?
Nothing special. Just some drinks. And cards, I suppose. Mrs. Fenway has suddenly discovered the game of blackjack. She's crazy about it.
Oh. Well, she starts losing.
Come on, David. Fenways are waiting.
Yeah, so am I. Look, I got to go up on deck for a minute, Sharon, so why don't you run along and I'll join you later, huh?
All right, but...
Yeah, you go on. It's important I take care of this matter right away. Very important. Steward.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Delmos, I didn't see you. It's rather dark here.
Yeah, it's nice and dark.
For a bit of a stroll?
Yeah, I am. Join me.
Well,
Come on. It's business. You'd like to make 10 grand easily, wouldn't you, Steward?
10 grand, sir?
10 grand. When I left the States, there was a reward out on me. 10 grand.
Is that so, sir?
Yeah, that's so. Of course, you knew about that, didn't you?
Why, no. No, I didn't,
You
sir.
figured you'd kind of like to collect that, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
wanted to hide me out where the cops couldn't find me, and then you would lead them to me, huh? How am I doing so far?
Well, that's crazy, sir. Why would I turn you in for 10 grand when you're holding a package for me that's worth 20?
I opened it, Buster.
You open it?
Yes. All I found was a handful of glass.
No, how about
that?
Oh, now, hold on, wait a minute. You got me all wrong,
I don't
sir.
think so.
No, what are you going to do, sir?
You're a smart little punk.
No, sir, no, sir.
Let's see if you ever learn how to swim.
The steward won't bother you anymore. Sharon and the rest of the passengers will think he's fallen overboard. When you retire for the night, you're confident you're in the clear, that your plan can't fail. Then the following morning, there's a knock on your stateroom door.
Come in.
Your breakfast, sir?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Oh, you can set it down over there if you want.
Yes, sir.
Hey, aren't you new here? Where's the regular steward I had?
Well, it's rather odd, sir. He's disappeared.
What?
Ship's been searched. He isn't aboard.
You sure?
Yes, sir. One of the passengers on the deck last night thought he heard a splash.
You mean the steward might have fallen overboard?
That's exactly what might have happened, Mr. Delmar.
Morning, Dr. Rourke.
Good morning.
That'll be all, steward.
I guess so. Thank you very much, sir.
Too bad about the steward falling overboard, wasn't it?
Yeah, tough. But then accidents will happen.
I don't think it was an accident.
Yeah. Oh, join me, Doctor?
Thanks, I've already had breakfast.
Eggs sure look good. You sure you won't?
No.
Rather just pace up and down, huh? Okay. You were saying, Doctor?
It wasn't an accident, was it?
Accident? Oh, you mean the steward?
How did it feel to be a murderer? I've often wondered.
Have some coffee, Doctor.
He knew too much about you, didn't he? I noticed from the first day. When he saw us talking together, he was rather inquisitive in a guarded sort of way. Probably recognized you.
Well, he was a smart little operator, Doc. But not smart enough. I tell you, I kind of hated to do it. Especially after he'd given me that bright idea.
What bright idea?
Yeah, how to keep a toast warm all the way to the cabin.
What idea?
Oh, way of getting off the boat. See, Doctor, police are going to be waiting for me when the boat docks in Sydney.
What?
Yeah. Doc, will you sit down? You're making me nervous. That's better. Now, it's going to be tough, you know, for both of us if they grab me. And kind of tough on your son, too.
What are you going to do?
Well, there's a way I can slip past him. If you'll help. And I'm pretty certain that you will, Doc.
How can I help?
Well, you told me you're accompanying an old friend to his final resting place. Huh?
Yes, that's right.
And that's how I'm going to slip off of this boat. They'd never think of looking there for me.
Oh, you're not suggesting
You're
that...
right again, Doc. We're going to make a switch.
No, I can't do that. I won't.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. You know something more? You're going to keep your mouth shut. Or you know what happens to your son, Now beat it, will you, while
Listen
I eat?
to me.
We're going to be docking tomorrow night. I'll let you know in plenty of time.
You watch Dr. Rourke as he backs out of your stateroom, a stunned, horrified look on his face. You're not worried, are you, Tony? You know he'll go through with it, for his son's sake. You spend the rest of the day with Sharon, enjoying the deck game, chatting pleasantly with the other passengers. And then early that evening, when you've finished dressing for dinner, you pour yourself a drink. A knock on your stateroom door interrupts your first sip. One of the ship's officers steps into the room.
Yeah, what is it?
I shall have to ask you to come with me, sir.
Oh?
Captain wants to see you.
Well, what about?
Look, if you'll come quietly, Mr. Delgado.
Delgado?
Yes. We've just received a radiogram from the San Francisco police.
Oh, yeah, I see. You don't mind if I finish my drink, do you? Oh, would you care for one?
If you'll just come with me, sir.
Oh, come on. Have a drink.
An instant after you throw the drink in his face, your fist connects with his chin, and he slumps to the floor. Quickly, you close the door, stand for a moment with your back to it, your mind spinning wildly. They've discovered you now, haven't they, Tony? And you've got to move fast. Leaving the unconscious officer sprawled out on the floor, you hurry to Dr. Rourke's stateroom.
That's what I said now. It's got to be now.
But we don't dock until tomorrow.
But as soon as that officer wakes up, they're going to be tearing this boat inside out looking for me.
Please, Delgado, don't ask me to
I haven't
do
got
this.
time to argue. Get going. I'm going to wait right here for you.
The minutes drag by, and you wait for Dr. Rourke to return, pace his stateroom floor, stopping occasionally to pour yourself a drink from the decanter on the nightstand. An hour goes by, and then finally...
Oh, hey, look, where you been?
I had to be careful.
All right, is everything all set?
Yes, I just had a talk with the captain.
Will you double
No, wait. I told him I thought I saw you trying to hide in one of the lifeboats. Saw you lose your footing.
Oh, I see.
The ship is circling the area now.
Well, that's smart of you, Doc. That's pretty smart. Hey, that calls for a drink.
I could use
one.
Yes,
sir.
I see you helped yourself.
Oh, sure, I had a few. Make me feel better while I'm resting in that box down below.
Tony, there's something I've got to tell you.
I know all I need to know. Now, come on, you finish your drink, see? Then we're going to go down to the hold, and you can make me nice and comfortable.
But, Tony,
I said, come on, I don't want to talk about it no more.
Very well. You seem to be giving the orders.
Before continuing with the Whistler's strange story, here's something everybody's for.
We're for the UN, we're for the United Nations. We want war to cease. We're for the UN, cause the UN stands for permanent peace.
And now for the Whistler's ending to his story for tonight.
In stunned silence, young Dr. Rourke sat on the edge of his father's bed, listening to the dying man as he told his story in a voice that had now faded to a bare whisper. The end was near for old Dr. Rourke, and as his son James leaned forward to catch the last few remaining words, an expression of pain crossed his face.
Dad, you let Tony Delgado get away.
No, son. He didn't get away.
But you let him take another man's place in the casket. Your friend.
Yes, he took my friend's place in the casket. The body I was accompanying to its final resting place. But, you see, there was something Tony Delgado didn't know.
What's that, Dad?
That my friend had chosen as his final resting place a burial at sea.
Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, with Lawrence Dobkin, Herb Butterfield, Gene Tatum, Jack Moyles, and Paul Dubois. The Whistler, directed by Sterling Tracy, with music by Wilbur Hatch, is produced by Joel Malone and transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This evening's story was by Brian Thorne. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarities of names or resemblances to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The Whistler, whose strange story you have just heard, will be back next week with another tale from his never-ending file. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Shadow, mysterious character who furthers the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The Shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the shadow belongs.
Today's story, Prelude to Terror.
Cooper.
Yeah, Professor Baker. I thought you'd like this cup of hot tea.
Yes, thanks. Helps to keep me awake. And I have a lot of work to do tonight.
Shall I pour it, sir?
Yes, please. Well, isn't this your night off, Cooper?
Yes, sir. I passed the house on my way home and saw your lights on. I know how you enjoy a late cup of tea.
Very considerate of you, Cooper. Very. But it's late, and you must get your rest. Oh, the doorbell. I wonder who that could be at this hour of night.
Shall I answer it, sir?
Yes, Cooper, yes. I'll take care of the tea.
All right. Amy, what are you doing here? Cut the gab. Close the door. I know. Braden sent you. Where's old man Baker? Upstairs in his study. Okay.
Hey, wait. I won't let you do this. I won't let you hide him.
You keep your mouth shut unless you want to go back and finish out that prison term you ran out on.
Hey, leave Professor Bacon alone, please.
I'm not going to be in on this. I'm getting out.
Well, who was the late call? Oh, I thought it was Cooper. What do you...
Gee, you're sure jumpy tonight, Braden. What are you walking up and down like that for? Something on your mind?
Yeah, big things. Things you'd never understand. I wonder what's keeping Heaney. Should have been here half an hour ago.
Think he might have muffed things, boss?
I hope not.
There he is now.
Open up.
Okay, boss. We was just talking about you.
Yeah, what's this? Well, Heaney, what happened? You have any trouble? Ah, not much. I just put 2 slugs into the old guy, Professor Baker. He's dead. The rest was easy. What about Cooper? He was scared stiff. He lit out. You let him get away? Yeah, you don't have to worry about that guy. He's too scared to talk. You should have put the silencer on him anyway. And you're the boss, Braden. What do you want me to do? Take no chances. Dig Cooper up and close his trap for keeps. Okay, boss. I'll take care of him. You get the stuff I sent you after? Yeah, sure did. Let me have it. And let's see. I get it right inside here. Yep. Here you are, boss. The old professor had it right where you said. Yeah. This is it, all right.
What is it, Braden? Looks like an empty bottle to me.
It's a colorless, odorless gas. The most powerful explosive in existence. Enough to blow up this whole city.
Yeah?
This is all there is in the world.
Yeah? What are you going to do with it?
You'll find out. Hey, Ingersoll.
Yes, boss. What's on your mind?
You used to be a chemist, right?
Still am. The best outside the law.
All right, I want you to take this gas out of this little bottle and seal it in that crate of light bulbs I got last night. Think you can do it?
I guess so. How much gas to the bulb?
Wait, I'll help you. Morgan, Grace, all of you, come here.
Well, what's up, Braden?
Plenty. When we get these explosive light bulbs fixed up, I want you to go out and plant them in light sockets everywhere. In stores, houses, public buildings, all over the city.
Well, what's the big idea, Braden?
I'm going to plunge the city into total darkness for one night.
Total darkness?
How are you going to make them douse their lights?
Look, we get these bulbs planted before noon tomorrow. When it gets dark, they'll turn on lights. And some of these places will be blown to bits.
Oh, boy.
The next night, they won't dare turn on a light.
Yeah? Where do we come in? What does that get us?
What does it get us, you sap? Don't you see? When the city blacks out, we move in and take over.
Oh,
yeah. I've drawn up a chart showing exactly where the explosive bulbs ought to be planted.
You ain't missed a trick, huh, Braden?
This is a big job. Now we'll need plenty of help for the cleanup. Round up every dip, rod man, gangster, any crook you know. Have them here in the mill tomorrow night.
Okay, don't worry, boss.
As soon as everything's set, we'll move in under cover of darkness.
They poor cops. They will be helpless.
Yeah. We'll rob, steal, pillage to our heart's content. We'll take everything that's not nailed down.
Boy, what a stunt.
Well, that's a crook's paradise.
Greatest idea I've ever heard.
It's the greatest idea in the history of crime. I'm going to create a reign of terror like this country's never known.
Something for a young Tuesday, madam?
Yes, I don't exactly know what I want.
Well, is it a boy or a girl?
A girl. I'm her grandmother.
Oh, is that so? Well, I have a little girl, too. How old is your granddaughter?
She's just 4 months old.
Oh, well, then you must see our modern nursery. The infant things are all in there. Do you come right this way, please?
So I would like something that's way handbag.
You step right in.
Thank you.
Oh, it's rather dark, isn't it? Well, I'll put on more light. That switch is... here we are.
Get out! The walls are crumbling! Somebody, please give me a hand. There's a child buried under here. The whole front's blown out. Oh, it's terrible. Get back there. Keep away now. All right, lend a hand here, men. We can't handle the wounded. Come on. Look, there's a girl in that window up there.
She's going to jump.
Don't jump. Wait.
Car burns. Last stop.
But, Conductor, I'm going all the way to Henshaw Terrace.
There'll be another car right behind you, mister.
What do you know?
You folks can sit in the waiting room over there.
Pretty dark in this waiting room. How about some light?
Yeah, there's a switch right behind you.
Oh, yes. I'll turn it on.
Anything else, Commissioner Weston?
Yes. Detail as many men as you can spare to the Castle Street car barns. And swear in every able-bodied volunteer you can find as a special deputy. I'll broadcast an appeal to all doctors and nurses in this entire territory to report there at once. Stay right on the job, Brophy. Phone me again in 10 minutes.
Okay, Commissioner Weston. Goodbye. Lamont Cranston to see you, Commissioner.
Cranston? Well, you tell him for me.
Hello, Commissioner Weston. Why don't you tell me yourself?
I'm busy, Cranston. What do you want?
I came to see if there's anything I can do to help in this horrible catastrophe.
If you can swing a pick, drag a hose, or carry a stretcher, there's plenty for you to do.
I've already done my bit in that direction. For the moment, I'm interested in the reason for these awful crimes.
Now, wait a minute, Cranston. I've got more on my mind than just sitting here and satisfying your curiosity.
This is not just curiosity, Commissioner. I've got a theory.
So has everybody else. I've got no time for crackpot theories.
You certainly are flattering, Commissioner.
Well, I'm not running a school for amateur detectives.
No, I'd never suspect you of pedagogic inclinations, Commissioner. But tell me, do you know how the explosions occurred last night?
No, I don't. All I know is that the two places went up when the lights went on.
Then I'm sure I can help you.
If you have any evidence, any facts, I'm willing to listen. But I don't want to hear any more theories.
All right, Commissioner, calm yourself and I'll explain.
I am calm.
Of course you are. Now, my theory is this.
What?
Oh, all right, let's put it this way. My hunch is this.
Go ahead. Get it off your chest and let me get back to work.
You want to clear up the mystery of these explosions, don't you, Commissioner?
That, Cranston, would seem to be the general idea.
Then you must first find out who killed Professor Baker.
Are you trying to tell me that there's a connection between the death of Baker and these explosions?
I'm not just trying, I'm telling you. There is, definitely.
What makes you so sure about it?
I happen to know that Professor Baker was experimenting with an explosive, such as might have been used in these two blasts.
Where does your theory go from there?
Professor Baker was killed for possession of that explosive. Find his killers, and you found the men responsible for the other crimes.
But where's the motive? What reason could they have had for blowing up those places and killing all those people?
That I don't know.
There you are, in a blind alley. You have a theory and nothing to support it. Now run along, Cranston. My nerves won't stand any more of this nonsense.
You must listen to me, Commissioner. You've got...
Now I've got... Hello?
Hello, Commissioner Weston.
Yes, who's this?
Never mind that. I got some dope for you.
What do you mean?
Those 2 explosions last night were bad, huh? Well, that's only a little sample of what's coming tonight.
What? What did you say?
You heard me. You're going to have a worse mess on your hands if you don't carry out my orders.
Orders?
I want this city in total darkness tonight.
Total darkness?
If there's an electric light, auto headlamp, or even a flashlight turned on, you're going to get a bouquet of explosions worse than yesterday.
You must be stark mad. You'll never get away with this.
Try me and see. Either the lights go out or the city goes up.
Hello. Hello, hello. Cranston, did you hear that?
Yes, I did, Commissioner.
What are we going to do? It'll be dark in a few hours.
Commissioner, that man must be stopped. If he's not, this city will be the scene of indescribable horror tonight. We've got to stop him.
Explosive light bulbs threaten more blasts. Mystery voice warns Commissioner Weston. Explosive electric lamps spread through city. Read all about it. Terrible. We won't have any light. How are we going to see in the dark?
Place tonight?
Me neither. I want my traveling clothes.
Dr. Moss?
Dr. Moss, do something. Please save my little bambina.
Well, I'll do all I can, Mrs. Vanetti. Your child is very sick.
Oh, my bambina, my baby.
What are you going to do, Doctor?
That child won't last an hour if we don't operate at once.
We can't do that. You'll dare turn on the light.
Well, we've got to do something.
Couldn't we operate by candlelight?
Oh, that's impossible. The operation's too delicate.
Oh, please, Dottore, help my baby.
Nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
I'm going to operate.
But the lights, Doctor.
I can't stand here and see this child die. We've got to take the chance. Turn on the lights.
But very well, Doctor. I'll turn them on.
Hello?
Mayor Hamilton,
Yes. Who is it speaking?
this is the Shadow.
Shadow? Oh, yes, yes. Now, what can I do for you?
Mr. Mayor, the hospital has just been blown up.
What? The hospital? Good heavens, that can't be possible.
It's true, Mr. Mayor.
I can hardly believe it. What hellish fiend can be responsible for this?
Mr. Mayor, you've got to act at once. You must make any other explosions tonight impossible.
Of course, but how can I do that?
Order the city power plant to cut the main switch.
The main switch?
It's the only way. You can't depend on all the people keeping their lights out.
But cutting the main power switch will tie up everything in the city.
It's that, Mr. Mayor, or death, destruction, and panic.
Very well. I'll order the power cut at once. Sure is dark. I can't see where I'm walking. Wonder what street we're on now. Oh, does it matter? I'm lost. We're all lost. I'm sorry, lady. I didn't see you. Hold that lantern higher, Bill. We don't want to walk off the viaduct.
Okay, Fred. Boy, am I glad I found this old wagon, Lancers. That's a swell idea.
Yeah, it's a swell target.
It shot right out of my hand.
When that gang said the city'd have to black out, they meant black out.
No, we can't keep flying around here all night. Our gas is running out. You've got to set her down someplace. Can't understand it. I couldn't possibly have missed the city. We've cruised around for 20 minutes now, and I haven't seen a single light. We just have to keep going while the gas holds out. Then what? Then we start praying, brother.
Main switch is turned off. No lights, no power. Nothing but bewilderment, uncertainty.
Oh, this is awful, Lamont. What are people going to do?
I'm afraid this is all leading to something worse, Margot. A prelude to a greater terror.
Lamont, you must do something.
I've racked my brain for a solution, some faint clue, and I'm stuck. I don't know what to do.
But we just can't sit and wait for some new terror to strike, Lamont.
There must be some loose thread, that might unravel this whole vicious pattern. Margot,
Yes, Lamont?
I've got an idea.
Yes?
Professor Baker's hired man, Cooper. The police released him. They said he proved that he was not in the house the night the professor was killed.
Yes?
It just struck me. The killer's fingerprints were on the handle of the door to the old man's study. But there were none on the knob of the street door. Don't you see it, Margot? Somebody opened the door for the killer.
Cooper.
Perhaps.
But Lamont...
Come on, Margot. We've got to find Cooper. The shadow has got to talk to that man. He may be the thread I've hoped for.
Sure, that's the last candle I have in the house, Mr. Cooper. They're very scarce now. But at least you'll be able to finish your packing.
Thanks, Mrs. Kelly.
Oh, I know. I'm not sorry to see you go. But I don't blame anybody for getting out of this cursed city, that I don't.
Yeah, sure. Now, if you don't mind, I got a lot of packing to do. Good night, Mrs. Kelly.
Well, if that's the way you feel, goodbye and good riddance to you, Mr. Cooper.
What's your hurry, Cooper?
Who's that?
What are you running away from?
Me? What? Where are you? I can't see you.
I'm the shadow, Cooper.
The shadow?
You know of me, don't you? Now listen, Cooper. I've got to talk fast, and so do you.
I got nothing to talk about.
Cooper, you share responsibility for the death and destruction in this city.
No, that's a lie. I had nothing to do with it.
You know the man who killed Professor Baker. You've got to tell me who he is.
I can't.
You must. You alone can release the city from the grip of terror that man has placed it in.
I don't know anything about it, I tell you.
You're lying, Cooper. I know. You opened the door for the killer.
I wouldn't hurt the old man.
You were with him just before he died.
But I had nothing to do with his death. Honest, I didn't.
If you want to save yourself and clear your conscience, you've got to talk.
But All right. I want to get it off my mind. I'll talk. Haney, what do you want?
Just delivering a little message from the boss, Cooper. Here it is.
Cooper. Speak to me, Cooper. Oh, your throat. Try to talk, Cooper. The fate of the city rests with you. I can't understand you. For heaven's sake, man, you've got to tell me. Look, Cooper, I'll put my ear close to your lips. Try to whisper. Try. Yes, I understood that. His name, Cooper. His name, please.
Yes, sir.
What?
Sir.
Try again. Where? Quick, Cooper, quick.
What happened? I thought I heard a shot out here.
Look, it's Mr. Cooper.
Oh,
He's
no.
shot. Somebody get a doctor, quick.
Oh, no. It's no use for a doctor now. Cooper's dead.
Hey, Engenstall, bring me that chart.
Yes, boss.
Here you are. Have you checked off every place where we planted bulbs?
Every one. They're all marked in red.
What are we waiting for, Braden?
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
I'm waiting for the boys to come back from the city and give me the lowdown on how things stand.
Say, Braden, how come we got lights with the city power plant turned off?
I've been planning this job for over a year. I put in my own power plant.
Well, that's smart, I'll say.
Yeah,
but how did you manage the explosion?
See this bulb? Well, it was one of these that blew up the Gullens department store.
Oh, hey!
All right. Don't worry. They're all safe. This won't go off unless it's put in a light socket and the switch is thrown.
Just the same. I feel better if you didn't wave it around like that.
Margot, pull right over here, off the road.
There we are, Lamont.
Good. Now, you stay here in the car. Take this gun. You'll be perfectly safe. Just keep out of sight.
But where are you going, Lamont?
There's an old mill someplace along here. If I understood Cooper correctly, I'll find the man I'm looking for there.
You're not going in alone.
I've got to, Margot. I phoned Commissioner Weston as the Shadow and asked him to send some men.
Then why not wait for them?
I'm not sure they'll get here. I've got their hands full in the city. There isn't a moment to lose. The Shadow's got to work, and work fast.
Quiet, all of you. Well, boys, what'd you find out in the city?
Boss, you hit the bullseye. The city's as dark as a landlord's look.
Yeah, it's all set for us, boys.
Good. All right, boys. We got the green light. Time to go.
Boy, this will be sweet picking, huh?
Morgan.
Yes?
You take 6 men and go to the Macy Street Bank. You know what to do.
Yeah.
Grays.
Right, boss.
Take 20 men and clean out the Imperial Hotel. Go through the rooms. Don't leave anything you can carry.
Right.
You Engen's store, the post office. 5 men can handle that.
I am all set.
The rest of you got your spots. Work fast. If anyone crosses you, use your guns. Let them have it.
I'm doing it. Ask him after.
All right. Grab your flash lamps and let's go.
What was that? Am I hearing things? Did anybody hear that laugh? Yeah, I did. So did I.
Quite a nice little thing you've cooked up, Braden. But here's where there's another ingredient added to your unholy brew.
Hey, what is this?
It's the shadow.
Right you are, Braden.
Well, you're not scaring me. You're not stopping me either.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Braden.
Hey, I don't see nobody.
Men, this guy's right here in the room with us. He's got some trick so we can't see him. But that don't mean we can't get him. Grace, stand by that door.
Okay.
Keep your back against it and don't let anybody or anything open it. Now, Morgan, pick up that machine gun and spray the other end of the room.
But he's down the light. Hey, I'm getting out of here.
All right, quiet. Don't be afraid. Take it easy. Somebody switch on that light.
You don't dare turn on those lights.
What do you mean?
If you do, every man here will be blown to bits.
What are you talking about?
I took that explosive bulb you had on the table in front of you.
What?
When I turned out the light, I put it into one of the light sockets. Now, Mr. Braden, do you want to turn on the light?
You're bluffing, Shadow.
All you have to do to prove that point is to throw on the light switch.
Hey, what's that? It's a lot of cars driving up outside.
It's the police, gentlemen.
They'll never take me alive.
Alive or dead, Braden, you've got to be taken.
Hey, what are we going to do? This guy's dynamite.
Come out in 10 seconds. I will come in after you.
You might as well do as Commissioner Weston commands. Walk out the door with your hands in the air.
There's nobody walking out of this place. I know I'm chair bait. I'll die anyway. But there's one thing I'm going to do first. I'm going to take you along with me, Mr. Shadow.
Hey, keep your hands off that switch!
Get out of my way!
Very good, Commissioner. Get back.
Lamont.
Anyone alive in there, Captain? Not a single one, Commissioner.
It's all right, Margot. I'm safe.
Oh, Lamont, thank heaven. I thought you'd been killed in that explosion.
It was close, Margot. But I got out when they were trying to keep Aiden away from the light switch. You go back to the car now, Margot. I'll be with you in a minute. Commissioner Weston. Commissioner Weston.
Hello, is that you, Shadow?
Yes, Commissioner.
Well, we're in a fine jam now. They're all dead. How are we going to find out where the other explosive bulbs are planted?
It's all right, Commissioner. I got Braden's chart showing the location of the explosives.
Where is it?
You'll find it in the front seat of your car.
Then the city is safe.
Yes, Commissioner.
Good. All right, men, get in your cars. We've got to gather up those lamps right away. And my gratitude, Shadow, for a job well done.
Come, Margot. We're going home. Shadow's work is done for tonight. The reign of terror is ended.
Thanks to you, Lamont.
It was bound to end this way, Margot. The plots and plans of criminals are the devices of their own destruction. Weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
SIGNAL.
Signal.
Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Last Message.
Only a few days before, Dave Leonard had told himself that there was no place quite like San Francisco. It was thrilling to be a part of it. The hills, the bay, the clanging cable cars. Only a few days before, Dave had been happy with his job, his surroundings, his home, and his wife. And now suddenly that was all changed, wiped away somehow. The city was a frightening place. His job, something that was threatened. His home, his wife, and things that he must give up be put behind him as rapidly as possible, lest they be threatened too. And that was why Dave walked down Geary Street and across Powell to the airline's office. Inside, he approached the ticket window and asked for space on the very next plane for Los Angeles.
Here you are. 1346.
Thank you.
Is the flight on schedule? Will I be able to get away soon?
The limousine for the airport will be loading in 20 minutes, Mr. Leonard.
Oh.
You'll be on your way by, 4:30.
4:30. Good.
Hello, Dave. You going somewhere?
Yes.
No, I don't think that's such a good idea, do you? Would you mind refunding Mr. Leonard's money, please?
What?
He isn't going anywhere. He's changed his mind.
But...
right, Dave? Aren't you staying around so we can talk some more?
Yes. Yes, he's right. Forget the whole thing.
Whatever you say, sir.
You scoop up your ticket money, Dave. Hurry outside. It's even more foreboding now, the city. The walls of its tall buildings seem to close in around you, don't they? Because he's back again. Apparently not letting you out of his sight for the past 3 days since he first found you. And now he's falling into step behind you, isn't he? No chance to run away.
That's better, Dave. Much better. No use being in a hurry. I've been right with you for the last 3 days. Why don't we stop in here and have a drink, huh? Chat some more.
All right. You're calling it.
It's good bourbon, huh, Dave? Oh, you haven't touched yours.
Get to it, will you, Tommy? What do you want from me? Why have you chased me all the way across the country? Who sent you?
Easy, Dave, easy. None of the old bunch even knows you're alive. Honest, I ran onto you quite by accident.
I don't believe
It's true. Except for an accident, I'd have gone on like everybody else, believing exactly what it says on those New York police records. What the paper said at the time. Let's see, how did it go? Man leaps to death from River Bridge.
Stop it.
You didn't do it at all, did you? Just made it look that way. The note you left, pinned to your coat, a fake.
I couldn't get any place as Marvin Knowles, Tommy. A man with a record isn't always welcome.
You served your time.
It didn't seem to make any difference.
Okay, so you got away with it. Working out pretty nice here, I understand, huh? Good job, pretty wife.
It's all over.
Why?
Because of you. No matter how you found me, Tommy, you have. That's all that's important.
Nah, you don't have to change anything. I'll play ball.
I'm trying to live decently, Tommy. Can't you understand? I've managed to these past 6 years.
Almost 7, isn't it? Yeah, sure. Marvin Knowles will be legally dead soon. Nearly 7 years since you staged the big jump.
Tommy, I'm not going to take this. I don't have to.
Easy. Sit down. Sit down. You know, you better think it over, Dave.
They gang. They can play pretty rough. Maybe they think you talk too much.
I didn't, you know that.
Maybe not, but you know too much. Maybe they'd think you've already talked to your wife, that she knows too much. Well, if they could find Marv Knowles, they might like to silence him. Maybe his wife, too.
Stop it.
Yeah, of course you could go to the police, Dave. Cut your throat and mine and your wife's. I'm afraid it would cost you a lot more than your job. You see what I mean?
Yes. I see what you mean.
Then I think we understand one another. Well, I'll keep in touch, Dave. Let you know how and when you can help me, huh? Oh, and meanwhile, don't try to skip town anymore. You just might make me sore. And I wouldn't want to have to take care of you, Ma. Dave.
Yes, Dave, it's all changed. In the surprising arrival of one man, your old associate, Tommy Prentice. One man who can ruin your life, strike terror in your heart, cause the old familiar warmth and friendliness of the city you've come to love to turn into a chilled atmosphere of menace and despair. And back at home, you can't even bring yourself to talk about it to the one person who's brought you more comfort and understanding than you'd ever dream possible.
Sue, if you don't mind, I don't want to talk anymore.
Dave, there's something bothering you. I know it. Something's on your mind.
No, there isn't. I'm just tired, that's all.
Today, this afternoon, you left the office early, didn't you?
You called the office?
At 3 o'clock. You hadn't come back from lunch, the girl said.
You shouldn't have called.
Where were you, Dave?
I was detained, a customer.
Talked to a customer from noon until after 3?
Maybe. What of it?
Dave, is that all you're going to say?
Please, Sue, I was out on business. Isn't that enough? You have to cross-examine me?
I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it, Sue. I didn't mean to... Look, I don't know what's wrong with me. What do you say we go out tonight, huh? For a walk or to a movie. Get our minds off it.
Off what, Dave?
Okay, so I'll go out alone. There must be some way to stop these questions. I'll be back when you see me.
Even as you hurl the words at Sue and rush from the house, you're sorry, aren't you, Dave? But your mind is spinning with confusion, question marks. The hours of walking the streets alone fail to provide an answer. Then as you start toward home again and the dismal sound of the foghorn moans in at you from the waters near Golden Gate Bridge, a thought does occur. A dread final thought, but something that could provide an answer. Another bridge gave you an answer almost 7 years ago, didn't it, Dave? And now with everything you've ever wanted and worked for being threatened, you find yourself thinking of staging another such act. Only this time it would be for Tommy Prentice. And what would appear to everyone as a simple suicide would actually be murder. You're still thinking about it as you slip the key in the latch and let yourself into the house and cross to the bedroom.
Dave?
Sue, I thought you were asleep.
I couldn't. Not with you away.
No, don't turn on the light. Sue, I'm sorry about this evening. I didn't mean any of those things I said.
I know.
Anyway, I'm not mixed up anymore. Everything's clear in my mind. I've been worrying unnecessarily. Everything's going to be all right again. And soon.
Summertime is vacation time, And long trips naturally make motorists think about gasoline mileage. That's why every year, particularly at this time, Signal gains lots of new customers. Drivers who've heard about the Go Farther gasoline and decide to try Signal themselves. Naturally, they expect to get good mileage. But what sometimes comes as a pleasant surprise to them is the improved performance they enjoy with Signal. And that, my friends, is the point of my story tonight. You see, the reason Signal gives you such good mileage is because it helps your engine run so efficiently you save gasoline. You save gasoline with quick starting, save gasoline with smooth, thrilling pickup, save gasoline with full, responsive power. The kind of performance, in short, that makes driving more fun on vacations or any time. So if you haven't yet acquired the Signal habit, just try a tankful or two. You'll find there's more pleasure, too, when you go farther with Signal.
Signal, Signal, Signal gasoline. Your car will go for the gasoline.
It changed everything, didn't it, Dave? Your plans with your wife, Sue, hopes for the future. Everything was changed when Tommy Prentice walked into your life from the past and recognized you as Marvin Knowles, a man he'd known in the East, a man who once served time in prison and was trying his best to live it down with a new life in San Francisco as David Leonard. Yes, it was all changed. Tommy is a threat. But you think you found the answer, the one way out. And while you hate the thought of murder, you find yourself trying to figure it out and plan a way to talk Tommy into the trap. And finally you're rewarded with a remarkable bit of luck as Tommy admits his reasons for coming to the West Coast in the first place.
I gotta tell you, Dave, there's no use hiding it. They're after me.
The police?
Yeah, them too, sure. But I'm not afraid of the police. It's the old gang. They think I double-crossed them.
Of course you didn't.
That's beside the point. Duke Watson and Frankie Dawson are here in town. I gotta get away from them, Dave. And you're gonna help me, see?
Sure. I figured there'd be something I'd have to do. I haven't much money, Tommy.
You have some and you have a car. I want you to drive me up north someplace. Seattle, maybe on into Canada.
But I can't do that.
You've got to. Or else I'll get word to Duke and Frankie that you and your wife are here. It's got to be this way. If you don't, it's my neck. I can't just drop out of sight like you did. And if I was to travel with a man and his wife, they'd have a rougher time tracing me.
Wait a minute, Tommy.
What?
You just said something about dropping out of sight. Tommy.
Yeah?
Tommy, I faded out of the picture almost 7 years ago, remember? I made everybody think I jumped off a bridge, committed suicide.
So you fooled everybody but me, so what?
So why can't you do the same thing? I'd help you, Tommy, tell you what to do. You could write a note, say you were tired of running from Frankie Dawson and Duke Watson, who were trying to get you.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. You really think
Didn't I make it, Tommy, didn't I?
Yeah, sure you did. Yeah, but you had a different reason. You wanted to go straight and couldn't get a break.
What do reasons matter, Tommy? The main thing is you'll throw them off your track.
Yeah.
You can travel alone, go anywhere, as somebody else.
Yeah, sure I could. Hey, I think you've hit it, Dave. You've saved my life. All I gotta do is write a suicide note, leave it on a bridge with my coat, and disappear. Duke Watson and Frankie Dawson will think I killed myself on account of the gang, huh?
That's right, Tommy.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do. Leave a suicide note.
Yeah. You'll drive me north?
Yeah. I'll drive you.
He's fallen into your trap, hasn't he, Dave? Yes, and you're relieved. Yet far from pleased at the thought of what you've decided to do. You don't like to think about it, do you? What you plan to do out there in the fog. The way you'll silence Tommy Prentice. But you can't see any other way. You don't want to kill, but you decide you have to. That evening, you sit in the den, pretending to read the newspaper, struggling to conceal the panic and the terror mounting within you.
Dave,
Yes, Sue?
I've been thinking, why don't we run down to Carmel for a few days? It would do us good to get away.
I suppose so.
We could stay at the inn again. Remember? When was it? 3 years ago? Dave, you're not listening. What's the matter?
Matter? Nothing.
Something's been on your mind. Something rather serious, I'm afraid. Won't you tell me what it is?
Really, Sue, it's nothing at all.
We used to be able to talk over our little problems. Sort of iron things out together.
Yeah.
Dave, I suppose I'm going to sound awfully silly, but... Well, is there someone else?
Someone else?
A woman.
Oh, no, Sue, nothing like that. Darling, how could you ever think that?
I didn't really.
Sue, there'll never be anyone in my life but you. Never.
Dave, darling.
But you're right. There is something on my mind. And it is serious. I'm in trouble, Sue.
Dave, you... Oh, you haven't done anything again?
No, nothing like that. It's just... Well, it's the old routine again. The old gang won't leave me alone.
Someone's found out, the old crowd?
Yes, Tommy Prentice. I ran into him on the street one day. He found out I changed my name. He found out everything.
I see. What's he going to do?
He wants money.
Well, then give it to him. Give him all we have, and it'll be finished.
No, it's not as simple as that. He wouldn't stop there.
But if we didn't have any more money
He says he just wants me to help him get away, but he'll probably force me to work on a job with him before he gets through.
No, Dave, you can't do that.
I haven't any choice, Sue.
Yes, you have. We'll go away, Dave, far away. They'll never find us.
Tommy'd find us. So might somebody else from the old gang. Then we'd have to run again. No, Sue, I can't run anymore. I started to the other day. I was going to take a plane and send for you later. That's where I was when you called the office. But it's no use.
Please, Dave, we'll leave tonight, right now.
I tell you, it's no use.
You know what'll happen if we don't, Dave. One job with Tommy, then there'll be another and another. Some night I'll be called down to the morgue to identify...
Sue, darling.
You mustn't ever go back, Dave. You can't go back.
But running away, it's just no good. It wouldn't work.
It's our best chance, darling. Going somewhere else. What else can we do?
What else?
Yes. How else can you be rid of this man?
There is a way. I've thought it all out. A very simple way.
What? Oh, no. No, Dave, you couldn't do anything like that. You couldn't.
No, I guess not. I guess I couldn't kill him. Even if I could get away with it. All right, sure. We'll run again.
She's right, isn't she, Dave? There is a chance, a slim chance, you can slip away from Tommy Prentice. Start life all over again in some small town. While you finish packing, Sue hurries down to the garage and drives your car around to the alley back of your apartment house. When she returns, you're ready. You pick up the suitcases and start for the door.
Oh, hiya, Sue, Dave. I was just going to knock. Come on over. We're having a little party.
Brad, hello.
Yeah.
We were just leaving. We're driving to Carmel.
Yeah.
We want to make it before midnight.
Well, Dave, oh, boy, you got lots of time. Now, come on, just one drink for the road.
Please, Brad, a rain check. It's terribly important that we leave right now.
We can't explain now, Brad. We'll be back in a few days. Come on, Sue. Get in the car, Sue. Up with the suitcase in the...
Hello, Dave.
Tommy.
Evening, Mrs. Leonard. I'm sure you are, Mrs. Leonard. You folks going someplace?
Yes, we,
Running out on an old pal?
Oh, no. You see, my boss called up, and he wants me to go upstate, business.
Is that so?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So you're going on a little trip, huh?
Well, only for a few days. I'll be back in the middle of the week.
You'll get in touch with me?
That's right. As soon as I get back.
I'm going with you, pal.
Well, but Tommy...
I said I'm going with you. Now get in, both of you. We'll drive by my place and pick up my stuff. Then we'll head north over the Gate Bridge, huh? That bridge stunt you thought of was a great idea.
It's no use, Dave. You'll never be able to run away from Tommy Prentice. You're certain of that now. As you drive across town, you glance over at Sue from time to time, sitting next to you, staring straight ahead, her face tense, and you know she's struggling to hold back a flood of tears. The anger, the hatred within you grows. Hatred for the man in the back seat of your car, and hatred toward yourself for what you've done to Sue. Finally, you bring the car to a stop in front of Tommy's boarding house.
Okay, folks, I'll get my stuff. Be right out. You'll wait, huh?
Yeah, we'll wait.
Just make sure you do. Hand over the car keys.
I said we'd wait.
I said the keys.
All right. Here.
Thanks, pal. Be right back, folks.
Look, Sue, why don't you go back to the apartment? I'll handle this alone.
No. No, Dave, I'm not going to leave you.
Sue, I don't want you to get mixed up in this. Now, forget it. Forget me. Go back to the apartment.
I won't, Dave. I can't leave you. Come on, darling, let's get away from here.
Sue.
I mean it, Dave. Right now. We can walk, talk it out, and decide what to do. Let him have the car, please, darling.
All right, Sue. Maybe a walk will help.
You wander along the streets. Sue clings tightly to your arm. And somehow the two of you talk it out, don't you, Dave? Yes, you walk for hours trying to make up your mind. And finally, quite late, you begin to come to a decision.
We'll go to the police, Dave. Have Tommy Prentice arrested. Let your past come out. It's the only right way out of this.
There's more to it than that, dear. Even if I went to the police and they got Tommy, he'd find a way to let Duke and Frankie know who I am, where I live, that I'm here. They think I know too much, and what's more important, they figured I told you too much. You realize what that means, don't you?
Yes. But I'd prefer to take a chance on anything than have you on the wrong side of the law.
You'd risk being killed?
Yes. Rather than have you risk everything we've built together.
You're wonderful, Sue.
Not wonderful. I just believe in you. Come on, darling. We'll go to the police. Tell them everything.
All right, Sue. All right, let's find a police station.
Before starting on any trip this summer, you'll want to have a new map. And naturally, you'll want one that's accurate, complete, and handy to use, which describes a signal map prepared expressly for signal by Rand McNally. It's a big map, jumbo size, for quick, easy reading, and it has the latest accordion fold, so it's easy to handle. In addition to Rand McNally accuracy, signal maps include a list of interesting places to visit, plus a Western States mileage chart, plus enlarged sections of metropolitan areas, plus a traveler's radio guide showing where to tune in for your favorite programs as you travel. This highway map is yours free at any signal station. And if you need a street map, when you're in any of the larger Pacific Coast cities, signal dealers have them too, free, of course. Start planning your vacation driving now with a good map. Stop in and get a free signal map at your signal service station. Better do it tomorrow.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far, will go for the gasoline.
You've made your decision, haven't you, Dave? Yes, you can't run from the past, from Tommy Prentice. And you can't kill him either. So you're going to the police. You're going to tell them everything. Tell them about your fake suicide in New York 7 years ago, that you're not David Leonard, but an ex-convict named Marvin Knowles. You're certain it will mean the end of everything for you and your wife, Sue. But you've made up your mind there's nothing else you can do. And now, after hours of walking along the city streets and talking things out, the two of you step into a police station and approach the officer at the desk.
Sergeant?
Oh, what can I do for you, sir?
My name is David Leonard. Well, that is, since I arrived in San Francisco...
Leonard. Oh, yes, David Leonard. Yeah. Got the report right here. Stolen car. I hope you had that insured, Mr. Leonard.
What?
It's pretty badly smashed up, I'm afraid.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, it happens there was quite a gun battle over in the Mission District. A couple of strong-arm boys tried to kill a man by the name of Tommy Prentice, who was driving your car.
Dave.
I guess he must have stolen it. Anyway, he wrecked the car trying to get away from those strong-arm boys.
Did they get away?
No, we caught him. Block away from the shooting. A couple of hoods from back east, Frankie Dawson and Duke Watson.
What about the man that stole my car? Prentice.
Prentice? Died on the way to the emergency hospital.
Prentice is dead?
Yes, ma'am. And your husband's car is a wreck. I'm awful sorry.
Oh, it's all right. We don't mind the car.
No. No, we can always get another car.
The funny thing about those guys trying to kill Prentice, they didn't know he was going to commit suicide anyway. They'd have avoided a murder rap if they had.
Suicide?
Yeah. Had a note in his pocket. Figured on jumping off the bridge. Said he was tired of running from those hoods.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember. Regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, David Ellis, Virginia Gregg, Bill Conrad, and Larry Dobkin. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
SIGNAL Signal gasoline.
Stay tuned now for our Miss Brooks starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Once again, the thrilling adventures of the Shadow,
the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow in a moment, but first here's important news for all college men interested in flying. How would you like expert training at the Navy's famous Pensacola, Florida Flight Training School, the Annapolis of the air? Well, for the first time since the war, the Naval Aviation Cadet Training Program is open again. Once more, those Navy wings of gold, the ensign's commissions, and high pay are being offered to qualified young men. Naval Academy selections are being made now, so if you're single between 18 and 25 with at least 2 years of college, you're eligible to apply. For full information on how to get into this thrilling program, visit your nearest Navy recruiting office. And now to the Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Phantom Racketeer. Off the tip of the Florida coast is a group of storm-tossed, wind-swept bits of land called the Keys. On one of these, Leadar Key, sits the forbidding stone castle built by the former bootleg baron, Joe Peroni. Tonight, as a fierce summer storm lashes the house, its present owner, Miss Manville, and her companion, Hillstead, watch the mounting fury of the storm from a study window.
Wind and rain, rain and wind, oh, won't they ever stop?
It's more than that, Hillstead. This is my prophecy come true. This is the night I feared.
Nonsense, Miss Manville. This is just another summer storm. The Keys get 'em every year.
No, Hillstead. This marks his coming. I've had warning.
You mean Joe Peroni coming back? Fiddlesticks. He's been dead over 20 years, and you know it.
He'll be back. The evil never die. He'll be back to murder us in the night.
And if anyone could haunt a house, he should. He's killed and tortured enough men in his day.
You mustn't say such things, Hillstead. He's here, I tell you, I know.
You'd better get up to bed, Miss Manville. This storm...
Oh!
Miss Manville, what is it?
Didn't you see it, Hillstead? Didn't you see it?
See what?
Out there, in the lagoon, in that flash of lightning. Didn't you see it?
No.
There! Look! The speedboat that brought Peroni here.
There's no speedboat in the lagoon, Miss Manville.
I can hear him. He's coming near the house now. Don't you hear him fumbling with the lock on the cellar?
I don't hear anything.
He's opened it. Now he's in the cellar. He's coming for us, Hillstead. He's coming to murder and torture us.
You're imagining things, Miss Manville. There's no one in the cellar. Come, I'll prove it to you.
Hillstead, where are you taking me?
I'm taking you to the cellar to prove that Joe Peroni has not come back from the dead.
I'm afraid of what we'll find when we open the cellar door.
Nonsense, Miss Manville. That's the only way to set your mind at rest. Come along.
Well, all right, but stay close to me, Hillstead.
Open the door, Miss Manville.
Hillstead.
The door, Miss Manville.
All right, Hillstead. Listen. Do you hear them? They're crawling around down there, waiting for us.
There's no one down there.
There are two of them, see? See their dark shapes down at the foot of the stairs? In a moment they'll be coming for us. But they won't get us, Hilsted. They won't get us.
What are you doing?
This earthenware crock, Hilsted. When they start up the stairs, I'll push it down on them. It'll give us time.
No, Miss Mandel.
Call for help. The police. Anybody? Call for help.
All right, but don't do anything until I get back.
Hurry, Hilsted. They're coming up the stairs. I'll stop them. I'll stop them. There.
Mandel, what's happened?
You heard them, Hilsted. You heard the machine gun. They tried to kill me.
I heard no gun, Miss Mandel, only a clap of thunder.
You heard no gun?
There's no one down the cellar. Look, I'll turn on the lights. There. Look down the stairs, Miss Mandel. See for yourself.
But
look.
I don't understand. The cellar's empty.
This is the life, Margot. Sun and surf and no headaches. How about one more dip before calling it a day?
No, thanks. This sun feels too good. And you're not fooling me a bit, Lamont.
Fooling you, darling? About what?
About enjoying all this. I know you're bored to death, but a vacation will do you good.
Miss Lane, I wouldn't take the most fascinating case right now if it walked up to me
Mr. Cranston.
Huh?
I beg your pardon, sir. You are Mr. Cranston, the detective?
Yes.
My name is Manville, Marion Manville. I live down here on Leadar Key.
Yes, how do you do, Miss Manville? This is Margot Lane.
How do you do?
How do you do? He's come back, Mr. Cranston. He's come back to continue his murdering and torturing. You've got to help me.
Who's come back?
Joe Peroni.
The racketeer and bootlegger?
And murderer.
But Joe Peroni is dead, Miss Manville. He was killed in a rather sensational gang massacre back in 1927, if my memory serves me right.
But you see, Leadar Key was his home, and now he's come back.
You've, seen him, Miss Manville?
Oh, you don't believe me either, do you? You think I'm crazy?
Oh, no, it's not that, Miss Manville.
Everybody thinks I'm crazy. But I'm not. I know Joe Peroni has come back. I've had evidence.
Evidence?
His boat. I saw it in the lagoon last night. I heard them in the cellar, laughing and plotting murder and torture. They shot at me with their machine guns.
Yes. I see. Well, I'm sorry, but...
Well, never mind, Mr. Cranston. I know it's a lot to ask, but I need help so badly.
Of course we'll help you, Miss Manville.
Margot.
Mr. Cranston has a dinner engagement tonight, but right after dinner?
And this is the main hall, Miss Lane. Horrible, isn't it?
It's awfully big and forbidding.
It gets very mysterious at night, Miss Lane. There's a brooding evil that seems to hang over it.
I do feel the atmosphere, Miss Manville. Where's Lamont?
He was with us in the library.
Lamont? Lamont, where are you?
No coming, darling.
Oh.
I got interested in some old books in the library. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Mr. Cranston.
Miss Manville, you mentioned a maid living with you.
Yes, Hilsted.
Where is she now?
I don't know. Mr. Cranston, I'm beginning to worry about Hilsted.
Why, how do you mean?
She's been acting so strangely lately.
Strangely? How?
She doesn't see or hear any of the things I know perfectly well are happening.
I don't see or hear them because they aren't there, Miss Manville. Oh, you startled me.
Do you always go around so quietly, Hilsted?
These heavy carpets deaden sounds, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, you know my name.
Of course. I've been listening to your conversation.
You always eavesdrop?
When it seems necessary. Miss Manville, I came to tell you another storm is coming this way.
Another storm? Then he'll be coming back tonight.
Nobody will be coming back, Miss Manville, tonight or any night.
You seem very positive, Hilsted. You've never seen any evidence of these occurrences that Miss Manville mentions?
No.
You mind telling us where you've been?
Down the cellar. Looking for traces of the ghost Miss Manville thought was shooting at her last night.
You found nothing?
Not a trace of any ghost.
But they shot at me, I tell you. They shot at me.
If you don't mind, Miss Manville, I'd like to have a look around the cellar myself.
Yes, please do.
While Miss Lane and I are down there, Husted, I think you'd better stay with Miss Manville.
But
I'd feel safer if both of you were together.
I don't blame Miss Manville for being afraid of this cellar. It's like some medieval dungeon.
If these walls could talk, I imagine they'd have some terrible tales to tell, darling.
What are we supposed to be looking for anyway?
Oh, anything or nothing. So far, it seems to be nothing. What's the matter?
Did you see it?
See what?
Out there, out that window. Speedboat in the lagoon. Long, low, dark speedboat.
Wait a minute. There's no boat out there, Margot.
Oh, I guess I'm imagining things, but let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. This is interesting.
What?
I don't know exactly. It's a blue plaster on these flagstones. Looks as though someone's been trying to remove them.
Heavens, what was that?
It came from upstairs. It's the old lady. Hurry.
Lamont, it's a machine gun.
Stay back from those stairs, darling.
It's Miss Manville. They've murdered her.
Poor old woman. Here, Margot, help me turn her over. She may be still alive. Good Lord.
Lamont.
This isn't Miss Manville, Margot.
It's Helsted, the maid. Oh, Lamont, what's happening? We're the only ones on the key.
Don't be too sure of that.
Who said that?
Cover them, Kirk. I got them. Don't turn around, my friend. We have here our calling card. It's lead.
Lamont, look out!
Who are you?
You are too curious, my friend.
Mom!
You make too much noise, pretty lady. Take a Kirk.
Right.
It's very quiet, eh, Kirk? Like in grave. He's much better.
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute, friends.
Do you know how many people there are in the United States today who can't read or write? How many do you think? 1 million? 3 million? 5 million? Well, according to the Federal Bureau of Education, in the United States today, 10 million people don't know how to read or write. 10 million illiterates despite our national system of free public education. How does such a thing happen? Well, the way it happens is through lack of interest on the part of the people who can read and write. A lack of interest, in other words, on the part of the majority of our citizens. We're inclined to feel that because we receive an education and our children have managed to squeeze into the neighborhood grade school or high school, why, everything is moving along fine. But far from it. The facts are considerably otherwise. The facts are that millions of children in communities all over the United States are receiving far from adequate education due to overcrowded schools, the lack of sufficient well-trained teachers, and other similar conditions. We're citizens, and it's part of our obligation as citizens to support our system of free public education by doing everything we can to improve the schools in our own community. Let's do that. Now, back to the shadow.
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane are investigating the supposed reappearance of the long-dead gangster Joe Peroni in his old mansion on Lido Key. They are attacked in the cellar of the house, regain consciousness in one of the storerooms.
Oh.
Margot, you all right?
Oh, my head. What happened, Lamont?
Not too loud, darling. They're just outside the door.
Where are we?
I think we're still in the Peroni house. My best guess is this is one of the cellar storerooms.
Who are they, Lamont? It wasn't...
Joe Peroni? No, I don't think so. I never heard of a ghost hitting that hard.
What are we going to do? I'm tied hand and foot.
So am I. I've been working on these ropes. I think I can cut through them on the sharp edge of the stone here.
Hurry, Lamont. Hurry. They'll be coming after us.
I'm doing my best, darling. These ropes don't give pretty soon. My best is liable not to be good enough.
Say, you know that guy in there, Gonzalez. Well, how come? He's the most amazing thing, Kirk. I see him first many years ago. Huh? Joe Peroni pointed him out to me. Yeah, who is he? Private copper named Lamont Cranston. He's very smart operator.
A private copper, huh? Well, then what are we waiting for?
Patience, my friend. You afraid maybe the sharks know way?
Okay. But how'd he get here? That's what I'd like to know.
The old lady upstairs. She called me. No?
Sure, the old lady. That's it. That nutty old dame. I knew she meant trouble.
It's true. Old lady, big nuisance. Yeah, we can fix that soon enough. We can take care of it all in one trip, huh? Out a little ways and over the side with the three of them. Gonzales? Yeah. Yeah, you handle it, Kirk. Only, don't forget. No tricks. Sound like you don't trust me, Gonzales. I don't. Well, act your age. I'm not going to cross you. No. You smart, eh, Kirk? Okay. Take care of the two inside first, then the old lady. Hey, what'll you be doing all that time? I start packing this stuff. You don't keep Gonzales waiting. Eh, Kirk? Okay. I'll meet you down at the boat dock. You, wake up.
We're awake. What's this all about?
This is all about how you're gonna be shark bait.
Is that so?
It's so, Copper. There ain't no question about you turning up dead. It's just a question of how you get that way.
Lamont!
Don't worry, baby. I'm an expert at it. Now, if this was the old days...
You need Joe Peroni to tell you how to do it, Kirk.
Look, Copper, I got my own ideas. Who do you think it was figured out the gimmick in that machine gun massacre back in the big time?
Any hoodlum can kill with a machine gun, Kirk.
Yeah? How about the water treatment? That was my idea. It took them days to die. How about that, huh? Maybe you'd like that one, huh?
Don't put yourself out for us, Kirk.
You're a wise guy, huh? All right, we'll start with a dame so you can listen.
Suppose you start with me, Kirk.
Okay, you'll come for... What happened to the rope?
While you were talking so much, I cut it. Drop that gun, Kirk.
No, you let go of my arm. Oh, you're dropping it.
I've got it in my...
Now, we're going to do some talking, Kirk.
That's what you think, Copper.
What are you doing here? What are you and your friend looking for?
Go of my arm. Talk, I said. Go of me, Copper.
You going to tell me what I want to know?
I ain't talking.
I think you will, Kirk.
Okay, I'll talk. I'll tell you what you want to know. Yeah, I'll tell you. Now, look, it's like this.
Lamont, are you all right?
I'm all right, darling. I don't think our friend Kirk is doing too well. Kirk, can you hear me? Who fired the machine gun?
Gonzales, the rat. It's not that I was crossing him. Let me have it through the window.
Why should he think you were crossing him? Tell me, what are you after?
He wants it all. He's trying to get it all.
Get all what, Kirk? Kirk, tell me, what is it you're after?
Flagstones. Solid.
What about the flagstones?
Secret passage. Trap door under flagstone.
Kirk. It's too late.
He's dead, Lamont.
Yes, Father.
Now what do I do?
Well, first see to it that Miss Manville is protected. Here, Margot. Take Kirk's gun, go up to her room and take care of her.
Where are you going?
I think it's time the Shadow had a talk with Mr. Gonzales.
He's lazy, Kirk. Trying to let Gonzales do the heavy work. I fix him.
Maybe the Shadow can help you, Gonzales.
Who said this? I'm alone. Gonzales, he began to hear things. Ghosts, maybe.
Not a ghost, Gonzales. The Shadow.
What? Again I hear it. That voice. Where are you?
Right here, at your elbow, Gonzales.
Oh, no. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
What's the matter, Gonzales? Why, you smashed a whole case of liquor.
What do you want? What do you do here?
I want the truth about Leda Key, Gonzales.
How did you know about this place? No one know about this place. No one but Joe Peroni.
Yet I find you here, Gonzales.
Only now I find it. After so many years, only now I find it.
I see. Yes, I also see why it's been so important for you to find the secret cove.
How can you know these things?
The Shadow knows, Gonzales. Come here.
What are you going to do, Shadow?
Lock you in this sub-cellar. Like that.
Out of this place.
You won't be alone for long, Gonzales. As soon as the storm lets up, the police will be coming from the mainland to keep you company.
Miss Manville. Oh,
There you are.
Yes, my dear, I'm so glad you came. I'm terrified.
Oh, you mustn't be, Miss Manville. Everything will be all right.
But I heard it again. I heard a machine gun.
There was a machine gun fired downstairs, Miss Manville.
Nothing's happened to Mr. Cranston.
No. A man named Kirk was killed.
What was he doing here? Poor man. I guess now we'll never know.
I think Mr. Cranston will be able to find out.
He will?
Yes. You see, before he died, Kirk said something about flagstones in a sub-cellar. Lamont sent me up here to keep you company while he followed up some lead of his own.
I see. It was thoughtful of him to give you a gun, wasn't it?
Not that I think we'll need it.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, my dear.
What do you mean?
I think we might very well need it.
You're worrying unnecessarily, Miss Manville.
In fact, we need it right now, so I'll take it, my dear.
Miss Manville!
It's too bad, you know. I never thought this would happen.
I don't understand.
I brought Cranston out here because I thought he'd be useful to me. But now he knows too much.
Too much? You can't be serious.
Dead serious. Now, this is most unpleasant, but I'm afraid it has to be done. Please turn around, my dear.
No, I won't.
I couldn't bear to see your face. Turn around. That's it. I'll count 3. 1.
You can't do this.
2.
You must be crazy.
3. Goodbye, my dear. Oh, this gun misfired.
More than the gun has misfired.
Shadows, thank heaven, you're...
I'll kill her if it's a...
You're wasting your time, Miss Manville. The gun is empty.
Empty?
Surely you didn't think Cranston fool enough to leave you alone with Miss Lane with a loaded gun?
Oh, I feel so peculiar. As though I've been dreaming. A horrible dream about murder and... Oh, this gun. Where did I get this gun? What was that? This horrible house. It's haunted. It's evil.
You're the evil in this house, Miss Manville.
You don't understand.
The stage lost a great actress when Marian Manville retired.
I retired for my health. But surely you don't believe...
I believe a great many things about you, Miss Manville. I believe you murdered Hilstead, your maid, when she discovered your precious secret. And a few minutes ago, you killed your friend Kirk to keep him from telling what he knew. Now that we understand each other, shall we drink to our friendship?
Drink?
I brought some champagne from the secret cellar. Here, open the bottle, Miss Manville.
No. No, I won't.
Open the bottle.
All right. All right.
Now, pour some into these glasses.
What? Why, this isn't champagne. It's filled with little white pellets.
No.
Yes, narcotics. That's what you were after, wasn't it, Miss Manville? You hired Kirk and Gonzalez to move what you thought was liquor. When you found it was a fortune in dope, you wanted to shake your gangsters and have the fortune all to yourself.
Kirk? Gonzalez? How would I know where to find such people?
You didn't have to find them, Miss Manville. You knew them well. After all, they'd been your husband's henchmen.
My husband?
Yes, your husband, Mrs. Peroni.
You devil! You know everything. But Gonzalez is still alive. He'll see that none of you leaves late our key.
I wouldn't count on Gonzalez, Mrs. Peroni. Right now, he's locked in a sub-cellar awaiting the police. Ah, that sounds like their boat now, Miss Manville. I'm sure they'll have room in the brig for you as well.
There's nothing more restful than the sun and surf, Margot.
All right, rib me all you like. But I won't be sorry to get away from Florida. That horrible old woman. Did you know right along that she was behind the whole thing?
No, not quite. I did suspect she was Joe Peroni's wife, though, almost from the start.
But how?
You remember when I stayed back in the library?
Mm-hmm.
One of the books was a scrapbook containing clippings of Peroni's marriage to stage star Marian Manville.
And to think I suspected poor Hilstead.
Yes, actually, Hilstead was the one Miss Manville was trying to frighten off. She didn't want her to find out what was going on. When she did find out, Miss Manville killed her.
Exactly what was going on?
Well, Miss Manville found what she thought was a couple of $1,000s worth of liquor in the cellar, left her by her bootlegging husband years ago. She hired Kirk and Gonzalez to cart it away and sell it for her.
Yes?
However, she later discovered that the bottles were filled with narcotics worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so she decided to double-cross the two gangsters, keep the money for herself.
That's why she hired you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the only consolation in the whole thing is that Peroni's ghost didn't really appear.
Oh, I wouldn't be too sure, darling.
What?
Well, after all, how else can you account for all the things that happened on Ladar Key in that one night, hmm?
The President of the United States has officially proclaimed this week as National Employ the Physically Handicapped Week. Physically handicapped Americans, both veterans and non-veterans, are doing good work week in and week out at steady jobs all over this country. But hundreds of thousands of the handicapped who could do good work and who want to work are without employment. To refuse them jobs makes them economic liabilities. It's a waste of manpower. To give them suitable jobs for which they've been properly prepared makes these handicapped Americans economic assets to themselves, their employers, their communities, and the nation. It increases American production. It increases American strength to make a stronger and better America for us all. So hire the handicapped. Give suitable jobs to all handicapped persons, including veterans who are now in training. Remember, it's their abilities that count, not their disabilities.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. All names and places are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Listen again next week, same time, same station, when the Shadow will again demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Remember, next week, same time, same station, we'll bring you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The part of Lamont Cranston was played by Brett Morrison, Margot by Grace Matthews. This program came to you from New York. Stay tuned now for Quick as a Flash.
this is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the mystery man who strikes terror in the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, the League of Terror. Ladies and gentlemen, The Shadow's exciting adventure starts in just a moment. But first, I'd like to ask you homeowners a question. Do you want to cut down winter colds, protect your family's health during this dangerous winter season? Then burn Blue Coal for clean, safe, healthful heat all winter long. Blue Coal is Pennsylvania's finest anthracite, and its harmless blue coloring is your guarantee of better heat at less cost. So when it comes to fuel, insist on Blue Coal. Order it by name. Your nearest Blue Coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
With the court's permission, I'll rephrase that question. Mr. Sullivan, do you know how these counterfeit $1 and $5 bills came to be in the cash register of your grocery store?
I got them from customers, I guess.
Michael Sullivan, you're a witness in a federal trial, under oath to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Do you know you can be sent to prison for perjury?
Yes, I know it well enough.
Before this trial began, you testified that the defendants in this case, Slater and Marino, entered your store, that they forced you to buy counterfeit $5 and $10 bills to be passed out and changed to your unsuspecting customers. Why have you changed your testimony? Why?
I was mistaken, that's all.
You're lying, Michael Sullivan, lie.
Order in the court.
Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is quite apparent that your witness has received a threat, either to himself or his family, if he testified against the defendants in this case. Since he will not repeat his sworn testimony against these defendants, I have no alternative but to dismiss the charges. Case dismissed.
Order in the court.
Your Honor, I demand that Michael Sullivan be held on a charge of perjury.
Michael Sullivan, much as this court may sympathize with your reasons and motives for shielding these criminals who prey upon an unsuspecting public in the wholesale commerce of worthless counterfeit money, I have no alternative but to sentence you to 1 year in prison.
1 year in prison. But, Your Honor, there's my wife and my daughter, Mary. I'm afraid of what the dirty rats would do to them if I told the truth.
I'm sorry, Michael Sullivan, but unless you testify...
I can't. I tell you, I can't.
Very well. The sentence of 1 year in prison must stand. Court's adjourned.
It ain't fair. It ain't right. I get a year in prison for trying to protect my family, and the real crooks go free. Look at them walking out of court free as the air to go on with their dirty business.
Yeah, it's a good thing for his daughter Mary that Sullivan took my warning. Come on, let's get out of here.
Okay, boss.
Lamont, of all the unfair, unjust sentences...
I know, Margot. It seems cruel, harsh, but our whole legal system is being undermined by violence and intimidation of witnesses.
Isn't there something you could do, Lamont, some way of helping Michael Sullivan?
Sullivan isn't the only one who is suffering from the operation of this counterfeit ring. Small businessmen, shopkeepers, poor people who can't afford to get bad money.
A counterfeit dollar bill probably means the difference between eating and not eating to a lot of those people over in Sullivan's district.
Exactly, Margot. This is operating among the poor people who can't defend themselves.
Lamont, are you going to another case as the shadow?
Well, later perhaps. Right now, Margot, Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane can help by doing a little shopping in Michael Sullivan's grocery store.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Giovanni.
Miss Sullivan.
How's little Maria?
Oh, she's sick. All the time she cries.
Oh, what's the matter?
I don't know. The doctor, he says she don't get enough to eat. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it can't be helped, Miss Sullivan. Oh, I'm mighty sorry they send your papa to jail because he won't talk none.
Father would have talked. He ain't afraid. Not for himself. He was afraid of what they do to Mother and me.
How is your mother?
She's not so well. She's been sick all along, and now with Father in prison. She can't understand it. I'm afraid for her. She's so sick.
None of us don't understand. We're all afraid.
Well, I'm not. I've got Father's gun here under the counter. And if any of that counterfeit gang comes around here again, I won't depend on the law to protect me.
Oh, no, Miss Sullivan. You can't fight them. They're too many.
Well, there'll be a couple less if they bother us again.
Hush, Maria. Oh, hush, Bambino.
Baby.
No. Miss Sullivan, you have so much trouble. I don't like to bother you, but...
What is it, Mrs. Giovanni?
The landlord, he say that $5 bill that Mr. Sullivan gave me, it's no good. He say I got to pay the rent and good money or get out. Look, he give it back to me.
Another counterfeit bill, huh? I'm sorry, Mrs. Giovanni. Give it to me. Here. Here's a good bill. At least I think it is. The counterfeit bills are so good you can hardly tell they're fakes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, mister.
Here we are, Margot.
I'll be with you in just a moment.
Well, thank you.
If you hear of anyone else who has any of these bad bills Father had to give out, let me know, Mrs. Giovanni. I'll make them good if it takes every cent we got.
Oh, bless you, miss. Well, goodbye. You be mighty careful, Miss Sullivan.
I will, Mrs. Giovanni. Good night. Good evening. What do you want?
I think a couple of cans of corn and string beans.
And a loaf of bread. Yes, and some butter.
You're strangers in this neighborhood?
Yes, and get some peaches.
Yes, 2 large cans of peaches.
Strangers don't come way over here in this section to buy groceries. Who are you and what do you really want?
Miss Sullivan, put away that gun. You're a courageous but a rather foolish young woman.
Well, maybe so.
But I got only myself to think of. I'm not like Dad, afraid because he had a family.
Please, Miss Sullivan, we're not members of the counterfeit ring that's been terrorizing your father.
How do I know that?
If we were members of that ring, Miss Sullivan, you would have been shot long before you could get that gun. It's very obvious.
Well, what do you want?
For appearance's sake, in case this store is being watched, you'd better give us the groceries we ordered.
All right. What was it now?
Corn, string beans, and peaches.
Here's the corn. Who are you? Newspaper reporters of the police?
Would you like to save your father from that year in prison?
Yes, anything. It's killing my mother.
Well, there's a man watching the store across the street in a doorway.
I expected as much.
Who are you? How can you save my
Get the
father?
groceries.
Yes, sir.
Now the other things. Keep moving. But listen to me.
Yes, sir.
You're a brave girl, Miss Sullivan, but your life won't be worth one of those counterfeit bills unless you use your head.
What do you mean?
Do you know enough about this counterfeit ring, how they operate, who they are, to make them fear you will talk?
I know how they operate, but Slater and Marina are the only ones who ever came here.
Slater and Marina will be out of the picture for the present. Don't stand there. Get me things, anything at all. Make a package.
My father never saw anyone else either. None of the big shots. I'll put this stuff in a paper bag.
There's 2 men in that doorway across the street now, Lamont.
Let me know if they start this way. Now, Miss Sullivan, I can't tell you who I am or exactly why I'm here, except that I was in court today. I want to help you. I can if you're willing to take a great risk to help your father.
I'll do anything for Dad. If I don't get him out, I'm afraid my mother'll die. If I only knew who's behind Slater and Marino, who's their boss.
You can find out. But you know what happens to those who know too much.
I'll take that risk. How can I find out who they are?
By pretending to know more than you do.
I don't understand.
Those men across the street will undoubtedly come in here in the minute we leave. They'll question you. Pretend you know how they operate.
Yes?
That you want to be paid to keep quiet. The chances are they'll take you to a higher up. Maybe not the ringleader, but someone who knows the real leader.
But Lamont, they'll kill her.
Not until they find out how much she knows and who else shares that knowledge.
Anyhow, I don't care.
It's only fair to warn you. You're taking a desperate chance.
What have I got to lose? They'll probably try to put me out of the way anyhow. The whole neighborhood knows how I feel about them. I said I'd kill them for what they'd done to my father if I ever found out who they were.
Those men are starting this way.
You've got to go, Miss Sullivan. Better think over what I've said before you act.
Oh, no, I'll do it. My mind's made up.
Come on, Margot.
Lamont, aren't you letting that poor girl take a terrible risk?
Margot, that girl was marked for death before we came here.
What are we going to do? Look, Lamont, those men, they're going in the store.
Margot, get a taxi and get out of this district. Be sure you're not followed. Go to my office and keep the shortwave radio tuned in on the band I always use.
All right, Lamont. But won't you tell me what you're going to do?
There's no time, Margot. I've got to see where they take her. From now on, the fate of Mary Sullivan is in the hands of the shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow will be back with you in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to tell you some interesting facts. In the Dominion of Canada, where there is a temperature range of almost 200 degrees, from warm summer days to frigid Arctic nights, the selection of fuel is a serious problem. And the tremendous popularity of blue coal in Canada under these varying conditions is positive proof that blue coal gives steadier, healthier, more dependable heat than you can get with any other fuel. You homeowners here in the United States should be just as critical in the selection of your fuel. And when you choose blue coal, you'll find you're getting better heat at less cost. For blue coal is a selected Pennsylvania anthracite, the fuel that burns longer, more economically, down to a fine powdery ash. What's more, anthracite is the fuel that furnaces, parlor stoves, and cooking ranges in this part of the country were especially designed to burn. And the finest anthracite in America is blue coal. It's mined by the famous Glen Alden Coal Company, and every carload is tested and retested for purity and uniform size before shipment. Blue coal is especially prepared for home use. It comes in all the popular domestic sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, and pea size. So solve your problem of home fuel selection by placing your order for blue coal tomorrow. Ask for it by name. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer the first thing in the morning. You'll find him listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
taking me?
Shut up. Get in, kid. Sit down and keep quiet.
Oh!
Come on. Get up, sister. Here, I'll take the blindfold off your eyes.
Why'd you bring me down to the waterfront?
I do as I'm told. You better learn the same thing.
Where are you taking me?
Maybe this is the end of the line for you, Mary Sullivan.
You wouldn't.
Wouldn't we, though?
But not without orders from the big boss.
What do you know about the big boss?
Plenty.
Then your number is up, all right, kid. Them that know plenty about the big boss don't live long.
You're still alive?
Yeah, sure. Because I don't even know who the big boss is, and I don't want to know. It ain't healthy.
Trigger.
Who's that?
It's me, Rankin. You got the Sullivan thing?
Yeah. Here she is.
So I see. She's a nice looker.
Listen, Rankin, she says she knows plenty about the big boss.
I'll say I do.
You're a liar, Mary Sullivan. But you do know too much about the rest of us.
You better get in touch with the big boss before you do anything to me.
We don't bother him with all the details of this counterfeit racket.
Well, you better bother him about this.
Hey, you know, Rankin, I think she knows something.
Shut up, Trigger. I'll do the thinking around here. But maybe she does at that.
I know plenty. And I'm not the only one.
Say, what happened to that fellow and dame that was in the Sullivan grocery just before we snatched her?
The guy got clean away somehow.
Yeah, what about the dame?
Yeah, she took a cab. Smitty trailed her, but she gave him the slip. Switched cabs in traffic somewhere.
Maybe you better take this kid to the big boss.
Not till I find out how much she knows. Come on, Trick, make her talk. You know how.
All right, kid. Do you spill what you know, or do we have to get it out of you the hard way?
Let go of my arm. I won't talk to anybody but the big boss. And he'll pay me plenty to keep quiet. You can't scare me like you did my father.
She wants dough to keep quiet.
Shut up, Trigger. Twist her arm. Give her a sample of what's coming to her if she don't talk and talk fast.
All right, kid. You asked for it.
No, I won't.
Hey, you dope. She's fainted.
I guess I twisted her arm too hard. Hey, Rankin, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it. What was it?
It's a trap. The cops must have followed us here.
Come on, let's take it on a lamp. No. Wait, we can't leave that dame here.
You take the Sullivan kid. I'll shoot out the light.
Don't draw your gun, Trigger. Don't move, Rankin.
He knows who we are.
Trig, there's something screwy about this. That voice, it's right here, but there ain't nobody with it.
You're mistaken, Rankin. There is someone here.
What kind of gag is this, Rankin? I don't see nothing, but Jerry, I'm getting out of here.
Wait, Trigger. Trigger. Do you remember Lefty Sims?
Sure. The best singer man in the East, but...
He tried to shoot it out with a voice. The police got him. But when he went to the chair, there was only one name on his lips. Remember?
The Shadow, Rankin. That's what it is. It ain't the police or the feds. It's the guy nobody's ever seen. The Shadow. They say he throws a sort of spell over a guy's mind so you can't see him.
Shut up, you crazy.
Yeah.
It's just somebody throwing his voice. I've seen him do it in vaudeville. Come on, you pop that light and let's break for it.
Wait. I'm not going to stop you. But before you go, take this message to your leader.
You better listen to him, Rankin. You can't outsmart that guy. Nobody ever has, not for long.
Tell the man who controls this counterfeit ring that preys on the poor and helpless. Tell him that if anything should happen to Mary Sullivan, he will answer to the Shadow.
Drake, he's right in front of us somewhere. Take a couple of pot shots. Maybe you can get him.
No, not me. Can't you see the Shadow set to shake down the big boss?
If you won't shoot, I will. I'll get him even if I can't see him.
A gun won't help you, Rankin.
Oh, no? We'll see about that. Yes, you got him. Talk about luck.
Yeah. Well, let's get going while our luck's still good. I don't know if I killed him or not, but I must have winged him. Come on, grab that Sullivan dame and let's get back to the big boss and tell him what's happened.
Here, how? Where are we going?
I got a speedboat waiting under the wharf. Come on, we're heading down the bay. Hey, look. What do you think the big boss will say about bringing the Sullivan dame to his hideout? Yeah, I hate to think about it. You're about to steer the boat. You watch that Sullivan dame. She ought to be coming too by now.
Yeah, she's coming out of it. Hey, how much farther we got to go?
Yeah, we're practically there. You see that yacht laying at anchor out there? Holy cow. You mean that's the big boss hideout?
Yeah, Trig. You're finding out something you're liable to wish you never heard about, much less seen.
Yeah? You mean that's the plant, huh? That's where all the phony dough's been coming from.
You catch on quick, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the layout the feds and cops have been looking for months. Flashy, ain't she? All right, here we are. Get that Sullivan dame on her feet.
Yeah, okay. But how about me staying in the speedboat?
Nothing doing. You're coming aboard and tell the big boss what you know about this shadow.
Nobody knows much about it.
You better spill what you do know and spill it fast, Trig. The big boss is the head of this racket because he can think faster than you can shoot. He gets the idea you learn the shakedown, you're as good as dead.
I ain't pulling no double cross. I swear I ain't like
Shut
that.
up and bring that dame aboard. Boss knows how to handle her kind. Watch your step or you'll get what's coming to her.
Okay. Come on, sister, come on. Before the night's over, I got a hunch you and me are going to wish we'd never seen this ritzy tub.
Margot Lane. Listen carefully. Act quickly. The life of the Sullivan girl depends upon it. Telephone Police Commissioner Weston. Have him notify the harbor patrol boats that they will find the leader of the counterfeit ring on board the large yacht anchored off Diamond Point. Hurry.
Okay, there you are, Rankin.
Listen, boss.
No, you listen to me. I've warned you never to come to this yacht without orders.
But, boss, I had...
What's the idea of bringing Trigger and that Sullivan girl here? You know what happens to those who break the rules of my organization?
I couldn't help it, boss. This is important. She ain't seen anything. I locked her in one of the cabins.
I decide what's important. Why didn't you report first?
There wasn't time. I was going to report, but then this shadow started talking to us in the warehouse.
The shadow?
Yeah. You tell him, Trigger.
Never mind. I've heard all about the shadow. So he's on the trail, eh?
Yeah, it's a shakedown, boss.
Shut up and listen to me. If the shadow's behind this, it's no shakedown.
What is his racket?
Putting organizations like mine out of business. Putting fools like you and Trigger in the electric chair.
Yeah? Well, he won't, because I got him back in the warehouse.
You what?
Yeah, boss.
I took a couple of wild shots at where the shadow's voice was coming from, and we heard him fall. How do you know that fall wasn't a trick? How do you know he didn't follow you here?
No boat trails.
No, I suppose it didn't occur to you that he might have been hiding in the speedboat with you. Where's that Sullivan girl? Bring her in here. I'll get her, boss. She's locked in the next cabin. Rankin, you're a fool. You let Trigger and the Sullivan girl in on something they're not likely to forget. And you know what to do. Take care of them.
You mean fix them so they won't talk? Permanent?
Do you know of any other way?
But listen, boss, the Shadow said if anything happened to Mary Sullivan, you'd answer to him.
You leave the Shadow to me.
The Shadow? He ain't dead. I didn't kill him.
That is a reasonable assumption, Rankin.
Boss, he's here in this cabin.
I see my presence is accepted without question. Even though you can't see me.
Rankin, shoot, you fool, shoot.
Yes. Try again, Rankin.
All right, Shadow. Maybe I won't miss this time.
Hey, Rankin, what's up?
Rankin. Try again.
The door. He's getting out. First Trigger. Shoot, Rankin, shoot. Get out of the way, Trigger.
Rankin, you rat. You double-crossed rat. Fill me full of lead, will you? Rub me out because I think too much, will you?
Talk, Trigger. Put down that gun. I wasn't shooting at you. It was the Shadow. He was here just a minute ago.
I don't care about the Shadow. All I know is I got a load of lead in me. Your lead, and I'm going to...
Don't shoot.
Too bad, Rankin. Too bad. Couldn't have polished me off like I did him. Quick and easy.
Trigger.
Shadow.
Trigger. That man there, the big boss, ordered Rankin to kill you. Trigger, he is your real enemy.
Yeah. I had a notion he might try it. Don't raise that gun, Trigger.
I know that one. If I do, you'll kill me. You can't kill a guy with as much lead in him as I'm carrying. You can't kill a guy that's already dead.
Perhaps not, but I can't avoid the risk that you have strength enough left to raise that gun.
You're a better shot than Rankin. Big shot. Better shot, big shot.
Not bad. Not a bad gag.
And now, we are alone.
Yes. Quite alone. And now, I'm going to deal with you, Shadow.
Your hand is shaking. Is that the way for a mastermind to act?
You devil. If I could only see you. But you won't get away.
And neither will you. I've notified the police. Their boats are coming. Listen.
So that's it, eh?
Yes. That's it. They're coming to get the leader of a counterfeit ring. But they will find a murderer. A cold-blooded killer. Locked in this cabin with his victim.
That's what you think, but you're mistaken.
Why are you putting down your gun? Are you giving up so easily?
Listen, Shadow, I've heard a lot about you. You're clever. Well, I'm clever, too. Clever enough to know when the game is up. I've anticipated just such an eventuality. I suppose you can see this little switch on my desk? My hand's resting on it.
Yes. Yes, I see it.
You know what will happen if I close this switch? And I will if the police set foot on this yacht.
I think I can guess.
Well, I'll tell you. This switch will set off a charge of high explosive down in the hold that will blow you and me and the police to kingdom come.
I see.
If you touch me, try to stop me, I'll throw the switch.
What do you expect me to do?
You call the police and you can send them away.
What makes you think I will?
If you don't get rid of them, I'll throw this switch. What have I got to lose? Well, there they are. What about it? Think fast. Will you send them away? So you think I'm bluffing, eh, Shadow?
No, you're not bluffing. I have no doubt there is high explosive in the hold of this ship. But I wonder if you have nerve enough to throw that switch. I wonder.
Good cry, Shadow. You had your chance and you wouldn't take it. Now I'll show you. I'll throw the switch. It didn't work. It didn't explode.
No, it didn't explode. The switch doesn't work because I've cut the wires. See where they run along the wall.
You devil. I'll get you. They may get me now, but I'll get you. You'll never take me alive.
Get him out of here. Go on, get him out.
I guess it's the man we're after, Commissioner. All right, you, come on, get going.
Yes, Commissioner Weston, that is your man. That is the leader of the counterfeit ring you've hunted so long.
You win, Shadow.
The Shadow. I might have known. I had a hunch it was you again when the mysterious call came through.
Commissioner Weston, there's a girl in the next cabin. She says she isn't a member of the gang.
She is Mary Sullivan, daughter of Michael Sullivan, convicted of perjury in the counterfeit trial.
Sullivan's daughter?
Yes. She risked her life to find these men. Reward her by getting her father out of prison.
He'll be freed in the morning. You have my word on that. It looks like you're due a reward for this night's work, Shadow.
My reward, like yours, Commissioner, is in protecting the defenseless from those who have not learned that crime does not pay.
The story you have just heard is one of the many copyrighted stories that appear in the Shadow magazine. The characters in this story are entirely fictitious, and its similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will present another thrilling adventure of The Shadow. Be sure to listen and be sure to burn blue coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
And now stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
Signal.
Signal
gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, Night Flight.
It was early evening, but the man sitting in the corner booth with Kelly Owen had entered the hotel cocktail lounge in the early afternoon, and he was beginning to show it. He'd taken a liking to Kelly when he found out that he, too, was a flyer. As for Kelly, he wasn't in a mood for liking anyone. But his present situation of unemployment made him more than mildly interested in what the stranger had to say. You even find yourself willing to gamble a bit, don't you, Kelly? Spend part of the few dollars in your pocket on more drinks in the hope that you'll pick up some profitable information.
Yeah, Tokyo. If I ever made that hop. Pal, I've flown freight back and forth across the Pacific so many times I think I could swim a load over on my back.
Here you are, gentlemen. One straight bourbon and one scotch and soda.
That's swell, that's it.
It's $1.13.
I'll get this one, Sam.
Ooh, thank you, sir.
Hey, wait a minute. What'd you do that for? I told you old Sam to hit the jackpot.
All right, skip it. Ollie, you didn't finish telling me, Sam, something about a private deal?
I can't tell you everything, pal. It's too important.
Yeah?
Hush, understand? Important passenger. Big.
Oh, that's it, huh? Well, a big fare is nice, Sam, but not like what you were talking about. Not enough to retire on.
I think not, huh? Don't you think 25 G's go pretty far, don't you?
25,000?
Yeah.
Oh. Sam, who do you know that's taking a private trip around the world?
I don't know. And they don't know me. That's why you ain't gonna know me there. Nobody is. See?
All right, Sam.
Yes, talking too much. Ooh. I don't feel so good. Had a lot to drink.
Yeah, you sure have.
Hey, look, I gotta go upstairs, see, to my room, pal. Gotta sleep it off. I can't fly no plane like this.
Where you are, you can fly without a plane.
Yeah.
You want, Sam? Help you upstairs.
Sure, yeah. Thanks. Oh, hey, you tell the desk clerk for me, will you, huh? I'll go.
Tell him what?
Yeah, you call me about 10 o'clock. They're picking me up here in a car.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll tell him. Come on upstairs.
Yeah, that's it.
You don't look so good.
Pal.
It sounded interesting, didn't it, Kelly? $25,000, Sam said. And something about it being his payment for flying an important passenger somewhere. but all too vague to be of any use to a man in your position. By the time you help Sam upstairs to his room, lay him on the bed, he's fallen into a deep sleep. And instead of $25,000, you're thinking of the $1.30 you spent, aren't you? $1.30 that might have gone towards a better hotel room for the night. And then you think of something else. Yes. You're helping yourself to the contents of Sam's wallet as the phone near the bed rings. Sam stirs restlessly, and you lift the receiver quickly to prevent waking him.
Mr. Ledford? Hello? Mr. Ledford, there's someone here to see you. Mr. Ledford?
Someone here to see you. The words flash across your mind, don't they, Kelly? And you recall something that Sam said downstairs in the bar. I don't know him, he said. They don't know me. But it wasn't until 10 o'clock that the somebody was to meet Sam in the lobby. Was it, Kelly?
Mr. Ledford? Mr. Ledford? Why don't you answer?
Hello?
Oh, Mr. Ledford, there's someone waiting for you in the lobby. Should I tell the lady to come up?
No. Tell the lady that Sam Ledford will be right down.
Yes, sir.
It's a chance, isn't it, Kelly? A chance you've decided to take. And with Sam Ledford's wallet, identification, and pilot's license in your coat pocket, you let yourself out of his room and go downstairs. There's a girl in the lobby, a dark-haired, very attractive girl. She's alone, waiting impatiently.
Miss Martin?
Yes?
You wanted Sam Ledford?
And supposing I did?
Well, you don't have to look any further.
Oh, well, I didn't realize.
That's okay.
I suppose you're ready, Sam.
Oh, I didn't expect anybody until 10 o'clock.
Well, that's right. Well, quite frankly, when I talked to you on the telephone, you sounded like you just might be in the mood for too much celebrating, but...
Oh, that's all?
Yes. That's why I came earlier, Sam. I know $10,000 is something to celebrate, but...
You're off a little there, aren't you, Miss Martin? I understood I got $25,000 for this job.
All right, Sam, so we won't bargain anymore. Not at this late date.
Okay.
You won't mind leaving now, though.
Anything you say, Miss Martin. Now, later, you're running it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad we understand each other. All right, Sam, there's a cab outside. Wait for me. I've got one quick call to make.
Wait in the cab. Okay, Miss Martin. You won't be long, will you?
No, Sam, I won't be long.
You've a nervous, uncertain feeling inside, haven't you, Kelly? Miss Martin seems to have accepted you as Sam Ledford. But walking out to the taxicab parked in front of the hotel, you wonder about her reference to a quick call. Wonder if perhaps the call is in some sort of a checkup with whoever made the original arrangements with the real Sam Ledford. But there's nothing to do but sweat it out, is there, Kelly? Play it close and careful for the biggest payoff you've ever gambled on. 10 minutes later, Miss Martin comes out. Slips into the cab beside you.
Everything all right?
Yes, Sam, everything's fine. Know where we're heading now?
Like I said, you're running this.
Sam, I think we're going to get along perfectly. Driver, the airport, please. You understand everything now, Sam?
I think so.
Be sure you rent at least a 3-place ship and make certain of the fuel.
You haven't told me yet exactly how far we're...
Never mind. I'll tell you that part after we're in the air.
Check. You're not coming with me?
I'll wait here till you get the plane. Tell them you want it for a sightseeing hop over the city. Tell them I'm the girlfriend.
The girlfriend, huh? Okay.
It's going almost too well, isn't it, Kelly? Thela Martin is a warm, exciting girl, and the thought of $25,000 isn't exactly chilling. But you are nervous over what's just ahead, aren't you? The renting of the plane in Sam Ledford's name. It has to be done that way. just in case Thela should check at the last minute. You cross toward one of the rental hangars, hoping whoever's in charge doesn't know you or Sam Ledford. But nothing goes wrong. And 20 minutes later, you escort Thela from the cab to the warm-up apron, where a mechanic is readying a trim Fairchild job. You help Thela into the front seat and step back as the mechanic finishes the warm-up.
Nice clear night for sightseeing, Hop, miss. Hope you enjoy it.
Thanks, I'm sure I will.
You're in good hands, all right. Understand Sam Ledford's taking you up.
Yes, that's
You
right.
freeze at the mechanic's words, leap back toward the tail of the ship, trying to avoid him. Thela can't see either of you, can she, Kelly? But the mechanic is waiting between you and the door to the ship. Then, in absolute desperation...
Hey!
Yeah?
Isn't there something wrong with this tail assembly?
Wrong? I don't think so, Mr. Ledford. We just... Hey, what is this? You're not Mr.
Sorry, pal, but I got a date with $25,000. And nobody's getting in my way.
I'm sure, friends, you're glad that although this is the season when so many popular shows go off the air for the summer, there'll be no vacation for the Whistler program. Thanks to your loyalty to the Whistler, which has made this the most popular West Coast program in radio history, plus your loyalty to Signal dealers, which made this last year the greatest year in Signal history. Signal Oil Company is keeping the Whistler on the air all summer without interruption. So each Sunday evening throughout the summer, when you turn to this spot on your radio dial, you can depend on finding your favorite mystery. Just as each time you turn into a Signal station, you can depend on finding a friendly, independent dealer to serve you with fine quality Signal products, including the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far the gasoline.
You've managed every step, haven't you, Kelly? Every one since the telephone rang in the sleeping Sam Ledford's room. The moment when you decided to take his place with the unknown air passenger who would pay $25,000 for a single mysterious flight in a rented plane. The last step was a dangerous one, wasn't it? Knocking out the mechanic at the airport, a man who realized that you weren't Sam Ledford. But it's going to be all right, isn't it, Kelly? And as you level out high above the twinkling lights of the city, you glance over at Thela in the seat beside you.
Well, Thela, you said once we were in the air.
Yes, I know. All right, Sam, we fly almost due south to a spot near Rosarito Beach.
Across the border?
Yes. There's a landing strip there. We'll sit down, wait.
It's been a lot of waiting.
You're getting a lot of money.
So I am. All right, Thela, settle back. Grab a few winks if you like. I'll wake you up at Rosarito Beach. Thela? I think they're here. Car just pulled off the highway.
All right. Get back to the plane. If it's them, they'll flash the headlights off and on. I'm to answer with a flashlight.
Check. Thela?
Yes?
You're sure you don't want to tell me who this guy is?
Use your head, Sam, if you want to keep it. We're across the border, aren't we? We're flying him back to the States in the dead of the night. Doesn't that say enough?
$25,000 says enough. And by the way, we're not taking him back to that airport,
Of course not. We've got a spot all picked out on the desert. There's a car waiting, everything.
Yeah, everything. Even you.
Skip it, will you? And remember, not a word to him during the flight. Just keep your mind on your flying.
Oh, sure. Oh, there go the car lights over there.
Yes. Go on, Sam. Back to the plane. I'll answer them.
Okay. End of the line.
Wait here, Mr. Ledford.
Wait. What for?
I'm flying back with you. We'll return the plane.
Yeah, but I got him into the States now. What about my money?
You'll get your money, Mr. Ledford. Just do as you're told.
But...
I said do as you're told. What about this guy, Thela?
Look, Nick, this plane has to go back and be set down from where it took off, and 2 sightseers have to get out of it. You don't want to leave any trace.
Sure. All right, flyboy. You wait for the lady, huh?
Look, I'd like to go into town for a little while.
Why?
I didn't mention it, but I was having a little trouble. A fuel line, I'd feel safer if I could ride in and buy some stuff for it.
What do you think, Thela?
Is it necessary, Mr. Ledford?
Very necessary, Mrs. Martin. The plane won't be safe otherwise.
Well, Nick, I'll be flying back with him.
All right. So he goes into town. Come on.
You had to think fast, didn't you, Kelly? You know you can't take the plane back to the airport where you picked it up, posing as Sam Ledford. The mechanic you knocked out will have revived, reported the theft. And yet they've told you that you won't get your money until the plane is returned. You need time, don't you, Kelly? Time to think it out, decide what to do. And as you sit beside Thela and the big guy in a chauffeur-driven limousine that met you when you landed, a plan begins to take shape in your mind. In town, you go through the motions of buying what you need to repair the broken fuel line, and then wait as the big guy gets into the limousine and is driven off toward the highway.
You get everything you needed, Sam?
Oh, yeah, all set.
Well, then we might as well get back to the plane.
Oh, what's the hurry? We can take a cab back anytime we want.
Yes, only I thought you'd be sort of anxious to take off.
Oh, an hour or so won't make much difference. Yeah, I was going to suggest we have dinner.
Well, there's a spot down the street a few blocks. The Palm Inn.
Yeah, well, what are we waiting for?
Sam.
Yep.
I've been wondering.
If I was going to buy another brandy? Sure.
No, I was wondering about that $25,000. What are you going to do with it?
Oh, I don't know.
Got a girl?
Nope. Why?
Oh, I don't know. Don't you ever think of the cottage small, white picket fence, roses around the door?
Quit kidding, Thela. Anyway, I'm not in the market for real estate. Yeah, so, you're the big guy's girlfriend, huh?
That's right, meaning?
Nothing.
All right, so he buys me everything I need.
Oh. Have fun while you're young, I say.
You know something? I like you. I like you a lot, Eddie.
Eddie? You're a little mixed up, aren't you?
Eddie, Frank, Harry, Sam. What's the difference?
What are you driving at, sweetheart?
What is your name, really?
Sam Ledford.
You see, I closed this deal with Sam Ledford in person long before you showed up.
Okay. So where does that put us?
It's up to you.
You went along with the deal even though you knew I wasn't Ledford.
I was in the market for a new pilot. Sam was too talkative. Besides, I like you. I like your nerves. Something for a girl to fall back on. Well, you're pretty okay in my book.
Kelly.
First to last.
Kelly Owen.
Kelly Owen. I like that, too.
Yeah, so let's get down to business, and let's start with my $25,000. So I'm not Ledford, but I pull the job. I'm entitled to dough.
Of course you are. And more.
Oh?
How would you like to split $100,000, darling?
$100,000.
Sound interesting?
Very, very. Tell me more.
Let's get back to the plane. You have work to do.
Work?
The fuel line, remember?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Kelly.
Yeah.
Was that fuel line really giving trouble?
What do you think? right, sweetheart. Suppose you fill me in.
The big guy was willing to spend $25,000 so long as he got back into the state.
This I know.
So I said to myself, why shouldn't little Thela pick up that dough after the job was done?
Double cross. So you knock off the pilot, keep the dough yourself.
Why not?
Go on.
Well, when I saw you, another idea occurred to me. A way we could both get more than the $25,000, and I'll need your help.
My help, huh?
Definitely. I knew that as soon as you walked up to me in that hotel lobby.
What's the deal?
Nasty word. Blackmail.
Oh, real nasty? But keep talking.
The big guy's in the States now, and he plans to stay. Only how much do you think it would be worth to him to keep the information from the police?
You tell me.
Another $75,000 for a starter.
So, how do we set this up?
First, a little trip to South America for you.
I always wanted to go there, too.
I'll go on to join the big guy in New Orleans. He's rented a house there, 21 Rue Saint Germain.
And
in about a month, he gets a letter from South America.
Well, the blackmail pitch, he pays off or else. I like blackmail by long distance. Much healthier.
Well, Kelly, is it a deal?
Yep. One more thing. How do I get to South America?
Oh, that.
Yeah, that. My $25,000.
I have it. You'll need, let's say, $5,000 to get settled. You'll want a few thousand to spend, so I'll give you half now. $12,500.
What about the other half?
I'll hold on to it for the time being, just to be sure you don't double-cross me in South America. After you've clipped the big guy, we'll meet down there, and... Well, you think you could stand to have me around, partner?
Oh, give me time, sweetheart. I just might go to love you.
Flying north along the coast, your mind is spinning, isn't it, Kelly? There's $25,000 in Thela's suitcase. And there will be another $75,000 once you reach South America and send the blackmail letter to the big guy. $100,000 in all, Kelly. That is, if Thela doesn't double-cross you. After all, she was willing to double-cross Sam, wasn't she? Yes. And you decide quietly not to take a chance on her, to follow through alone now. Not share the money with anyone. Not even Thela.
Darling, do me a favor.
Sure.
Do you have to fly over the water? It makes me nervous.
No, what's the diff? Fly underwater. If you fall hard.
Oh, please.
Relax, Thela. Say, how do we address the big guy in New Orleans again?
Nick Hughes, 21 Rue Saint Germain. You won't forget it, will you, darling?
No, I won't. Nick Hughes, 21 Rue Saint Germain. No, I won't. Forget it.
Your fist lashes out, catches Thela on the point of the chin, and she slumps down in the seat. You reach over, open the door beside her.
So long, sweetheart!
It's over quickly, and you're alone in the plane with a full $25,000. You swing the nose around, head inland, and soon ease into a landing in an empty pasture not far from the highway. A truck driver gives you a lift into Los Angeles, where you spend the rest of the night in a quiet hotel. The following morning, you're downtown. First stop, a fashionable men's store.
May I help you, sir?
Yeah, shoot the works.
I beg your pardon.
I tried out the best you got. Suits, sport outfits. I'm in the market for a complete wardrobe.
Oh, yes, sir. This way.
I'll need some luggage, too. That, light airplane stuff.
Of course. You're planning a trip?
Yeah, South America. By the way, where's the nearest airline office?
Down the street, 3 blocks. However, if we may be of assistance, that is to say, if you should care to use our telephone...
No, thanks. I'll walk down after I finish here.
Oh, Mr. Knowles, this way, please. Best man in the store. He'll take care of you.
Thanks.
I hope you have a pleasant trip and a most enjoyable stay in South America, sir.
Thanks again. I'm sure I'll have a great time. Yeah, a great time.
A friend of mine was telling me last night that when he's eating out, he always chooses a restaurant that's crowded, They must have something, he says, to be so popular. Well, by the same token, Signal gasoline must have something when you consider that last month drivers bought more gallons of Signal gasoline than during any other month in Signal history. What is that something which accounts for such increasing popularity? Some users tell us it's good mileage, which has made Signal known throughout the West as the Go Farther gasoline. Others say it's the life and pep and smooth, easy response they get with the gasoline that's engineered to help your motor run more efficiently. But frankly, friends, just as sure as my name's Marvin Miller, you're never going to know all the good reasons why so many drivers are switching to Signal until you try a few tankfuls in your own car. Do it this week and see if you don't agree with me. You get a full measure of all the things that make driving more pleasure when you fill up with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
The future looks bright, doesn't it, Kelly? Very. And you're looking forward to your trip to South America. You're carrying close to $25,000 with you now, and this to be more. A great deal more. Once you reach Rio and set up your plan to blackmail the big guy who has entered the United States illegally. The following morning, the airline limousine picks you up at the hotel, takes you out to the airport, and then as you're checking your luggage...
Mr. Owen? Kelly Owen?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Lieutenant Dawson, L.A. Homicide.
Homicide?
Yeah. You bought a new wardrobe downtown yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Discarded the old suit you were wearing, left it at the shop?
Sure. I told the clerk to give it to his favorite charity. So what?
Well, you dropped something out of your wallet as you were transferring it to your new clothes. The clerk tried to catch you, but couldn't. Then when he noticed a name he'd seen in the papers, he called us.
Hey, look, I don't follow this.
Here's what the clerk found. Identification cards, including a pilot's license made out to Sam Ledford.
Ledford?
Yeah. Better turn in your plane ticket, Mr. Owen. You ain't going anywhere.
Oh, wait a minute. What's this all about?
That's what we want to know. You see, Sam Ledford was found in a hotel room late last night. Dead. He'd been murdered.
Murdered? Sheila. Sheila must have got him when she went back to make that call.
You were carrying Sam Ledford's pilot's license around. I'm afraid that's one you'll never be able to explain, Mr. Owen.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember, regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Lamont Johnson, Betty Lou Gerson, Bill Boucher, Byron Kane, and Jack Moyles. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at the same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal, Signal gasoline.
Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The lucky householders, whose homes are heated with hard coal, are enjoying steady, uninterrupted, healthful warmth in every room. Even when winter winds blow and the temperature dives to zero, there's no need to cut down heat or close off rooms in homes heated with dependable hard coal. Yes, sir, when you have a supply of hard coal in your basement, you're the boss of heating your house. You are absolutely independent of any outside service. Be glad you heat with anthracite, the home heating fuel that never fails. Remember, blue coal is the finest anthracite money can buy. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, 1 dead and 2 to go. It is midnight. In the dark offices of the Midland Securities Company, 2 men work feverishly behind the guarded beam of a flashlight.
Hurry it up, Lou. According to Rocco, the watchman hits this spot every half hour.
I'm hurrying, Petey. It ain't that easy. There it comes.
Good.
Like opening a kid's piggy bank.
When Rocco came to the job, there's nothing left to see. See, the cabbage should be in the upper right-hand drawer. The piles of...
He ain't green or restful color. Must be $100,000 there.
Yeah, more than that, unless they got crooks working in this joint. Stick it in the bag.
Okay.
Now, let's get out of here.
Shh. The watchman.
Take the bag. I'll cover you. Get the car ready to go.
Okay.
What's going on in there? This way, out the back. Get that car started. I'll try to stop him.
Come on, Petey. Get in.
I'm coming. Just one
I'm
more.
going.
Hey, wait for me. Wait for me.
No more, Buell.
Hey, the dirty rat, he ran out on me.
Drop the gun. Drop it.
Okay, Copper. Except Pace.
I tell you, I lost my head, Rocco. I heard the cops coming, so I ran.
You ran. Well, how about Peter? You know the cops got him, don't you? What do you think he's doing? He's probably singing louder than an amateur hour soprano.
Well, he would have got both of us, I tell you. The watchman was right on top of it.
So you pouted. There was 2 of you to his 1. What do you think you had a rod for? Now we... Who's that?
Hi, Rocco. Petey's wife with me.
Just a second. Rolo, yeah, that dog back to you. Don't go far.
Okay, Rocco. Oh, Rocco. I don't believe you know this lady. Peterson, this is Rocco. Silas' wife, Rocco.
How do you do?
You mean a punk kid like Petey rates a dream like you? Well, now...
Rocco.
Oh, yeah. Come in, Miss Peters.
Thanks.
You told her what we want, Joyce?
Generally, Rocco. I suppose you tell her the whole story.
Well, we want you to make sure Pete clams up. Don't talk, see? He gets the same rap whether he talks or not. But if he don't, he gets his share of 100 G's. See?
Well, I don't...
Pretty good sense, Miss Peterson. Petey pleads guilty. We'll have him out in a couple of years. There'll be an escape waiting. Turn state's evidence. There'll be nothing for anybody when he gets out.
All right. I'll do anything you say.
Good. Now, here's the story. He pleads guilty, refuses to tell the cops anything. Takes his rap and then leaves it up to Joyce here to get him sprung later. Okay?
All right. I'll do it.
Fine. Now, would you mind waiting outside for a moment? I have some business.
Oh, of course.
Goodbye, baby. Be seeing you.
Goodbye.
Oh, what a dish. Imagine that being wasted on a punk kid like Petey.
Rocco.
Yeah?
Of course, you know, if Petey pleads guilty, they'll throw the book at him. You get 20 years at least. There'll be no chance at all of getting him out later. None.
So what? Then there'd be one cut less on the dough. And I don't mind taking care of Lila. That's the least I can do for a pal.
Order in the court. Mr. Joyce, is your client ready for plea?
Pendant is ready, Your Honor.
I'm not at all, Margot.
Why, Lamont? Any customers for a prisoner to plea?
Yes, from the looks of things, this boy's going to plead guilty.
But he is guilty, Lamont. The watchman caught him at the scene of the robbery with a gun in his hand.
Yes, but I hope he'd cooperate. He could help us smash the gang behind all these robberies.
At least they got him.
He's small fry. What I want is the brains behind all this. Look, Margot, the prisoner at the bar.
How do you plead to the charges against you?
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
You mean this boy is willing to plead guilty without making any attempt at restitution?
I plead guilty as charged.
Well, I remand you to the custody of the marshal. We'll return to this court next Monday.
Come on, Margot.
Where are you going?
I want to talk to that lawyer. Come along. Just a moment.
Yes?
You're Mr. Joyce?
Yes?
My name is Lamont Cranston. I'm interested in your client.
What can I do for you, Mr. Cranston?
I think a plea of guilty might be a mistake, Mr. Joyce.
Are you questioning my handling of my client's affairs, Cranston?
Mr. Joyce.
If you pardon me, Mr. Cranston.
Well, Lamont, we didn't get very far with you.
No, we didn't. Something funny about this whole case, Margot. You had better have a talk with the prisoner himself. Maybe I can persuade him he's being played for a sucker. Okay, God, thanks a lot. Hello, Petey.
What do you want?
My name is Cranston, Petey. I'm here to help you.
Yeah? Break out the ripsaw, then. That's the only help I want from you.
That was a foolish thing you did, pleading guilty.
I don't think so.
Could mean 20 years to life.
It won't. I got friends.
Heard sometimes that friendship ends at the prison gate. Suppose your friends forget you.
I'm the type that's hard to forget. Besides, I might get awful annoyed. But don't worry about that. I'll be taken care of.
You cooperated with the police, helped get the money back?
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Well, no soap. I ain't talking.
Maybe you ought to tell me who the boss of the gang is. Just in case.
Now, look, mister. Get this straight. If they double-cross me, all you have to do is read the obituary columns to find out who they were. Eddie says to me, Joe.
Yeah, so what?
Like I told you. Eddie's the day I go out.
Let's cut you down the minute you get out of the exercise line, Peterson.
See that car driving along the road over there? It's my getaway. When it reaches that pole, I wait for it.
You ain't got a chance.
I ain't got a chance if I don't. I'm being double-crossed now. My own pals. But they won't get away with it.
What do I do?
I'll reach that pole, sock somebody. Start a fight. Okay.
Say when?
In a minute now. Let's get in there. Now.
Who you shot him?
You big move.
Stop her fire!
My head. Come on with that car. I'm hit. Get moving. Get out of here fast. They're coming.
Despite a severe head wound, Peterson, the convict who escaped from state penitentiary this afternoon, is believed headed for the city, where, according to a fellow inmate, he intends reprisals against members of his gang who double-crossed him. Police say...
Reprisals, huh? He's after me. He's after me, that's who he's after. He's out to get his old pal Louis. He thinks I drove away and left him there on purpose. Hey, maybe Petey's right outside now waiting for me. I didn't double-cross him. I was afraid of the cops. The cops? Yeah, they'd protect me. Wait a minute now. What was the name of that guy the mouthpiece said wanted to make a deal? Winston? Cranston, that's it. Lamont Cranston. Where's that telephone book? I'm gonna sing my way out of this mess.
This is it, Margot. 237 Grand Avenue.
Mark, don't you think we should have let Commissioner Weston handle this? It may be a trap.
I don't think so, darling. The man sounded genuinely frightened.
He wouldn't even tell you who he was.
He told me enough. The name is Louis, and he drove the car the night of the robbery. I think Speedy's out to kill him for leaving him there.
I don't like the looks of the place, Lamont. It looks deserted.
Let's go in and find out. Oh, what's so sketchy now, Luke?
I don't see any light.
Oh, not.
Oh!
This was unlocked.
There's no light in here either, Lamont.
Hello? Anyone home?
Lamont, can't we have some light?
Must be a switch here someplace.
Lamont, I think I heard something. Listen.
There is someone in here.
He's coming closer.
Where's those lights?
Look out, Lamont! Look out!
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute. Friends, is your home heated with a type of fuel now hard to get? If so, I'd like to ask you 3 questions. 1, would you like to cut your fuel bill in half? 2, would you like to be sure of plenty of fuel for steady, uninterrupted, healthful warmth in every room of your home? 3, would you like to continue to enjoy the convenience of fully automatic home heat? I am sure your answers are all yes, and there is only one way these things can be accomplished. Switch to hard coal and install an automatic stoker. At current price levels, stoker-sized hard coal will cut your fuel bill in half. Stoker sizes of hard coal are plentiful, and enough can be stored to carry you through the severe part of the winter. Modern, efficient, fully automatic stokers are available right now, and they soon pay for themselves in fuel savings. With a hard coal stoker, the fire is fueled automatically, and ashes are removed automatically. The healthful, even coal fire warmth is automatically controlled by a thermostat in your living room. The Blue Coal dealer in your neighborhood can give you full information about stokers and installation. It will pay you to call the nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow. Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane are on their way to see Louis, a member of a safe-tracking ring who, in return for protection, has volunteered to give Cranston the information he needs to smash the ring. Lamont and Margot step into Louis' darkened house when they hear someone approaching.
Listen, Lamont.
There is someone in here.
Look out, Lamont! Look out!
I got him!
Turn the light, please.
He's been shot. It's Louis. He's badly hurt, Margot. Louis, can you hear me?
You're Cranston?
Yes, Louis. We came as fast as we could. Who did this?
Petey. He's killed crazy. He's 1 dead and 2 to go.
What did he mean by that, Louis?
He's gonna kill us all.
Where can I find him?
I don't know. Maybe his wife. His wife.
Where can I find his wife, Louis?
Alvarado Arms on.
Yes?
Oh.
Louis.
Lamont is dead.
Yes.
1 dead and 2 to go.
Says there were 2 more murders coming up. Peterson told me himself if his gang crossed him, I'd read their names in the obituary columns. Margot, we've got to move fast.
Where are we going?
To his wife's place. Petey's bound to show up there sooner or later.
You shouldn't
come here, Rocco.
Now, what's the matter with coming here, baby? I'm taking you away with me, ain't I?
Oh, I can't do that, Rocco. I can't run out on Petey.
You want to rot in this here rat trap? What can he do for you? Can he set you up in the kind of joint you should have with clothes and jewels and stuff?
I don't know.
Yeah, but I can, see? I got over $100,000. Right where I can lay my hands on it. Come here, baby.
No, Rocco. Don't, please.
Okay. Have it your own way. I had a little present for you, but...
What was the present?
Hey, you wouldn't be interested.
Let me see it. Please.
Okay. Yeah. Feast your eyes on this, baby.
Diamond. Biggest diamond I ever saw. That's beautiful. Was that for me, Rocco?
Well, it's just the beginning. But you're not interested.
A girl can change her mind, can't she, Rocco?
Now you're talking. Come here, baby.
Rocco.
Yeah?
When do we leave?
I can be back here with the door in an hour.
I'll be waiting, Rocco. All packed and waiting.
This must be Mrs. Peterson's apartment.
Who's that?
My name is Cranston, Mrs. Peterson. I'd like to talk to you.
What is it?
About your husband, Mrs. Peterson.
Oh, well, come on in.
This is Miss Lane.
Hello, how do you do? What about Petey, Mr. Cranston?
We have reason to believe he's here in town. He killed one of his former gang, a man named Louis.
Louis? Then I'm next, Mr. Cranston. Petey thinks I double-crossed him. He'll try to kill me, too. Police will protect him, Mrs. Peterson. Protect me? How? You don't know Petey. He's smart. No. My only chance is to get away.
You haven't heard from him, Mrs. Peterson?
Not yet, but I will. I know I will.
If you didn't double-cross him, Mrs. Peterson.
He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that it was Joyce, his lawyer, who set the whole thing up. He thinks I have.
Joyce? I thought there was something funny about the way he handled that case. Margot, I think possibly we'd better drop by and see Mr. Joyce.
But, Mrs. Peterson...
I'll be all right, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston, if I need you, can I call on you? I wouldn't want to call in the police. After all, Petey is my husband.
That's the way you want it, Miss Peterson.
Yeah, thanks.
Goodbye, Miss Peterson.
So long. Now, are you really going to try to see that lawyer?
Yes, Margot, I think he may be the key to the whole case.
You've already talked to him, and he wouldn't even discuss the case with you.
He wouldn't discuss the case with Lamont Cranston. And I have an idea he'll talk to the shadow.
Yeah?
Joyce, Rocco. Come in.
Coming. What are you doing here, Joyce?
I just came to Louis' house, Rocco. You phoned me.
Yeah, well, he called me, too. He's scared to death. So what?
He's dead, Rocco.
No fool.
Doesn't come as much of a surprise.
Well, no one lives forever.
Particularly if he has a share of some money coming to him, Rocco.
What do you want?
First, there were 4 cuts out of the money. Louis, Petey, you and me. Then we arranged for Petey to, retire from the scene. Then there were only 3.
Yeah, now with Louis dead, there's only 2. You and me.
That's right, Rocco. You and me. So I think we better split the dough now. Before something happens to either of us.
Okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe we ought to split it up.
I thought you'd see it my way.
I ain't got it here. I gotta go get it.
Now, suppose you bring it to my place, Rocco. I'll be waiting for you.
Okay, George. And don't you worry. You're gonna get what's coming to you.
Am I in time for a cocktail, Joyce?
Somebody say something?
Yes, Joyce. The shadow spoke.
Shadow? Here?
Aren't you going to ask me to sit down?
Why, of course. Sit down. This chair is comfortable.
Thank you.
Join me in a drink, Shadow?
No thanks, Joyce.
This is quite an experience, you know. Meeting an invisible man this way.
You don't seem very upset.
I'm not, Shadow. As long as I can meet you face to face, I can eliminate you. But I hit you with the bottle.
You didn't really think I'd sit in that chair as a target, did you?
What do you want with me, Shadow?
The truth. About why you railroaded Peterson.
I didn't. I did my best for him.
You lie, Joyce. Now tell me, why did you do it?
I couldn't help myself. I was forced into it. They would have killed me.
They? Louis and Peterson, or the head of the gang?
The head of the gang.
Who is he?
His name's Rocco. He's got a place on the boulevard, 916 North.
Will I find Peterson hiding there, Joyce?
I don't know. I don't know where Petey is.
You don't seem terribly afraid of Peterson, Joyce.
I'm not, Shadow. And I'll tell you why I'm not afraid of Petey. It's because...
Joyce!
Yeah?
Mrs. Peterson, this is Lamont Cranston. I've been trying to reach you.
Thank heavens you called. I've been trying to reach you, too.
Joyce is dead, Mrs. Peterson. He was shot by someone outside the window of his apartment.
It was Petey who did it. He phoned me, Mr. Cranston. Said he was coming for me. He's going to kill me, too.
I see. Look, Mrs. Peterson, when he gets there, stall him. I'll be over as soon as I can.
Hello, baby. You all set?
Yeah, all set, Rocco. You got the dough?
Sure, I got it. Hey, you all dressed up, baby, huh?
I wanted it to look pretty for you, Rocco.
You packed?
Yeah.
Well, then let's get going.
You got the whole 100,000?
Oh, sure, I got it, baby.
Good. How about Joyce?
I don't think he's going to need his share. Anyway, we're not going to wait to find out. Come on.
Rocco. You haven't kissed me.
We got to go, baby.
Kiss me, Rocco.
Oh, all right. Okay, baby, now you... Petey. Oh, no, Petey. No!
Okay, Lila. Good. You okay?
You did okay, Petey. You did fine.
Now can we go away? Just you and... my head hurts.
Sure, Petey. Just let me get that money. There's just one more thing I want you to do for me, Petey.
Sure, Lila, sure. Then we can go away. Can we, Lila?
Come in. This way, out in the hallway.
Hey, this is the steps, Lila.
Yeah.
Are we going now? We're going away now?
Not yet. In a minute, a door down there is going to open, Petey. A man named Cranston's going to come in.
You want me to shoot him, Lila?
No, Petey. He's going to be my witness.
I don't understand, Lila. My head hurts.
There he comes. Get closer to the edge of the steps.
Okay, Lila. Okay.
Don't look at me, Petey. Please, don't look at me. Where is he? Why doesn't Cranston come up? I heard him come in. Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come? I can't stand this. I can't wait any longer.
What are you going to do with that gun, Lila?
Get that gun away from me. Who's that? Who is it?
It's the shadow, Lila.
Shadow. You hit my hand.
Yes. You fired into the banister, Lila. You didn't shoot Petey.
I did, Shadow. He's dead.
No, Lila. You merely pushed him down the stairs. He'll recover.
No! No, he won't. He can't. He can't!
But he will, Lila. He'll recover to testify against you for murder.
So it was Lila Peterson all along, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. She was the one who helped Petey escape from the penitentiary in the first place.
And when she realized that Petey was almost out of his mind from that bullet wound, she decided to use him to kill Louis and later Rocky.
She shot Joyce herself. She was afraid he might tell the Shadow the truth.
When did you first suspect Lila, Lamont?
When she spoke to me on the phone, I was pretty sure she was going to try to use me as a witness. As witness to prove that she'd shot Petey in self-defense. She already had the money. Petey's death would cover her trail forever.
What Louis said was true then, Lamont. When we found him, he said, 1 dead and 2 to go.
Yes, Margot. Now it's 3 dead and 1 to go. Because Lila Peterson will pay for her crimes with her life.
Now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Bartley.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. Many people think we're having an abnormal winter. However, the United States Weather Bureau reports temperatures so far this winter are just about normal. So you can expect this kind of weather any year. And government experts tell us, too, that we can expect a continued fuel oil shortage for a number of years. So the suggestion made earlier that householders now using other types of fuel switch to hard coal is really a very sensible one. As a hard coal stoker, you have your home heating problem licked. You'll save up to 50% of your fuel costs, you're sure of dependable home heating, and you'll have all the conveniences of fully automatic heating and temperature control. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, we bring you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death and the Crown of Odal. On a morning of glittering ice and blue water, 1,200 years ago, the followers of Odal, the Avenger, were assembled on the shore before a long-prowed warship to witness the funeral of their king. The body of the old Viking chieftain lay in state on deck as the spokesman raised the jeweled crown of kingly power and placed it upon the head of Odal. then raised the ship's anchor and set the Viking monarch afloat upon the wide, uncharted seas. Perhaps Phoenician pirates sighted the Viking ship as it drifted across the Aegean, or a Byzantine galley boarded it in the open Atlantic. At all events, the crown of Odaut turned up down the centuries on the markets of Paris and Amsterdam and Brussels, and men paid high price for it in blood and death. Until recently, on a threatening night, Mr. Fairchild and Mr. Roget of the investment house of Roger Fairchild appeared for an appointment at the remote country home of Mark Drumgold, Professor Emeritus and internationally known expert on Viking history. The beautiful dark woman who accompanied them was Roger's foreign-born wife, Ilsa.
It was good of you to see us, Professor.
I am sorry I have postponed the meeting as I have, Mrs. Roger, gentlemen, but I lead a retired life and I find it difficult to cope with even the best of company.
Yes, we quite understand, sir. But I think you'll find our business very intriguing. You see, Professor, our firm has come into possession of the crown of Odaut.
The crown of Odaut?
You have heard of it, of course.
Why, yes, Mr. Roger. The crown of a 7th century Norse king, I believe.
Exactly. It was actually my idea to come here, Professor. I persuaded my husband and Mr. Fairchild that if you would give us a documented statement of the authenticity of the thing, it would allow us to ask a higher price when the time came to sell.
Of course. When may I see the crown?
At once you have brought it along. It's here in this case.
There. The crown of Odaut. But how could you have been so foolish as to carry this priceless treasure around in the night without protection?
Oh, we have protection, Professor Drumgold. Protection of secrecy. No one in the world has the slightest idea of the thing's whereabouts or its worth.
And therefore it will be perfectly safe to leave it with you for a few days, as long as you may need it.
You will undertake the job of appraisal, Professor Drumgold?
Indeed, Mrs. Rocher. I am most intrigued.
Oh, excellent. Come along now, gentlemen, and let the professor work.
Yes, good idea. Sir?
I will phone tomorrow.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. And here is a bas-relief that looks like early Etruscan influence. Aha. A pronged gem setting suggests Byzantine workmanship. Huh? Who is that? Who is it, please? Mr. Fairchild? Roger?
Hiya, Professor.
Who are you, gentlemen?
Us reporters, Pop. Our paper told us you got an interesting gadget here. Some kind of crown worth a very handsome piece of change.
Who told you this?
A paper, Pop, just like the man said. Now, how about giving us a look, huh?
Why, of course. Here it is. On the table.
Get a load of that. It's a hunk of fruitcake, huh? Spoke up, be worth 500,000 clams. Oh, very nice. And very nice of the professor to show it to us.
Don't mention it, gentlemen. And now I have something even more startling to show you.
What?
This.
He's wise. What's with the gun, Professor?
Who are you?
My name's Hopner. Mine's Max. We're reporters.
You are thieves, gentlemen, not reporters. Thieves with the express intent of stealing this crown. And I will give you just 1 minute to tell me how you knew it was here.
Oh, yeah, but...
In 1 minute, I will avail myself of the privilege of self-defense and pull the trigger.
Okay. We got a phone call. A call from some guy who told us the crown would be here before midnight.
Impossible. No one knew.
Oh, this guy knew on the level. Said the crown used to belong to him. Named something like Rodolph or Olaf or...
Rodolph? Olaf? You don't mean Odal?
Yeah, that's it. I'm the button, Professor. Odal.
You are either mad or a liar, Mr. Hoffman.
No, I couldn't...
Nonsense! The informer you mention has been dead for 1,200 years. The story is fantastic, my man. Stand where you are, please. I'm calling the police.
Now's our chance when he picks up that receiver. but we Russian. Operator? Operator. Hello, operator. I want... One down for us. Get that gun, Hoffner.
Okay.
Give it here.
Roscoe?
Give it here.
Max, wait. You shouldn't have done that, Max. Murder ain't my line.
What do you want, chucklehead? This old geezer could identify you in a police lineup? Get that crown. Let's blow. All right, here's a hotel room. Now keep the fingers under your coat until we're inside.
Okay, Max. All I gotta say is I wish you hadn't...
Are you the Messieurs Max and Hoffman?
Hey, who the...
What are you doing in here?
The bellboy was kind enough to let me
Yeah,
in.
he's a very kindly punk. Now, what do you want?
I'm sorry to intrude, but the crown of Odalf, a rare 7th century relic, was stolen half an hour ago from the home of Professor Mark Drumgold.
What? How do you know that?
Well, you see, my name is Roger of Fairchild and Roger, and I own the crown in partnership with my wife and Mr. Fairchild.
So?
I received a somewhat mysterious phone call a few moments ago. The gentleman did not give his name, but...
A deep voice?
Yes. Strange voice. Weird. Far away.
Hey, the same tomato that called us.
What goes on
Shut up.
here?
What did he say to you?
Well, he said that you two might be able to help me locate my property. Could you? It means a good deal, you know.
I can imagine. Sure, we might be able to do business if you want it back bad enough. Sure, sit down, Roger. Sure, we'll have a nice long talk.
Well, that's very kind of you. However, some friends of mine drove me over from my apartment, and Mr. Cranston and Miss Lane, they are waiting downstairs in their car. Perhaps I could invite them up?
Don't invite nobody up. Now, what's it worth to you to get that crown back?
Oh, a great deal, a very great deal. Not only the material loss, there's also the matter of principle.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that if I can catch the thieves, I shall prosecute to the extreme letter of the law.
Oh, yeah? Oh, too bad you said that, Roger.
Why?
Because you're talking to him right now.
What?
Put up the gun, Max.
Gentlemen, please.
Pack our stuff, Hoffner. We'll get on with the fire escape and head for the beach hideaway.
Max, wait. This is number 2.
You heard me.
Yeah. Oh, what are you going to do?
Guess.
How long have we been waiting here, Margot?
Oh, not long, Lamont. Less than 20 minutes. Patience, you know, is a great virtue for a young man to learn.
I'm not impatient.
No?
I'm getting worried, that's all.
Why?
Something may have happened.
Like what, for instance?
I beg your pardon. I'm the manager of this hotel. Were you with the gentleman who went up to suite 1109?
Yes, we brought him over.
We're his weekend guests. What?
We just found him on the floor of the bedroom. Shot to death.
No.
Like that, for instance. Come on, Margot. You try that number again, operator. It's Louis Roget's residence.
I've been ringing for 10 minutes, sir.
If we know Mrs. Roget is there, this is an emergency.
I'm sorry, sir. The number does not answer. Where in the world could she be?
I don't know. She went up to bed just before Louis received that mysterious phone call, remember?
Yes, I don't see how she could sleep through all that ringing.
It's a strange night altogether.
What are you doing, Lamont? Number, please.
Hartfield 90990. I'm calling Fairchild, Roset's partner. He's the next best person to notify. You see any sign of it around?
Of what?
The thing that all the shooting's about. The Crown of Odal.
As far as I can make out, the room's empty.
Hello?
Fairchild?
Yes, Cranston?
I'm calling you from the Old Stone Hotel.
Did Roger see Hoffman and Max?
I'm afraid so.
No luck?
Hardly. They killed him.
What?
He's here on the floor at my feet. The medical examiner hasn't arrived yet, but it doesn't take an expert to tell he's dead.
Well, then they're thieves and killers.
It's all too obviously.
This is horrible, Cranston.
Particularly for poor Roger.
Well, I'm not sure he's the only victim.
What does that mean?
I've been trying to get Professor Drumgold on the wire for the last 3/4 of an hour.
No answer?
None. Of course, he may have stepped out.
No, not Drumgold. I know him. He never leaves his house after dark.
Well, then all I can say is that Max and Hoffman...
Yes, I know. Don't waste time putting it into words. Margot and I'll hop over to his place right away.
Cranston.
Yes?
We'll have to do something about her first.
Her? Who?
Ilsa, Mrs. Roger.
Where is she?
Called me a little while before you rang up.
Yes?
She told me a strange story. Seems she woke up and saw an ancient white-haired man standing at the foot of her bed.
Nightmare?
No, I don't think so. The old gentleman gave her some very practical information.
Such as?
An address on High Beach Road.
Yes?
Where he said she'd find the Crown of Odal.
And?
I tried to get her to wait. I promised to join her at once.
You mean she went there alone?
That was her plan.
Well, couldn't you have prevented that?
Well, I tried. I pleaded, but Ilsa's a headstrong woman. She's not afraid of anything that walks.
What was the address?
16 High Beach Road.
16 High Beach.
I was trying to contact you before I went after her, Cranston.
All right, Fairchild, this is no time for talk. I'll call back later. Now, let's go, Margot.
Where?
Number 16 High Beach Road, where I think we'll have the social distinction of meeting the Messieurs Hoffner and Max Incorporated.
Hoffner.
Yeah?
Get downstairs, try that phone again. See if you can't get reservation on the next flight for Cuba, Mexico, well, any place that's far enough away.
Hey. It's a car.
Yeah.
Stopped in front.
Yeah.
Somebody got out. Hey, look, will you? It's a dame. She wants in.
Yeah.
What do we do?
Well, you go down like a little gentleman and you let her in.
Oh, but I...
Go on. Maybe it's a mistake. Maybe she just got the wrong house.
Is this number 16 High Beach Road?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. You looking for number 16?
I am.
How'd you get the address?
Most peculiarly. I was asleep not half an hour ago, and I woke up to see an old man in the shadows of my room. A very old man. White-haired, lean, but very erect. Regal.
Huh?
Like a king.
Oh.
He told me to come here, then turned and walked away and practically seemed to vanish.
Why did he say for you to come here, ma'am?
To find the crown of Odas.
Oh.
Interesting the way you say oh.
It was?
Yes. I think you're going to say quite a few interesting things to me.
Why?
Because if you don't, you have a very short life expectancy.
Put down the gun. Put it down here.
Not on your life. I bought the crown on the legitimate market together with my husband, Louis Roger, and his partner, Fairchild. I don't intend to take these, though.
Go easy, go easy.
I'm going to count 3. Before I finish, you're going to have told me where the crown is. If you don't tell me, I promise you that it'll be the very last mistake you ever made.
Please.
1, 2...
Mrs. Rocher. Mrs. Rocher. She's dead. Max. She's dead, too.
Yeah, so what do you want? Just stand there and let her plug you?
It's too much. Too much blood. Too much. I can't take this, Max. It ain't for me.
Tighten up your gun.
I can't. We're in this up to the waist. We had us with murder and murder and more murder. It's like we're cursed. If we cut that diamond sort of ding, it was cursed.
What's the matter? You afraid of the
No,
cops?
ain't that.
So?
I got a feeling we're dealing with something here. Worse than cops.
What?
I don't know, Max. I don't know.
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute. Ilsa Roger had come to the house on High Beach Road, seeking the crown of Odout, and finding death. A few moments later, Lamont and Margot drew up in front of the darkened hideaway. Here we are, Margot. Come on.
It looks frightening still here on the edge of the sea.
Midsummer, it's probably delightful.
What do you say we come back in midsummer?
Come along, Miss Lane. Hello? Hello, anybody here?
Somebody left the door unlocked.
Strictly by mistake, I'm afraid. Wait, I'll find the light. There we are now.
Come on, look.
Where?
There, the foot of the stairs.
The lady's purse.
It's Ilsa Roger's.
Pick it up, Margot. Margot, why don't you pick it up?
It's got blood on it. Oh, Mom.
Ilsa!
Where is she?
Ilsa! Ilsa!
We won't find her. I know it.
Easy now, Margot. Well, at least we found this.
What?
Telephone.
Who are you calling?
Local police. Might as well make arrangements for getting out of this alive ourselves.
Station House, 10th Precinct. Just Sergeant speaking.
I'm reporting a case of wholesale murder.
What's that?
I'm completely sure of 2 homicides and reasonably sure of the third. And in my opinion, you can't get here too soon.
Okay, where are you?
A house on High Beach Road.
What's the address?
It's, number 6.
Lamont! Cut the station, lady. Cut it out.
Lamont! Hey, what goes on here?
I come down here to phone the airport again. Here's the guy pulling the police station.
What, you get the call through? Did he?
Please.
Has to be, lady. Did he get that call through?
Yes.
Is he lying?
No, I heard him say High Beach Road just before I let fly with a chair.
Why didn't you let fly sooner?
Because I'm cracking up, that's why. I'm conking out with this whole thing. Let's get out of here, Mac.
Blow out. There's no reservations anywhere. The trains are full. The planes are all
We'll
packed.
take this guy's car, the one they drove up in.
It'll be red hot in 2 hours.
When it gets too hot, we'll ditch it, steal another one. One way or other, we'll get to the border.
Yeah, get to the border. Sounds like a good deal. You got the crown?
It's right here. Top of the sideboard.
Grab them suitcases by the door.
Okay.
Come on, lady.
What?
I said come on. You're going to spend a few years in Mexico.
No.
Look, lady, be wise. Stay healthy. The only way we could leave you here would be dead.
Come on,
Let
you.
me go. Lamont!
Have her other arm.
Lamont!
And we're off.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Mr. Fairchild.
Fairchild.
The name may mean little to you, but the gun in my hand, I'm sure, speaks for itself.
What do you want?
The crown of Odal. And what's more, I'll have it. Now. Without stories and no delay.
Look, wise guy.
Max,
Yeah?
give it to
What
her.
do you mean, give it to him? It's worth a couple of $100,000.
It'll be of little use to you dead, and that's where you both will be if you don't deliver, and quick.
You got enough trouble, Max. Unload. Unload.
What about us, Fairchild?
What do you mean?
If we do business with you, will you let us make the break for it?
With my best wishes.
Mr. Fairchild.
Sorry, Miss Lane, I have no choice. I'm lucky to hold the upper hand for a moment with these 2 professionals.
It's a deal, then.
A deal.
Here, take your jewel-studded headache and let us out of here. Come on, Hoffman. So long, Fairchild. Sorry to have met you.
The feeling, I assure you, is mutual.
Oh, Mr. Fairchild.
Where's Cranston?
There on the floor.
What happened?
Oh, they hurt him. They hit him with the chair.
Cranston!
Is it serious?
I can't say how serious, but he's most distinctly unconscious. The best we can do is to... Listen. You hear that?
Yes. Think they're coming back?
It's possible they reconsider. But they're going to walk straight into trouble if they have.
Be careful.
Hoffner? Max? I can't see you, but I hear you. First one to show his face is going to get...
Mr. Fairchild! No! Oh, no. Where is it? Where am I?
In the attic, my dear, of number 16 High Beach Road. You fainted, you see?
Who are you?
We have met before socially, Miss Lane, several times, I believe.
Oh. What? Professor Drumgo.
Exactly, Miss Lane. I'm very flattered that you remember
I'm
me.
awfully glad to see you, Professor. I've had a dreadful time.
I understand, my dear. I have had rather an exciting night myself.
You have? Oh, I remember now. We thought you were dead.
I'm very glad to announce that my death was a mere matter of mechanical illusion.
Mechanical illusion?
I allowed the Messrs. Hoffner and Max to deprive me of my revolver and kill me with it. But not, however, without first being careful to see to it that the cartridges were blanks.
You did that, Professor? Why?
It was part of my plan, my most excellent plan, which started this evening when I called Max and Hoffner and told them the whereabouts of the crown of Otals. Wonderfully clever. Don't you agree?
I don't know whether I do or not. If you hadn't told them, then they never could have stolen it in the first place.
But I wanted them to steal it, Miss Lane.
But it led to all the murders, Professor Drumgo.
And I wanted all the murders.
I don't understand.
I wanted the crown of Otals, Miss Lane. All for myself. And I was resolved to get it. I arranged it so that Max and Hoffner could steal it, hoping and knowing that they would then have to kill each of the real owners to protect their ill-gotten gain. I helped keep the murders on schedule by use of a few mysterious phone calls. And I must say I was lost in admiration at the success of my strategy.
No.
Oh, but yes, Miss Lane. Oh, Of course, the ending had been planned differently. I had hoped that Max and Hoffner would keep their courage up long enough to kill Fairchild, too, as well as Roger and his wife. But they let me down, and I was forced to dirty my own hands with Fairchild's blood.
Oh, no.
But things worked out quite well. The 3 original owners are dead, the thieves have fled, and I have the crown of Odal. And now, Miss Lane, one bit of unfinished business. I will leave no stone unturned to assure my victory, to secure myself in possession of the crown of Odal. What was that?